Hello, everyone. I trust that everyone is doing well. I would like to extend a warm welcome to the channel. This story explores the possibility of Naruto being a genius born from the UCHIHA and Senju trees. So, this is part 1 story. If you want to listen to the next one of this story, please complete 100 likes on this channel. Now, without further delay, let's dive into the video. Prologue. The UCHIHA Boy location. Village hidden in the leaves, Konohagakure no Sato, Country of Fire. The village hidden in the leaves, one of the most powerful ninja villages on the elemental continent, if not the most powerful, is renowned for giving birth to many great shinobi. This great village is also feared for its victory in the 3 great wars. Ninjas that plagued the world, and even though all the big shinobi villages ended up weakened after the wars, Konoha is the only village that stayed strong, even if it had more villages against it. This village is surrounded by a great wall that serves to protect it. Within the walls of Konoha, civilians live happily, people without the position of shinobi, who dedicate themselves to living their lives normally, without any type of agitation or change, creating a business, sell something, or just be there. But Konoha is a shinobi village, not just any shinobi village, but the most powerful one. Within this village are the people who are dedicated to protecting it, and those who live there, the ninjas, people who have gained the ability to manage chakra and with the help of it, are able to practice the shinobi branches. Just as there are common ninjas, there are also ninja clans. Generally they are families that have a special ability, and this is passed from generation to generation through their blood. UCHIHA and Senju, founding clans of Konoha, but that is another matter. History. After these 2 clans created the Leaf Village, many more clans joined it, such as the Hyuga, Yamanaka, Akimichi, Nara, Aburam, and Yuzuka clans, among others. But, I think that was enough information. You are not reading this to learn about the village, but to learn about our protagonist. To know about him, we have to look at a small, but beautiful event that is happening within the village at this moment. Location. Konoha Hospital. In a room at the Konoha Hospital, there was a woman with long, straight hair, black with small touches of blue. Her eyes were a really dark black color. It almost seemed like you could get lost in them and never come out. Her skin was a really light skin color, with a pale complexion, but not that pale. But well, the important thing is that this woman found herself in a situation in which appearance was the least important thing. She was giving birth. She was going to bring her second child into the world. For a strange reason, her husband was not at her side to support her. But that doesn't matter now, please, Atomi-sama. Bit a little more, said a nurse who was helping in the delivery. And what do you think I'm doing? The one already known as Atomi said in a very loud tone of voice that even though she was normally very Cortez, she believed that now was not the time to be a little girl educated. After a while of pain and screaming, a small cry was heard in the room. Doctor. It's a male. Atomi lays down on the hospital stretcher for a moment. She was really tired. How she hated the feeling of putting so much force on her belly, but it's worth it to bring her little angel into the world. The nurses quickly picked up the baby to clean him and give him to her mother. The process was quick. The nurses picked up the baby who was still crying. They took him to her mother, who took him in tenderly. Hello Naruto, it's me, your mommy, your dear mommy. You're finally here with me, and although you've only been in this world for a short time, I already love you more than anything, Atomi whispered to her baby's little ears. Who, upon hearing his mother's soft voice, calmed down and for the first time opened his little eyes, black as coal. However, they seemed to have some shine, in addition to the fact that his hair was also black and his skin was pale, not as pale as her mother. Oh, I want Shisui to see you. He will be so happy to see you, Atomi said, remembering her other son. Outside the hospital room, there was a small boy, no more than 8 years old, with light skin, black eyes and messy black hair, like his father, although he also had a lot of his mother. The UCHIHA's genes are indeed strong. After all. The boy looked nervous, biting his fingernails and walking from one place to another. He had learned to control his emotions, however, this time he couldn't contain them. His little brother was about to arrive. He was so excited. He wanted to teach his little brother so many things. He knew he had to wait for that, but he didn't care. He had already waited 9 months. He can last a few more years. Shisui was taken out of his thoughts when his keen sense of hearing picked up a small cry inside the room. Although it was a cry, it sounded so tender and adorable. He knew whose cry it was. Shisui UCHIHA, called a nurse, opening the door. Here. An almost choked voice shouted. The nurse just smiled when she saw how excited the child was and told him. You can come in, your little brother was just born. The nurse was surprised when she saw that Shisui was no longer standing in front of her. She turned around and found a Shisui next to her mother, seeing a small figure between some blankets that her mother was carrying. Is he? Shisui asked, trying to stretch his neck as much as he could to see the small figure between the blankets. His mother gave a little for his attitude. I was really very excited, Atomi thought as she responded with a simple yes. The woman tilted her position a little, showing the face of the little boy, who by chance was awake, perhaps experiencing the sensation of feeling alive. The little boy directed his gaze to the boy next to him. Shisui smiled. His little brother seemed to look at him with a bit of curiosity and interest, until something happened that he didn't think would happen. The little boy somehow managed to free himself from the blankets he was in and stretched his little arms towards him. Making him understand that he wanted him to carry him. "Hello little one," Shisui said as he carried him and extended one of his fingers. The little one took the finger with his little hands and began to pull his finger. "I'm your Nai-san, Shisui." He drinks only laughs in response. "I will be the best brother for you, I'll tell you the truth," said Shisui, while he watched lovingly as the baby began to fall asleep. Shisui's soul returned the baby to his mother's arms once he fell asleep. After that, Itomi was discharged and she and her 2 children were able to return to the Uchiha clan compound. 2 months later. It was a very quiet night, more than normal. Outside the village the 4th Hokage was in a cave. Next to him on a stretcher was his beautiful wife Kushina Uzumaki, a light-skinned redhead with grayish-purple eyes. She was in the same situation as our protagonist's mother 2 months ago, however, she was giving birth to 2 children. "Minato, I swear that if you make me pregnant again I will break every bone in your body," the Uzumaki shouted at the top of her lungs while she was trying to give birth to her twins. Minato paled at what his wife said, he just nodded nervously. A while passed until a small cry was heard from a child, red-haired like his mother, however, he had his father's blue eyes in addition to the spiky hair, which is also his father's. After a while of nothing. Another baby was born, a girl, with yellow hair like her father's, however, straight like her mother's, and deep and captivating purple eyes. Nawako Saratobi, wife of the Sandaime Hokage, 3rd Hokage, was in charge of bringing children into the world. However, you will wonder why Kushina is giving birth in a cave. Kushina is the Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi, the 9-tailed demon fox, because it is retained by a seal inside Kushina. Greater protection is needed at the time of childbirth, because right at that moment the seal weakens, which results in the beast inside her being at greater risk of escaping, and to prevent anyone from facilitating the escape in any way. They were in a cave outside the village surrounded by Anbu with the order not to let anyone pass. Minato and Kushina were in joy, their 2 children had just been born. Minato. What will we call them? Kushina-chan. Kushina. I've been thinking about that. The boy will be called Menma and the girl will be called Mido. Nawako. They are nice names, but it's time for you to see your babies. Just when Nawako was going to hand the babies to Kushina, a vortex appeared that seemed to make space twist. From there a masked man came out dressed in a completely black cape with a hood. He quickly cut Nawako's neck with a kunai and picked it up. At the babies, pointing the same kunai at them. Masked. Listen carefully Yondaime, stay away from the Jinchuriki. Or I will kill your beloved children. Minato. Hey wait, calm down a little, he said it cautiously, his newborn children were in danger. Masked man. Speak for yourself Yondaime. I am completely calm, said the masked man with a sinister, but a little playful voice. The masked man proceeded to throw Minato's children into the air, at which point Minato lived up to his name as the yellow lightning bolt of Konoha no Jutsu, Flying Thunder God Jutsu, Flash. Minato disappeared in a yellow flash and appeared on the wall with his children in hand. He looked towards where Kushina should be, however, she was no longer there, neither was the masked man. He looked at his children and realized that in the blankets that sheltered them, there were explosive seals that were active. He quickly removed the blankets from his children and flash. Minato appeared outside the cave next to one of his Hiraishin kunai, which he had teleported to escape the explosion caused by the bomb seals. Minato looked around and realized that the Anbu guarding the entrance to the cave were fainted, some dead. In another place, you could see a chained Kushina, from whom the Biju insider was being extracted, because the seal could not be reinforced in time after giving birth. This was much easier for the masked man. After all the Biju's chakra was extracted, came the easiest part of his plan. Masked man. It's time to destroy everything, Kyuubi. Kuchihas, Kyuubi no Yoko. From the entrance of the village, a giant cloud of smoke was seen. From it, 9 orange tails swung, then, a shock wave dispersed the smoke. A tremendous roar was heard, which spread another shock wave. The Kyuubi was in the middle of the village. The masked man, from a hole in his mask, revealed a red eye with 3 tomos rotating aggressively around the pupil. He looked directly into the red eyes with black slit pupils of the Kyuubi. Suddenly, the Kyuubi's eyes took the same shape as the masked man's eye, and he began to attack the village. Several shinobi tried to stop him, but even if all the shinobi of the village united, they could never match the destructive power of the most powerful beast in the world. Not even the previous 8 fused-tailed beasts can match its power. Minato watched a Kyuubi appear in the village. A leaf began to fall from a tree. He looked tenderly at his children. He was the Hokage. He would have to fight the Kyuubi and save his wife, who, if it weren't for the Uzumaki genes, she wouldn't still be alive. Before the blade fell to the ground flash. Minato was no longer in the clearing. From here everything is as in the original story until the moment of sealing. Minato was at the decisive point of the battle. He had defeated the masked man, who used a very strange jutsu that allowed him to become intangible and send things to another dimension. However, he was no match for the level 2 Hiraishin. Now he was in front of the Kyuubi, who was subdued by Kushina's diamond chains. Who was surprisingly alive and with the strength to hold the Kyuubi with her chains, which are almost indestructible and drain chakra, and of course, also that of Ibiju. Minato was determined to use a Kijutsu, forbidden technique, to seal the Kyuubi again, this time on his 2 children. Specifically he would use the Grim Reaper's cursed seal, which would allow him to seal the Kyuubi, but at a cost, his soul. It is at that moment when the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, arrived and told Minato Sarutobi. Minato, wait. I'll make the Reaper's seal. Minato. But what does Sarutobi-sama say? You shouldn't do it, after all I am the current Hokage, it is my duty to give my life for the village. Sarutobi. Minato, unlike me, you are a young man, plus you now have a family to take care of. I am already old, and I have been Hokage for more than 50 years. You are just beginning to live your dream. I can't let you take it away from you. Besides, I want to see my beloved wife who is now in heaven. Please don't insist and let me do this to me, will you? Minato. It's okay Sarutobi-sama, he said it with his eyes a little crystalline. Thank you for your sacrifice. Sarutobi just smiled and started making hand seals at high speed. Snake, boar, ram, hare, dog, rat, bird, horse, snake. I high-five and exclaim. Shiki Fujin. Location. Uchiha Complex, a few minutes before the release of the Kyuubi. Shisui. Exclaimed Itomi, who was in the kitchen. Can you please put Naruto down? Shisui came down with Naruto in his arms. Mira out Oto, younger brother, it looks like dinner is ready. Shisui said. Little Naruto nodded his head, as if he understood what was happening. Mother, look what he was teaching little Naruto. Shisui placed Naruto on the ground while he snatched the bottle from his mother's hands and then placed it a few meters in front of Naruto. Little Naruto stared at the bottle under the watchful eye of his mother, who seemed confused. Then Naruto's little stomach growled, indicating that he was hungry. Naruto looked at Shisui, who nodded, and then Naruto looked at the bottle and began to crawling towards him. When he reached it, he grabbed the bottle and started drinking the milk that was there. Itomi opened her eyes a little. Was it serious? 2 months old and she's already crawling. Itomi looked at Shisui, who smiled proudly. So you taught him to crawl? Itomi asked, looking at her eldest son, who nodded. Yeah. Shisui said proudly, I read in a book that babies take 7 months to crawl, so I wanted to try Naruto. I put him on the floor and stood in front of him. 1 minute later, he found a way to get into that position and started crawling. So you didn't teach him, he learned on his own, Itomi said, looking at Naruto, who finished his bottle and started to finger. Shisui thought about what his mother said and she was right, she didn't really teach him, so he became a little crestfallen. His mother laughed about it until Ruoer. The thunderous roar of the Kyuubi was heard. Huh? And that? Asked Shisui, who looked out the window of her house while his mother picked up Naruto. At that, Shisui opens his eyes wide as he sees a giant fox with 9 tails destroying the village from afar. Itomi looked out the window and saw the Kyuubi destroying the village. She quickly wrapped Naruto in a blanket and then placed it in Shisui as if it were a bag, where in the front was a small Naruto, who began to sob a little. Because of the loud noise. Shisui, his mother called, I need you to take Naruto to the Uchiha shelter. I'll go later, I'll go see the head of the clan to see what we do. Shisui nodded without hesitation. His mother was a formidable kunoichi. He knew that she was going to be fine in the meantime. He had to take Naruto to the Uchiha safe zone, the shelter. Shisui was jumping from roof to roof with a small Naruto in a small improvised bag created by his mother. Due to the shock waves that the Kyuubi created, some buildings collapsed, as well as the roofs. He jumped onto the street. When the roof he was on collapsed, he saw a large row of rubble in front of him. He tried to find another way, but it would only make the journey slower, so he had no other option. He had been working on this new technique before his mother announced to Naruto. She started a small sequence of seals and said. Ram, monkey, rat. Shunshin no jutsu. Body flicker technique. Shisui's body began to blink, and like magic, he appeared on the other side of the row of rubble that blocked the path. As they passed the rubble, a large wall of dust rose, the result of the 4th Hokage's summons falling on top of the 9-tailed beast, causing another small shock wave. It covered his and Naruto's eyes and jumped high towards another roof. In the distance he could see a little boy saving another girl from being crushed. The boy looked about 2 years younger than him. He knew him. He was the proclaimed Uchiha prodigy after him, Itachi Uchiha, son of Fugaku Uchiha, leader of the clan, and his wife Mikoto Uchiha. The girl that he had only seen a couple of times in the clan was Izumi Uchiha, one more member. At that moment he had an idea, so he approached the two boys. As he approached a little further, he could see that Itachi was carrying a bag like his, well, two bags like his, in which he could see two babies who were crying. Fortunately, Naruto had fallen asleep strangely, perhaps because of the milk. Hey. Guys. Shisui shouted, capturing the attention of the two boys. Itachi. I think I know you, you are Shisui, the Uchiha prodigy, Itachi said in a monotone voice. Shisui. I didn't know he was famous, Shisui said, rubbing his head, but that's not the important thing. You're heading to the shelter, right? Asked. The two boys just nodded. Well, I have an idea to get there quickly, but I need you to trust me, okay? The two boys nodded. After all, there is not much they can do. Shisui touched the shoulders of the two boys and said, Shunshin no jutsu. Shisui, Itachi and Izumi appeared in front of a door, which seemed to lead to an underground room. When they went down, they were surprised to find that their mothers were there. Mother. Shisui said when he saw his mother there, at his side a woman with long black hair, two bangs that framed her face and black eyes, clear signs of the Uchiha clan. She was Uchiha Mikoto, mother of Itachi, and apparently also mother of the two boys that Itachi carried with him. The boys approached their mothers. Izumi separated to see her location. Outskirts of Konoha Shichi Fujin. The feeling of coldness and heaviness filled the air as the Shinigami appeared behind Hiruzen like a spectral figure. Shinigami. What do you wish for, mortal? He asked with some annoyance. He didn't like mortals calling him for his nonsense. Hiruzen. Please Shinigami-sama, I want you to seal half of the Kyuubi's chakra in one of those children you see on the altar, and the other half in the other child, please Shinigami. You know the price, right? Hiruzen. Yes. He responded resignedly. The Shinigami extended his arm which crossed Hiruzen's stomach as if it were a ghost, who did not feel any pain. The Shinigami stretched his arm until he touched the Kyuubi. After touching it he withdrew his arm, also removing a blue mass in the shape of a nine-tailed fox, which he introduced into Menma. The Kyuubi reduced its size considerably. Then the Shinigami tore out the other half of the Kyuubi's chakra, introducing it into myth. The two twins were formed a seal of 8 trigrams, in which the Kyuubi was sealed again. The Shinigami picked up his arm, and when he took it out of Hiruzen, he also picked up his soul. The Shinigami disappeared with a sinister smile, since he had claimed a new soul. Hiruzen's lifeless body fell with a dull thud to the ground, while Minato grabbed him. Fortunately, Kushina was still alive, just passed out. The next day. An Itomi and a Shisui were leaving the shelter of the Uchiha clan, along with a Mikoto and an Itachi. Shiusi and Itachi were still carrying their little brothers. Naruto lay awake, but calm, while Itachi's brothers were still asleep. Mikoto. Itachi, please stay here with Shisui until me and his mom come back, okay? Let's go to a clan meeting, Itomi. Take care, Shisui, okay? The two boys just nodded. At that moment they feel that someone is approaching them. It is Izumi, who strangely comes with a smile. Izumi. Hello guys. Shisui and Itachi. Hello. Izumi. And those faces. Itachi. Have you already forgotten what happened yesterday? Izumi. No, but I think it's better to forget it. Shisui. I think she's right, yesterday was a pretty bad event that I honestly don't want to remember. Itachi just nodded. Izumi. Hey, Itachi, are they your little sisters? Itachi. Little sister and little brother, Itachi said, looking at his little brothers, who had already woken up. Itachi showed his little brothers, a boy with hair slightly pulled back that ended like a small duck tarsier, while the girl had black hair that curiously also ended in 2 strands that resembled a duck's butt. Izumi. How cute. Can I charge them? Itachi. No, Izumi. Why? Itachi. They're going to start crying. Izumi. I don't think they're going to cry, are they, little one? She said, picking up the boy whose name was Sasuke, who immediately began to cry. Izumi, embarrassed, returned him and tried to pick up the girl, whose name was Kiyomi, but when he tried to touch her, she began to cry too. Shisui. Wow, Izumi. Okay, I officially give up. Izumi remained crestfallen until she looked at Shisui, who was playing with his little brother Naruto. Izumi. Shisui, is that your brother? Said somewhat hopeful Shisui. Yes, he is my Odo. Izumi. Can I charge it? Shisui. Sure. Izumi carried Naruto, who looked at her with curiosity. Izumi brought him her finger. Naruto took it with his little hands and started shaking it while laughing. Izumi. How cute. The girl cooed as she looked at Naruto. Itachi. Hey Shisui, do you think that when they grow up they will become friends? Shisui. I'll be honest with you, I think so. As you can see, Naruto is somewhat sociable being so small. I have no doubt that he would give his life if he became a shinobi. Itachi. Yes, maybe. Shisui. Maybe 5 years after the Kyuubi attack. Location. Village hidden in the leaves, Konohagakure no Sato, Country of Fire. 5 years have passed since the terrible event, the moment in which the nine-tailed demon fox attacked Konoha. This event marked the lives of many people because they lost loved ones, family, friends, partners, well you know, beloved. Beyond Aim's children, at first, were greeted with hatred and fear, however, after Minato himself cleared the poor dwarf minds of the civilians, he explained to them that the Kyuubi was actually being kept in line by his 2 children, and that they should be recognized as heroes, and of course, the civilians changed sides and began to praise the little children. It was even announced throughout the village when these two took their first steps how exaggerated the civilians were, but for them, praising them was the least they could do for their heroes. Some other things have happened in these 5 years, one of those is the tension between the proud Uchiha clan and the village in general. Apparently, a person, possibly someone with high command in Konoha, gave the order to the Uchiha not to help in the attack of the Kyuubi. They obeyed, a serious mistake. After the Kyuubi was defeated, it was revealed that it was being controlled with a Sharingan. Bloodline of the Uchiha clan, as expected, suspicions fell on said clan. Little by little, the Uchiha clan was losing power in the village, thanks to the influence of the civilians who were on the Konoha council. The Uchiha clan compound was moved to a place a little away from Konoha due to suspicions about the Uchiha clan. The clan members did not like this, however, it is not like they could do much. But let's leave this aside, how about we go with our protagonist location. Uchiha clan compound, Konohagakure no Sado. The little Naruto was running through the streets of the Uchiha compound. For his age, he seemed to be a little fast. He had a small smile adorning his face. That small smile overflowed with emotion. Shisui had called him to a training camp. Naruto, he had asked him to please start training him in the shinobi areas. To be honest, Shisui was waiting for Naruto to ask him that, so he responded affirmatively to his little brother. His mother replied this, until he remembered that Shisui he also started his training at that age. He gave them permission, but obviously told them to be careful. Naruto unfortunately had to wait a few more weeks because Shisui had missions that he had to complete. After all, Shisui was 13 years old and he was already a jounin, so missions abound. However, today he had the day off so he could train his little brother. Shisui was in a forest clearing. That was the place where he had summoned Naruto. After all, he had already taken him there. In that place he trained with his best friend, Itachi, who turned out to be someone very good despite his young age. Itachi was currently a chunin. However, Shisui had a sneaking suspicion that the Anbu program had its sights on him. He was brought out of his thoughts when the footsteps of a small child were heard. Naruto. Nai-san. I'm here, Naruto shouted as he entered the training field. Shisui. Oh, but it's my little Odo, are you ready for your training? Naruto. Of course. He said while giving a big smile. Shisui. Okay, today I plan to teach you 2 things. The first of all will be the art of kunai and shuriken, known as shuriken jutsu, and the other thing is a surprise, right? Naruto. Okay. Shisui. Well, here he said as he handed him a single kunai. Be careful, do you want that thing? Mom will scold me if anything happens to you. Naruto. Don't worry Nai-san, for now I'm not going to try anything as long as you don't teach me how. Shisui. Okay, look carefully. Naruto looked carefully at Shisui, who picked up a kunai. He threw the kunai at high speed, and it hit the center of a target that was in a tree a few meters away from him. Naruto looked at the kunai in amazement. It only took him a try to hit the center. Shisui. The secret is that you must set your target very well, then to throw the kunai, you bend your wrist a little, and when you release it, you give a small impulse with which the kunai will gain speed. You will practice this until you can hit it. Why, it is fine. Shisui couldn't finish when he saw that Naruto stopped paying attention to him and grabbed the handle of the kunai. He moved his arm back and bent his wrist so that the kunai went from having the tip turned backwards to having it turned forwards. He gave a small impulse and released the kunai. The air whistled due to the speed at which the kunai was going. Until it hit right in the center of a target that was in front of Naruto. Shisui took in what just happened. His little brother had just thrown his first kunai and it hit the target. He only managed to let his jaw drop and his eyes widen. Naruto. Nai-san, I think I made it, said Naruto looking directly at Shisui, who still hadn't come out of his trance. Shisui. Do it again, please, Shisui said with a really serious voice. Naruto was a little intimidated by the voice, but he obeyed. He removed the kunai that he had hit from the target. He placed himself in the previous position and did the same procedure to throw the kunai, which was again inserted into the center of the target. Naruto. Nai-san. Naruto asked. Shisui was not moving at all. She was really scaring him. Shisui was looking at him seriously. Shisui's serious look changed to one of happiness, and he hugged his little brother while shedding an anime-style tears as he said. Shisui. My Odo, my little Odo, you are a prodigy. Or am I crazy? He asked himself. Naruto. Nai-san, you're squeezing me, he said while trying to get away from Shisui's bear hug. Shisui. Okay, he said as he released it. This time we are going to try with shuriken, But I am going to test you, so this time you will do it without explanation, understood? Naruto just nodded his head and grabbed a shuriken that his brother offered him. Naruto obviously noticed that the shape of the shuriken was different, so he cleverly thought. Naruto thought. The shape of the shuriken is different from that of the kunai, this time there is no handle to grab to throw, however, I don't think the throwing process is that different, however, the way of holding it must be different. Shisui watched with satisfaction as his brother went on to grab the shuriken with two of his fingers, the middle and the index to be exact, he watched carefully as his brothers moved his arm backwards. Naruto, thoughts. I already have the grip, now the throw, I guess I have to throw it with force, but this time, I will bend my fingers a little to add rotation to the shuriken and keep it in the air, in addition, I will move my arm straight in a horizontal line, and just when my arm is almost straight I will throw the shuriken, we'll see what happens the little Uchiha said in his mind. He doesn't know the great logic he makes in his mind, Shisui watched impressed as the shuriken flew rotating until it crashed into the center of the target with a thud. Shisui. Bravo. You really do it very well. Naruto smiled at his brother's praise, Naruto admired Shisui, Shisui was talented and invented a jutsu that the entire village used, the ninjas of course, Shisui was named by his own nickname, Shisui of the flickering body, also with at only 13 years old, he was already superior to most of the jounins in the village, so receiving praise from his brother made him feel very good. Naruto continued throwing shuriken and kunai for almost half the day, to the point where Naruto seemed to make no effort to throw the kunai and shuriken, it was time for the surprise lesson. Shisui. Alright Naruto, that's enough, it's time for your surprise lesson. Naruto approached Shisui with his eyes shining with excitement, he really wanted to know what his Nai-san would teach him. Shisui. Naruto, I'm going to teach you how to awaken your chakra, he said with a somewhat serious look. Naruto. I jumped with excitement, knowing that I was finally going to learn to use chakra. Shisui. Naruto, I must tell you something, you are going to learn to use chakra, but you must understand something, from now on you will follow the path of the shinobi, so you must be prepared, I know that you are very small, and that you will hardly understand what you are told. I will say, but Shisui kneels, grabbing Naruto's small shoulders, look out Odo, you may see shinobi as great people, but you must understand something, we shinobi see ourselves as being prepared for everything, for the loss of a being. Here, to sacrifice your own pride, to sacrifice what you love most for the good of the village, but I want you to never forget something, no matter how much you have to forget and feel bad things, never forget that there will be people by your side, and that if they are no longer there, they will never stop taking care of you elsewhere, Naruto, use your skills for good. The day I have seen what you are capable of doing, you can do great things, be someone great Naruto, but protect the people you swear by. Do it, don't try to live so wisely, without falsehoods or fears, you will end up hating yourself, I hope you are ready, after all I trusted you, surprise those who were born yesterday, share with those of today, and an example for those of tomorrow, do you understand? Naruto was completely shocked by that, really, Shisui wasn't usually this serious, Naruto didn't know what to do, Shisui told him that he trusted him a lot, and that he believed that he could do great things, Naruto started to shed a few small tears. Shisui. Are you crying? I asked worried. Naruto. No yes Shisui just gave a small smile at that. Shisui. Okay, it's time for you to learn to channel your chakra. Naruto. Yes. Shisui. Well first tell me what chakra is. Naruto. Chakra is the fusion of spiritual energy and physical energy, it is the basis of all ninjutsu and jinjutsu, in addition to being the main tool of those who practice the shinobi branches. Shisui. Very good. For some reason I'm not surprised that you know that. Okay listen, you're going to get into the lotus position and you're going to be completely calm, you're practically meditating until you feel a slight warm sensation in your stomach, you're going to feel a little tug toward that feeling, then you have to spread that feeling throughout your body. You understand, don't despair if you don't get it the first time, it takes most people a full day to get it. Naruto. Yes. Naruto sits in the lotus position and begins to meditate on the floor, it wasn't long before he had to go home, but he was determined to find his chakra, even if it took more than one day to do so. 2 hours later. Shisui. He's been there for more than 2 hours, I wonder if he could do it, awakening the chakra is difficult, even for prodigies like Itachi, however, his brother was already able to surprise him once, deep down he wants me to surprise him again, Shisui was surprised when he felt a chakra rise alarmingly, he looked towards Naruto, who had a very unremarkable frown. And he saw how Naruto's chakra aura extended to the trees and cracked them until they broke, he was about to tell him to stop, until he saw that Naruto's aura dispersed and compressed into a small blue flame dark in his stomach, until Naruto falls tiredly on the ground. Shisui approached Naruto and picked him up, taking him home quickly. Location. Naruto's house. Hitomi was in the kitchen preparing food for her children. Shisui had agreed to train Naruto today. She actually wanted her second son to be as talented as Shisui. Well, maybe that is expecting too much, but she trusted her son. She was taken out of her thoughts when a Shisui with a Naruto in his arms entered the house, immediately stopping what he was doing to help his son. Hitomi. Shisui. What happened to Naruto? Shisui. Don't worry, mom, it just awakened his chakra. Hitomi. But why are you showing him that now? You could have waited a little longer, but anyway, tell me how it went. Shisui. Naruto is very intelligent, plus he learns things very quickly, and even though he does the exercises very well, he is always able to do them better over time. It is really surprising. Also, when he awakened his chakra, I could see with my Sharingan that this one was much denser than the others I have seen. I think that comes from dad. Hitomi. Yes, it could be, he said, and then activated his own Sharingan and observed Naruto's chakra. He could see the same dark blue flame that glowed in Naruto's stomach. Hitomi caressed her son's straight hair. 2 strands framed his face, in addition to having it very little tousled and ending in other small strands that went to the opposite side. Naruto could really be so powerful. Hitomi just smiled sweetly and told him he gave his son a small kiss on the forehead before taking him to his room and leaving him on his bed to rest a little. Shisui, help me with dinner, Hitomi said to her son, who nodded. 30 minutes later, Naruto was confused. At one point he was at the training ground when he felt a small tug in his stomach, then he felt a great heat throughout his body, then everything was black and he woke up in his bed. He didn't think about it anymore since he heard them talking in the dining room of his house. He left his room rubbing his head a little. It hurt, but not much. He saw his mother and brother having dinner. Naruto. Good afternoon, Oka-san, said a sleepy Naruto coming out of his room. Hitomi. Oh, hello Naru-chan, how are you? Naruto. Well, I just have a little headache, nothing more. Sit down and eat and tell me how your training went, Hitomi said with an angelic smile. Naruto spent the entire afternoon talking to his loving mother, who only listened to him with a smile. She loved listening to her son, although her son did not seem to have as much imagination as children his age, but she did not seem to care. After all, she loves her son above all, without forgetting Shisui, of course. Time skip. The next day. Location. Forest training ground. Naruto was at the training ground that he used yesterday. He was doing physical training. Shisui had told him that he also has to train his strength and endurance. Naruto did not reply to this. He knew that he had to do this. It has been about 2 hours doing exercises. For some reason, Naruto barely felt tired. He has been doing squats, sit-ups and push-ups. However, his body didn't hurt. But he was still a little tired. Shisui left that he had gone to get some things for his training. However, he did not return. Naruto. Shisui left half an hour ago and hasn't returned. Naruto stopped his training train when he saw someone approaching from the shadows. He thought it was his brother until he saw the person's full figure. It was a black-haired boy with black eyes, a classic example of an Uchiha. His hair was divided into 2 strands that faced his face. His hair ended in a low ponytail that reached the middle of his back. And he also had marks under his eyes that resembled dark circles. Shisui had told him about someone like him, Itachi. So you're Shisui's little brother Naruto. Nai-san told me about you. He said that you always have a stoic face and that you are the greatest representative of a bad sense of humor. Itachi didn't even change his face at that statement. Itachi. What are you doing here? Naruto. What else can I do in a training camp? Itachi. Well, you can watch your brother train Naruto. I prefer to train myself. He said it a little suspiciously. He just met this person, Itachi. And what are you training, may I ask? Naruto. Well, right now I was doing some physical training. My Nai-san told me that that was important. However, he left and hasn't come back. Itachi. I see. Itachi turned his head towards a tree. Naruto looked at him confused until he also looked towards the tree, realizing that his brother was standing on the branch of a tree watching Naruto and Itachi's interaction. Shisui. I see that you have already met Naruto. Meet Itachi, the prodigy of the Uchiha clan. Itachi. So I have a terrible sense of humor, huh? Shisui paled a little. Itachi was staring at him. He felt some fear. Shisui. Hey, calm down a little, you know. Itachi. That doesn't matter now. I want to know if you're really going to train your brother or you just brought him to see. Shisui smiled at this. He just plucked a leaf from the tree and said to Naruto. Shisui. Look out, Odo. Yesterday you awakened your chakra. Itachi opened his eyes a little at this. Shisui continued. Now you are going to work on your chakra control. You see, you may have already awakened your chakra, however, you are not capable to control it, so if you learn to control it, it will be easier for you to do jutsus, and at the same time they will use up less chakra, you understand? Naruto just nodded his head. Shisui. Very good. What you are going to do now is the first chakra control exercise. It consists of you having to stick this tree leaf on your forehead using only your chakra. I want to test you, so you will understand the exercise yourself. Naruto nodded again. Shisui handed the leaf to Naruto, who picked it up and sat on the ground. Shisui. Look at this, Itachi, Shisui said, drawing the attention of the boy who sat next to Shisui on a rock. Naruto, thoughts? Well, according to what I learned yesterday, channeling chakra requires great concentration, so that's what I should do first. Shisui wants me to stick this leaf to my forehead. Maybe. I have to concentrate more chakra on my forehead, which will make the blade stick, at least that's what I think. Naruto began to concentrate to channel his chakra. He quickly felt it, the chakra flowing throughout his body. He quickly imagined more chakra concentrating on his forehead, then he stuck the blade to his forehead. It adhered as if nothing to Naruto's forehead, and it stayed there for a long time. Shisui watched with pride as his little brother mastered the first chakra control exercise the first time. Itachi, for his part, had to admit that he was a little surprised. Someone who, like him, mastered this exercise the first time. However, he could feel that Naruto he has more chakra than the old ace. So mastering that exercise should have been a little more difficult. He surreptitiously activated his Sharingan of 3 tomos each. He could see the small dark blue flame that Naruto had on his belly. Itachi. That's strange, Itachi thought. Usually the color of chakra is a very light blue, however, this one seems to be a very dark blue. Shisui. Apparently he did it, Shisui whispered to the hatred of Itachi, who nodded. Naruto opened his eyes and stood up. The blade never moved from its place on Naruto's forehead. Naruto. I did it, Nai-san, said Naruto with a big smile. Shisui was about to say something until he heard applause coming from Itachi. Well done, Itachi said, approaching Naruto. How about we move forward a little, he said, approaching a tree and starting to walk on it, as if the tree itself were the ground. Naruto looked at Itachi surprised. Naruto. Okay, that's surprising. Itachi looked at Naruto with a small smile. Itachi. Well, from what I see you are a little genius, so let's see if you can figure out how to do this exercise, he said with a slightly challenging tone. Naruto noticed the tone Itachi was using and smiled defiantly. Naruto. Very good, I'll try it, Shisui. Let's see who's the teacher here. He said somewhat angry. Itachi had stolen his little student. Itachi. Please, Shisui, I just want to participate in this too. Naruto approached the tree and then looked at it again. Naruto, thoughts? Okay, Itachi climbed the tree using only his feet, so it can be known that he concentrated chakra in his feet to climb. Naruto closed his eyes and focused his chakra on his feet. He tried to climb the tree, but he slipped. Naruto, thoughts? Okay, this exercise is not as easy as it seems. I guess I slipped because I concentrated too little chakra in my feet. It's okay, this time I'll concentrate more chakra and see what happens. Naruto approached the tree. He tried to climb it. He put one foot on the bark, then another. Naruto was literally standing on a tree. However, the bark suddenly broke, making Naruto fall. Naruto, thoughts? But what the hell? Oh, mom would scold me if I ever said that in public, but anyway, I guess I fell because I concentrated too much chakra. So how do I know how much chakra I have to concentrate? I have an idea. Shisui and Itachi watched as Naruto approached the tree with a determined look. Naruto placed one foot on the bark of the tree and stayed like that for a minute. Then they watched as Naruto began to climb the tree without problems. Shisui and Itachi smiled. Seeing that he had managed to climb the tree. Naruto climbed to the top of the tree and admired the view a little before coming down and staring at his two masters. Shisui. Very good, Naruto, you have managed to master the second chakra control exercise. I must admit that I am surprised. Most genins find it difficult to do what you just did. Now, before moving on to the next chakra exercises, you are going to go up and down the tree again and again, but with a leaf stuck to your forehead, you are going to train your chakra control a lot. Because soon you are going to learn your first jutsus. Naruto got excited at that. Naruto spent a week practicing chakra control. Generally he did it in some trees that he found around, since Itachi and Shisui also had to use their training field, of course, although ABC went to practice his aim, which he perfected little by little. Location. Patio of Naruto's house. Hitomi was looking out the window at Naruto, who was stuck on the branch of a tree. He was upside down, with some tree leaves stuck to his forehead, arms, and some on his legs. He turned to see that Shisui was entering through the hunting door, coming from a mission. Shisui. Hello, Oka-san, how are you? She said while giving her mother a kiss. Hitomi. Well, honey, tell me how it went. Shisui. Everything is fine, but hey, where is Naruto? Hitomi. Naruto is in the patio, he said, looking again at the window that pointed to that place. Shisui approached to concentrated Naruto, who opened his eyes just as Shisui was about to scare him. Shisui was surprised by this. Did he sense me? He asked himself. Naruto. Nai-san. Little Naruto shouted to go hug his brother. Shisui. Oh, hello out Odo, I see you were practicing chakra control. Naruto just nodded. But tell me, are you ready to learn your first jutsus? Naruto. Yes. I'm completely ready. Shout. Shisui. Very good, let's see what I'll teach you first. Okay, I guess you know the Bushin no Jutsu, cloning jutsu, Naruto nodded. Will you teach me that Nai-san jutsu? No, Shisui answered simply. Naruto frowned. Naruto. But you were supposed to teach me, Shisui. I'll teach you a version of this, look, I'll explain. The Bushin no Jutsu is a jutsu that costs very little chakra, so people with a lot of chakra for their age find it difficult to learn it, as I have already told you, and I'm sure that Itachi too, your reserves are a little big for your age. Which makes it almost impossible for you to learn Bushin. Naruto nodded in understanding. Shisui. Instead of the Bushin no Jutsu, I will teach you a variant. I will teach you the Kage Bushin no Jutsu, Shadow Clone Jutsu. This jutsu, unlike the original, creates completely physical clones by distributing your chakra equally with the created clone. That's why this jutsu is considered a forbidden one, due to the large amount of chakra it uses. Follow my hand position, understood? I assume you know what to do the jutsu. Naruto nodded. Shisui placed 2 fingers of each hand, the index in the middle, in a cross position. Naruto just imitated him, channeled his chakra and shouted. Kage Bushin no Jutsu. 2 Narutos appeared next to the original, they were completely identical. Naruto Clone 1. Huh. Maybe they just summoned us Naruto Clone 2. Apparently so, the original Naruto just looked at his clones in amazement. If they seemed real, they even talked to each other. Shisui called, clearing his throat a little, making Naruto and his clones turn to look at him. Shisui. As you can see, Naruto, your clones are completely physical and also have their own consciousness. These clones have a special quality, which is memory translation. You can remember and learn everything that a clone experiences. Understood. Shisui also taught Naruto the Kawarini no Jutsu, substitution jutsu, and the Henge no Jutsu, transformation jutsu. Time skip. One day location. Naruto's house. Naruto was reading some books with his clones. The books talked about the history of Konoha and stuff. He knew he was going to need them when he started the academy next year. He was immersed in his reading when he turned to the side in his room. There was a book lying around which simply said the word UCHIHA. He assumed it was a book about the history of this clan. He turned the book over and saw a strange title. Sharingan, Naruto thought. He didn't give it any importance for now. I'll read it later, he thought. Naruto went to the kitchen of his house. He passed through the hallway and saw a photo of his mother and Shisui when he was little. He saw that a piece of the photo was missing. He thought of only one thing. Naruto. Odo-san, father. Naruto continued going towards the kitchen. He knew his mother was there. He had a question to ask her. Itomi was preparing dinner as usual. He felt his little son entering the kitchen. He had a look of enigma on his face. He sensed that his son wanted to ask him a question. Naruto. Oka-san, I want to ask you something. Itomi. Tell me, honey, what's happening? Naruto. Who's my father? Naruto was really getting to the point. Itomi remained somewhat silent when faced with that question. Naruto. Did he abandon us? Did he love me? Naruto blurted out question after question. I just want to know, Naruto culminated. Itomi knew that she couldn't hide that information from her son. She would take advantage of the fact that Shisui was on a mission to tell him. Itomi. Naruto, I assume you read the story of the Uchiha and the Senju. Naruto didn't know why his mother started with this, but he had an idea. She just nodded. Itomi decided to get to the point. Itomi. Naruto, your father's name was Tenshiro Senju. Naruto was surprised at that. His father was not an Uchiha, he was a Senju. The Uchihas and the Senju were always in fights, however, his parents were from both clans. Itomi. If you want, I can tell you how we met. And no, said Naruto, I just want to see it, a photo or something. Itomi. I have something better than a photo, look at my eyes. Naru. Naruto looked into his mother's eyes. He saw a fully mature Sharingan, 3 tomos rotating slightly in each eye. Then the tomos began to rotate aggressively as they unified and changed the pattern of the eyes. The 3 tomos became a triangle with a black dot in the center. On each side of the triangle, a kind of semicircle appeared which protruded from the tips of the triangle. Finally 3 black dots appeared around the triangle, 1 below and 2 on each side. Naruto gasped when he saw his mother's eyes. Itomi. Tsukiyomi whisper. Naruto's world seemed to change, the kitchen and the house disappeared, the sky turned red, and instead of the sun, there was a completely black moon with the pattern that was previously in his mother's eyes. Naruto grabbed his mother's hand. When he saw small white lights fly in front of them, Naruto saw how light turned into his mother, who now had a somewhat large belly. At her side, the second light turned into a man with black hair with light brown eyes. His hair was a little messy, and he was very tall. The man bent down and began to grab his mother's belly, as if he were caressing her. Itomi. Look, Naru, that belly is you. I was pregnant with you, and that man over there is your father, he said, watching the scene. Naruto just watched the scene. So that you are not confused, there are 2 items in the Tsukiyomi, the one with Naruto, and the one in the memory that is being shown in the Tsukiyomi. The Itomi of the memory I will indicate like this. Itomi, Tsukiyomi, I hope it remains clear, Itomi, Tsukiyomi. Are you going to say something to Naruto? Denshiro. Yes, after all they may be the only ones who tell him Itomi, Tsukiyomi. I just hope you come back from that mission, she said while shedding a few small tears. Denshiro. Listen, calm down, I'll try to come back to see my little Naruto born. Itomi, Tsukiyomi. Please. Denshiro approached Itomi's belly and whispered some words, even though Naruto was somewhat far away, he could hear them perfectly. Denshiro. Hello Naruto, I am your father, I know that maybe you don't recognize me now, after all I don't talk to you every day like your mother does, but I want you to know that even though you haven't been born, I love you so much. I wish to be able to lull you and tell you so many stories, I don't care if I have to get up early to change your diaper, I will be there for you when you need it most, and if by chance, I can't be with you, I want you to know that I will always love you, no matter the whichever way you choose, now I must do my duty, but I will always carry you in my mind, after all, you. Your mother and Shisui are the best thing that has happened to me, I love you Naruto, and I will always love you. Naruto was completely stunned, his father really loved him so much, but he is no longer he never met him, but it hurt him so much to know that he is dead his father, his beloved father oh dad Naruto whispered. Itomi was still looking at the memory in front of her, she really loved seeing her late husband, even though it's not real, but she heard her son sob a little, she crouched down and hugged him. Itomi. Do you see Naru? Your father loved you very much Naruto. Why yes Itomi. I also love you very much Itomi noticed how Naruto scratched his eyes. Naruto. Oka-san, my eyes are burning. What? Itomi. Said while turning off the Tsukiyomi, the world returned to normal, now they were back in the kitchen Itomi. Naru. Let me see your eyes my love Naruto raised his head Itomi gasped as she saw Naruto's red eyes with a tomo in each eye. Sharingan Itomi whispered in surprise, it really hurt her so much that her father was dead. Naruto's Sharingan glowed bright red as the tomos rotated lazily around his pupil Sharingan, Eye of Feelings the Sharingan, one of the bloodlines of the Konoha clans, specifically the Uchiha clan, is classified as a Dojutsu, eye technique, because it manifests itself in the eyes. The Sharingan is also known as the eye that reflects the feelings, because unlike the Dojutsu of the Hyuga clan, the Byakugan, the Sharingan does not awaken at the birth of an Uchiha, but rather, it awakens mainly when an Uchiha loses something he wanted or loved, simply, when an Uchiha feels this type of pain awakens a special chakra in the brain, this chakra is red, it itself affects the optic nerve, which causes the color and shape of your eyes to change. Giving way to a red eye. With a black pupil and some tomos that rotate around the pupil, the number of tomos evolves up to 3, but enough of the explanations, let's go with our little Uchiha location. Naruto House, Uchiha Compound, Konohagakure no Sado. Naru let me see your eyes my love. Naruto raised his head, showing red eyes with one tomo spinning, the eyes glowed red hot and the tomo were spinning lazily. Naruto. What's wrong Oka-san? Itomi. Oh Naru I'm sorry about that Naruto. What's wrong Oka-san, why are you apologizing? Naruto was really confused, however the burning in his eyes decreased a little, but it was still felt. Naruto, Itomi said while taking Naruto to a mirror that was in his room, you awakened the Sharingan. Naruto looked surprised at the new eyes he had, he turned to the right, towards the wall, he could feel that he could see everything, he was able to detect the smallest details, he could see the small ant that was walking along the wall, he was able to see even their little paws. Naruto, look at me, Itomi said, making her son look at her again. Forgive me, okay? Naruto. Why? Itomi. For making you feel so much pain Naruto. Oka-san, don't worry, what I wanted was to see my father, and you fulfilled that dream for me, I can't do anything but thank you, and I may be hurt by Odo-san's death, but I want him to you know I'll be fine, okay? Don't worry. Itomi just smiled and kissed her son's forehead, it was a bit mature, but I guess that was a good thing. Naruto. Oka-san, how do I turn off my eyes? Itomi. Do you notice that the chakra is leading to your eyes? Just stop sending chakra towards them. Naruto concentrated, he quickly found that his chakra was going to his eyes, he only decreased the amount of chakra until he felt his eyes stop burning. Itomi. And how did it feel to have the Sharingan for that moment? Naruto. I felt like I could see everything, that I was able to capture the smallest detail of things, I felt so capable. Itomi frowned at that, she wanted to test her son, she didn't want her son to get addicted to the Sharingan and become arrogant. Itomi. And did you feel all powerful? No Naruto simply said I can deduce that the Sharingan is a good tool, I don't know it, but I think it is a great tool, at least I can feel it, but Shisui taught me that I should not depend on anything, he told me that I should specialize in different branches, and that, if one does not work, perhaps the other will, the Sharingan is good, but not all powerful. Itomi smiled it's good that you say that Naru after saying that she coughed a little. Naruto. Oka-san, is something wrong with you? Itomi. No Naru, don't worry, nothing's wrong with me, go to your room if you want, study a little more, next year you'll enter the academy. Naruto nodded and went to his room. When Naruto left the room, Itomi closed the door while coughing a little harder just. Hold on a little longer, Itomi said in his thoughts. Naruto was in his room until he remembered something, the book I saw before talked about Sharingan, Naruto thought. Naruto picked up the book and looked for the page that talked about Sharingan. Here it is, Naruto said. Sharingan, rotating copying eye. Naruto began to read. The Sharingan is the Dojutsu of the Uchiha clan. They generally awaken it when they are in a situation where they feel pain. This awakens a special chakra in their brain that affects the optic nerve, causing their eyes to change shape and color. The Sharingan generally awakens in an Uchiha who has had training, and its maximum evolution is the 3-tome Sharingan. Naruto stopped and thought my Sharingan had only one tomo, I guess it's in its first phase. Naruto continued reading. When the Sharingan is awakened, it grants the following abilities. A reinforced vision ability to see the smallest details. Anticipation of movements, photographic memory by being able to see all the enemy's movements. The Sharingan gives you the ability to predict the movements that the enemy will use, because you are able to see their chakra network, you are basically able to know what the enemy will do even before he himself knows it. Ability to copy any ninjatas, jinjutsu, even any taijutsu. Ability to see the different chakras, ability to create truly powerful jinjutsus with just eye contact. All these abilities improve as the Sharingan has more tomes. Wow, thought Naruto, the Sharingan was really so powerful, but I have to understand that it is a tool, I have to know how to contain myself, I will ask Shisui to help me control my emotions, although I think Itachi is better for that, I want to train, I want to become strong, no, I'm going to become strong. Time skip. 1 year. Several things have happened this year. Naruto trained with Itachi and Shisui chakra control. When Shisui and Itachi found out that Naruto awakened the Sharingan, they began to train him in the characteristic taijutsu of the Uchiha clan, the intercepting fist, which you began to use. Train it once you awaken the Sharingan. However, Naruto wanted to make some modifications to it, so he used the shadow clones for that. He managed to complete the exercise of walking on water. The only thing he had to do was concentrate the chakra in the feet and keep it in constant movement, since water, unlike the wood of a tree, is in motion. Naruto continued practicing his aim. He was able to throw several kunai at the same time and hit the target, the same with the shurikens. Naruto also trained his physique and his resistance. His senju side was really bearing fruit. Naruto's physique was growing exponentially, in addition to the fact that their physical strength was far superior to that of children their age, the senju. Despite not having a really extensive chakra like their cousins the Uzumakas, the Senju have a really strong and resistant body. The same applied for Shisui, after all, he was also the son of Tenshiro Senju. Likewise, Naruto's speed grew, but what was most appreciated was the increase in his chakra reserves. He was now able to create 8 shadow clones without getting tired, which was a great feat, and another point to highlight was the new tomo that rotated in his Sharingan. That's right, his Sharingan evolved to have 2 tomos in each eye. If before his eyesight was good, now it was a charm. He could see various moving objects and predict their trajectory. He was capable of throwing a kunai. Throw another one and hit the kunai that he threw later and make it hit the target. He was practicing doing that without his Sharingan and it wasn't going that bad. But now let's move on to something serious. Naruto was really worrying about his mother's state of health. It was scaring him more than normal. Before it was just the cough, however, then came the fever, the headaches and what he liked least, the fainting. Itomi has gone to the doctor many times. They had given him medicine for his illness, however, nothing helped. Naruto really hoped that his mother would recover. She was almost everything to him, the person who loved him unconditionally besides Shisui, the person who loves him above all things, his mother. Location. Training field. Naruto was practicing his kunai shooting with Shisui and Itachi. The shadow clones have been very useful to him. He was working on his new version of the Uchiha Interceptor Fist. He has learned about the history of shinobis, something useless in his opinion, but well, it was necessary at the Ninja Academy, although he didn't know why. Naruto threw the kunai which was aimed right at the center of the target, although in the end it was a few centimeters away from hitting the target. Shisui noticed this. To tell the truth, it was strange that he didn't hit the target. He looked at his brother's face who looked thoughtful. Shisui. Hey out Odo, is something wrong with you? Naruto. I'm worried about mom, Naruto said, crestfallen. Shisui had a sad look, he couldn't deny that he was also worried about his mother. Itachi noticed the gaze of his friends, he almost considered Naruto a little brother, he had truly earned their affection, and Shisui was his best friend in every way, the least he can do is support them. Itachi. Calm down guys, Itomi-sen will be fine, he couldn't be sure of that. The boys continued with their training until they were finished. They were heading to Naruto's house. Itachi was accompanying them. The boys stopped their walk when they saw that there were many people gathered around Naruto's house. It seemed like something was happening. Naruto, Shisui and Itachi accelerated their pace. Naruto felt a slight pressure on his chest, as if he knew something bad was happening. He quickly made his way through the people and entered his mother's room. She was in her bed. She looked paler than normal, and with small dark circles under her beautiful onyx eyes, she was breathing hard. Naruto came to his mother's side and knelt down. "Naruto. Oka-san, Oka-san." Naruto shouted a little desperately. Itomi opened her eyes, they looked duller than normal. "Naru," he whispered, "it's good that you're here." He coughed a little. "I'm sorry you have to see me this way." He smiled. "I feel like I don't have much time left." Cough, "But at least cough, I'll be able to tell you. To you and Shisui my last words." "Naruto. Oka-san, don't say that, I know you can get out of this, just hold on a little longer, please." I said the same thing a year ago. I guess my time is up," Itomi said. "Naruto. Oka-san, please." Itomi. "Naru, listen to me please." Naruto. But Shisui put his hand on Naruto's shoulder and shook his head. Naruto just looked at his mother and nodded for her to speak, small tears beginning to fall from his face. Itomi just smiled and began to recite his last words. "Itomi. Shisui, I can't express how proud I am of you. I always loved you just like Naruto. I never forgot you, you were the first, and I will never forget when I held you in my arms for the first time. Your father and I, we loved so much even before you were born. I just want you to know that I will never stop loving you, and I hope you take care of Naruto. I love you, okay?" Shisui just nodded, he couldn't hold back his tears. "Naru," his mother called, unconsciously squeezing her son's hand, who also tightened his grip. "Itomi. You are one of the best things that has happened to me. I am also very proud of you. I could see what you are capable of doing. You are such an adorable and loving child. I love being the mother of someone like you. Protect the people you love with all your heart, just like Shisui. Never fall into hatred, see through deception, see through things, see through people. The mind is capable of deceiving you, the eyes cannot. Naruto nodded, tears falling like waterfalls. Itomi. Shisui, Naruto, never forget that the world is a cruel place, where there is darkness there is light, but where there is light there is darkness, but, above all, where there is hate there is love, and where there is love there is hate. However, I will never be able to feel hatred towards people like you, your father, and I will be watching you from wherever we are. Remember that your mother loves you with all her being." A last sigh escaped Itomi's lips, before dying with a smile on her beautiful face. Naruto could only stand there and cry. Mikoto, who was there, only managed to hug the little boy and comfort him as best he could, while Itachi comforted Shisui, who was crying silently. Naruto opened his eyes, his 2-tomo Sharingan was active, the tomos were still, until a third tomo appeared, then turned aggressively and proceeded to turn off. At night Naruto cried himself to sleep, his mother's death would depress him, but he will move on, he will do it for her. Time skip. One day, a day had passed since Itomi's death, it had rained all night, it seemed that even the sky was crying for her departure. Naruto was barely waking up, his eyes were still red from crying, apparently he had run out of tears, he sat on the bed and gave a long sigh, there was no point in continuing to cry, after all he couldn't stay there like a statue. She got up from her bed and brushed her teeth, in the mirror she could see the dark circles under her eyes, apparently she couldn't sleep well either, she headed towards the kitchen, it was so empty, usually her mother would be there cooking, I would turn around and give him that beautiful smile, and then say, "Hello Naru, how did you sleep?" Naruto smiled at that memory, he walked towards the dining table, there was some food on it, with a note that said for Naruto. Naruto assumed that the letter was left by Shisui. "Hello Naruto, I know that you are touched by yesterday, but we must move on. Unfortunately I had to go on a mission, so I got up early to make you breakfast. I will be back late, and remember that your test is almost approaching. Uchiha clan, with love." Shisui. Naruto remembered the fireball test, if he succeeded, he could wear the Uchiha clan logo on his clothes, that excited him a little. He just had breakfast and immediately went to the training field he always used. This time he was going to train alone, his brother was on a mission, and Itachi entered Anbu, so he also had missions raining down on him. He arrived at the training field and made 10 shadow clones, that did take part of his chakra. But it would be fine. He spent the entire afternoon training aim and his own style of taijutsu, he also trained some battle techniques with the shadow clones, something like combos or surprise attacks, the training made him forget the pain a little. Until he realized something, after his mother died, he felt his eyes burning. Naruto picked up a kunai and activated his Sharingan, he saw in the reflection of the kunai, red eyes with 3 tomos, that rotated calmly around the pupil. She was surprised at that, perhaps her Sharingan evolved due to the pain of losing her mother, that is something cruel. He could feel like he could see everything around him, his vision was almost perfect, at least he felt that way. He approached a specific area of the training field, it was an area in which there were different targets in different sectors of the clearing, such as in the trees in front and behind him, some targets were higher than others, and curiously, there was a target that was located on the back of a rock. Naruto had seen Shisui and Itachi do the same show over and over again. Each time they did it, they had their Sharingan activated. Naruto prepared himself for what he was going to do. Naruto picked up several kunai and put them in a kunai bag, then he picked up another 8 and picked up 4 in each hand with a closed fist. He took a deep breath and jumped as high as he could. He threw the first 4 kunai. He could see them move on camera slowly. He could know where they were going to hit, so he threw the other 4 kunai. 2 of the 4 kunai recently thrown bounced with another 2 kunai in motion, changing their trajectory. Then he picked up 4 more kunai from the bag he had filled. He threw them. He took out another 4 and threw the kunai in the same direction as the others. This time 3 of the kunai bounced with another 3, changing their trajectory. All the kunai hit at different targets. One target was missing. The one behind the rock. He picked up 2 of the kunai that he had left. He threw one and looked at it carefully. His Sharingan shone, analyzing the trajectory. The tomos of the Sharingan rotated slightly until he threw the other kunai with great force. The recently thrown kunai bounced with the other kunai right at the top, changing its trajectory downwards, hitting the center of the target that was behind the rock. Just at that moment it fell to the ground gracefully. His Sharingan glowed brightly and then deactivated. Naruto looked surprised as all the kunai were firmly stuck in the center of the target. Naruto. So this is the power of the Sharingan, he said in his mind. The Sharingan is a great tool, but remember, you can't depend on anything, he thought. Naruto continued training and then finished with some physical training. After that he returned to his house. A few minutes later Shisui arrived. The days in the house now had a somewhat cold and depressive atmosphere. However, they knew that sooner or later that would pass. Some things have happened since those days, like, for example, when Naruto happened to be left alone in the house, Mikoto, Itachi's mother, would come to check on him, and going a little further, sometimes she would make him dinner. And when I say sometimes, I mean all the times that Naruto was left alone. Shisui and Itachi continued training Naruto. They told him that once he takes the Uchiha clan test, they would teach him more fire-style jutsus. After all, fire is the element of the Uchiha clan. Well, I guess the day has come. Naruto was walking through the streets of the Uchiha compound with Shisui. Both of them were going at a calm pace. Naruto now spent most of the time with a stoic face, courtesy of his teacher Itachi. He was heading to the small port that was next to the Naka River. Shisui had told him that he took the test in that place, that possibly this Itachi with his father, who was the leader of the clan. The two continued walking until in the distance they saw a small port that gave way to a river. They approached that place and saw Itachi with his father, Fugaku, and there was also Mikoto. However, behind them there were 2 more people. Well, 2 children to be exact. Naruto and Shisui came down to them and greeted them politely. Mikoto hugged Naruto. Fugaku. Well, Shisui, I suppose you brought your brother to take the test too, right? Shisui. That's Fugaku-sama, this is Naruto, my little brother, he said, while nodding to Naruto to introduce himself. Naruto. My pleasure, Fugaku-sama, I am Naruto Uchiha. Fukagu nodded in response, at which point he called out to the 2 little people behind them. Sasuke, Kiyomi, come here and introduce yourselves. Fugaku called the 2 children who ran towards him and introduced themselves. Kiyomi. Hello. My name is Kiyomi Uchiha, it's a pleasure to meet you, she said with a cute smile. Kiyomi was a girl who had long hair for her age. At the top of her hair, 2 small strands fell back, her hair reached to her waist. She was wearing a high-neck t-shirt with a beige skirt that it reached a little above his knees, and finally he had blue shinobi slippers. Naruto just nodded and introduced himself. Naruto said simply. You're kind of boring, Kiyomi said, pouting. The boy who was behind introduced himself. Hello, I'm Sasuke Uchiha, said the boy. This one apparently is calmer than his sister. Sasuke was wearing a long-sleeved high-necked shirt, black shorts, and blue sneakers. Naruto nodded and introduced himself the same as he did with Kiyomi. Sasuke just nodded. You 2 are quite boring, Kiyomi muttered. Fugaku. Well, guys, pay attention, said Fugue, so that the children turned to see him. You are going to learn the characteristic jutsu of the Uchiha clan. You are going to learn the Kaiten Takaku no Jutsu, fire style. Great fireball jutsu, so prepare yourselves. All of you have already managed to awaken your chakra. Kiyomi and Sasuke have already done the exercise of carrying a leaf from a tree on your forehead, and you have managed to master the exercise of climbing the tree. Naruto, can you tell me why you are doing this exercise? Naruto. I have mastered the exercise of walking on water. I am currently in the exercise of swinging the kunai on my finger. Fugaku widened his eyes a little at that. Kiyomi and Sasuke had a surprised expression, but Fugaku continued. Alright Sasuke, come on in. Sasuke hurried to the edge of the bridge, stood next to his father, and waited for the instructions to do the jutsu. Fugaku. Very good Sasuke, I want you to see the hand seals and repeat them. You have been practicing on them, so I don't think it will be difficult for you to follow the seals, okay? Sasuke nodded. Very well, follow my seals. Guys, pay attention too, said Kiyomi Park, and Naruto will look carefully. Snake, ram, monkey, wild boar, horse, tiger Kaiten. Gikaku no Jutsu. Fugaku exhaled a large torrent of flames that quickly took the shape of a sphere. It remained like that for quite some time, until he cancelled the jutsu. Very well Sasuke, it's your turn, Fugaku said to move away a little to make room for Sasuke. Sasuke made the seals slowly. Snake, ram, monkey, boar, horse, tiger. Kaiten. Gikaku no Jutsu. Sasuke took a deep breath and exhaled a small torrent of flames that went out and caused his lip to burn a little. Sasuke looked down. Mikoto approached her son and comforted him. Mikoto. Don't worry Sasuke, you can try again later. Sasuke calmed down and made way for Kiyomi to make her attempt. Kiyomi approached the shore of the port and slowly made the seals. Snake, ram, monkey, horse, tiger. Kaiten. Gikaku no Jutsu. Kiyomi exhaled a small torrent of flames that turned into a small ball that then disappeared. Kiyomi looked a little disappointed. Mikoto comforted her daughter in the same way. Naruto approached Shisui and said in his ear. Naruto. I think I know what they're doing wrong, he said. Shisui nodded. He also realized that they were concentrating little chakra in the jutsu, which reduced its effectiveness. They also lacked some strength, and they also lacked a little in the change of nature within the lungs. Kiyomi heard what Naruto said and frowned. Perhaps he thought he could do better, after all they are the same age. Naruto approached the shore of the port to do the test. Fugaku was about to point out the seals again until he saw Naruto start making the seals at high speed. Snake, ram, monkey, horse, tiger. Naruto took a deep breath and concentrated a large amount of chakra in his lungs, imagining that chakra turning into fire. He held his breath until he felt a small warmth in his chest, at which point he prepared to exhale. Kaiten. Gikaku no Jutsu. A large torrent of flames came out of Naruto's mouth, then turned into a gigantic fireball. The sphere radiated great heat. Sasuke and Kiyomi narrowed their eyes. The fireball was too bright for them. Naruto maintained the jutsu until his lungs couldn't take it anymore and he stopped exhaling air so the fireball would dissipate. Naruto blew, a bit of smoke escaping from his mouth, however, it wouldn't affect his lungs. Kiyomi and Sasuke looked surprised at the boy in front of them. He managed to make a really cool fireball. It even surpassed the size of Fugaku's fireball. Obviously Fugaku wasn't serious. Fugaku nodded and said. Congratulations, you have passed the test. From now on you have the right to carry the Uchiha clan logo on your back. Wear it with pride, he said with a small smile. Thank you, Naruto said while bowing slightly. Naruto turned to his brother who congratulated him. Mikoto and Itachi also congratulated him. Kiyomi and Sasuke approached Naruto. Kiyomi. That was great. He exclaimed with a big smile. Sasuke. Hey, you're really very good, could you give us some advice? Naruto. Ito, he said a little nervous. I don't think I can, I have to go home. Kiyomi. Oh, please stay a little, okay? I want to do the jutsu right and some advice wouldn't hurt, she sounded a little pleading. Naruto looked towards Shisui to silently ask permission. Shisui just gave him a thumbs up. Naruto just nodded. Naruto. Okay, I can stay a little longer. Yes. Kiyomi shouted and then grabbed Naruto's hand to take him to the edge of the pier next to Sasuke. Naruto, Sasuke and Kiyomi stayed all afternoon practicing the Gikaku no Jutsu. Well, more like, Naruto stayed all afternoon teaching Kiyomi and Sasuke how to do it well. The truth is it didn't cost them much, they learned very quickly, and they are the typical twins who do not separate. Although Kiyomi's playful and somewhat hyperactive attitude contrasted with the calm and serene attitude of Naruto and Sasuke, but opposite poles look good, right? After practicing on the Kiyomi and Sasuke ended up with some burns, nothing serious, they stayed talking for a bit. Naruto. So what are you going to do now? Sasuke. I guess nothing, I murmur. Kiyomi. Hey Naruto, are you going to the ninja academy? Naruto. Ah, that yes, why? Kiyomi. We're going to. Naruto. Don't get so excited, Kiyomi. Why? Naruto. You see, Shisui told me that the academy has been lowered in level because we are no longer at war and other political things and blah blah blah. Sasuke. Naruto is right, Itachi also told me about that. Kiyomi. Ah, she said a little disappointed, but at least we will be together. Oh, I hope so, she said with a smile. Naruto. Yes, you know you are my first friends my age, Kiyomi. You are also our first friend. I see, Naruto said. The three children stayed looking at the sunset a little longer before saying goodbye and going their separate ways. Time skip. 1 week location. Konoha Ninja Academy, Konohagakure no Sato, Country of Fire. Naruto was on his first day at the ninja academy. He was in a row of pure children who were waiting. There were more rows. There were about 4 rows of new members of the academy. He was in the last one. In the row of up ahead were Sasuke and Kiyomi who turned to greet him. Naruto only returned the greeting. The current 4th Hokage was giving a very boring speech that is not worth narrating. Even he could see a little boredom on his face. Finally, the 4th Hokage's speech was finished, giving way to the children to go to their classroom. Naruto's classroom was the last one in a long hallway. He reached the door where Chunin was waiting for them. He had brown pineapple-shaped hair, he had the typical shinobi outfit with a light green bulletproof vest, he had a singular scar that ran across the middle of his face, passing through his nose. Naruto approached the man and said. Naruto. Good morning sir, they told me to come to this room. Man. Oh hello little one, what's your name? It's to see if you're on the list. My name is UCHIHA Naruto sir said Naruto. Very well, UCHIHA Naruto the man stammered okay, you can come in, my name is Yumino Iruka, but you can call me Iruka-sensei. Understood, Iruka-sensei, Naruto said simply and then entered the room. Apparently no one had arrived yet, so he had time to choose the best position, well he simply sat in the last position by the window, in his view that position seemed relaxing, Naruto simply put his head on his arms and began to wait for his future companions, oh well, he would take the opportunity to get some sleep. A few minutes passed until a boy entered the room. He was a boy a little smaller than Naruto, his hair was in the shape of a pineapple, classic, he had a lazy look and walked with bad posture, hunching his back a little, he had a grey t-shirt with a symbol of the Nara clan, a short black shorts and blue ninja sandals, the boy continued walking until he reached Naruto, who did not open his eyes, although he was awake. When the boy saw Naruto he just smiled and sat in the same position as Naruto to fall asleep. Naruto opened his eyes and saw the boy who was next to him. Hey, Naruto said in a whisper. The boy next to him opened one eye and said. Hello Naruto. What's your name? Nara Shikamaru said the boy in a lazy tone. Nice to meet you Naruto said with a smile. A pleasure too, said Shikamaru, answering the smile. Shikamaru and Naruto talked a little more until three people entered, which were Sasuke and Kiyomi, and a chubby boy, well with wide bones Kiyomi. Hello, Naruto-kun. Said a cheerful Kiyomi. Naruto blushed a little at the suffix, the good thing is that no one noticed Naruto. Hello Kiyomi, hello Sasuke, how are you doing? Sasuke. Well you see we're here and I guess he's a new friend he said, pointing to the boy who was next to Naruto. Shikamaru. Hello, I'm Shikamaru and the boy next to you is called Choji. Sasuke. Huh? How do you know? Shikamaru. Well you see, he is my best friend. Choji. Hello. I am Akimichi Choji. Choji was wearing a green long-sleeved shirt with dark brown shorts and blue ninja sandals and he was carrying a bag of potatoes in his hand. Do you want? He asked, offering some of his potatoes to the others. They all nodded and took a potato from the bag. They all sat down. Naruto was between Kiyomi and Shikamaru, while Sasuke and Choji sat in front. Little by little, many more children arrived, some were just children of civilians, while one or another heir to the clan arrived. Once all the students arrived, the teacher entered the classroom and introduced himself to everyone. Hello everyone, my name is Yumino Iruka, but you can call me Iruka-sensei, from now on I will be your teacher and the one in charge of leading you on the right path of shinobi. Yes, sensei. The whole class shouted. Very well, first of all, I want to try them a little, let's see, who can tell me, who founded the Leaf Village? Sasuke, Naruto, Kiyomi and Shikamaru raised their hands. Iruka. Let's see, you he said pointing at Sasuke. Sasuke. The founder of the Leaf Village was UCHIHA Senju, along with his friend Madara Uchiha. Iruka. Very good Sasuke. Let's see, your girl, she said, pointing at Kiyomi, can you tell me the name of the current Hokage? Kiyomi. The current Hokage is called Namikaze Minato, also known as the Kiroi Senko, Yellow Lightning, Iruka. Very good Kiyomi he said congratulating the girl who gave a nice smile. Let's see he said, pointing to Naruto, can you tell me who all the Hokages were? Naruto. The Shodaime Hokage was Hashirama Senju, the Nidaime Hokage was Hashirama's younger brother, Tobirama Senju, the Sandaime Hokage was Hiruzen Sarutobi, the current Hokage is Yondaime Minato Namikaze. Iruka. Great. You all responded well. Shikamaru had already lowered his hand, finding it problematic. Iruka. Well we are going to teach history class so pay attention. Iruka spent 2 long hours talking about the history of Konoha and the story was not yet complete, but that seemed enough to him. Naruto paid half attention, sometimes you learn new things from elders, plus you might learn something you didn't know, that was enough for him. Iruka. Okay, it's time to go out, we're going to do shuriken and kunai throwing tests. Finally something interesting they all thought. They all came out behind the teacher, ready to show who are the best. Iruka. Very good, get in front of the targets, I want you to throw 5 kunai and 5 shuriken, I'll see how I can help you. The civilians passed first and what can we say, they were pitiful, the only thing that stood out was a girl with pink hair who screamed a lot, had green eyes and had a green dress with a flower print, she managed to make 3 of 5 kunai and 2 out of 5 shuriken, that's an advance for a civilian, then the heirs of the clans passed and, here we get a little serious. The women, the heirs of the clans, passed first. Ino Yamanaka was a blonde girl with slightly short hair, she was wearing a pink dress and blue shinobi shoes. I throw the kunai and shuriken one by one. Score. 3 kunais and 3 shurikens. Then Hinata Hyuga passed by, a girl who at first glance was very shy. She had princess-style blue hair, she was wearing a purple jacket, blue pants, and blue shinobi sneakers. He timidly approached the launch site and threw the kunai and shuriken. Punctuation. 3 kunai and 3 shuriken. That was a good result for a Hyuga, after all, their clan is based on Taijutsu. Then it was Shikamaru, who came to the front with an annoyed look on his face. Score. 3 shurikens, 3 kunai. Problematic, the Nara murmured. Then it was Chaoji. Score. 3 shurikens, 4 kunai. I did well, said Chaoji, he felt proud of himself. It's my turn, said a boy from the crowd. The boy had brown hair, it was messy and spiky, he had a grey shirt and dark brown pants and blue shinobi sneakers. Red marks stood out on his cheeks that resembled fangs, features of the Inuzuka clan. On his head he carried a white puppy. The boy approached the launch site and threw. Score. 4 shurikens, 3 kunai. After him, a boy approached the launching area silently. He was wearing a high-neck jacket that covered up to his mouth, long black pants and blue shinobi sneakers. He had glasses that covered his eyes. Eyes and long black hair that defied gravity. He seemed to be more alive than dead, he was a boy from the Aburam clan. He threw his kunai and shuriken. Score. 3 kunai, shurikens 4. After the Aburam did his performance, a girl passed by with very long blonde hair that she tied in 2 pigtails. She had really bright purple eyes and really light skin. She was wearing an orange shirt with a symbol of the Uzumaki clan on the front. She was wearing a red skirt and was wearing the typical ninja shoes. Naruto stared at her for a moment, that blonde hair seemed to shine like the sun itself, like the 4th Hokage's, purple eyes, like the 4th Hokage's wife. Okay, now it's clear whose daughter she is, Naruto thought. The girl approached the launch site and threw the kunai and shuriken. Score. 4 shurikens, 5 kunai. That's impressive, they all thought. After her, a red-haired boy approached, he had blue eyes and also had light skin. Naruto, thoughts. So the yondaime has 2 children. The boy did the same procedure as everyone. Score. 4 shurikens, 4 kunai. It was a good score. Wow. Those guys are good, Kiyomi said. Don't worry, don't be intimidated, you're also very good, Naruto told her to encourage her. Kiyomi blushed a little, then gave a smile and thanked Naruto. Kiyomi stepped forward to throw the kunai and shuriken. Score. 4 shurikens, 5 kunai. Kiyomi returned victorious to Naruto and Sasuke. Sasuke. Well done, Kiyomi. Kiyomi. Thank you, Nai-chan. Sasuke stepped forward while Kiyomi and Naruto wished him luck. Sasuke did the same procedure as the others. Score. 4 shurikens, 5 kunai. At the time of giving the score, a thunderous scream was heard, apparently coming from the pink-haired girl who passed by earlier. Sasuke-kun is so cool. The girl squealed. After her, many more girls shouted the same chorus. Naruto and Sasuke covered their ears, their brothers had told them about this, the terror of all those who are popular, the fangirls. Sasuke approached Naruto and Kiyomi, who congratulated him. Finally it was Naruto's turn. Naruto approached the launch site. Kiyomi. Good luck, Naruto-kun. The girl shouted. Naruto smiled and nodded in thanks. Naruto threw the kunai and shuriken with precision. Score. 5 kunai, 5 shuriken. There was a long silence until Naruto-kun is so cool. A group of girls shouted. The poor Inuzuka boy's ears rang with pain and suffering, as did his little dog's. Naruto approached Sasuke and Kiyomi, they congratulated him, nothing more. Haruka. Alright guys, the sensei called, come, let's do taijutsu tests. This test is just to see what they have. First come the girls' tests. It only remains to say that. It was unfortunate, none of the girls had received training other than Kiyomi, Hinata, and the blonde girl, whose name was Mito. Mito defeated Hinata in the semifinal, so only her and Kiyomi were left, which would face each other in the final of the mini-tournament. Kiyomi was in front of Mito, both had half a seal of the ram ready for battle. Haruka was in the middle of the two as a mediator of the meeting, he looked towards Mito. Are you ready? Mito just nodded. And you? She said, looking at Kiyomi, who also nodded. Okay, start. Kiyomi and Mito lunged at each other. Mito attempted a blow to Kiyomi's chest, who deflected it with his hand. Kiyomi quickly tried to hit him with his other hand, however, Mito managed to stop it easily with his other arm, giving a quick blow to Kiyomi's side, which she backed away a little. Mito wanted to take advantage of that and tried to hit him again. Kiyomi's chest, however, Kiyomi stepped aside and landed a kick on Mito's side. Kiyomi took advantage of her superior speed and hit Mito in the chest, then delivered a left blow to her head, destabilizing her a little, but Mito recovered and dodged Kiyomi's blow that was aimed at her other cheek, quickly giving a hit Kiyomi's shoulder, and then hit his stomach. Mito tried another blow, however Kiyomi stopped it with difficulty and took a small jump to get away. Mito followed her and tried to hit Kiyomi in the face, however, she crouched down and did a leg sweep on Mito's feet, who lost her balance. Kiyomi quickly stood up and bombarded Mito with a series of blows. Fast at different parts of the body. Kiyomi managed to hit Mito in the back of the head, who was somewhat disoriented. Kiyomi then kicked Mito directly in the stomach, who left the combat area, thus losing. Kiyomi sighed a little before straightening up and giving a small smile. Haruka. The winner of the fight is Kiyomi UCHIHA, he said with a smile. The two girls had done too well. Very good, now comes the men's combat. Many of the boys were not so good, not much was expected from the civilians, however, the clan heirs were not so bad, the Aburam clan is not long distance, Shikamaru gave up when he was going to fight Choji, it seemed to him problematic, he also did not want to fight against his friend, even though the Nara clan is of medium distance, and the Akimichi is very good at close range. Choji had his turn against the Inyazuka boy whose name was Kiba. Choji lost because the Inyazuka's speed was superior. The red-haired boy was also somewhat good in hand-to-hand combat, so he also passed, and no one could face Naruto. No one who faced him lasted more than 15 seconds. Sasuke UCHIHA and Kiba Inyazuka, please come forward, Haruka said. Sasuke and Kiba came forward. Sasuke wanted to fight Naruto, so he wanted to end this fight quickly. Ready, Haruka asked. The two boys nodded. Okay, start. Kiba approached Sasuke, who would show no mercy and would receive him with a blow to the chest and then hit him in the face. Kiba stepped back and this time he thought a little before attacking. He quickly approached Sasuke with a blow in the stomach that the Uchiha caught. Kiba tried to land another blow, but the Uchiha was determined and turned around, giving Kiba a roundhouse kick in the face, thus leaving the arena. Haruka. The winner of the fight is Uchiha Sasuke. Way to go, Sasuke-kun, the pink-haired girl squealed, followed by more cheers from Sasuke's fangirls. Sasuke just rolled his eyes and turned to Naruto to tell him. I'll wait for you in the final, Sasuke said in a defiant tone. Naruto just smiled. Uchiha Naruto and Uzumaki Menma, come forward please, said Haruka. Menma approached the arena with an arrogant smile, while Naruto went with a calm look. You can do it, Naruto-kun. Kiyomi shouted, and to her annoyance, some more girls repeated her phrase. These fangirls her brother was talking about were really annoying. They are ready? Haruka asked. The two boys just nodded. Get started. Haruka shouted. Menma pounced on Naruto, he was confident that he would win the battle, however, Naruto also wanted to fight Sasuke, so he would end this quickly. Menma was going to punch Naruto in the face, however, Naruto crouched down and gave a quick elbow to Menma's stomach, then he swept his legs, just when he was going to fall, Naruto gave a push to his chest. Making him fall quickly and hit the ground with a thud, Naruto positioned himself above him, preparing a fist for his face that never reached. Naruto only left his fist centimeters from Menma's face, who was stupefied. He was completely subdued in less than 10 seconds. The winner is Uchiha Naruto, Haruka said a little surprised. Naruto just left the battlefield. Naruto walked next to Sasuke and said may the best win. Naruto was face to face with Sasuke, both had half a ram seal, symbolizing that this is a battle between shinobi. Both had a serious and serene face, each one analyzing their opponent, seeing how to create a strategy, or simply, test each other. Haruka looked at the two boys with some excitement, they were both very good, he wanted to see how this would end. Are you ready? Haruka asked Sasuke, who nodded his head. And you? He asked looking towards Naruto, who also nodded. Haruka. Okay, then begin. Sasuke and Naruto did not waste time and went against each other, both were going at high speed until they met in the middle of the field where they collided forearms to stop their opponent's attack. Sasuke quickly separated and attempted a kick that Naruto deflected. Easily, Naruto landed a direct blow to the face that Sasuke stopped with relative ease. They both engaged in a somewhat addictive taijutsu battle, even though they were 6-year-old boys, they did it very well, two specimens worthy of carrying the Uchiha shield on their backs. The blows came and went, at one point Sasuke dodged a Naruto's high blow, then he swept his legs with the intention of making him lose his balance, however, Naruto jumped back. Then moved forward and began another encounter of fists and kicks that were all blocked. At one point Naruto gave a low kick to Sasuke's shin, making him bend a little, then he hit Sasuke's belly, making Sasuke bend completely. Naruto then kicked Sasuke in the side, making him fall a few meters away from him. Naruto approached to subdue him, however, Sasuke quickly got up using his two hands, applying a double kick to Naruto's stomach, who recoiled from the force of the blow. Naruto. Wow, Sasuke is very good, he said to himself in his thoughts, however, I must stop holding back if I want to win, I must not trust myself, he thought. Sasuke lunged at Naruto aiming a blow at his face, but Naruto blocked it and counterattacked with a blow to Sasuke's already sore stomach. Naruto gave a combo of blows that went to different parts of the body. Sasuke managed to block some blows, but he was starting to become overwhelmed under Naruto's speed and tenacity. Sasuke got tired of being on the defensive and began to counterattack with almost the same speed as Naruto. Sasuke attempted a blow with his left to Naruto's face, who stopped him with one hand. Naruto tried to hit him with the other hand, however, Sasuke also parried the blow. Sasuke. You really are too good, he said while making efforts to win the fight of forces. Naruto. You are also very good, it shows that you have trained a lot, however, I must finish this now Sasuke. I dare you to try, he said defiantly. Naruto. Bad choice he said. Naruto suddenly crouched down, elbowing Sasuke in the stomach. Sasuke recoiled from the blow, this time it hurt more than the previous ones, it shows that Naruto used more force. Sasuke tried to hit Naruto's face, who grabbed his arm to deflect it, then Naruto pulled Sasuke over to knee him, making Sasuke grunt in pain. Naruto hit Sasuke's face, who was disoriented. Naruto gave a light kick to Sasuke's leg to finish destabilizing him, then he jumped and kicked Sasuke's chest who flew out of the battle zone, thus losing the match. The winner of the match is Naruto. UCHIHA Iruka said. Naruto approached Sasuke who was getting up, Naruto helped him finish getting up. Iruka. Well, to finish this meeting between companions, I want you to make the symbol of reconciliation. Naruto and Sasuke crossed their index and middle fingers between their hands. Naruto. You are very good Sasuke, it was a good battle Sasuke. You are also very good, good battle. Very good class Iruka shouted let's go back to the classroom all the boys went after their sensei to finish the class period. Time skip. End of classes. Naruto, Sasuke and Kiyomi were leaving the academy, this time they were accompanied by Choji and Shikamaru. Shikamaru and Choji's mothers were waiting for them outside the academy, so Choji and Shikamaru said goodbye and finally left. While the three boys waited for Sasuke and Kiyomi's mother to arrive, the blonde girl who fought Kiyomi approached them. Hi guys. The girl shouted Kiyomi. Oh, you're the girl I fought, good fight, by the way. Mito. Yes. That's me, my name is Mito Uzumaki, nice to meet you. Sasuke. Oh wow, this girl is just as active or more active than Kiyomi he said while putting his hand on his face. Myth. And what problem do you have with that emo child? Said Mito who had a small frown. Kiyomi had to hold back her laughter at the nickname they gave her brother, Naruto just gave a small smile. Sasuke. I'm not an emo, he said with a frown. Myth. If you are bitter. Kiyomi now laughed out loud, while Naruto let out a light laugh. Sasuke. Enough, you want said Sasuke, somewhat blushing with embarrassment. The boys and Mito talked a little more until the red-haired boy who fought Naruto approached them with a somewhat angry face. Hey you. The boy shouted, pointing at Naruto. Said Naruto while pointing at himself somewhat confused. If you. The boy continued I am Menma Uzumaki and I officially challenge you to a rematch he said. No, the boy shouted, as if he wanted everyone to hear him. Naruto. This no thanks, I don't feel like fighting now Naruto said somewhat dazed. Menma. What? Are you afraid? Naruto. No, hey, just I know how. About we fight another day, okay? Menma. Ha. I think what you are afraid of facing the great Menma Uzumaki, son of the fourth Hokage Menma, was stopped by Mito's blow to his head. Aren't you a little embarrassed? Mito asked, angry with her brother. Don't get involved in this, Menma said. Myth. Enough, Menma, or I'll tell mom that you were misbehaving in class. Menma suddenly became quiet. Menma. If you even have any affection for me, you wouldn't be able to do that to me Myth. If you keep bothering me I will do it, you understand. Menma. Yeah, but sooner or later I'll have my revenge, you hear? She said pointing to Naruto. Naruto. Surely yes, someday. The boys talked for a while longer until a woman with really long red hair approached them, although of course, they already know what Kushina is like, so it's not worth describing her Mito Menma. Oka-san. The children shouted, running towards their mother who received them with a hug. Kushina. Hello children, how was today? I asked, rubbing Myth's head. Myth. We did very well, we did some shuriken and kunai throwing tests, and then we did taijutsu matches. Kushina. I see that well, it's time for us to go. Mito. Wait Oka-san, I want to show you my new friends. Mito grabbed her mother's hand and dragged her towards the three Uchihas. Myth. Look Oka-san, this is Naruto, Kiyomi and Sasuke. The three boys bowed towards the Hokage's wife and then said. Naruto Sasuke Kiyomi. Nice to meet you Kushina-sama. Kushina. Nice to meet you too and straighten up, so much formality is not necessary, Kushina said with a smile by the way, you can just call me Kushina. Naruto Sasuke Kiyomi. It's okay Kushina-san. Kushina. That's better but. Hey, we don't have to go, it was a pleasure meeting you little ones. The three Uchihas responded. Likewise. A few more minutes passed before Makoto arrived to pick them up. The three boys and the woman greeted each other and went to the Uchiha complex where they separated to each go to their homes. Naruto went towards his house, which was apparently empty. It seems that Nai-san hasn't returned from the mission Naruto thought. Lately Shisui has been very busy, Naruto saw him very rarely, even so, Shisui always came, Naruto went to bed after cleaning himself a little. He was not so motivated to wait for his brother like a good child, besides, tomorrow he had academy, again. Time skip. 1 year. A year has passed since Naruto's first day of school, and it really has to be said that it was boring. Naruto knew practically everything they taught at the academy, in addition to the fact that physical tests were scarce and only focused on theory, which, for a ninja, is definitely useless. That is, you are in a life or death situation, and while you're at it, you're not going to tell your enemy the history of Konoha, you know. Although of course, there is also the good side of all this, and those are the friends that he has managed to make throughout the year. Choji, Shikamaru and Sasuke became his best friends, and Kiyomi had made a true friend, Mito, at the same time. Who despite being somewhat hyperactive, was very friendly, the opposite of her brother, Menma. He was even more hyperactive than her, and in addition to the fact that it seemed that his arrogance surpassed him, the reason may be the way in which the villagers treat him for being the son of their greatest hero. It almost seemed like they threw themselves on the ground so that he could walk on them and not dirty their shoes. Thank goodness Mito didn't let his arrogance get the better of him. Naruto has managed to make other friends, such as the boy Aburam, who was called Shino. He is very quiet, but being next to him is comfortable. You feel that he listens to everything you say, and that he supports you in some way. However, there is something that worried him too much, and it was the fact that there were more and more meetings in his clan. He very rarely saw Shisui and Itachi, who are almost always busy. However, from time to time they had time to train him. Naruto was able to learn other fire-style jutsus, such as Kaiten, Hasenka no Jutsu. But this jutsu Naruto is able to launch a series of small fireballs at high speed. This jutsu uses less chakra than the fireball, so he is able to use it several times without getting tired. Another jutsu that he learned was the Kaiten, Ryuka no Jutsu. With this jutsu Naruto is able to launch a large flame of fire through his mouth. This jutsu uses more chakra than the fireball, so he does not use it much, however, it is very effective. Shisui also had time to teach Naruto his star technique, the Shunshin no Jutsu. It was a simple technique to learn, however, Shisui wanted Naruto to have extreme control over the technique, to be able to use it in battle, just as he does. That's why Shisui is so recognized in the village, because he is the only one who can use this technique in battle. However, something in which he has made a lot of progress is control over his Sharingan. Although he has managed to fully mature it, he must practice with it so that it does not consume more chakra than normal. Itachi has taught him to create Jinjutsus with a Sharingan because this is the only Dojutsu capable of creating illusions with gaze. Itachi was very good at Jinjutsu, so he taught him some. But as I had already said, Itachi and Shisui were acting more and more distant than normal. They were almost always on missions or they said they were busy with important matters. Naruto may be a child, but he wasn't that stupid. He knew that the village was releasing a lot of hatred towards his clan because of the Kyuubi incident, and of course, thanks to that the Uchiha clan has been separated from the village, and generally, he is no longer called for important matters. That led to the head of the Uchiha clan calling too many clan meetings. Naruto believed that they were up to something. He couldn't tell if it was something good or bad, but who knows location. Konoha Ninja Academy. Naruto was in his usual position, last place near the window. Next to him were Sasuke and Shikamaru. Kiyomi went to sit next to Mito one position ahead. Naruto was lost in his thoughts. He may not see Shisui that often anymore, however, he saw him at least 3 times a week, but this time, Shisui had practically disappeared. He hasn't seen him in 2 weeks, and that's what he said. Worries a lot. Shikamaru noticed that his friend was lost in thought. He had a worried face. "Hey, are you okay?" Shikamaru asked. Naruto had a hard time hearing Shikamaru's voice, but he managed. "Why yes, don't worry," Naruto responded with a small, somewhat forced smile. Shikamaru didn't miss that, however, he didn't investigate further. The class continued. For Naruto it passed too quickly, he hardly heard anything they said. He simply got up, picked up his bag with his books and headed to the exit. Kiyomi approached him quickly and said, "Kiyomi. Where are you going, Naruto-kun?" "Naruto. I'm just going to the training ground, I have some things to think about." Kiyomi. "You're worried about your brother, right?" Naruto. "Yes, how do you know?" Kiyomi. "We have all noticed that you are more thoughtful than normal, but only Sasuke and I know that he is worried about your brother. We have not seen him anywhere in the complex either, but don't worry, he will eventually appear, don't worry." "Worry okay?" she said as she gave Naruto a comforting hug. She was so sweet. Naruto. "Thank you," Kiyomi said. Naruto with a smile, this time true. As he said, Naruto headed to the training ground he used in hopes of finding his brother there, perhaps practicing marksmanship or a new jutsu or in a friendly encounter with Itachi. Upon arriving at the training field, he met his brother. However, he met Itachi, who was in his Anbu uniform. Naruto admired Itachi as much as his brother. Itachi became an Anbu captain at 13 years old, a pretty impressive feat. Itachi was very skilled and intelligent, and most of the time he had a completely expressionless face. He was a person who, deep down was loving, and had shown it to Naruto a couple of times. Itachi felt Naruto enter the training field. "Itachi. Hello Naruto, how are you?" Naruto. I don't know how to tell you. Itachi put on a sad look which was very unremarkable. Itachi. Naruto, come on a moment, sit down. Naruto sat on a log which was on the ground, he stood next to Itachi who was already sitting. Naruto. Itachi began. I want to ask you what Sasuke and Kiyomi mean to you. Naruto. They are the best friends I have, said Naruto. Itachi smiled at that. They were the first friends I had my age, they are great and I must admit that I love them very much enough to give your life for them. Itachi interrupted. Naruto thought for a moment and then responded. Yes, he said weakly, I'm sure I would, they are one of the best things that have happened to me. Itachi smiled and said. Itachi. I'm glad you said that, he said softly. Naruto, I want to ask you another question. Naruto just nodded. Itachi. If I did something really bad, would you still love me as much as you do now? Naruto. Itachi. I hesitate a little. Itachi choked a little. I would never be able to hate you if you have any valid reason for doing what you did. Itachi. That's enough for me, he whispered while hugging Naruto, who didn't understand the action at first, but returned the hug. Itachi released the hug, hitting Naruto on the forehead with his index and middle fingers. Naruto rubbed his forehead with a pout that sometimes hurt. Itachi smiled at Naruto's expression and stood up, slowly moving away from Naruto. However, before entering the forest he stopped and said. Itachi. Naruto, please promise me that you will always take care of Kiyomi and Sasuke, okay? Naruto found himself confused at that statement, but he didn't hesitate. Naruto. I promise you, Itachi. I promise you that I will take care of them with my life. Itachi smiled at that and then lost himself in the darkness of the forest. Time skip. 7 hours later. Naruto had been training all the time with shadow clones to train the other aspects, such as his own style of Taijutsu, which was advancing well. He practiced a little chakra control to expand his reserves, and the original did the inevitable physical training. I think it's time to go home, Naruto murmured, dispelling all his clones. A slight dizziness took over his body. I should stop dispelling them all at once, he thought. Naruto left the training ground heading to the Uchiha clan compound. Location. Uchiha clan compound. It was a very quiet night in Konoha. The moon was covered by translucent clouds which gave a mysterious air to the sky. The stars were simply there, observing the world from a long distance. Naruto was walking through the streets of Konoha going directly towards the Uchiha complex. He hoped that his brother was at his house, he was really worried about him. Naruto arrived at the entrance to the Uchiha complex which was empty, not a single person was there. Naruto was surprised by that, there were almost always people there, he didn't give it any importance, maybe there is a clan meeting. Upon entering the complex he was confused because most of the lights were off, even though the children should have gone to sleep now, at least the adults should be awake. This alarmed him a little, what was happening? A feeling of danger took over his body while a chill ran down his spine. His Sharingan activated on its own, its 3 tomos were spinning lazily around his pupil, as if they were waiting for something to happen. Naruto continued advancing until he turned a corner. When he looked again, the air he contained in his lungs vanished and he opened his eyes in total shock. Many bodies of different people were lying on the floor of the street, they had cuts all over their bodies, some were headless, others were missing a limb, there were even bodies of children, which had minor injuries, however, they were still dead. Naruto was completely stunned, all those people were completely dead, their blood dyed the floor red, it almost looked like a sea of thick and shiny red liquid, it was a terrifying and bizarre landscape. Who could have done this? Naruto asked himself in a low voice, he didn't know that someone was listening to him. I did it. Dark and soulless voice echoed throughout the street. Naruto saw a figure of a young man who was kneeling on a light post. The moon previously covered by clouds was now completely visible, and he gave his show right on the back of the man who was looking attentively at Naruto with a completely mature Sharingan in his eyes. Naruto unconsciously took a step back, he squinted his eyes to better see the person in front of him. It was not necessary, because the person came down from the post where he was perched to stand in front of Naruto, revealing the figure of a boy from no more than 13 years old, with 2 strands of black hair that framed his face and a low ponytail. Naruto would recognize that hair anywhere. Itachi. Naruto whispered, that's right, Itachi whispered, his voice now sounded so dark and empty, it was too scary. But what do you think you are doing? Naruto shouted. Itachi. Simple, wipe out the entire Uchiha clan, he said it like it was no big deal. Naruto. Are you crazy? Because you did, Itachi. The reason is also simple, I did it to test my level. Naruto. You must be crazy, you couldn't do this for that reason. Itachi. And what if it is? Are you going to stop me? Naruto. Please Itachi, tell me the truth. Itachi. The truth has already been told, that your short mind cannot accept it is not my problem, but what happened to you? Naruto couldn't finish as he looked directly into Itachi's eyes, his Sharingan spinning rapidly as the tomos joined together to form a kind of 3-pronged shuriken. "But what is that?" Naruto stuttered, he hadn't seen a Sharingan change shape since his mother showed him. "Tsukiyomi," Itachi whispered. Naruto's world turned completely upside down, the sky was red, while the moon changed to black, the bodies and the Uchiha complex disappeared, a cross appeared behind Naruto, which chained him and pressed him against it, immobilizing him. "Welcome to my Tsukiyomi," Naruto whispered Itachi, who was in front of Naruto. "Itachi. In this genjutsu, I can do whatever I want, I can control everything, even time, basically, I am God in this illusion." Naruto tried to say something, but the words didn't come out. The space in front of Naruto changed again, now the Uchiha complex was again, however, this time Naruto could see how Itachi massacred every member of the clan that was in his way. Naruto tried to turn away, but he couldn't. It didn't matter, everywhere he looked he found Itachi killing someone in cold blood. He tried to close his eyes, but he couldn't. One of the things that hurt him the most was seeing Makoto's death, she had treated him so well since his own mother died, she was almost like a mother to him. The massacre was repeated in the illusion over and over again, and Naruto could do nothing but watch. Naruto couldn't take it anymore and began to sob openly. "Nai-san, please help me," Naruto said weakly. "Oh, Shisui won't be able to help you this time," Naruto Itachi's voice echoed throughout the illusion. Quickly the landscape changed to a waterfall, at the edge of it there was a Shisui with his back behind him, and Itachi with a sword was approaching, ready to cross him. Naruto tried to warn his brother, but nothing came out of his mouth. He could only watch as Itachi impaled Shisui and gouged out his eyes, and then gave him a kick that pushed Shisui over the precipice of the waterfall. "Nai-san," Naruto shouted with all his strength. Shisui's body fell cleanly down the cliff. Right at the fall he looked directly at Naruto. Naruto could see how his brother turned to look at him and said these words, "Why didn't you help me, Atoto?" Naruto's mind broke completely, tears fell in droves from his eyes, his Sharingan shining too brightly as the tomos began to spin aggressively. "Nai-san." Naruto let out a heartbreaking scream. The sky of the Tsukiyomi seemed to break, then the entire landscape began to break, resembling broken glass. The Tsukiyomi broke in a strange way. The real scenery of the massacred Uchiha clan returned to normal. Naruto was lying on the ground, he was on his knees, and his hands were tightly tense on the ground. Naruto's tears turned into blood, which flowed freely from his eyes. Naruto's Sharingan tomo spun rapidly and then came together, the black of the tomos expanded across his eyes, showing a new Sharingan pattern. It seemed to be a pinwheel that resembled a vortex, it had 4 points and 2 red points stood out on each of its sides. "Manjikyu Sharingan," Itachi whispered in surprise. Naruto didn't know why his eyes were burning so much, he just saw how blood was splashing on the floor, apparently it was coming from his face. "I see that you have awakened the same power as me," Itachi said with a monotone voice. "It is really surprising that you awakened them at this age. I guess you have too much bad luck, Naruto." "I don't understand you, what do you mean by that?" "Itachi. I don't have to explain anything to you." "Itachi. Live with the hatred that you are cultivating right now, hate me and become strong. If you are too weak, in the end you will end up dying like these weak members of the Uchiha clan," he said, while kicking a body that was next to him. "I know that you can become strong, and when you think you are strong enough to defeat me, look for me. And let's decide which of the two of us is the strongest in the Uchiha clan," he said as he turned around. "You wouldn't be able to kill Nai-san." "Itachi Nai," Naruto whispered, however, Itachi heard him, and at that moment he stopped walking. "Naruto. In fact, you are too good to do this," he said as he raised his head and showed his Manjikyu shining. It rotated slightly as his eyes stopped bleeding a little. "Naruto. Don't worry, I know that sooner or later you will tell me the truth," he said, giving a small smile. Itachi only listened to Naruto's words, he continued advancing, but stopped his pace and turned his head to look at Naruto, who could see how silent tears fell from Itachi's eyes. "Goodbye, Atoto," Itachi said quietly and then disappeared into a flock of crows. Naruto just stared at the place where Itachi was before until a thought crossed his mind. "Kiyomi, Sasuke." He thought before getting up and running to the house of the aforementioned. His Manjikyu Sharingan began to glow in despair. If the two of them were dead, he wouldn't be able to bear it, he wouldn't be able to. He arrived at the clan leader's house and entered. At first he did not see anything because all the lights were off, however, he continued advancing to find a door that led to a room to which it was open. Naruto's ears were able to capture the soft sound of crying coming from the room. He quickly approached the door and looked out. He could only see the lifeless body of Makoto and her husband Fugaku. Next to them was Sasuke, who was hugging Kiyomi, who was crying openly. Without thinking, Naruto entered the room calling the door. Sasuke's attention. "Sasuke." "Naruto. It's you." he said. "Naruto. Yes, it's me," he said simply. He could see the small tears escaping from Sasuke's eyes, which were now red with a tomo gently rotating around his pupil. Naruto moved a little closer to see Kiyomi, who was covering her face with her hands. Naruto knelt next to her as she was on his legs. "Naruto. Kiyomi." Naruto whispered. Kiyomi looked up to see a Naruto staring at her, his eyes had a strange pattern, but that didn't matter to her now. Kiyomi. Naruto. Are you alive? She said as she hugged him and started to cry harder. Calm down now, Naruto whispered to calm her down a little. Naruto looked at Kiyomi's teary eyes, red and with a spinning tomo. So the two of them awakened the Sharingan, he thought. Sasuke. Naruto, what's wrong with your eyes? Naruto. What do you mean? Sasuke. They have a strange pattern and you're bleeding from them. Naruto let go of Kiyomi's hug for a moment and went to the bathroom. He had been in that house before so he knew where it was. He looked at his reflection in the mirror and watched as his Manjikyu glowed in the darkness. What is this? He asked himself. Naruto returned to Sasuke and Kiyomi, who was beginning to calm down. I'm going to kill Itachi, Sasuke said quietly, but Naruto heard him. I think you're jumping to conclusions, said Naruto. Are you crazy? Kiyomi yelled at Naruto. But Naruto, he killed them all. Sasuke also shouted at Naruto. Guys, think a little, said Naruto. Would Itachi really kill the entire clan just to test his power? That's the stupidest thing I've ever heard. There must be something else, something we may not understand. You think? Kiyomi asked. Guys, you know very well that Itachi loved you very much, even everyone in the clan, he couldn't just kill you like that. I don't know, Sasuke murmured. Just think about it, will you? Ask. Okay, said Sasuke. The boys began to leave until another Kiyomi suddenly fainted. What happened? Sasuke asked, however, he also fell unconscious. Maybe they fainted because Itachi used the Tsukiyomi and showed them the same thing as me, plus they awakened the Sharingan for the first time, that must have consumed all their energy, Naruto intuited. Naruto carried Kiyomi and Sasuke on his own. For the first time he noticed a bruise that Sasuke had on his cheek. Maybe he's trying to fight Itachi, he thought. When he left the house, he could see how the Yondaime Hokage arrived with some Anbu at the scene. Minato could only see a small boy leaving a house with two other children. What surprised him was seeing the eyes of the boy who was still conscious. They were a totally different Sharingan. Naruto looked at the Yondaime Hokage. His eyes felt too heavy and burned a lot, but really, he was getting too tired. For some reason, he felt like his eyes were absorbing a large part of his chakra. He could only see how everything became black and finally dropped. Time skip. 2 days. The entire village was shocked to learn that the heir of the Uchiha clan, Itachi Uchiha, had massacred his entire clan, leaving only 3 survivors, which were his 2 younger brothers and 1 more boy. It was rumored that Itachi had collapsed under the pressure of being an Anbu captain at such a young age, and that caused him to perform such an act of madness, according to civilians. All the people presented their condolences to the now almost extinct clan, and a funeral was currently being prepared for all the members who fell on that fateful night. Location: Konoha Hospital. Naruto felt a very unfamiliar aroma from his house. It smelled like alcohol. He slowly opened his eyes, however, he had to close them again since the light in the room had hurt him. He blinked a couple of times to get used to the light. He could only observe that he was lying on a bed surrounded by completely white walls. I'm in the hospital, he thought. It took Naruto a while to compose himself. His head hurt, plus he felt a slight discomfort in his eyes. He wasn't sure if what happened was real or was just a nightmare, a horrible nightmare. He slowly got up from the stretcher, messing up the sheets in the process, jumped out of bed, rubbed his eyes a little, walked to the door and opened it slowly. He didn't want the nurses to notice that he woke up and start to review it. When he opened the door a little, he stopped when he heard the conversation of 2 nurses who were a little further down the hallway where his room was. The hallway was quiet, so he could hear what they were talking about. Did you hear what happened to the Uchiha clan? Yes, I heard that the heir massacred the clan. There were only 3 children left as survivors, poor things, so it wasn't a dream, Naruto thought with a sad face. Wait a minute, he thought again, if that wasn't a dream then. Naruto silently left his room without attracting the attention of the 2 nurses. He quickly went to the end of the hallway where there was a bathroom. He silently slipped inside it. It was lucky that there was no one in there. Naruto stood in front of a mirror and looked at his reflection, closing his eyes so that when he opened them a completely mature Sharingan would be shown. If that wasn't a dream, then he said those words in his mind. He remembered that the moment Itachi put him in the Tsukiyomi, and when he saw his brother die, he felt his eyes burn like hell. He knew that this way he felt when his Sharingan evolved. He also remembered when he saw his new eyes in the mirror at Kiyomi and Sasuke's house. Naruto looked carefully at his reflection in the mirror. What was he supposed to do to see those eyes again? Maybe repeat the process to activate the normal Sharingan. Naruto directed much more chakra into his eyes when he suddenly saw the tomos of his Sharingan begin to spin rapidly, so that his tomos joined together and then expanded, showing the black background and pattern of his Manjikyu Sharingan. His Manjikyu glowed and Naruto took a step back involuntarily. He quickly grabbed his eyes. They hurt like hell, however, they didn't bleed like the other time. Naruto could only get used to the pain he felt. It took a while until he was able to remove his hands from his eyes. When he did so he could see his Mangekyou Sharingan very clearly. If before with the 3-volume Sharingan he had incredible vision, now he did. That I was seeing everything, I could see everything so clearly, but that was all, for now. Naruto deactivated his new eyes, instantly feeling how his eyes thanked him as he stopped feeling burning. Naruto left the bathroom with equal caution. He ran down the hall at high speed. He wanted to leave the hospital. He wanted to see how the Uchiha clan was doing. Naruto left the hospital unnoticed. When he reached the public streets, he began to run as fast as he could. He passed by ignoring the people, ignoring the hustle and bustle, ignoring everything. The people who saw him running so quickly only gave him a shout. Look of pity and empathy. Naruto didn't want to accept those looks. They don't know what it feels like to lose everything you love. Naruto arrived at the entrance of the Uchiha clan, which was completely covered with yellow tape. Naruto just crossed the yellow tape, as if he didn't care at all. He walked through the empty streets of the clan. It was so lonely, to think that all this before was full of people who lived their lives normally, people who loved each other like brothers, people who loved. Small drops of water began to fall from the sky. Those drops quickly turned into a drizzle that camouflaged the small tears that fell from Naruto's eyes. Naruto arrived at his hut. He was so the same, he simply entered. When he was inside he took off his slippers as was customary and put them in the corner of the door. Naruto passed through each room of the house until he stopped in the room by Shisui. Nai-san, Naruto whispered with pain. Naruto noticed something different on Shisui's bed. It looked like a scroll. He simply picked it up. It didn't say anything more than a sentence. Go to the clan meeting room. At the back of the room there is a hatch that will take you to an underground room. There is a stone that will clarify the doubts you have about your new eyes. Naruto was a little confused by the scroll he was reading. He had never heard of a secret room in the meeting room. To have information like that, you must have a giant link with the Uchiha clan. It could be that the leader of the clan Uchiha knew about that room, and if so, his heir must also know about said room. This is left to Itachi, Naruto thought. After all, he is the only one who should know about that room besides his father. Naruto didn't waste any more time and headed to the Uchiha clan meeting room. When he arrived, he entered directly into the room. It had a low table and some cushions where the meeting attendees were supposed to sit. He advanced to the end of the room. Under a rug he found a hatch which was locked. Damn, Naruto thought. The key to the hatch must be in Fugaku-sama's room. After all, he was the leader of the clan. I don't have time to waste, he said to trace a couple of stamps. Ram, monkey, rat. Shunshin no jutsu. He said so that later his body began to blink and in a moment he was at the door of the clan leader's house. He quickly went up to the room on the second floor, right where he remembered Fugaku's personal office was. Upon entering he found a desk and a chair that was located behind it. He simply approached the desk and opened the drawer that, for his surprise, it was open. He rummaged through the small drawer until he found a small gold-colored key, which was a little rusty. Naruto. Well, I guess this will be the key. After that little thought, I perform the same hand seals that I later performed Shunshin no jutsu. In the blink of an eye, Naruto was back in the Uchiha clan meeting room. That jutsu that his brother taught him was really useful. He would have to learn to do it without hand seals and if possible, learn to use it in battle. Like his brother did. He quickly approached the hatch that was under the mat. He was actually surprised that such a simple hiding place worked there. Well, after all, this room was not used much. Well, not before that. He placed the key in the lock of the padlock, turned it until he heard a click and the padlock opened. He opened the hatch and found a hallway of stairs that descended. Without any fear, he went down the stairs until he found a longer hallway. That it was completely dark. He activated his Sharingan and could see some small torches which were obviously unlit. Naruto concentrated a small amount of chakra into his lungs and converted it into fire-style chakra. He simply directed the chakra to his mouth and gave a small puff. A very thread of fire emerged from Naruto's mouth, which lit a torch. Naruto grabbed the torch and used it to light the others that extended along the hallway. He advanced down the long hallway, occasionally lighting the other torches to have a better view. His Sharingan was already deactivated. There was no need to spend chakra. It was a small expense, but it didn't matter. It was badly wasted chakra. Finally he reached the end of the hallway. There was a huge room, so you could barely see it with the torch that Naruto was holding. However, he lit the other torches that were in the room. He could see the large rock that was in the middle of the room. On the top it had the symbol of the Uchiha clan painted. However, beyond that nothing else could be seen on the rock. Naruto was a little confused until he thought. Naruto. Whoever put this here surely wanted the Uchihas to be the only ones to read what is supposedly engraved on this rock. So he simply activated his Sharingan again, 3 tomos spinning lazily as always. Apparently Naruto's Sharingan liked that rhythm of rotation, and Naruto wasn't complaining. Like magic, the rock that was previously empty except for the Uchiha logo painted on its tip now had letters that were apparently engraved on it. The rock basically had information about the Sharingan that Naruto already knew, thanks to the book he had read previously, that was all, because Itachi had left him a note about a rock that contained information that he already knew, until he remembered something. It will clarify doubts about your new eyes, Itachi knew about his Manjikyu Sharingan. Naruto closed his eyes, and when he opened them the tomo spun aggressively and then took on the pattern of Naruto's Manjikyu. Naruto rubbed his eyes again in clear pain, however, this time it hurt less. Naruto watched with wide eyes as more letters appeared on the large rock in the middle of the room. He only managed to read what was engraved on the rock. If you are reading this part, it means that you awakened the power beyond the limit of the Sharingan, the Manjikyu Sharingan. At the beginning you must know why you awakened said eyes. For an Uchiha to obtain the Manjikyu, the first requirement is to having a completely mature normal Sharingan, in total, 3 tomos in each eye. The second requirement is to experience the death of a loved person in the front row. Although the cost of power is too cruel, rest assured that you will obtain guaranteed power. At the moment of awakening the Manjikyu Sharingan, the pattern will change to an independent one, replacing the normal pattern of pupil and tomos. Before telling you the benefits of Manjikyu Sharingan, you should know the great risk you run when using it. First of all, this form of Sharingan drains more chakra than normal. At first it may hurt a little, but rest assured that you will get used to it. Pain. Now, the main consequence is that the more you use the power of Manjikyu, you will lose the light in your eyes until you become completely blind. The only way left to cure blindness is to exchange your eyes with a relative. The blood that also awakened the Manjikyu Sharingan, by transplanting that person's eyes, you will obtain the so-called eternal Manjikyu Sharingan, which eliminates the consequence of blindness, and at the same time, your abilities will gain a little more power. Naruto stopped at that point. If he ever had to resort to the power of his Manjikyu to protect those he loves, who would he change his eyes with when he became blind? His brother's eyes were not an option, because according to what he saw, Itachi ripped out Shisui's eyes, and he kept them. But then he remembered. At the time his mother died, Shisui had notified him that he removed his mother's eyes to seal them in a scroll that now kept the secret drawer that they have. The drawer was under Shisui's bed, and there they kept the most important things. Important to them, their mother's eyes were still a command. However, was it right? Was it right to use their mother's eyes to gain power? To use their mother's eyes? Naruto left those thoughts behind and continued reading. Now, let's move on to the abilities that the Manjikyu Sharingan grants, as well as a new vision. Amaterasu, Black Flames, God of the Sun. Generally the most common ability that the few Manjikyu users awaken, the Amaterasu requires a great concentration of chakra in the eye when firing. You will be able to invoke the Black Flames, which never extinguish until they completely consume their target. They are not extinguished even by water. Tsukiyomi, God of the Moon. Tsukiyomi is a really powerful genjutsu. Within the illusion you are truly a god, because you can control everything, matter, time, space. You can make 3 days pass within the illusion, while in the real world, it will only be 3 seconds, this for torture purposes. Susanoo, God of Storms and the Sea. It is an ability that Manjikyu users awaken in each eye. The Susanoo is a spectral figure in the shape of a skeleton which protects its user. Its resistance is so much that it is capable of resisting the most powerful attacks. It has phases, which you will discover. Kamui, Authority of the Gods. Kamui is a really strange ability even among Manjikyu users. It is a space-time jutsu capable of giving you access to a pocket dimension which has too many uses. You can send parts of your body to that dimension to become intangible. You can even directly access it to teleport anywhere in the world. The rest of this ability is a mystery. Kodamatsukami, Distinguished Celestial God. This ability is even rarer than Kamui. This genjutsu can be known as the strongest in the world. This genjutsu is capable of controlling the opponent's mind, creating false memories, and exchanging them for true ones without leaving a trace. This genjutsu is capable of controlling the opponent's mind even without them ever realizing it. The only disadvantage is that this genjutsu is capable of being used only within a period of 10 years. If Naruto was previously surprised just by the Sharingan changing its pattern, now he was speechless. This was truly a rush. Thinking that the Uchihas had such power was insane. Really, is this right? He asked himself as he placed a hand on his right eye, his Manjikyu shining brightly. Protect others Itachi. I know you are not a traitor. Sasuke, you are my best friend. I would never forgive myself if something happened to you. Kiyomi, you have been so good to me. If something happened to you, His Manjikyu shone again, this time in anticipation of what could happen if Naruto wasn't strong enough to protect the ones he loved. He didn't want to feel that feeling again, that of losing someone he loved in front of you. I will become strong, he said in a low voice. I will protect those I love, and I will seek the truth about you Itachi Nai. I will ensure that no one else suffers what we suffer. I am Naruto Uchiha. His Manjikyu began to spin rapidly as he shone even brighter. I will protect those I love and I will become strong to do it, just like you did. Odo-san, Oka-san, Nai-san, just watch me. Naruto was at the top of Mount Hokage, specifically above the head of the third Hokage, the man who sacrificed himself for his village. Naruto was completely attentive to his thoughts. He was thinking about everything, about him, about Sasuke, about Kiyomi, about his training, about Itachi, about the village. Naruto was already clear about what he was going to do, he was clear about his goal, he would become a shinobi, that was his dream, since he was little, however, now he was clear about why he would do it, he would become strong to fulfill the promise he made. He did to Itachi, he would protect Sasuke and Kiyomi with his life, but he also had another objective, well, to be specific he had two more. He had seen with his own eyes the tears that Itachi shed before his departure. Naruto knew that he had not annihilated his clan like that, because so, he knew that there was a reason behind all that. He would become strong to look for Itachi and know the truth about the Uchiha clan. That was one of the things that I longed for most, and the other objective was a secret. Since it was a very long-term project, however I couldn't keep it a secret forever. At just 7 years old, Naruto has experienced how ruthless the shinobi world was, because from one moment to the next, he lost almost all the people he loved because of one person, and he lived in the best of villages. So that made him wonder, what was the childhood like of those who lived in other villages even smaller than Konoha? What if somehow more children live horrible childhoods because of shinobi confrontations? There may be children who have grown up between wars and who have had to see or experience horrible things. Naruto didn't even want to think about that led him to think about his ultimate goal, peace, or at least, the absence of wars between the great nations. Absolute peace was impossible, however, tranquility between the nations is still possible. Nations, the absence of major conflicts that ruin people's lives he would fight for that, he would achieve it. Naruto stood up from the Hokage's head, breathed a little in the calm afternoon air, then traced the Shunshin seals. Ram, monkey, rat. In the blink of an eye Naruto was at the entrance to the hospital, he still had to learn to do the Shunshin without seals. Naruto entered the reception. "Good afternoon," said Naruto, addressing the nurse who was the receptionist. "Good afternoon, child, what do you need?" asked the nurse. "I would like to know what Sasuke and Kiyomi Uchiha's room is." "It's room 121, on the second floor, thank you very much," said Naruto, bowing slightly. "It's nothing," said the nurse with a small smile. Naruto climbed the stairs to the second floor. He arrived at Sasuke and Kiyomi's room. He opened the door slowly, in case one of the two was awake. He slowly entered the room and closed the door softly. He could see a Kiyomi looking at him. The window with melancholic and dull eyes. Sasuke was still asleep, but he was moving, a sign that he was about to wake up. Naruto approached Kiyomi, who did not turn to see him. When Naruto was a few steps away from Kiyomi, he started a conversation with a question that Naruto wasn't expecting. "Why do you defend him so much, Naruto? Why do you defend Itachi so much? Kiyomi, what do you think about what happened? Why do you think Itachi annihilated the clan?" Naruto responded with two more questions. I don't know," Kiyomi responded. "I already said it before, do you really think that Itachi would kill the clan to test his power? Please, Itachi was an Anbu captain at 13, that was enough proof of how strong he was. There must be one more reason why he annihilated the clan. He loved us all very much, but especially you two, so much so that before the massacre, he made me promise that I would protect you." Kiyomi was surprised by that. Sasuke was listening to them from the bed, since he had already woken up. "And what did you say?" Kiyomi asked. Naruto smiled. "Obviously I said I would. I love you two very much, you were my first friends, and now you are the best I have. I have to admit that I have grown fond of you. I don't know what I would do without you two." Naruto sat on Kiyomi's bed, who was now facing him. "Kiyomi, now I will tell you straight, I promise that I will protect you, not only because I promised Itachi, but because now I consider you something important to me. I promise that we will become strong, and we will seek the truth about Itachi. I promise that I will take care of Sasuke and you." Naruto felt his cheeks a little hot when he said that. Kiyomi felt a tingle in her body when Naruto said that. She couldn't help but feel happy. She gave a smile and hugged Naruto while whispering, "Thank you." Naruto just returned the hug. He could feel Kiyomi's silent little tears. "Don't put all that weight on yourself, we will protect you too." A voice was heard on the other side of the room. It was Sasuke who spoke even while lying down. "I'm counting on that," said Naruto. Sasuke just smiled. "When they leave the hospital tomorrow, we'll start training, okay?" Sasuke and Kiyomi nodded. Time skip. One day. The entire village was currently at a funeral organized for the Uchiha clan, each clan of Konoha, offering their condolences to the only survivors who accepted it. The fourth Hokage presented a short speech in honor of the Uchiha clan, one of the founding clans of Konoha. After the funeral was over, Naruto told Sasuke and Kiyomi to meet him at the forest training ground. Naruto knew that Sasuke and Kiyomi had already been there, so he didn't worry about them getting lost. Location: forest training ground. Naruto was throwing kunai and shurikens left and right, he did it to kill time. Behind him, some clones were meditating attached to the branch of a tree, on their body they had a lot of leaves stuck. Naruto did this to expand his reserves and in the process improve his chakra control, although at this point, that was easy. Naruto strangely felt a chakra approaching from behind him, he didn't understand why, but apparently he was able to sense when someone was approaching him. This had happened a couple of times when Shisui tried to scare him. Naruto felt that the chakra was slowly approaching behind him until a small sound of the tinkling of a bell rang in his head. It was a little faint, but he managed to hear it. He quickly turned around to see how Kiyomi was trying to scare him. Kiyomi was a little paralyzed. How come Naruto turned around before she scared him? "Hello Naruto," he said with a nervous smile. "And Sasuke?" Naruto asked. "He came after me, he stayed a little behind because I ran away. Well, this one scare me? Not as you think. Alright." Kiyomi saw how Naruto closed his eyes and seemed to concentrate. She was confused but decided to watch and see what happens. "And if I concentrate maybe I can feel Sasuke just like I did with Kiyomi," Naruto thought. Naruto could feel a chakra slowly approaching. Suddenly Sasuke appeared on the training field walking calmly. Naruto simply stood up, making a mental note that he would go over his new skill later. "Very well guys," Naruto called the attention of the two brothers, "the first thing I will do is test your abilities. I want you both to fight against me without holding back that." "You're sure?" Kiyomi asked. "Don't worry guys, I'll be serious too, otherwise I wouldn't ask you." "Okay, let's go," Sasuke said. Kiyomi hesitated a little, but then nodded. After all, she saw Sasuke and Naruto fight. She knew that Naruto was very strong. The two brothers positioned themselves in a standard battle pose that their father had taught them, while Naruto got into the Uchiha intercepting fist pose. Since he still hasn't finished his own taijutsu, it was taking more work than normal. Sasuke and Kiyomi quickly approached Naruto, who was waiting patiently for them. Both brothers began to attack with consecutive punches and kicks, however, Naruto was able to block them all. Naruto was a little surprised to see that Sasuke and Kiyomi were not lost in battle, even when fighting the same opponent at the same time. They have very good teamwork. I even have a hard time stopping the blows, Naruto thought while getting a little defensive. Kiyomi tried a side kick that was blocked by Naruto's forearm. At that moment Sasuke tried to hit Naruto's other side, who blocked it with some difficulty. Naruto jumped back and advanced at high speed against the brothers. Kiyomi and Sasuke could barely see Naruto, thanks to the speed he was going. Sasuke could not react to the blow that fell towards his face. Kiyomi, seeing that his brother was hit, tried to hit Naruto's face, but he turned around and gave a roundhouse kick to Kiyomi, which was thrown backwards. Naruto advanced quickly towards Sasuke and started one-on-one. Unlike the other time, Sasuke had a harder time stopping Naruto's blows. Sasuke retreated after receiving a blow to the stomach, then he received a kick in the side. Naruto was being a little tougher. Kiyomi tried to take Naruto by surprise, however, when he hit, Naruto disappeared, showing a log. A substitution. Kiyomi thought. Naruto didn't give Kiyomi time to think and kicked her calf, causing her to lose her balance, then he swept her legs, causing her to fall completely. Sasuke approached Naruto to hit him from behind. Naruto heard the tinkling in his head again. But what? Naruto thought. He quickly turned around and narrowly avoided Sasuke's blow. That was weird, Naruto thought, however, he didn't waste any time and gave another blow to Sasuke's stomach. Naruto jumped back and waited for his opponents to compose themselves. Sasuke and Kiyomi managed to forget about the pain of the blows and stood next to each other, waiting to see what Naruto would do. Apparently they haven't noticed, thought Naruto. "I'm going to give you a little help," said Naruto. "I want you to concentrate chakra and direct it towards your eyes, okay?" Kiyomi and Sasuke didn't understand why they would have to do that, however they obeyed. The moment he directed the chakra towards his eyes, they began to burn slightly, however the pain disappeared almost instantly. Kiyomi and Sasuke opened and closed their eyes and then opened them, showing a novice Sharingan, or with just a Tomo. "What happened?" Sasuke asked. He felt that he could see better. Naruto picked up a kunai and carried it in front of Sasuke, showing his reflection on the blade of the kunai. Sasuke was surprised to see a Sharingan in his eyes. He had already read about it in a book. Naruto directed the kunai blade at Kiyomi so that she could see her Sharingan. Kiyomi was excited to know that she had awakened her Sharingan until she remembered something. "Why did we wake him up?" Kiyomi asked. "The impact of the massacre plus the death of his parents must have influenced the Sharingan to awaken," Naruto explained. "Before we fight again, I must tell you something quickly. The Sharingan is a very good tool, however, it is not he is all-powerful. Do not be influenced by his power. You should not depend on him. After all, you cannot depend on anything that will make you weak. Do you understand?" "Yes," said the two Uchihas. "Very well, now, show me what your Sharingan can do," he said with a challenging smile. Kiyomi and Sasuke looked directly at Naruto, their Sharingan spinning slowly, analyzing Naruto, who was preparing to attack. Naruto ran towards the brothers at high speed, however, Kiyomi and Sasuke's Sharingan were able to see him, the movements that were very fast before could now be seen well. Naruto attempted a hook at Sasuke, however, he was able to block it, he quickly counterattacked with a blow to Naruto's stomach, who blocked it. Sasuke and Naruto engaged in an exciting taijutsu battle, Kiyomi wasted no time and joined his brother. Naruto struck at high speed, but Sasuke and Kiyomi blocked them thanks to their Sharingan. They were immersed in a battle of fists and kicks, Kiyomi could see a slight opening in Naruto's defense, she took advantage and gave a low kick, Naruto instantly became destabilized, Sasuke took advantage and landed a big blow on Naruto's stomach, revenge it is best when served cold. Kiyomi kicked Naruto in the chest, sending him backwards, Sasuke quickly advanced and attempted a blow on the stunned Naruto. Naruto felt the tinkling in his head resounding loudly and instinctively dodged Sasuke's blow, however he did not expect Kiyomi to appear and punch his face, Naruto stepped back and took a breath, he did not expect such a beating. "You guys are good," he said, praising the two Uchihas. "However, I have trained a lot, it's time to show results." Naruto disappeared in a blur of speed appearing in front of Sasuke. The Uchiha Sharingan was barely able to follow Naruto's movement. Naruto extended his arm with the intention of hitting his stomach. Sasuke tried to block it, but he was very slow, so the blow landed on his body. Sasuke almost screamed in pain, Naruto had used great force, Sasuke was thrown back, Kiyomi tried to hit Naruto, however, Naruto crouched down and leaned on his arms to kick Kiyomi in the stomach. Kiyomi and Sasuke compassed themselves and looked directly at Naruto, who spoke to them. "And that's why you can't completely trust the Sharingan, their eyes may be able to see my movements, but if your body isn't able to respond just as quickly, what does it help? That's why they have to train your body as well as your sight, if you do it, you can go far," he said as he closed his eyes and activated his Sharingan, 3 tomos rotating lazily around his pupil. While the brothers whispered, they didn't know that Naruto had a completely mature Sharingan. "Now attack me," said Naruto as he focused his attention on Sasuke and Kiyomi. Kiyomi and Sasuke advanced at their maximum speed against Naruto, Naruto watched them calmly, his Sharingan shining in anticipation. He was able to see each of their movements in super slow motion, he could dodge them all without any problem, he was even able to predict what they were going to do. Naruto disappeared from Sasuke and Kiyomi's sight. Sasuke only felt a blow on his back and then a kick which sent him to the ground before Kiyomi could react. Naruto was in front of her, she tried to attack, however Naruto was very fast and he hit her in the back. The pit of her stomach, Naruto didn't hit her that hard, after all it was training, plus she was a woman. Naruto created a clone that subdued Sasuke to the ground, placing his hand on the boy's back and the other on the boy's head. Naruto finished off Kiyomi by sweeping her legs, causing her to fall. He picked up a kunai and pointed it at Kiyomi, symbolizing that he won. "I win," said Naruto. "Okay, you win," said the brothers. Naruto loosened his hold on Sasuke and removed the kunai that was aimed at Kiyomi, then helped them up. "Naruto-kun, you are very strong," Kiyomi said, praising the boy. "I'm not one to brag about that, besides, you can be just as strong, you just need to train more, you are just as capable as me," said Naruto with a smile. "Well, now that you've awakened the Sharingan, I think it's necessary. Let them learn the interceptor style of the Uchiha." Time skip. 12 hours. Generally Naruto was used to training for too many hours, since he did it with Shisui and Itachi, however, this is the first time that Sasuke and Kiyomi trained for so long. Kiyomi was almost falling, while Sasuke was crouched breathing deeply. Naruto was standing in front of the two of them, with some signs of fatigue, nothing more than that. "Alright guys, I guess that's enough for today," said Naruto. At the moment of saying that, Sasuke lay down on the ground catching his breath, while Kiyomi walked over to a tree to lie down on it. "If you wait for me a moment," said Naruto, and then made the Shunshin seals. Ram, monkey, rat. Shunshin no jutsu. Naruto's body flickered and suddenly disappeared from the forest. The brothers were too tired to be surprised by that, so they just waited. About 2 minutes later, Naruto appeared in the forest again, this time with 2 bottles of water in his hand. Naruto went to Sasuke and gave him a bottle, then sat next to Kiyomi and handed him the bottle, which he received with enthusiasm. Naruto, Sasuke and Kiyomi began to talk about trivial things until Naruto felt a weight fall on his shoulder. He turned his head to see a sleepy Kiyomi, who was slowly falling asleep. "Wow, you're tired," said Naruto. "I don't know how it's possible that you feel so good after so much training," said Kiyomi. "There's a reason I'm the teacher." "How arrogant, oh come on, you're very good too, I already know it, who is believed now?" Kiyomi just laughed. "Well, I guess it's time to go home," Naruto said, getting up. Kiyomi tried to get up, but when she tried she fell to the ground again, apparently her body was too tired. "This I can't get up," she said, a little blushing. "Don't worry," he said as he turned around, "get on my back." "Huh? Are you sure?" "Sure," said Naruto as he crouched down. Kiyomi just climbed on Naruto's back. Naruto approached Sasuke and helped him up, obviously without letting go of Kiyomi. Location: abandoned Uchiha complex. Naruto and Sasuke were walking, while Kiyomi was on Naruto's back. "Hey, what are we doing tomorrow?" Sasuke asked. "I don't know," Naruto replied lazily. "I'm almost sure that tomorrow the Hokage will call me to talk about our pension, since we're orphans now, plus I think he'll give us a new apartment and stuff. Why would I call you?" "I honestly don't know, however there is something I want to talk to the Hokage about." "What is it about?" "It's something of my interest, could you tell me?" "You ask a lot of questions, you know. I guess I'm a curious guy." Sasuke and Naruto arrived at the clan head's house and entered. Naruto took Kiyomi up to her room and laid her down on her bed, she was already fast asleep. Sasuke went to his room, but not before saying goodbye to Naruto and telling him that he could use the guest room to sleep. Naruto just fell on the bed and started to think. "I have so many things on my mind," I whisper. Time skip. One night Naruto was in the living room of Sasuke and Kiyomi's house. He knew that the brothers would sleep a little more because of yesterday. He was preparing breakfast for them. The most he could do is a sandwich. He would have to learn to cook, not now there was no one to do it for him. Naruto sat down on the couch and started eating his own sandwich. He was eating patiently until he heard a knock on the door. It's about time, he thought. He approached the door and opened it, showing a person in silver armor, with a mask that had dog features, silver hair that defied gravity. It was clearly an Anbu of the Hokage. "Hokage-sama requests your presence at UCHIHA-sen." The Anbu got straight to the point. "Understood," said Naruto, so that the Anbu grabbed him by the shoulder and they disappeared in an explosion of smoke. Location: Hokage Tower, hidden village in the leaves. Naruto and the Anbu appeared outside the Hokage's office. The Anbu opened the door and let Naruto in. As Naruto passed, he could see the fourth Hokage sitting calmly as he watched him pass. "Uchiha-sen is here, as requested by Hokage-sama," said the Anbu. "Thank you, Inu, dog, you can leave." The Anbu bowed and disappeared in another explosion of smoke. "Okay Naruto," said the Hokage. "How do you know my name?" Naruto said. "I am the Hokage, it is my duty to help the Leaf and therefore know everything about my village, but don't worry, I'm sure you know why you are here." "Yes, he's going to tell me about Sasuke, Kiyomi and I's pension." "That's right, well, I just wanted to tell you that you will get your sum every month, also here," he said, throwing him some keys. "They are the keys to your new apartment. Unfortunately I can't allow you to live in the Uchiha neighborhood for now, we have to wait for Sasuke or Kiyomi to become leader of the clan, either way. I managed to give them an apartment somewhat away from the hustle and bustle of the streets," he said with a smile. Naruto smiled and thanked the Hokage. "If you'll excuse me, Hokage-sama, I would like to ask you a favor." Sure, tell me, I'll see what I can do." "Vera, I will become a Leaf Shinobi, so I have been training for that." "Continue," said the Hokage. "Well, you see, I once read about Fuinjutsu, sealing arts." The Hokage opened his eyes slightly. "I investigated a little more and I realized that this art is very useful and versatile. However, I realized that very few practice it, but at the same time I realized that the Uzumakas were the greatest representatives of this art. I think I already know where he's going." The Hokage thought with some interest. "Your wife is in Uzumaki, so with all due respect, I want to know if she could train me a little in Fujutsu, with her permission of course. This could turn out well, for him and for everyone." The Hokage thought again. "Besides, from what I know, he is half Senju, so technically he is a cousin of the Uzumakas. I don't see anything wrong with that." "I studied it, you are someone very interesting Naruto. Very few people understand how good Fuinjutsu is, and of those people who understand it, most are not interested in studying it. Come by my house in the afternoon, so you can talk to Kushina, okay?" "Thank you very much Hokage-sama." Naruto almost jumped with excitement, knowing that he would have a chance. Location: Forest training ground. Kiyomi, Sasuke and Naruto were doing physical training. After Naruto's Sharingan is not everything lesson, they have decided to train their bodies more. After physical training, Naruto got up and called the brothers to an area of the training field. "Alright guys, it's time to know something essential for any shinobi. I guess you know what elemental ninjutsu is," said Naruto. The two brothers nodded. "Well, as you know, there are 5 elements of the nature of chakra, which are fire, water, wind, earth and lightning. Each one has its different jutsus, and well, you know however. We have to know which element of nature we possess, that's why these things exist," he said while taking out 3 papers from his pocket. "What are those?" Sasuke asked. "These are chakra papers. They are papers that are created based on a special tree that contains chakra, that's it. The functions of these papers is to determine the nature of your chakra, infusing it with a little of it," he said and handed him a chakra paper to each one. "How do we know what nature we have?" Kiyomi asked. "According to what I read, when you pass your chakra towards the paper, it has different reactions that tell you your nature. These are." If the paper burns it is fire, if the paper gets wet it is water, if the paper is cut, half is wind, if it turns into dust it is earth, and if it wrinkles it is lightning. Now, how about we start? You're first, Kiyomi. Okay, said Kiyomi, and then began to direct chakra towards the paper, which had the following reaction. The paper crumpled and then burned badly. Wow. What does that mean? Kiyomi asked excitedly. Apparently you have two chakra affinities, one is lightning, and the other is fire brilliant. Kiyomi shouted. Okay Sasuke, it's your turn, said Naruto. Sasuke directed his chakra towards the blade which reacted the same as Kiyomi's. Wow, it seems that you also have fire and lightning chakra. You really are twins, said Naruto. Well, I guess it's my turn. Naruto began to direct his chakra towards the paper, which had the following reaction. The paper was cut into two pieces, one part of the paper was crumpled into a ball, and the other part was burned to ashes. Incredible, Sasuke said. What affinities do you have, Naruto-kun? Asked a curious Kiyomi. Apparently I have affinities to fire, wind and lightning. That's great. The girl shouted. It is obvious that I would have an affinity for fire due to my Uchiha blood, lightning must be my own affinity, but wind. It is very rare for there to be wind users in Konoha from what we have been taught, the only thing I can intuit is that the wind comes from my Senju blood. Thought Naruto. And now what do we do? Sasuke asked. Well, the first thing we will do is train our affinities, by training them it is easier to do elemental jutsus, and they will also use less chakra. How do we do that? Naruto walked over to a leaf on a tree and picked up about 3 leaves. Shisui taught me that to train an elemental affinity it is necessary to follow a series of steps. The first thing is to train our fire affinity. I assure you that this will be easy, because it is the main affinity of our clan. Shisui told me that what we have to do is set this leaf on fire with our chakra. Okay, let's start. 1 hour later. Naruto regrets having said that it would be easier. Training an elemental affinity was the most tedious he knew. A full hour has passed, and he has only managed to heat the blade a little. It was becoming very annoying, until he remembered something. How could I be so stupid, Naruto said. What's wrong? Sasuke asked. Do either of you two know Kage Bunshin no Jutsu? No, they responded simply. Naruto made the cross seal and said. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. Instantly, 10 shadow clones appeared at Naruto's side. But if they are normal clones, I don't see anything different about them, said Kiyomi. Go closer to them and try to touch them. If it's a normal Bunshin you won't be able to touch it. Kiyomi approached the shadow clone and touched his shoulder. Instantly the clone touched Kiyomi's forehead with his index finger and middle finger, just as Itachi did. The clone smiled and said. Hello, hey. Kiyomi said, how can the clone talk? Naruto explained to Sasuke and Kiyomi about the Kage Bunshin, so these clones are physical and also have their own consciousness. That's right, said Naruto. This is very cool, Kiyomi said while playing clapping games with a clone. But shadow clones have a secret, and that is that everything they learn is transmitted to the original user, so training with them makes training with them faster. However, they do not transmit physical experiences. I see, Sasuke. Let's see how many you can do. Sasuke made the cross seal and said. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. 2 clones of Sasuke appeared next to him. Apparently he couldn't do as many as Naruto, he needs more chakra. Can I only do 2? It's better that you leave it like this, you shouldn't go overboard with the amount you do. These clones, as I already told you, spend more chakra than normal, so if you do more than your body allows you could die, said Naruto in a tone serious. Now I'm going, said Kiyomi, and then made the seal of the cross. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. 2 Kiyomi clones appeared. Okay, now, we have to train our control of fire chakra. Each clone will take a leaf and try to set it on fire, understood? Yeah. All the Sasuke and Kiyomi clones nodded. Time skip. 10 hours. The 10 hours of training the Uchihas had been really satisfactory. After about 3 hours of training with the clones, they were already able to set the leaves on fire. They practiced that for another hour, and then they started practicing their taijutsu again. Sasuke and Kiyomi improved more and more. Even Naruto himself learned from their weaknesses by fighting against them. Naruto, Sasuke and Kiyomi were now going to the location of their new apartment. Naruto knew the address because the Hokage gave it to him. After a few minutes of walking they arrived at their new home. It was a simple apartment. Upon entering they could observe a room that seemed cozy. It had a few armchairs and a small table. It was a little spacious. It was simple but contained what was necessary, a kitchen, which strangely had a full refrigerator. The Hokage took care of that, Naruto thought. It had a bathroom and 4 rooms, 3 are bedrooms and 1 was empty. The 3 Uchihas quickly settled down. They would have to go get their belongings from the Uchiha neighborhood later. I ask for this room, said Kiyomi. I ask for this one, said Sasuke. Okay, well, I guess I'll take this one, said Naruto. Hey, what are we going to do with that one? Said the girl pointing to the empty room. Naruto looked at the empty room and had an idea. I ask for it, said Naruto. Okay, I guess, said Kiyomi. Time skip. 2 hours. The three Uchihas in these 2 hours arranged all their belongings in their new house. Naruto took the opportunity to collect the drawer where his mother's eyes were kept. Mini flashback. Naruto was in Shisui's room. It was somewhat nostalgic and very sad. It hadn't been that long since he died. He went to Shisui's bed and crouched down to see underneath it. The drawer was supposed to be there. At first it couldn't be seen, but Naruto didn't seem to care. Shisui had hidden it with a genjutsu. Naruto activated his Sharingan and whispered, "Kai, release." The genjutsu dissipated, showing a small drawer. Naruto took it out from under the bed and opened it, showing a scroll on which his mother's name was written. Naruto opened it and saw the seal that his mother's eyes were sealed in. "At least I have this part of you, Mom," Naruto thought sadly. And flashback. Naruto was walking through the streets of Konoha towards the Hokage's house, and he had told the brothers that he was going there and that he did not need them to accompany him. Thank goodness they had not taken it the wrong way. Finally he arrived at the Hokage's house. Apparently they were not interested in what was striking, since despite being the Hokage, he lived in a simple house. It was a little bigger than the others, however it was not a mansion. Gigantic. He approached the gate and knocked a few times. After a while the door began to open, showing a girl with 2 blonde pigtails that Naruto knew very well. "Oh, hello Naruto, how are you?" "Hello Myth, I'm fine, are your parents at home?" "Yes, they are there, why?" "I would like to talk to them." "I see, come." And Mito led Naruto towards the house. When they entered, Naruto could see the 4th Hokage, who was reading a newspaper. Lego could see Mito's brother, Menma, who was there. Well, Menma was simply sitting in an armchair. While the mythical mother, Kushina, was in the kitchen, from which a truly delicious and appetizing smell came out. Mito approached his father and told him that Naruto was waiting for him. Minato looked up from his newspaper to see a Naruto who greeted him with a slight bow. "Good afternoon, Hokage-sama." "Hello Naruto, come on, don't bow anymore, we're at my house and I was already waiting for you." Minato got up and led Naruto towards the kitchen, where Kushina was. "Kushi-chan," Minato called. "Kushi-chan?" Naruto thought. He never thought that the most feared person of the 5 elemental nations would say that. He just looked at him strangely. Minato felt Naruto's bewildered gaze on him and couldn't help but blush a little. Kushina heard her husband's call and turned to see that he was accompanied by one of her daughter's friends. "Oh, but it's one of Mito-chan's friends. Sorry, what was your name?" "My name is UCHIHA Naruto." "Kushina-sama, I see, you are Itomi's son, right?" Yeah, how do you know?" "Makoto and her were friends, plus I was friends with Makoto, so we have seen each other a couple of times, and Itomi told me about you and Shisui." "I understand, I'm sorry for what you've had to go through," Kushina said with a sad look. "Don't worry, everything recovers slowly," said Naruto. "Well, the thing is that Naruto wanted to tell you something." Kushina. Minato interrupted. "Oh yeah? And what is it?" Kushina said. "Vera." "Kushina-sama, I remember I once told you not to treat me with so much respect, right?" "Okay, well, what I wanted to say is, could you teach me Fujitsu? Please?" Kushina remained a little silent at that question. Naruto began to worry about Kushina's silence. He even believed that she was not going to accept it. He looked towards Minato, who was not worried. Minato grabbed Naruto's shoulder and told him, "Calm down, he's just assimilating the emotion," he said calmly. Naruto was confused until he started to look at Kushina, whose eyes seemed to start to shine, and she clenched her fists as if she were excited. "Of course yes, Tebane," Kushina shouted excitedly. Naruto raised an eyebrow in confusion. "Tebane?" he asked himself. "It's a little verbal tic that she says when she's excited," Minato clarified. "Of course I will train you in Fuinjutsu," Kushina stressed. "Really? Just like that?" "Of course, look, there are not many people who are interested in this art, and I really like it. It was one of the best skills of my clan. There is almost no one who is interested in learning it, despite being a such great art, so the fact that you want to learn from it seems exciting to me. And that you ask me to teach you only excites me more." "Oh, I see, well, thank you very much for accepting me as your apprentice, Kushina-san." It was one of the few times you could see emotion in Naruto. "Alright, let's start with your first lesson." "Wait, what? So fast? You still need to finish dinner and set the table." "Don't worry about that, Myth. Help me with dinner and set the table, okay?" "Of course Mom," she said, Myth while making a cross-shaped hand seal. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. 6 myth clones appeared, 3 to help Kushina and 3 began to set the table. She can also make shadow clones, Naruto thought. After a few quick movements the table was completely served. Kushina was guiding Naruto towards a room. "Okay, Naruto," Kushina began, stopping in front of the door. "You are going to start learning Fuinjutsu. This is a very special art. Once you master this art, the only limit there will be is your imagination. But just as it is very powerful, you should know that it is just as dangerous. Any creation you make, you must abstain from the consequences that this brings, understand? Whether good or bad." Naruto nodded determinedly. Kushina opened the door in front of her, revealing some kind of library. I'm sorry to tell you that you cannot start making stamps without first having practiced your spelling. Spelling is too important a factor in stamps. If the stamps you make are misspelled, they will not work as you thought. What I will give you now are some books so you can learn about the easiest stamps and improve your spelling at the same time. Kushina took out a pen with an inkwell from a drawer, then she approached a shelf from which she took out 2 books. Naruto managed to read what their titles said. The first book said, Fuinjutsu for Beginners, and the second said Fuinjutsu Level 1. This book, he said, pointing to the book of Fuinjutsu for Beginners, it will help you understand more about Fuinjutsu, and at the same time it brings kanji spelling exercises. Don't worry, they won't be difficult at all. And this one, he said, pointing to Fuinjutsu Level 1, I will teach you the types of Level 1 seals and how to make them, just as the title says he. Well, the fact is that you will come every weekend and I will evaluate how you are doing, and by the way, I'll give you some advice, okay? Yes, Kushina-san, but I have a question. In total, how many levels of Fuinjutsu are there? There are 10 levels, each one is much more difficult than the last. I just hope you don't get discouraged. Don't worry, I will continue studying. I will reach level 10. The Fuinjutsu is too good to leave half done. You have no idea, Kushina said, smiling. By the way, Kushina-san, will you return to shinobi service? Of course, but I won't do it so soon. I want to enjoy time with my little children. I will return to shinobi service when they become genin. I may even be their jonin sensei, but I won't stop training. I will continue to be the most powerful kunoichi in the Databane village. So the whole tick is Databane, Naruto pressed with a smile. Well, thank you very much for your help, Kushina-san, he said, bowing. Don't worry, it was a pleasure, and remember to come on the weekends, okay? She said, rubbing Naruto's head. Sure, he replied simply. Kushina led Naruto towards the exit until a scream was heard. Hey you. A certain Ritid shouted. Naruto turned to see Menma, who looked irritated. Hello Menma, what do I need? You and I, let's have my revenge now. Menma. Her mother shouted, stop shouting, besides, what do you mean by revenge? Kushina turned to look at Naruto, who had a somewhat nervous face. Menma, how about we fight another day, okay? Not at all. You've been saying that all year, not this time. Naruto gave a sigh of resignation. Kushina remembered her children's first day of school. Menma was in a bad mood. He said it was because he had lost into jutsu with someone, but he didn't know it was Naruto himself. He turned his gaze to the black-haired boy, who motioned for her to come closer. She crouched down to his height. I promise I will finish this quickly and painlessly, Naruto whispered. Kushina nodded, somewhat worried. Naruto put his new belongings on the floor and stood in front of Menma, then motioned for her to come closer and whispered, come. Menma approached Naruto at high speed. He attempted a blow to his face, but Naruto easily dodged it. Naruto grabbed his arm and turned to charge Menma. Naruto used strength to lift Menma off the ground. He crouched down so that Menma passed over him. The rest was done by gravity. Menma hit the ground, however, his head was protected by Naruto's foot. I win, said the Uchiha. TSK, Menma whined. Naruto let go of Menma, gathered his things and said goodbye to Kushina with a bow. That boy is very good, he subdued Menma with a single movement, and to think that he wants to learn Fuinjutsu, I guess that will be interesting, Kushina thought. Time skip. 1 year. A year has passed since those events, since the massacre, a year since the awakening of Naruto's Manjikyu, a year since Naruto's promise, and well, you know, this year, Naruto would classify it as one of the most tiring, and here's why. In this year, Naruto, Sasuke and Kiyomi had to adapt to their new home and also learn to be independent, which meant learning to cook, wash their clothes, even manage money, and of course, learn to bargain. Author's note. In my country, haggling refers to negotiating with sellers. End note. Not only that, but Naruto began to exaggerate a little with his training and that of the boys. After all, he promised that he would become very strong to achieve his goal. Naruto began his training with physical conditioning, about 200 push-ups, 200 squats and 200 sit-ups at least. Every 2 days he increased 50 of each and went around the village a few times. Then he started with chakra training, practicing his control and at the same time increasing his reserves, which, for some reason, were larger than the normal ones of a boy of his age. Then he began to practice his taijutsu, which was advancing rapidly again. He had everything planned. His taijutsu would be a combination of defensive and offensive. His offensive would be based on fast and strong movements, with great certainty, and that they would really seek to do damage to the pressure points of the body. With these he refers to the body's weak points, in addition to containing the splendid counterattack of the Uchiha interceptor style. His defense is to alternate between flexibility and rigidity, something really difficult, but he would not give up. His Rajutsu training was going great. His spelling had improved too much, and he was already able to create simple storage seals. He was able to seal kunai, shuriken and somewhat larger tools, such as swords and small armchairs. He is currently at level 3 of Fuinjutsu and is learning to make basic resistance seals. They were having a hard time, but once he achieves them, he will be able to advance to high resistance seals and even gravity seals, which were of the level 4 to 5 of Fuinjutsu. Sasuke and Kiyomi kept up with him in physical and chakra training. For some reason, Kiyomi was too good at managing her chakra, so much so that she was able to perfectly concentrate her chakra to increase her strength momentarily, however she was not an expert at that. Like a certain blonde Sannin, Sasuke seemed to have very good control with weapons. Kiyomi was striving to create her own style of taijutsu just like Naruto. She would take advantage of his superior flexibility to create a fast and how to put it dazzling style. And finally, they continued training their elemental affinities. They already controlled their fire affinity and lightning affinities very well. Even Naruto was able to complete his training with wind because now he could make more shadow clones. The Uchiha library had too many scrolls with fire jutsus, while Naruto could learn some wind jutsus thanks to Kushina. Because wind is a typical affinity of Uzumaki's, they were even the affinities of Menma and Mito, however, they had no one to help them. Showed lightning, but it didn't stop them from searching. However, there is something that Naruto wanted to try regarding his eyes, well, his new eyes, and this time he wanted to do it secretly. Location unknown. Naruto was in a clearing in the forest completely alone. In the clearing there was a small lake. At 8 years old, Naruto was a few centimeters taller than boys his age. He was wearing a black high-necked shirt and gray shorts. Once he wore blue sandals. He was sitting on a rock with a pensive position. He was thinking about his new eyes, about what they could do. The abilities of the Manjikyu, Amaterasu, Kamui, Susanoo, Tsukiyomi and Kotomatsukami. I wonder which one I will have. Let's see, let's analyze for a moment. It is very unlikely that I have the Kamui or the Kotomatsukami, even less likely that I will awaken them now. I guess I'm still too young to unlock the Susanoo if it's as strong as the rock says, and the truth is, I wouldn't want to have to deal with the Tsukiyomi now. Besides, I wouldn't have anyone to try it with. The only thing left to check is the Amaterasu. After all, the rock says that that is the most common ability. In the few Manjikyu users Naruto approached the lake, from which a rock protruded. Naruto took off his shirt and shoes. I guess a dip wouldn't hurt, he said and then went into it. Naruto looked at the rock and dove into the water. He could see that the rock was bigger than he thought. It reached a small elevation deep in the lake. This will do, he thought. Naruto came out of the lake and shook his head a little to get rid of the water. He looked carefully at the tip of the rock that stood out of the water. He closed his eyes and then opened them, showing the pattern of his Manjikyu Sharingan. I just hope this doesn't get out of control, he thought. Naruto looked carefully at the tip of the rock. In his head he imagined the rock being consumed by black flames. Unconsciously, he began to conduct a large amount of chakra towards his left eye, which began to glow. Naruto felt that his left eye began to glow. Burning incredibly, he wanted to stop, but it was too late. His left eye began to bleed. The key words came to his mind, and he unconsciously recited them. Amaterasu, Naruto whispered. Instantly, black flames began to consume the rock. They were so hot that the rock crumbled easily. Naruto could barely see how the rock began to melt until the flames reached the water. Naruto quickly submerged to see if the flames they would continue consuming the rock. Instantly I couldn't see anything until the black flames appeared again, consuming the rock even under the water. The flames will not go out until they completely consume their target. That phrase sounded in Naruto's head like a catchy song. The blood that was running from his eye began to be cleaned with the water. The flames advanced until there was no more left of the rock. Literally it had just been completely consumed. There was no left of it, not even small debris. He quickly rose to the surface and got out of the water. He felt so tired. It seemed like that the technique took away a large part of his chakra. Naruto was breathing heavily and his Manjikyu turned off. So this is the power of the Manjikyu, the power of the Uchiha clan. Time skip. 4 months. Naruto was returning from a special Fuinjutsu training this weekend. He had taken a little longer in the training, so much so that it was already too late. However, Kushina didn't mind much delaying a few more hours. The streets were somewhat lonely. It must have been due to the visit of some representatives of Kumagakure no Sado, village hidden in the clouds. Apparently they came to sign a supposed peace treaty between Konoha and them. Kushina did not trust them. They were greedy. They wanted bloodlines like bears love honey. For this reason, they had tried to kidnap Kushina when she was a child. However, Minato had saved her. It was so romantic. Words of Mito and Kushina. Naruto had taken a shortcut through the Hyuga clan complex. That would be faster to get to his house. It was a fairly quiet journey when suddenly, in Naruto's head, the peculiar tinkling of danger sounded. Naruto volt everywhere, spotting the slight movement of a shadow. Apparently it was an adult man. He could see that this man was carrying a sack that for some strange reason seemed to move. You didn't have to be a genius to deduce what was happening. They're kidnapping someone, Naruto thought. Naruto moved quickly behind the person following him. He was chasing them for a few moments. He knew that this would lead to nothing, so he had no choice but to get their attention. He took out an emergency kunai that he had in a small bag and threw it at the person in front of him. The person's instincts warned him that something was approaching at high speed and he narrowly avoided the kunai. It cut his cheek, making a small cut. He instinctively took out a kunai from a kunai's holder. A boy no more than 8 years old. "This has to be a joke," said the man. "Hey, let go of the person you're carrying in the bag," Naruto demanded. "Hey, you little bastard, who do you think you are? I only know that you are carrying a fellow leaf in that sack, so I order you to let him go." "Oh yeah, why don't you come and take it from me, kid? I guess I don't have a choice," Naruto thought as he approached the man in Taijutsu. His opponent had a headband that had a pair of clouds carved into it. "Wait, it's from Kumagakure, weren't they supposed to come to form a peace agreement?" Naruto launched himself against the Kumonin to start a fight. Even though Naruto was very good for his age, he was fighting against a jonin. This person had much more experience and strength than him, so his blows were easily countered. No matter how hard you tried, it was almost impossible to land a hit against someone who had much more experience than you. Naruto attempted a direct blow to the stomach, however, this was easily stopped by the Kumo ninja, who punched Naruto in the face and then kicked him in the stomach. Naruto actually felt that kick, he almost screamed in pain, he felt like something broke, he tried to move back, however the Kumonin gave another kick to his side which sent him flying. Naruto stepped back and took a few long breaths. "I should be more careful," he thought. "You really think that you, a child, can beat a jonin like me? You hardly even laugh, trust was never good," said Naruto. "As if that affects me now," the jonin mocked. Naruto approached the jonin who was waiting for him. Naruto felt the tinkling in his head again and he crouched down a little, narrowly avoiding the blow that was aimed at his face. He quickly directed a blow to the jonin's stomach which he barely missed. "Dodge it," however Naruto swept the jonin's legs, which destabilized a little, but quickly recovered. The Kumonin attempted a kick that Naruto narrowly dodged and attempted a kick that the jonin blocked. The two they engaged in a taijutsu battle that the jonin was obviously winning, however, Naruto was not backing down. The Kumonin kicked Naruto back. "This is costing me a lot," Naruto thought. "I need to think of something. I need to save the person who is in the bag and warn the Hokage of the betrayal. There is no other option. I'm going to go all out," he said, closing his eyes and activating his Sharingan, 3 tomes spinning in a different pattern, in a somewhat more aggressive pattern, analyzing his opponent. "Oh, a Sharingan, it's a very good bloodline," thought the Kumonin. "The Raikage will be very proud of me if I manage to take him to Kumo." He gave a macabre smile. Naruto and the Kumonin threw themselves at each other starting a taijutsu battle. This time the battle was a little more even, because now Naruto was able to see his opponent's movements. He was even able to predict them, however, the same rule of the Sharingan applies to him. If your body is not able to follow the speed, what's the point of watching his movements? Naruto jumped back and passed through hand seals. Snake, ram, monkey, wild boar, tiger horse. Kaiten. Kikakyu no Jutsu. A torrent of fire came out of Naruto's mouth. It transformed into a gigantic fireball, which headed towards the Kumonin, who was surprised, however, he did not allow himself to be intimidated and dodged the fireball, but a Naruto appeared. Behind him, he backhanded Naruto, who disappeared in a ball of smoke. A shadow clone, thought the Kumonin. Another Naruto appeared in front of the jonin, who began to fight with the jonin. Another Naruto appeared next to the ninja, while another began to attack him from behind. What the hell? The ninja was distracted for a moment and received a blow to his stomach. The clones began to move the ninja away from the bag, to which Naruto approached him with a clone accompanying him. Naruto untied the knot that the bag had and opened it, showing one of Kiyomi's friends, Hinata Hyuga, who was there. Almost fainted. Hinata wake up," said Naruto. Hinata started to wake up when she saw a black-haired boy with very strange red eyes. The last thing she remembered was that she was in her room, then someone came in, and then everything turned black and then now she was here. She could barely recognize the boy in front of him. "Naruto-kun," Hinata said weakly. "Hinata, I need you to do me a favor." Hinata could see the bruises that Naruto had. "Naruto-kun, what happened to you? Did you?" "Hinata, I don't have much time, I need you to go to the Hokage Tower and announce the betrayal of Kumagakure and please ask for help. I will distract the understanding ninja a little more." Hinata turned to look elsewhere. She observed the 3 Naruto clones who were fighting against the jonin, who was beginning to dominate them abysmally. She quickly understood the situation and headed towards the Hokage Tower. Naruto watched as Hinata jumped from roof to roof, and when he was at a safe distance, he turned to face the ninja again, who dispelled his 3 clones. "I have to admit, you're a very annoying brat." The ninja could see some marks from blows, however, he's walking more than that, plus he didn't look tired. This is the level of a jonin. "But the games are over, I'm going to defeat you and you will come to Kumo so you can give us the Sharingan." Naruto once again engaged in a battle against the Kumonin. This time his blows were more accurate and faster, he could see them, but he was not able to block them, his body was not so fast. In addition, the kick he received still hurt. The ninja said. The lightning ninjas separated and passed through a series of seals. Naruto was able to follow them with his Sharingan Bore, Ram, Snake, Raiden, Jabasi, Lightning Element. Electromagnetic Assassination. The Kumo ninja extended his arms, and a very powerful wave of electricity came out towards Naruto. His Sharingan was able to see the jutsu, however his body took its toll when he tried to dodge it. He was able to move quickly, but a small lightning bolt was able to reach him, giving him a small shock that stunned him. The Kumo nin approached and hit his stomach. Naruto let out saliva from the blow, stepped back a little and took a breath. I have to stop it, I'm going to finish this. Naruto's Sharingan glowed as he traced hand seals. Bore, Ram, Snake, Raiden, Jabasi. Naruto extended his arms giving a discharge of electricity that was directed at full speed against the Jonin. A bolt of lightning was able to reach him, stunning him. Naruto repeated his action and hit the ninja's stomach with all his strength, who spat saliva. The Kumo nin recovered and tried to deliver a blow that Naruto dodged. A clone of Naruto appeared behind him. Jumped and kicked the ninja's upper back, sending him towards Naruto, who supported himself on the ground with his arms, pushed himself up and drove. Chakra towards his foot, making the kick on the ninja's chin stronger. The Kumo nin shot out of the ground somewhat. A third Naruto appeared in the air and gave an axe kick to the ninja's head, which fell into the ground. Naruto picked up a kunai and tried to stab the ninja, but he stopped. The ninja took advantage of that to get up and kick Naruto, sending him backwards. What is it, kid? Are you afraid of killing? And so you hope to become a shinobi? Hahaha, how pathetic. I don't know what to do, I've never killed before. The fact of taking the life of someone who is only following someone else's orders terrifies me, but if I don't do anything, it will be their life or mine. Do I use Amaterasu? No, I can't risk that. I have an idea, I just hope it works. The Kumo ninja ran towards Naruto with the intention of finishing this. Apparently he was very confident, a serious mistake. Naruto ran towards him, apparently slow, however, he had something in mind. Please make this work, Naruto recited in his mind with all his might. Shunshin no jutsu. Naruto disappeared in the blink of an eye. The Kumo nin only felt the sensation of something cold burying itself against his chest, right in the area of his heart. He looked down to see a kunai buried in it. He put on a face of complete terror, however, he felt increasingly weaker. He felt like he was short of breath until everything just went black. Naruto simply felt the shinobi's body fall to the ground, completely cold and lifeless. He crouched down and rested on his knees. He felt that his arms were hanging. He just stayed there with an expressionless look until tears began to fall. Silently, her hair covering her teary eyes. The first death can be a traumatic event even for an adult. Many shinobi have abandoned their career after their first death, but he had to be strong. He could only see the Hokage arrive with Hinata and some Anbis before fainting. 1 day later, location. Konoha Hospital. It smells like alcohol. Again Naruto opened his eyes little by little. He stood up slowly, getting used to the now characteristic light of the hospital. Naruto sat on the stretcher rubbing his eyes. He felt that the pain in his body had decreased, but it had not gone away, it was still there. I hear the noise of a door opening, from which 4 people entered. Kiyomi, Sasuke, Hinata and the Hokage. Kiyomi quickly approached Naruto and climbed onto the bed. Naruto-kun, are you okay? You could see the concern for miles. Naruto nodded. Kiyomi hugged him tightly. Don't scare me like that again, she whispered as a few small tears came out that never came since Naruto separated and wiped them away. Don't worry, sometimes you have to sacrifice yourself for others, he said looking at Hinata. Thank you very much for saving me at night, it's no big deal dude, you really faced a Jonin by yourself, said Sasuke. Naruto remembered the event yesterday, his first death, and immediately made a sad face. The Hokage noticed this and said. Children, could you leave me alone with Naruto? The 3 boys did not understand, but nodded and left the room. The Hokage approached Naruto who had a low look. I know you feel bad about last night. I feel terrible, it's just that I feel so guilty, because that ninja was only following the orders of his superiors, and I took away his life, the opportunity to see his loved ones again. I took away a part of a person's family. It is normal for you to feel this way. In fact, for you to feel this way shows that you are human, but you must understand that this is the life of shinobi. We train to kill, we do it to protect our own. If you had not intercepted that ninja, he would have taken Hinata, and if you hadn't killed him, he would have taken you, separating Sasuke and Kiyomi. Would you want either of those 2 things to happen? Naruto shook his head quickly. Well, I just want you to know that what you did yesterday was the right thing. You successfully stopped an enemy shinobi who tried to kidnap a clan heiress. I just need you to tell me the events. Naruto told a story about what happened last night, including how he defeated the shinobi. I must admit that you are very good for your age, too good to be true, but hey, remember that what you did may break some of your morale, but remember that you did it to protect a companion from the blade. Naruto just nodded. Become strong, Naruto, protect the ones you love, just like all our ancestors did. I see great things in you, just move forward without looking back. Well, sometimes yes, he said, taking something out of his pocket and leaving it on Naruto's bed. Naruto picked it up, it was an envelope. B-rank mission fulfillment payment. Naruto's eyes widened a little, but then he smiled. This is the first step, the training of a true shinobi. Today I slept wonderfully. A serene and calm voice resonated in a room which looked like a bedroom. On the other side of the bed rested a chikudo, straight sword. On the other side there was a nightstand where a book with the title Fuinjutsu level 10 rested. Next to it were sheets with what seemed to be kanji engraved on it. The kanji were completely organized and written perfectly. It looked like a work of art. Further back there was a portrait with a photo of a woman with very fine features, with black eyes and long straight hair of a dark blue color, almost black. The woman was smiling while hugging two boys. A tall boy of approximately 13 years old. He had hair messy black. This boy had his hand resting on the other boy's head, who looked to be 5 years old, black eyes and black hair with blue tips. He had two strands that framed his face. His hair was a strange mix between messy and plain, but it looked good on him. The boy who was in bed stretched to push the sleep away from his body, letting out a slight yawn. A very good dream, the boy murmured again. He didn't seem to be more than 14 years old. The boy got up and went to the closet in his room. When he opened it, he could see different combinations of clothes, high-necked shirts, short and long sleeves, black and white pants and bandages. On the side of the door, you could find kunai and shuriken hanging. There were a few of them. Naruto went to another closet that was next to it. Opening it, he could see a large amount of shurikens and kunai, ninja wires, smoke bombs and other tools. Everything is complete, said the boy. He closed the doors of his closets and prepared to tidy up the room when he stopped in front of the aforementioned painting. Nai-san, Oka-san, today I graduated from the academy. These 7 years have been very hard. You don't know how much I have trained, but I know that everything will be worth it. I hope you are watching me. The boy left the room to find a hallway which had more rooms which were closed. He started walking and stopped in front of a door which seemed normal. The boy put his hand on the door and suddenly, kanji started glowing all over the door. A click was heard. That was the signal he was waiting for. He turned the handle and entered the room. The room seemed to contain a desk next to a lamp. It had shelves with too many books. There were some shinobi tools around the room that were organized. There were other shelves that this time were filled with parchments with seals. The boy passed by the table which had quite a few inkwells and quills, along with scattered papers that had kanji engraved on them. The boy approached a shelf which had a very strange kunai. It had 3 points and seemed to have a series of kanji engraved on the handle. I'm not done with you yet, but I'm close, the boy murmured. The boy approached a kind of box which was closed. He put his hand in the box and kanji shined again. When they went out, a click sounded and the boy opened the box showing a scroll. Apparently it's still in good condition, he said, looking at the parchment and then closing the box again. The boy went to the door of the room and left it. He approached the door again and closed it, leaving the room. He put his hand on the door and the kanji shone again. A click sounded, indicating that the room was closed again. The boy went to a room at the end of the hallway, which seemed to be the bathroom. He entered and began to brush his teeth while looking in the mirror. Today is the day, Naruto, today is the day, he said as he finished brushing his teeth and splashed water on his face. Naruto walked down the hallway again while knocking on the doors of 2 rooms. It's time to get up, he said out loud. The doors to the rooms opened to show 2 boys who seemed to be the same age as Naruto, specifically a boy and a girl. These were Sasuke and Kiyomi, who were also ready to start their day. Good morning, Sasuke, Kiyomi said with a smile, giving her brother a hug. Good morning, Kiyomi, Sasuke responded, reciprocating the hug. Kiyomi approached Naruto. Good morning, she said with the same smile and a small hug. She was still as sweet as ever. Naruto smiled. Good morning, he responded and returned the hug. You have to prepare, today is graduation day. It's true, well I'm coming, he said heading to the bathroom. Naruto made a half seal of the ram with his right hand. Instantly a shadow clone appeared next to him and headed to the kitchen to prepare breakfast. The original Naruto went to his room and sat on the bed. He hid his mouth behind his hands, which were crossed, and closed his eyes to remember everything that had happened in these 6 to 7 years. Flashback clarification of Naruto, Kiyomi and Sasuke's progress. These years have been the hardest, however for Naruto, it was completely worth it. After overcoming his slight depression due to his first death, he realized the level he must achieve to protect those he loves. He was aware that he was able to defeat the Kumo Jonin by pure luck because he trusted, in addition to that he did not want to kill him, since his main objective was to take him to Kumagakure so that he could produce Uchiha offspring. If before Naruto seemed like he was exaggerating with his training, now he was torturing himself. Naruto began to train day and night. This helped him forget about the blood that rested on his hands due to his murder. His training in Taijutsu went extremely beyond what he had planned. Naruto towards the shadow clones that he could, and he ordered that they attack him in a group. Basically everyone against him, so that the clones could differentiate him. Naruto tied a red band to his forehead and began the fight. After that training, Naruto came out with too many bruises, and sometimes even he felt like something was really breaking, but his Senju blood did not let itself be intimidated, and it resisted as best it could. Naruto would be as good as new in 4 days. Those days he dedicated himself to training Fuinjutsu on his own, although of course, he was still going. With Kushina on the weekends, experience is a good source of learning. Because Naruto was now practicing Fuinjutsu alone, well, accompanied by a few dozen clones, he was beginning to advance in an amazing way. His physical conditioning consisted of strength and resistance exercises, basically the well-known exercises, squats, sit-ups, push-ups, etc. However, he was now concentrating on handling weights with his hands, such as lifting large rocks or logs that he found lying around. Sasuke and Kiyomi followed him. A year passed and Naruto was already 9 years old, and in that year he managed to reach level 6 of Fuinjutsu, a great advance, because he could now make resistance and gravity seals. It didn't take him long to learn to master them and adhere them to his body. The first time he put on gravity seals, he fell to the ground with no way to get up. Far from getting angry, he was happy because that proved that his seals were working. The gravity seals increased his weight, making every movement he made require more effort. Basically, the mere act of walking was already exercising his body, but the resistance seals, which had the function of restricting his movements, made Naruto have to make more efforts for everything he did. Kiyomi and Sasuke began to increase their training as well, as they did not want to be left behind, while Naruto advanced by leaps and bounds. Sasuke began to work physically with Naruto, they even almost always had friendly combats, so that each one could cover their weak points. Sasuke had the bad luck to be the test subject of Naruto's new Taijutsu style, and what can I say, it didn't work out nothing good for him. Naruto's style was really ruthless. He felt like his body was receiving blows without stopping in places where it hurt too much, and combined with Naruto's strength it was not pretty at all. Naruto made up for it by playing a little prank on Mito, because she almost always bothered Sasuke. Sasuke told Naruto his plan and he was saddened by Mito, but he owed it to Sasuke. Mini flashback in the flashback. Naruto was in front of the door of the myth house, it was noon, so it was almost time for lunch. Naruto looked to the back where he saw Sasuke at the back of a bush. Naruto gave Sasuke a somewhat worried look, but Sasuke just raised his right thumb as a sign that this would turn out okay. If she gets angry, I'm sorry to tell you that you will receive the punishment, Naruto thought. Naruto knocked on the door of the house waiting for someone to open the door, which luckily, was Mito herself. Hello Naruto, what brings you here? Mito asked with a smile. Oh Myth, I'm sorry about this, Naruto thought. Hello Myth, you see, I've noticed that your family goes to that restaurant called Ichiraku a lot, right? That's because. Well, I was wondering if you want to go eat some of that ramen with me, you know, to pass the time. Mito gave Naruto a somewhat inquisitive look, however, he was able to hide his true emotions, so Mito remained silent. Really? Yes. Wait and I'll ask my mother's permission. I can't believe that ramen is her weak point, Sasuke, you really fell low, Naruto thought, feeling sorry for the girl. Mito left the house with shinobi slippers and grabbed Naruto's hand to drag him towards the restaurant, while Sasuke followed them from a distance, jumping from roof to roof. Well, everything is going according to plan, the only thing missing is the final touch, Sasuke thought maliciously. While Mito was practically dragging Naruto to go to Ichiraku Ramen, he was preparing to execute the final phase of the plan. He had already gotten into this, so there was no other option. He promised Sasuke, and Naruto Uchiha keeps his promises. Naruto touched Mito's shoulder, and she turned to look at him. Mito swore she saw red eyes with 3 tomos staring at her. She shook her head to look again at Naruto, who seemed to have a confused face. Is something wrong with you, Myth? This and nothing, it's just that I thought I saw something, Naruto just shrugged. Maybe you shouldn't pay too much attention to him, Naruto advised. Mito continued taking Naruto towards the restaurant. Mito thought he heard crows cawing sometimes, but he didn't pay attention. When I arrived at Ichiraku Ramen, Mito got the worst surprise of all. The restaurant was closed in the middle of the day, and it seemed to be somewhat abandoned because the paint was starting to peel off. The paper that Mito picked up to read what it said was stuck to the wall of the restaurant. The Ichiraku Ramen restaurant has been closed. Currently this lot is in possession of the civil council to build a vegetarian food restaurant. This must be a joke, they couldn't have closed the restaurant for that. Naruto could see how Mito's mouth began to tremble as small tears began to appear. I can't believe it, they closed it to make a vegetarian restaurant, there is supposed to be one because they would want to make another one, he said as he knelt down and began to cry comically. Now I will never taste Ichiraku's delicious ramen again, the little blonde sobbed. Naruto was really getting uncomfortable. He couldn't continue seeing his friend like that, so he simply sighed and made half a ram seal. Mito opened her eyes to see how the image of the closed restaurant faded out of nowhere, showing the real restaurant which was open. She could see how the owner of the restaurant, Tucci, looked at her strangely with her daughter Am. It was not until that moment that she realized that she was surrounded by a lot of people who were looking at her strangely. The people around her were confused because she had started crying for the restaurant if it was in service. Mito-sama, are you okay? Asked a confused civilian. Mito noticed the looks directed at her and blushed with embarrassment. Everyone had seen her cry for nothing and she had thrown herself on the ground as if throwing a tantrum. He directed an annoyed look at Naruto who had a sad face. You did this, you put me in a genjutsu. Mito said extremely upset. Well, I did put you in a genjutsu, but it wasn't my idea. Then whose was it? Naruto and Mito looked towards a roof where laughter could be heard that turned into laughter. Naruto grabbed Mito's shoulder and Shunshin. Naruto and Mito were in front of a Sasuke who was clutching his stomach from laughing so much. I cannot stop laughing. Sasuke was literally wasting his breath in pure laughter. He could admit that his bones hurt like hell, but he wouldn't stop mocking. It was his revenge, and he would enjoy every second of it. Hey, you Sasuke, heard a voice calling him. Sasuke stopped his laughter to see an angry Mito, who looked at him with her arms crossed, and there were still a few small tears in her eyes. Sasuke watched her for a moment before falling back into a pit of laughter. I can't believe you cried because a restaurant closed, that's the most pathetic thing I've ever seen, Sasuke mocked. Hey, I think you should put him down, said Naruto, looking at the aura that Mito gave off. The bell in his head was ringing loudly, warning him that there was a lot of danger. Sasuke stopped laughing when he heard Naruto's words, then he noticed that Mito was too upset. I think I'm leaving, said Naruto, disappearing in his Shunshin. Sasuke not only felt the blows of Naruto's new Taijutsu, but also all the anger that an Uzumaki can give off. End of the flashback. In the flashback, Sasuke received a beating from Mito, but it was worth it in his own words, while Naruto had to pay for the bowls of ramen that Mito wanted, in compensation for the bad time he gave her. For now let's go with the progress of Kiyomi. His battle style was tested by Naruto, and it has to be said that he was a complete pain. Naruto's words, Kiyomi was very flexible for his age, his battle style was very fluid, so landing a hit was a difficult task even for Naruto. It was almost as if he danced while fighting. Naruto was able to land blows because his battle style is fast, but even so, for anyone else, it would be very difficult. Naruto began to help Sasuke create his own battle style, because this was motivated after seeing Kiyomi Naruto create his own styles. After Sasuke advanced a little in that aspect, Naruto began to add acrobatic movements to your battle style, this in order to give you more attack options. Now we move on to something important, his ninjutsu. The Uchiha library contained many scrolls of fire-style jutsu, because this is the main nature of the Uchiha clan, so it was not that difficult to find jutsu of this style. Naruto was instructed in the wind by Kushina. If before she was excited because Naruto wanted to learn Fuinjutsu, she almost exploded when she knew that Naruto and she had the same affinity for wind. Naruto trained his wind affinity with Kushina and her children, since Menma and Mito had the same affinity as their mother. When Naruto asked about the brothers' affinities, he was surprised that they have wind and water. Basically they counteract two of their affinities, which are fire, which is obviously neutralized by water, and lightning, which is neutralized by wind. He recognized that a battle against them would be difficult. The last affinity was missing, which he shared with Sasuke and Kiyomi, lightning. Naruto only knew one lightning jutsu, which was precisely the one he copied from the Kumonin on the day of the kidnapping. He taught that jutsu to the Uchiha brothers, however there was no more than that. But, Naruto was saved again by Kushina. When Naruto confessed to her about his lightning problem, she entered his house and returned with rolls of said element. When Naruto asked her how she had those jutsus, she said that Konoha stole them. In the middle of an attack on Kumagakure in the Third Ninja War, and she had some, she said this with a very smiling face, she really didn't like Kumo. Naruto took the lightning scrolls to the apartment and put them away to train another day. Now let's go to another really important topic. The Sharingan. Sasuke and Kiyomi's Sharingan evolved into two tomos when they were 8 years old, approximately 1 year after the massacre. They evolved thanks to the training that Naruto gave them. This evolved into a mature Sharingan when they were 9 years old. Naruto taught them how to do Genjutsu with the Sharingan, since he was an apprentice of Itachi himself in this area, so he was very gifted in teaching them that. Sasuke and Kiyomi were good at Genjutsu, but not as good as Naruto. Itachi taught him too well. Itachi was able to do Genjutsu just by pointing at someone, which was a pretty big feat. Naruto could know a lot about Genjutsu, but it was too long to reach Itachi. Naruto got used to the feeling of his Manjutsu Sharingan. He had to do it, after all, if he ever needed it to protect the people he loved, he couldn't fail, just because his eyes hurt. And he had also told about his eyes to the Uchiha brothers, he trusted them to keep his secret. When Naruto turned 10, he began to be interested in Kenjutsu, sword art, like Sasuke. There were many Kenjutsu scrolls in the Konoha library, however, Kushina heard the news and wanted to teach Naruto. After all, the Uzumakas were not only good at Fuinjutsu, but also at Kenjutsu, they even had their own style. Naruto accepted, but this time he chose to be more self-taught, he couldn't depend too much on the red-haired woman. From there Naruto began to train in Kenjutsu. At first he trained with wooden swords, then he began to save some money to buy his own sword and also Sasuke's sword. Sasuke and Naruto leaned towards Shakudo, they seemed very versatile. Naruto discovered that he can infuse wind or lightning chakra into his tools in order to improve their effectiveness. Lightning increases the penetrating power of a weapon, while wind increases its edge, making it easier to cut things. At the age of 11, Naruto began to develop a jutsu that Itachi taught him, Bunshin Daibakuha, explosive clone, which, as its name says, consists of creating a shadow clone that explodes, which would take advantage of his ability to create many shadow clones. To make combos with this jutsu. And as a complement, the Shunshin, but not use it normally, but use it in battle, just like his brother did. Naruto's training with Shunshin consisted of using it repeatedly to get used to the speed and to be able to make movements while moving. Attacking with the Shunshin is a pretty good technique. Shisui was able to teleport over and over again in different places while moving. This gave the illusion that there were several copies of him, assimilating shadow clones, however they were not clones, either. They were afterimages, it was simply an illusion created by the continuous use of Shunshin. By doing this technique, consecutive attacks could be made from different areas or locations. Naruto called that technique Shunshin Level 3. Level 2 will be explained later. Naruto turned 12 and finally reached level 9 of Fuinjutsu. Kushina said that she could no longer help him from level 7 of Fuinjutsu, so the Yondaime helped him, since he was level 9. Minato helped Naruto advance towards said level of Fuinjutsu. These seals already presented too high a difficulty, with this level you could already make chakra storage seals. Sealing trigrams and seals of giant things. With this level 1 was already able to create the seal of 8 trigrams, the seal with which the Kyuubi was sealed in Myth and Menma. This seal was the most qualified to seal tailed beasts. It consisted of 2 parts, the seal in yes, and the key to the seal. Naruto learned to make those types of seals. With the level he currently had, he was able to create chakra suppression seals, storage, trigram seals, super high gravity seals, specialized seals, resistant seals, super advanced storage scrolls, and almost any type of stamps. Day and night, Naruto studied the penultimate level of Fuinjutsu until he finally reached level 9. Minato gave him a test and Naruto passed it without problems. As a reward for his success, Minato gave him a gift that would help Naruto decipher a really powerful technique. It was the technique for which Minato was known as the Yellow Lightning of Konoha, the Hiraishin no Jutsu, Flying Thunder God Jutsu. This jutsu was a work created by the second Hokage, UCHIHA Senju, and this technique was improved by Minato. The Hiraishin is a space-time technique based on the principle of teleportation, although at first glance, it seems like a very high-speed movement. Speed, like the Shunshin, the Hiraishin is actually a jutsu capable of creating a space-time rift through which you teleport to a place previously marked by a seal originating from this technique, so basically, the Hiraishin is ridiculously faster than the Shunshin with this technique. Minato was able to kill a battalion of 1,000 men from Iwagakure no Sato, a village hidden among the rocks, in less than 15 seconds, which is why that village holds such a grudge against him. Minato gave Naruto one of his Hiraishin kunai. It was a 3-pronged kunai, which had a wider handle than normal, on which the Hiraishin seal was printed. Naruto asked Minato for a test of the Hiraishin, who demonstrated it to him with no problems. Naruto had Minato's 3-pronged kunai in his hands, while Minato was about 100 meters away from him, activating his Sharingan, hoping to even see a bit of Minato when using the jutsu. When Naruto prepared to try to see Minato, he was surprised to see that he was practically subdued on the ground. He had not finished preparing when Minato already had him subdued. Surprising was the only thing that could come out of his mouth. From that moment on, Naruto studied Hiraishin and, incidentally, studied the least studied branch of ninjutsu in the world, even less than Fuinjutsu, a mysterious branch known as Jikiken ninjutsu, space-time ninjutsu, a series of techniques capable of challenging space-time. One of those is the already known Hiraishin. However, studying that was not easy at all. He would wait until he was level 10 of Fujutsu, the last level he needed. Kushina and Minato told him that they could no longer help him and that they simply trusted him to be able to reach the end of level 10. Of Fuinjutsu, after all, Naruto was very intelligent. With everything on top, Naruto became a training machine. He had to improve his taijutsu style and improve his physical condition as much as he could, fill his arsenal of ninjutsu, and learn to do the techniques with the least amount of hand seals possible, learn to use Shunshin in battle, improve their jinjutsus, finish level 10 of Fuinjutsu. Decipher the Hiraishin and also make their own Shiki formula, since each Hiraishin user needs their own formula to teleport, practice their Kenjutsu, practice their sensation of danger, and also improve his sensor range, because he is one, he had to improve his Shuriken Jutsu techniques using ninja cables, train with Sasuke and Kiyomi, and incidentally, endure the academy. Although he sent shadow clones, except on days of Taijutsu practices, because if for some reason they managed to hit his clone, it would dissipate and they would discover that he was sending clones. Naruto had a hectic schedule, but after all, it will be worth it, he was sure of that. He only had to advance the last few years before graduating from the academy, at 14 years old. End of flashback progress clarifications. Naruto came out of his thoughts when he heard a voice at the door of his room, it was Sasuke who had a towel tied around his waist, indicating that he had just left the bathroom. "Hey, it's your turn to take a bath," he said while drying his head with another smaller towel. "I'll be right there," Naruto said as he got out of bed. Sasuke and Naruto had changed since they grew up, one of the things that stood out the most was the defined physique that they both possessed, the physical training had borne fruit, giving them a defined body, not very robust, although their abs and biceps were detailed. However, they did not brag about it. Naruto's height was 1.69 meters, 1 centimeter less than me at 15 years old, too big for his age, while Sasuke followed him with 1.65. The blue tone in Naruto's hair had extended a little beyond the tips, however it still maintained the shape it has had since childhood, the one on the cover of the story, Sasuke's hair also remained the same. Kiyomi had also changed, but she did change a lot. Naruto didn't know how Kiyomi made her skin look softer with each passing year, her hair had grown, reaching just below her back. She was a few centimeters shorter than Naruto and Sasuke, approximately 1.63, at least she was taller than the girls in his class except for Mito. Kiyomi had grown to become a representation of what a kunoichi is, deadly, but also beautiful. She had evolved a lot since she was little, her body obviously reached development, and what can you say, it was a great development, physical training, plus good nutrition and good care of her body, led her to have really soft and clean skin, almost like porcelain, a really enviable figure, well-defined curves and nothing exaggerated, it was a perfect balance. Between her skin and her shape, her breasts also developed, they were neither so small nor extremely large, you don't know how sad it makes me to write this, it was as if her body were a mathematical equation where everything was in balance. Its place, and in the end, you get a good result. Naruto was not one to show feelings such as love towards a girl in particular, however when he was with Kiyomi, and by chance he made her smile, Naruto felt his heart warm, something strange, because it doesn't happen with anyone else, he felt that I wanted him to smile all the time. Naruto left his thoughts and went into the bathroom to clean up, after all he couldn't waste any more time. After bathing he dressed in the clothes he would wear as a shinobi. It consisted of Anbu-style pants that had black bandages tied at the ankles, he put on a long-sleeved black shirt, like the one Jonin have under their vest, you know. Only black, on top of she put on a high-neck shirt with short sleeves that was dark blue, and finally she wore black shinobi sandals. Naruto placed a type of wristbands that contained storage seals, in them there were shurikens and kunai, the wristbands with seals were faster and more practical than the kunai bags, however, Naruto refrained from carrying a kunai holder on the right leg. Naruto covered his special wristbands with his long-sleeved shirt. He quickly went to the kitchen where Sasuke and Kiyomi were, who were having breakfast with the food that the clone prepared, after all, he had learned to cook. A simple breakfast, eggs, bacon and toast, however next to the main course was a small plate containing apple slices. Naruto sat at the table and said thanks for the food. Meanwhile Sasuke and Kiyomi got up from the table to wash their dishes, the two were already dressed for their day. Sasuke wore black Anbu pants with white bandages around his ankles, he had a black high-necked and short-sleeved t-shirt, he wore black wristbands, however, under these were special wristbands with seals that Naruto prepared him. Kiyomi was wearing tight shorts that reached to the middle of her thighs, this was under a skirt that reached a little above her knees, she was wearing a somewhat tight and sleeveless kunoichi shirt, she had gloves that reached up to the middle of her arms and left her fingers uncovered, Naruto adapted the wristbands to be bandages, which Kiyomi tied to her wrists. He finally wore blue shinobi sandals. "How was your night?" Naruto asked. "It was difficult to sleep because of the excitement," Kiyomi responded smiling. "It's true, I already want to win the exam," said Sasuke. "What arrogance," said Kiyomi. "I would call it confidence in my abilities, that's good," Naruto added. Naruto finished breakfast and washed his plate, after that, the three Uchihas left their apartment and headed towards the academy. Location: Konoha Ninja Academy. Naruto, Sasuke and Kiyomi were at their positions at the academy. Kiyomi was next to Mito, her best friend, they were talking calmly and letting out light laughs, Naruto was next to Sasuke and Shikamaru, while Choji was in front of them with a quiet Shino. Author's note: being quick with the descriptions. Everyone's clothes are the ones from the original program. The myth clothes are similar to Kushina's when she was genin. It was just dark blue and black stockings that reach up to her knees and blue sneakers. Menma's is orange pants with a shirt like the original protagonists and grey pants and blue sneakers. End of note. The whole atmosphere was calm, the friends talking among themselves, the sweet giggles of Mito and Kiyomi, the jokes of Menma and Kiba among themselves, Sasuke and Naruto talking calmly with Shikamaru and eating the chips that Choji offered them, even Shino spoke a couple times. Everything was quiet until a pink blur entered the room. Sasuke shivered when he saw a pink-haired girl enter the room. "Sasuke-kun," the girl squealed. "Shit," Sasuke whispered. The pink-haired girl approached Sasuke and then started talking to him. "Hello, Sasuke-kun. How did you wake up? Hey, do you have anything to do this afternoon?" Naruto and Shikamaru looked at Sasuke's situation with some amusement. "Troublesome Sasuke, I guess you have bad luck today too," said Shikamaru. "I would worry about Naruto," said Sasuke, looking at the aforementioned. "Me what?" Naruto asked confused. Sasuke pointed behind Naruto. Naruto turned his head realizing that he was surrounded by many girls who looked at him with heartfelt eyes. "Hello Naruto-kun, how are you today? Are you hungry? Can you sit next to me?" "No. I want him to sit next to me." More questions and dreamy whispers escaped the group of girls behind Naruto. Great, Naruto sigh. After a while, Iruka-sensei entered the room and observed the bustle that was in the classroom. "Please guys, be quiet," Iruka called. The sensei could only watch as the three Uchihas and Mito turned to look at him. The other students continued talking, while the girls were murmuring behind Sasuke and Naruto. Iruka took a deep breath before doing his famous jutsu known to everyone, giant patented head jutsu. "Everyone be silent now," Iruka shouted, his head grew enormously. Immediately the entire class went to their positions and became quiet. Iruka looked pleased at this action. "Alright guys," Iruka began, "as you know today is Genin graduation day, so I'll get to the point. You are going to go through a series of tests which will qualify you to know if you will become Genin or no. These will consist of a knowledge test, which will be written, a shuriken and kunai throwing test, a taijutsu test, and finally an ninjutsu test, understood?" "Yes, sensei." The whole class shouted. "Very well, here my assistant Mitsuki will give you the written test. As soon as you receive the test you will start taking it. Good luck to everyone." After Mitsuki handed out all the exams, each of the students began to answer their exam. A few minutes later, Naruto left his exam, because he had already finished it. For him it was not difficult at all. He did not even have to make an effort. In fact, he asked himself, did he ever really make an effort at the academy? After that, Shikamaru finished the examination of him. Naruto knew that Shikamaru had delayed on purpose. In fact, he himself would admit that Shikamaru was smarter than him. He and the Nara boy had played some games of shogi, which was a strategy game similar to chess. Naruto already knew it made it difficult for him to beat Shikamaru. They have played approximately 110 games, 60 victories for Shikamaru, 50 for Naruto. After Sasuke and Kiyomi finished, after them the whole class finished. Mitsuki went through all the stalls collecting the exams to go grade them with Iruka. After about half an hour, Iruka went to the classroom to tell them to go to the kunai shooting yard. The entire class got up from their positions and headed towards the aforementioned area. "Very well students," Iruka called everyone's attention. "You are going to have to throw 20 kunai and 20 shuriken. To pass the test you have to hit at least 10 of each." The girls went first, and they were still pitiful. Some barely hit 6 kunai or shuriken. Naruto knew the reason for this. Generally fangirls care more about looking pretty for their precious boys. Naruto felt sorry for them. You're supposed to prepare for the shinobi world, not be the girlfriend of someone who tries not to pay attention to you. The only girls who really stood out were Hinata, who hit 17 kunai and 18 shurikens. Naruto granted it to Hinata. After all, he had already said it, her clan is based on pure taijutsu. The fact that she is so good at shuriken jutsu is admire. Mito hit 20 shurikens and 20 kunai, a perfect score for the ramen-loving blonde. Sakura, the pink-haired girl, hit 16 kunai and 15 shurikens, not bad at all, for a fangirl. Ino Yamanaka, another Sasuke and Naruto fangirl, however, she hit 17 kunai and 16 shurikens. Finally, Kiyomi, 20 in each weapon, as expected, the best student in the class, along with Mito. Then there were the men, who were still pitiful, just with a little more level. They tried to look great in front of Kiyomi I Mito, because they believed that they were the most beautiful and well, you know, how stupid it can be. A man in front of the girl he likes. The only notable ones were the clan heirs, Kiba Inyazuka, 18 shurikens, 16 kunes, Shino Abiram, 18 kunes, 17 shurikens, Choji Akimichi, 17 kunes, 18 shurikens, Shikamaru Nara, 18 kunes, 17 shurikens. Troublesome, the Nara muttered. Menma Uzumaki followed, 20 kunai, 19 shuriken, pretty good. Menma immediately put on an arrogant smile. Sasuke stepped forward and threw the kunai and shuriken, 20 out of 20 each, perfect score. Sasuke swore he heard a squeal and sighs from the crowd behind him. Naruto stepped forward and threw the kunai and shuriken 5 at a time, hitting all the targets, getting a perfect score. Alright students, it's time to go to the Taijutsu test, let's go to the combat zone. Iruka shouted. Summary of the battles. The results were what was expected from civilians, but at least they had increased their level since the first grade. Kiyomi had a tough battle against Hinata, who is already less shy than before, however Kiyomi obtained the victory, due to that she is faster, and was able to dodge Hinata's Juken, gentle fist, blows. Kiyomi reached the final match, which was against Myth, and it had to be admitted that it was a very good battle between the two best in the class in the Kunoichi area, but it ended in a draw, because the two left the ring. At the same time. Then came the men's battles, and as always, the heirs of the clan stood out resoundingly, except for Shikamaru and Shino. Shikamaru simply gave up, since it was his turn against Choji. At the time of starting the fight, he simply left the ring on his own account. He said that it would be very problematic to fight, and he also did not want to face his friend. Shino lost against Kiba because the Aburam clan does not specialize in Taijutsu, while Kiba's was more versatile in that art. Menma also easily advanced through the mini-championship until he had to fight against Sasuke. It was a somewhat battle. Entertaining, however Sasuke won. Naruto faced Kiba, who did his best against the Uchiha, however, he failed due to the black-haired man's tenacity. So again, the final of the tournament is Sasuke versus Naruto. Naruto was once again in front of Sasuke. The two had half a ram seal, indicating that this is a battle between fellow Leaf Shinobi. I guess we have to face each other again, said Naruto, amused. Yes, this time I'm eager to graduate. I'll show you how much progress I've made, said Sasuke, challenging. Very good, but I hope you know that I have also advanced. Prepare yourself. I'm always prepared. A shinobi never lets his guard down. What a good attitude. I guess we have to start. Iruka looked carefully at the two aspiring genin. Are you ready? I asked, pointing to Naruto. Always, whispered Naruto while doing a battle pose, legs apart, right in front of left, knees bent, left fist retracted towards the hip, while the right arm stretched forward with the palm facing outwards, is the pose of his own battle style. I call it certain fist, because he attacks weak points with great strength, speed and precision. Sasuke put himself in the pose of his own battle style. It was a kind of reverse version of Naruto's style, since it is based on the extreme counterattack, a series of defensive-offensive movements that seek to use the movements of his opponent to his advantage. Please patient fist, wait for the perfect moment to attack, that's why Sasuke used that name. And you are ready? Yes, Sasuke said as he nodded. Alright, then begin. Naruto and Sasuke wasted no time and attacked each other. After the fight, I do this because otherwise the chapter would be very long, and I don't have much time. The battle of Sasuke versus Naruto had been the most entertaining for the spectators. Sasuke had improved in such a way that he was capable of giving Naruto problems, obviously. The two boys did not fight with everything, much less activated their Sharingan. In the end, the winner of the fight was Naruto. The Taijutsu section had ended up leaving Mito and Kiyomi as the winners in the women's field in a tie, while in the men's field, the winner was Naruto. Now all the students were heading towards the classroom to perform the ninjutsu test. Which was about performing the basic jutsus of the academy, something too easy. Naruto had learned them when he was only 6 years old because Shisui taught them to him. Naruto, Sasuke and Kiyomi sat at their positions waiting for their turn to come forward. After all, they were the last on the list. After a while, Kiyomi's name was heard and she came forward to take the test. After a moment, she returned with a dark blue Konoha hit I-8 wrapped around her neck like a small scarf. She looked very happy. She sat next to Naruto while Sasuke walked forward to take the test. After a while, Sasuke returned with Konoha's hit I-8 tied to his forehead, like most shinobi had. The band was the same color as Kiyomi's. Uchiha Naruto was heard throughout the room. Naruto got up from his position and headed to the front to do the ninjutsu test. Upon arrival, he could see Iruka and Mitsuki who were sitting in some chairs. Iruka was holding a board in his hand, with a pen, surely writing down the students' scores. Alright Naruto, please do the Henj no Jutsu, transformation jutsu. Naruto was able to perform this jutsu without hand seals. He simply brought forth his chakra, and in an explosion of smoke, Shisui Uchiha was in the middle of the room was the same as the original. Iruka looked somewhat sad. After all, Naruto still missed his brother. Very good Naruto, now do the Kawarini no Jutsu, substitution jutsu, with a log in the corner of the room. He said, pointing to a log that was leaning against the wall. Naruto was also able to perform this jutsu without seals, so he simply channeled his chakra again, and in another explosion of smoke, instead of Naruto was the log, while Naruto was in the place where the log was before. Alright, now do the Bunshin no Jutsu, Iruka said. Naruto thought a little and then performed a half-ram seal, making 2 shadow clones appear behind him. Wow. You can make shadow clones too. Iruka said surprised. Mito and Menma also made this type of clones. I guess it's okay, congratulations Naruto, you passed the tests and reviewing your points, you graduate as the Rookie of the Year. Iruka got up and went to a table which had a few Konoha hit I-8s. He stood in front of the table and picked up two, one black and one blue, then he went towards Naruto. Very good Naruto, choose the design you want. Naruto looked at the designs and chose the black hit I-8. Iruka smiled. I see, okay, you are officially a Konoha ninja, carry the leaf symbol with pride and protect our village. Naruto smiled as he looked at his ninja band, he simply tied it firmly on his forehead. He bowed and walked to his seat. Kiyomi and Sasuke watched with a smile as Naruto returned with a ninja band on his forehead. Well, I guess it's done now, said Sasuke. That's right, next week they will assign the teams, who do you think is our Jonin-sensei? We couldn't really know that, said Sasuke. Let's leave that for the other week, will you? How about when the academy ends, we go get some ramen at Ichiraku? Naruto felt something approaching at high speed until he saw a small blonde blur appear next to him. Did they say they're going to Ichiraku? Mito said, he had sneaked in among the Uchihas. Yeah sure, what's up, do you want to come? Kiyomi said. Sure, but I'm sure Menma will also want to see well, if you insist so much, little sister, Menma said, interrupting Mito. The boys leaving the academy to head towards Ichiraku's restaurant. Time skip. 1 week later. Naruto, Sasuke and Kiyomi were at the academy, they were waiting for Iruka to announce the teams. Team 7, Uchiha Naruto, Uchiha Kiyomi and Uchiha Sasuke, Jonin-sensei. Kakashi Haddock. Naruto was now confused and happy because he was on a team with his lifelong friends, however, he was confused because of the team rules. The Genin of the Year was supposed to be with the Kunoichi of the Year, hence he is on the same team as Kiyomi, but myth where is he, in addition. Sasuke was the second best, the worst in the class was supposed to be on a team with the two best, but he had been with Sasuke, second best, that was strange, but I wouldn't question it. Team 8, Hinata Hyuga, Shino Aburam, Kiba Inuzuka, Jonin-sensei, Yuhi Kurenai. Hinata is from the Hyuga clan which has the Byakugan. The Byakugan is a bloodline class Dojutsu from the Hyuga clan of Konoha. This visual jutsu gives the wearer 360-degree vision, an ability to see through solid objects, a vision range of kilometers, and is capable of to see from long distances, and is capable of seeing a person's chakra network in great detail, being able to even see the tenketsus or pressure points of the chakra network. Hinata has the Byakugan, which gives her a very high range of vision. Kiba's Inuzuka clan has dogs with tracking abilities, even the Inuzukas themselves have an infallible sense of smell, and the Aburam clan is very good at following trails with their insects. Without a doubt Team 8 is a tracking team, thought Naruto. Team 9 is already on duty, so a little suspense huh? She thought again. Team 10, Yamanaka Ino, Akimichi, Chaoji, Nara Shikamaru, Jonin-sensei, Asuma Tsurutobi, the famous Ino Shikacho trio, Besides the fact that they are led by the son of the Sandaime, it is a very good team, after all their skills are very good when they get together again, he thought. Finally Team 11, Menma Uzumaki, Mito Uzumaki and Sakura Haruno, Jonin-sensei, Kushina Uzumaki. So Kushina-san did what she said, she returned to shinobi service. It was more than obvious that she would choose to train her two children. I don't know if Sakura will have any ability beyond incredible determination, seriously, how is it? Who doesn't realize that Sasuke doesn't want anything to do with her? He thought. Very well, students, my work of guiding you has reached this point, now you will be part of a team and carry out missions as Shinobi of the Leaf. Without further ado I will leave, wait for your senses to arrive, Iruka said. The minutes passed quickly as the different senses went through their teams, however, Kushina and Kakashi were taking longer than normal, much longer than normal. Almost 3 hours had passed, the sensei of Team 11 and 7 still had not arrived. Kiyomi was talking to Mito, while Sasuke was meditating, or basically deep in thought. Menma and Sakura were walking back and forth desperately. Naruto was reading the level 10 Fuinjutsu book. Every time you get closer, Naruto whispered while reading, every time you get closer to the end, each one was involved in their activities and complaints, until suddenly the door opened abruptly showing Kushina in a standard Jonin uniform. She had her hair tied up in a really long ponytail with 2 strands framing her face. She was wearing from her ear to a silver-haired Jonin that rose defying gravity. The Jonin had a mask that covered half of his face, and his ninja band was tilted covering his left eye. He also wore the common Jonin uniform. The man had an orange cover book in his hand, from which he did not take his eyes off. It seemed that he did not even realize that he was being pulled by his ear. "Hi guys," said an elated Kushina, sorry for the arrival time, but this scarecrow wanted to be late again. This time she said it with a more annoyed tone. What is the reason why you wanted to be late?" Sasuke asked. "Don't say it," said Kushina. "I got lost on the path of life," were the only words that came out of Kakashi. "Why are you like this? I can't believe that." The real genin couldn't believe what they were seeing, a Kushina scolding a jonin as if he were a capricious child. "Anyway, guys, see you on the roof," said Kushina, and then left in a shunshin of swirling leaves. Naruto gave a nod to Sasuke and Kiyomi, the brothers vanished in fire, while Naruto's body began to flicker and then disappeared. Mito vanished into the wind, Menma followed him with the same shunshin. Sakura did not know this jutsu, so she walked up the stairs somewhat annoyed. Kushina and Kakashi watched impassively as their genin climbed to the roof with their respective shunshin. They know how to do shunshin no jutsu, it seems like everyone is somewhat skilled, Kakashi thought. His thoughts were interrupted when a pink blur appeared on the roof door. Well, almost all of them, he thought. "Alright guys, it's time to introduce yourself to your team and your sensei. I know we already know each other, but I want to know more about you, besides, it's Jonin sensei protocol, I'll start. My name is Kushina Uzumaki, I like ramen, spending time with my family, Kinjutsu and Fuinjutsu, I dislike perverts, a certain orange cover book. Kakashi put his book away quickly, and I also dislike those who hurt my friends. Companions, my hobbies are training Kinjutsu and spending time with my children, and I have already achieved my dreams for the future," he said with a smile. "Now that my team presents itself, first your myth," he said pointing to the aforementioned. "My name is Mito Uzumaki Namikaze, I like spending time with my friends, training and Ichiraku ramen, I don't like those who think they are better than others, those who belittle women, and perverts, my hobbies are training with Oka-san and Oto-san, going out with my friends and the two emos Uchiha's." Nice hint, Sasuke and Naruto thought. "My hobbies are training and learning to cook, my dream for the future is to become the Hokage and be the strongest kunoichi of all, and at the same time, start a family," she said the last thing with a cute blush. "Wow, that's a dream," Naruto thought. "Okay, now it's your turn Menma. My name is Menma Uzumaki Namikaze, I like ramen, my family and training, my dislikes are weak people, the 3 minutes you have to wait for the ramen to be ready and Naruto baka, idiot, actually I don't know what I've done, but up to this point I don't care about the aforementioned. My hobbies are eating many types of ramen, going out with my friends and training, my dream for the future is more than simple, and I believe it will come true, I will be the strongest ninja in the world, the next shinobi no kami, god of the shinobi, okay Menma, now your girl," he said pointing at Sakura. "My name is Sakura Haruno, my likes, well the person I like." She looked at Sasuke, while blushing. "My hobbies." She looked at Sasuke and blushed a little more. "My oldest dream," he looked at Sasuke and let out a screech. "Ugh," everyone thought. "Bless you ignorant," Sasuke thought, "and the things you dislike." "Nothing in particular, okay, Kakashi, it's time to introduce you to your team." "Okay, let's get to it," he said in a lazy voice. "My name is Kakashi Haddock, my likes, I don't think you're interested, my dislikes, either my hobbies they're too young to know about them, and my dream for the future I've never thought about that," he said in a bored tone. "Great, he only told us his name, and we already knew it," the three Uchihas thought. "Alright, it's your turn, black-haired girl." Kakashi pointed to Kiyomi. "My name is Kiyomi Uchiha, I like training, dangos, going out with my friends and being with Sasuke Nai and Naruto-kun, I don't like arrogant people, those who abandon their teammates, and perverts, my hobbies are training with my brother and Naruto-kun, and my dream is to become a very strong kunoichi, and know the truth about my brother, bring pride to the Uchiha clan and start a family." I play a little with his index fingers while he blushed, he didn't realize that he looked slightly at Naruto, thank goodness he didn't notice. Kakashi nodded and pointed at Sasuke, indicating that it was his turn. "My name is Sasuke Uchiha, I like dangos, training, and spending time with Naruto and Kiyomi, I don't like arrogant people, those who don't make an effort, those who abandon their teammates and those who are prejudiced, my hobbies are training and spend time with my friends, my dream for the future is to find my brother, restore my clan and its pride." Kakashi nodded. "Apparently they don't keep the curse of hatred from the Uchihas, that's a good sign, the only thing missing is the other one, I've heard from Minato-sensei that he's the very talented one, I guess I'll try that," he thought. "Very good, just missing things." You pointed to Naruto. "My name is Naruto Uchiha, I like to train, spend time with Sasuke, Kiyomi and my friends, and I also like dangos and Ichiraku ramen." "I knew it," Myth whispered happily. "I don't like traitors, arrogant people, people who abandon their companions, prejudiced people, and I don't like them to hurt my friends. My hobbies are training, spending time with my loved ones and experimenting with Fuinjutsu. My dream is to find Itachi Uchiha, to ask him certain things, and become the strongest ninja of all." He still would not reveal his plan to obtain peace. "Alright guys, tomorrow we will take the test to pass A. Aren't we supposed to have already done a test? That's cheating." Sakura screeched. You're wrong, in reality of all those who have graduated, only 12 will become completely genin, even less, Kushina said smiling. Menma and Sakura were surprised, the others too, but they managed to remain calm. Anyway, Team 11, I'll see you tomorrow at training camp 11, get ready for the test okay, I want you there at 9 in the morning. Kushina disappeared in a swirl of leaves, while Mito and Menma vanished into the wind. Hey Sasuke-kun, said Sakura, do you want to go on a date with me? I'm sorry, but you see I have things to do, he responded disinterestedly. Okay, next time will be, he said, leaving the place. Okay team, I want you at the training ground at 7 at 9 in the morning, by the way, I recommend that you don't eat, you might vomit he said giving an eye smile, and then disappearing in a swirl of leaves. Well I guess we'll have to get ready, said Kiyomi. That's right, but I wonder what the test is. Sasuke asked. Whatever it is, I guess it won't be easy, but let's not worry about that now, how about we go to lunch said Naruto the next day location. Training ground 7. Naruto, Sasuke and Kiyomi were at training ground 7, only some things had happened. First, Naruto woke up Kiyomi and Sasuke at 8:30 in the morning without any worry, they thought they were going to be late for the test, however Naruto told them to calm down, while he prepared breakfast for them. Kiyomi replied to this but ate it anyway, because Naruto insisted too much, besides, he had prepared some dango Sasuke didn't resist either. Then Naruto told them that they would arrive at the training field at 10:50 am, he told them that they would arrive at that time, because according to what he saw the day before, Kakashi had the habit of arriving late everywhere, yesterday he was late 3 hours, so Naruto risked arriving 2 hours and 50 minutes late, leaving a 10-minute wait before Kakashi was supposed to arrive. The 10 minutes passed quickly and as Naruto expected, Kakashi had arrived 3 hours after the stipulated time. You were right he heard Sasuke whisper. Yes, apparently our sensei is a lover of being late, he whispered. Hello guys, sorry for being late, you know I crossed paths with a black cat and I had to go the long way Kakashi excused himself. Don't worry sensei, we're fine said Kiyomi smiling. Kakashi looked appraising his team. They're not tired and they look good for someone who hasn't had breakfast. Guys, you had breakfast right? I told you not to, he said with a stern look. Wrong sensei, you only recommended that we not have breakfast, but you didn't order us said Naruto cunningly. Kakashi gave a smile, it couldn't be seen behind the mask, however, he closed his eye in a curve, indicating that he was smiling, that's the eye smile. You're very clever, well, since we're here, I'm going to explain to you what the test is about, he said while taking out 2 bells tied to a rope from his pocket. The test consists of the following, you have to simply take these bells from me, whoever gets a bell passes the test, it's that simple, but sensei, there are only 2 bells, said Kiyomi. You are very observant, the person who does not get a bell will be returned to the academy. Kakashi watched as his students lost their composure a little, Kakashi tied the bells to a belt at his waist with some threads. Well, he said as he took out a small watch, you have until 12:30 to take the bells off, so. Kakashi stopped his talk as he watched Naruto lunge towards him at a decent speed. Naruto stretched out his fist which was stopped by Kakashi. Naruto attempted a side punch, but Kakashi jumped back to dodge Naruto's assault. The Jonin watched as Kiyomi pulled out a shuriken out of nowhere and threw it while making hand seals. Shuriken Kage Bunshin no Jutsu the girl shouted. Kakashi watched a little alarmed as the shuriken multiplied and turned into 24 sharp tools headed towards him. Kakashi quickly used a kawarini to replace himself with a log, the silver-haired man appeared on the other side of the training field. Kakashi's expert reflexes reacted by dodging an axe kick from Sasuke, who appeared in front of him. He quickly found himself involved in a taijutsu combat. Kakashi managed to land a blow on Sasuke, who backed away a little. He tried to land one more blow on Sasuke. The boy's face, however a hand stopped him, it was Naruto's hand, who finished deflecting his fist and tried a spinning kick which Kakashi blocked with relative ease. Kiyomi quickly joined the fight trying to hit the boy. Jonin who was finding himself cornered. Kakashi took a large leap back, watching his genin carefully. I didn't tell you to start attacking me, Kakashi said to the boys. In a real battle, you should not give your opponent time, use any opportunity to attack said Naruto. Interesting Kakashi thought. That's right, besides, you attacked really well, without forgetting the intention to kill me, what can I say about you I'm starting to like you said Kakashi smiling with his eye. Now let's start Naruto Sasuke and Kiyomi dispersed across the training field, disappearing from the Jonin sight. Well, at least they know how to hide well, he thought. Naruto was in the trees analyzing the one-eyed Jonin from a distance, who had begun to read his orange-covered book. There are only 2 bells, but why only 2? Kiyomi was behind a bush suppressing her chakra so they wouldn't find her. I don't understand, whoever doesn't get a bell goes back to the academy, but Sasuke was behind a tree, he was also thinking. Something is not right here, it is not possible for only 2 to pass the test after all, there has never been a genin team of 2 members and a Jonin sensei. Naruto thoughts. A team of 2 genin and a Jonin would never be taken into account, furthermore, according to power standards, a genin would be incapable of defeating an experienced Jonin like Kakashi, unless. Be fraught with someone at his side. That's it. Teamwork, the three Uchihas thought at the same time. Naruto quickly made half-ram seals. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, two clones of Naruto appeared and began searching for Kiyomi and Sasuke. Once the clones notified the brothers, she told them that they should make a plan to remove the bells from Kakashi. Kakashi meanwhile was quite calm, waiting for one of his students to attack. Suddenly, Kakashi had to dodge some shurikens and kunai that were heading towards him. He jumped back dodging the projectiles. Kiyomi suddenly appeared at his side and started a taijutsu battle. It was the first time that Kiyomi was going to use his own style of taijutsu against someone who is not Naruto or Sasuke. Kakashi encountered a little difficulty when trying to hit Kiyomi, however he could handle her without problems. He continued fighting until he managed to kick her in the stomach. Kiyomi was pushed back, however, she went through hand seals. Kaiten. Kakaku no Jutsu. Kiyomi spit out a torrent of flames that took the shape of a sphere. The fireball headed towards Kakashi, burning the ground a little in the process. The silver-haired Jonin jumped out of the range of the jutsu until he was intercepted by Sasuke, who involved him in another taijutsu battle, Kiyomi joining his brother. Kakashi was overwhelmed by the brothers, they had pretty good coordination, they just needed Naruto to appear. Kakashi blocked a direct kick from Kiyomi which sent him backwards. Sasuke took out 3 kunai from his wrist guards and threw them with deadly precision towards Kakashi. The Jonin jumped out of the trajectory and now Naruto appeared and began to fight with Kakashi. Kakashi was a little surprised to see Naruto's taijutsu style, it was very aggressive, however, when he tried to attack, he became so defensive, he was able to see slight details of the counter-attacking style of the Uchiha Interceptor Fist. Kakashi tried a blow to the face, Naruto tilted his head and let Kakashi's arm pass, the Uchiha tried a knee that was blocked by Kakashi's same knee. They continued in an addictive display of kicks and fists until Naruto managed to land a strong blow on the left side of Kakashi's trunk, which bent a little. Naruto bombarded Kakashi with punches and kicks which went to critical points on the body. Kakashi blocked the blows with very little difficulty, however, when he blocked the blows, he noticed the force with which they were directed, this led him to get a little serious, increasing the strength and speed of his blows and reflexes, making Naruto step back a bit. Naruto immediately felt the change of pace and became a little defensive. Kakashi punched Naruto in the stomach and then kicked Naruto's chin, which was propelled upwards. However, Naruto created a clone that grabbed the arm, spun around and pushed off and prepared a kick towards Kakashi, who put his arms in the shape of an X. Naruto's foot collided with Kakashi's arms. The force was such that Kakashi was pushed back a little, Kakashi under his arms to observe how different shurikens were heading towards him. The Jonin dodged them with experience. The launcher of the projectiles had been Kiyomi. When the shurikens were out of their path, Kiyomi moved the fingers of his hands, showing that he had ninja wires between his fingers which was tied to the shurikens, which made the tools return towards Kakashi. Kiyomi played with his fingers, making the shurikens surround Kakashi. This action caused the wires tied to the shurikens to tie the Jonin. Just at that moment Sasuke went through hand seals. Kaiten. Kakaku no Jutsu. Sasuke launched a fireball from his mouth which was heading dangerously towards Kakashi. From the Genin's view, the fireball hit its target, raising a curtain of smoke. After the smoke dispersed, a burned log was seen which was turning to ashes. Substitution, the young Uchihas thought. Kakashi appeared from behind a tree. They are very good, their teamwork is very strong, they managed to put me in trouble, that last move was very effective, this is becoming very interesting. Kakashi directed his gaze towards a trunk of a tree, he could see how some sphere-shaped holes were formed in it, at the moment he focused his gaze, he could see small bullets of air heading towards him, he quickly began to dodge. Gyuden. Shinkajoku. Wind style, vacuum sphere, Naruto said in his mind as he shot bullets of pressurized air from his mouth. Kakashi dodged the air projectiles with too much agility. It wasn't until one of his projectiles hit his arm, making a rather deep cut on his shoulder. I shouldn't let them get to me, they are extremely dangerous, he thought. After a moment Kakashi emerged from the forest with few injuries, just a small cut. You are the best students I have had so far, he said with a smile. But how about I get something serious, she said while taking a taijutsu stance. Sasuke launched himself into the attack with Naruto and Kiyomi backing him up. Sasuke attempted a direct hit, however, Kakashi dodged and delivered a strong blow to his stomach, a knee followed by a kick that sent Sasuke backwards. Kiyomi tried to hit, but Kakashi had now increased his speed, landing a series of somewhat strong blows. Naruto approached and began to attack Kakashi, who countered the attacks efficiently. However, Naruto did not retreat, Naruto began to move faster, however, Kakashi easily kept up with him, now he had become more serious. Sasuke recovered from the blow and joined Naruto to counteract his sensei, Kiyomi was not far behind. I guess we have to finish this. I hope Kiyomi and Sasuke understand what I'm going to do. Let's overwhelm him as much as we can, then, we have to disconcert him so that he gets distracted, and I have the solution for that, finally. Snatch the bells. Naruto looked at the brothers and nodded to say that he has a plan. Naruto stepped back and created 10 shadow clones. Kakashi was a little surprised by the amount, but he did not let himself be overwhelmed and began to fight against the Naruto clones, which followed his pace. After Kakashi finished with the clones, he had to react quickly to what was coming. Sasuke and Naruto went through hand seals. Sasuke. Kaiten. Kakaku no Jutsu. Naruto. Futen. Tatapa. Sasuke launched a very large fireball from his mouth, while a large wave of wind came out of Naruto's mouth, fanning the flames of Sasuke's fireball. Kakashi stared unfazed at the great torrent of flames heading towards him, passing through hand seals. Doten. Doryuheki. A giant earth wall rose in front of Kakashi. The wall received the combined attack of Sasuke and Naruto and stopped it effectively, even though it was gradually wearing down. After the smoke from the collision between the wall and the attack dispersed, Kakashi had to react quickly to a series of seals that Kiyomi began to make. Kaiten. Hasenka no Jutsu. Kiyomi launched multiple smaller fireballs from his mouth, however they came at high speed and in greater quantity. Kakashi masterfully dodged the fire projectiles as he passed through hand seals. Kaiten. Kakaku. A large fireball of gigantic proportions was heading towards the genin. Naruto grabbed Sasuke and Kiyomi by the shoulders and Shunshin appeared on the other side of the field. It's time, Naruto thought. Shunshin. Kakashi could barely see Naruto's body blink before his instincts rose in alarm and he narrowly blocked Naruto's blow. Naruto blinked again and appeared behind Kakashi, kicking him in the back, sending him toward Sasuke, who made the seals as he threw his hand and threw another fireball directly at Kakashi, who stopped as best he could and jumped high, dodging the fireball. Kiyomi jumped to the same height as Kakashi and looked him in the eyes. Now Sasuke and Naruto thought. Kiyomi activated his Sharingan subtly and quickly. Kakashi was disconcerted and opened his only visible eye wide. At that moment Naruto took advantage of the distraction and activated his Sharingan in a hidden way and threw a kunai that cut the threads with which the bells were tied. He quickly deactivated his Sharingan while Sasuke grabbed the bells and threw them at Naruto. At that moment the alarm sounded indicating that the test was over. Kakashi and Kiyomi had already landed. The girl deactivated her Sharingan. What the hell was that? I got lost for a moment. Was that the Sharingan? Kakashi wondered in his mind. Looks like we won, Kakashi-sensei, said Kiyomi, pointing to Naruto, who had the bells. Kakashi opened his eye and then smiled with it. I see, but now, who are you going to give the other bell to? I asked. Naruto advanced towards Kiyomi and gave her a bell, then he went to Sasuke and gave him the other one. I guess we pass, plain and simple teamwork. Kakashi smiled. Well played, to be honest, you are the first team that I approve of. The other teams were full of selfishness and self-centeredness. It has been so long since shinobi were so respected and feared. Now you only care about learn ninjutsu or be genius, and they forget what the true goal of a shinobi is. Protect, they all said at the same time. Heh, that's what I mean, you are the best team I have seen so far. I am proud to be your new sensei, and as a first lesson I would like to tell you not to forget what you just did. Fight together to get one goal. Do not separate no matter how much the world asks you to, unless it is for the good of others in the shinobi world. Those who break the rules are scum, but those who abandon their comrades are worse than scum. I highlighted because this phrase is the best. Sasuke's, Kiyomi's, even Naruto's eyes began to shine. They were words that reached their hearts. By the way, Kiyomi, that was the Sharingan. You activated it for a moment to distract my mind. The fact that you have it makes me intuit that you too also have it, he said, pointing to Naruto and Sasuke. That's right, said Sasuke, who activated his 3-volume Sharingan. Naruto also activated his Sharingan. This team is more advanced than normal. They have good individual skills, and not to mention their teamwork, plus they have completely mature Sharingan. This will be interesting. Very well, I am pleased to report that we are officially the new Team 7, said Kakashi with a genuine smile. Yeah. Kiyomi shouted as he jumped. Sasuke and Naruto just smiled while sighing. How about we go eat some dangos? Kiyomi said as their mouths watered. It wouldn't be bad, said Sasuke. Does Kakashi-sensei want to come? I would love to, but I can't. I have to report the success of my team with the Hokage. It will be another day. By the way, tomorrow I want you at 8 o'clock at the Hokage Tower for our first mission. Understood? See you at 11 o'clock, Sasuke said. Goodbye. Well, how about we go now? You guys come forward, I have to see someone, said Naruto. Okay, see you at the dango stand. Okay, location. Konoha Cemetery. Naruto was in the Konoha Cemetery. He had a bouquet of flowers in his hand and was looking for some specific graves. He quickly arrived in front of 3 tombstones. They were the tombs built in honor of his family. UCHIHA Sensju no Shisui. Itomi Uchiha Lady of Fire. Tenshiro Senju. Hello, Oka-san, Odo-san, Nai-san, sorry for not having visited you, but I'm busy with level 10 of Fuinjutsu, it's too tedious, but I'm finally completing it, I've been in it for almost 3 years. Anyway, today I finally did the team test, together with Sasuke and Kiyomi, we did very well, in the end our sensei is the ninja who copies, Kakashi Haddock, he is a good teacher and is very skilled, I can't wait for our first mission, change the flowers that were on the grave. I hope you are watching me wherever you are, I hope you are wishing me good luck, I have finally started my shinobi path, I can't wait to see what my path holds for me, I love you very much, and I miss you more than anything, Shisui, please don't bother my Oka-san in heaven, Naruto bowed before the graves of his family, and began to leave, today I'm hungry for dango. It's not in the commercial district Sasuke speaking, he is not at the Hyuga complex Kakashi speaking, he is not on the roofs, Kiyomi speaking, I don't see him around the walls, Naruto speaking I think I found it, it's among the branches of the park, we're going over there. Naruto was in front of a tree, on a branch of it rested a ball of brown fur, it was a cat of that color, it had a small red bow on one of its ears, the cat seemed to be asleep, without however, Naruto knew that the condemned man was aware of his presence. The Uchiha felt 3 presences approaching. Naruto's sensor abilities had increased over the years. At his side, 3 figures appeared, a tall man with silver hair and 2 kids his age with black hair, a boy and a girl. We finally found it, said Kiyomi. Why do we have to do this, Sasuke whispered. The 2 brothers could be seen with some scratches, apparently they were from the cat. Very good Naruto, we just need to catch him, Naruto nodded and carefully approached the cat, said cat was the pet of a lady called Shijimi, its name was Tora and it was known as the demon cat, it almost always escaped from its owner and wandered the streets of Konoha, this was because his mistress hugged him so tightly that it took the wind out of him. So he took advantage of every opportunity he had to escape from her. Now it's time for Tora to market, Sasuke whispered to Kiyomi who nodded. They had been attacked by the cat, that animal really looked like a demon. Naruto approached the cat and in an explosion of speed appeared in front of him, the cat was impressed to see how the black-haired boy with blue tips suddenly appeared, he tried to escape, but he felt a hand placed on his neck just behind him. His ears and began to caress him, it was the most pleasant and beautiful sensation that Tora had ever felt, he quickly relaxed his posture and let the boy caress him gently. I give up, Naruto is officially a cunning bastard, said Sasuke as he turned around and started walking. Kiyomi just shook her head and waited for Naruto to come down, Kakashi just smiled with his eye and gave a thumbs up. The cat climbed into Naruto's arms as he came down from the tree. Mission accomplished, said Naruto with a smile. Well done, it's time to report the success of the mission to the Hokage. And Sasuke? Asked. Kakashi and Kiyomi pointed back to where Sasuke was standing with his back to them with his hands in his pockets. He's a little upset because Tora scratched him too much and you don't have any wounds. What a crybaby, Naruto said in a funny tone. Listen to that, said Sasuke. Very well, we have to report the mission to the Hokage location. Hokage Tower, Konohagakure no Sado. In the Hokage's office the yondaime was surrounded by some paperwork, while in front of him was a plump woman with black hair tied in a royal hairstyle, with a kimono of a color that didn't really matter. The woman seemed to be waiting impatiently, her gaze was directed towards the door when she saw the handle turn and make a small noise, when it opened completely, Sasuke, Kiyomi and Kakashi entered along with a Naruto with Tora in his arms. Oh, there's my Tora, said the woman, snatching the cat from Naruto's arms. My bull, the woman cooed as she hugged the cat very tightly, which was trying to escape from the woman. Naruto looked at the small animal with compassion and approached the woman. If you'll excuse me, miss, do you know why Tora runs away? Not really, said the woman. Vera, what? I have seen about Tora is that he likes tranquility and soft, slow movements, so you should stop hugging him that tightly. Naruto grabbed the woman's hand. Look, place your hand here, behind your ear. The woman began to gently caress the cat's ear, which felt the change in rhythm and snuggled against the woman, who continued caressing. The cat let out a purr. Oh, he purred, I'd never heard him purr before, said the woman. It seems that the problem of Tora is completely resolved, Minato said. Thank you very much, Shinobi-san, said the woman, leaving the room. No problem, very well Team 7, apparently another D rank mission solved, you have already done enough missions today, how about you go to rest, come back tomorrow for more missions, the Hokage spoke. See you tomorrow, Hokage-sama, said the 3 little Uchihas, and then left the room. How do you see them, Kakashi? The Hokage asked. Kakashi took his eyes off his orange book and looked at his leader with a smile. They are more than ready, that's good, I guess tomorrow I'll give them their first C rank mission. As a matter of fact, some teams will also come to receive their first mission, so you'll have to wait until noon. It is no problem, you may very well withdraw. The next day. Naruto, Sasuke and Kiyomi were at the entrance to the Hokage Tower, waiting for their sensei who was arriving late again. Kakashi sensei is hopeless, Kiyomi complained. There are times when I think if he really is an experienced jonin, I wonder why he is so famous. You could be more patient, said Naruto speaking to demonstrate, Sasuke said as he looked at Naruto's eyebrow, which moved to show that he was a little irritated. In front of them an explosion of smoke appeared from which Kakashi emerged. Hello team, sorry for the delay, but you know I was helping a grandmother carry her shopping and she lived on the other side of the village. Oh, how generous, said Kiyomi. Yes, I know, how about we go for our first C-rank mission? The Uchiha's faces glowed with excitement. Team 7 arrived at the Hokage's office. Kakashi knocked on the door. Come in, the village leader's voice rang through the door. Oh, Team 7, I see you are ready for your first C-rank mission. The three Uchihas nodded. Alright, let's see what we have here. Minato stopped his review when a carrier pigeon appeared at his window. It had a scroll in its beak. Minato sharpened his gaze and picked up the scroll. Team 7 watched expectantly as Minato's brow furrowed as he read the scroll. Team 7, this is somewhat sudden, but I need you for an important mission. You see, a few hours ago I sent Team 11 on a rank C mission. It consisted of taking a bridge builder to the country of the Hello. It was a relatively simple mission, however, Kushina informs me that the client lied about the parameters of the mission. They realized this because halfway there they were attacked by the demon brothers of Kurigakure. Gozu and Mezu, Myth, Menma and Kushina were able to hold them back easily. Later they refused to continue with the mission, but they have learned the truth. It turns out that the country of the waves is in a really worrying financial crisis. This is because the country it has been controlled by a man who calls himself Gato-led. We explain, the country of waves is an island, so its economy depends on the export of products. Likewise, they depend on imports. Gato took over of this country, since he is a tycoon, easily one of the richest people on the elemental continent. He basically acquired the country of waves and restricted it from the countries outside it. Isolated all exits and practically took over all the riches of the country. That is why Mr. Tazuna, the client, went to Konoha's services to protect him from some bandits, while he returned to his country to finish a bridge that he is building. This bridge will connect the country of waves with the continent, which will give you the possibility of exporting and importing products again. All the members of Team 7 listened carefully to the words of the Yondaime Hokage. As you might think, this bridge is a great threat to Gato's monopoly. According to what Kushina says in the letter, Gato knows this and plans to send mercenaries, and the attack by the demon brothers makes us think that he is also capable of to hire renegade shinobi to fulfill their objective kill. Azuna I see, and since the country of waves is in an economic crisis, they do not have enough resources to pay for a mission of higher rank than a C. Kakashi sensed. That's right, maybe that's why Tazuna-san lied about the mission. Kushina asked for reinforcements because it's possible that Gato sent more renegade ninjas. They can even be very powerful. She's scared of having to fight against one while protecting the genin, continued the Hokage. Very well sensei, we will take the mission. Listen to me Team 7, I want you to gather your objects and enough resources for the trip. I want you at the southern entrance of Konoha in exactly 1 hour. We will leave for the country of waves, said Kakashi to his students, then disappeared in an explosion of smoke. The three Uchihas disappeared in their respective shunshin. 1 hour later. Naruto, Sasuke and Kiyomi were at the southern entrance to Konoha. This time they were relieved because they saw Kakashi who was walking towards them with a backpack on his back. He quickly arrived in front of them. They are all ready. Yes sensei, and those rolls. Vera sensei, Naruto-kun is good with seals, so he told us that carrying things sealed is more versatile than carrying them in a backpack. I see, that's very good, he said smiling. What level are you in Fuinjutsu Naruto? I am currently finishing level 10 of Fuinjutsu. Kakashi opened his only visible eye, but quickly returned to normal. Okay, this will be our first mission outside the village, so be careful. We will advance quickly through the forest at shinobi pace. It will be quick to catch up with Kushina-san, because she was at civilian pace along with the client. Team 7 disappeared into the forest, heading towards the country of waves. Kushina was having a really annoying day. First, Menma had woken up complaining that he wanted to stop doing D-rank missions. He complained all day until they reached the Hokage Tower, and they would finally have a C-rank mission. To tell the truth, she was also tired of D-rank missions. After they announced their mission and introduced their client, the old man had the nerve to arrive in front of them in a state of intoxication and, to make matters worse, mocked that they would protect him from some simpletons. Kids, no one made fun of their genin, no one. After they left Konoha, he encounters an unpleasant visit from the demon brothers Gozu and Mezu, only to discover that the client lied about the mission range. The old man told them about the situation in his country, and as expected, his children wanted to follow the mission with determination. The pink-haired girl was afraid, but she agreed so as not to delay her team. Now he was walking near the waters that surround the country of waves. There was a small path that showed them the way to the island. There was a kind of fog that blocked their view, but nothing more than that. Kushina looked forward to see her genin. Team 11 was in a diamond formation around Tazuna, Mito and Sakura were on Tazuna's sides. Menma was in front while she was behind. He had his senses on full alert in case there was any threat. He could see Mito in a state of alert, however you could see that he was under control. Menma walked in front with a somewhat serious face, while the pink-haired girl walked trembling. A little while his eyes moved frantically looking from one side to the other, perhaps the atmosphere that the fog gave him scared him a little, or very scared. Kushina tensed her posture when she felt movement near a bush. It seemed that Menma and Mito also noticed. Menma did not think about it and fired a kunai at the mysterious presence behind the bushes. The whole team went to see what it was until they saw a white rabbit which was trembling strongly. The kunai had been stuck in a tree right in the middle of its ears. "Oh, I'm sorry, bunny," Menma said, kneeling down to pet the rabbit. A white rabbit, however, it's spring, it can't be that there are white councils at this time, Kushina thought. The red-haired Jonin sharpened her senses until she heard the classic sound of the air being cut. She quickly alerted her genin. "Everyone down, now. Shout." All the genin crouched down. Kushina swept Azuna's feet, causing him to fall silent. Everyone ducked just as a giant sword passed over them. The sword stabbed hard into the tree, a figure passed like a blur in front of them and lodged in the handle of the sword. Wow, 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 what do we have here? 3 little brats, an old drunk and the bloody habanera. How exciting the figure was of a tall man with dark skin. He had a muscular figure. It must be thanks to the large sword he carried. He had short wild pointed hair. He was wearing somewhat baggy pale blue pants with stripes. He had leg warmers on his ankles. And on the arms with a stained design and blue shinobi slippers. He had bandages that covered half of his face. His ninja sash was flipped a little. He was wearing the sign of the village of Kurigakure. A stripe crossed the sign, which indicated that he had cut ties with his village. Zabusa Mamachi, swordsman of mist, wielder of the Kubikira Bacho, Class A renegade ninja. Oh, how well informed you are. I feel honored that someone like the bloody Havana from Konoha knows me. What do you want, Miss Demon? Easy, I want the head of that old man. They will pay me a large reward for him. I won't let you touch my client, Kushina said as she directed her hand towards her back where her sword rested. Oh please, we could end this the easy way. I don't want anything against you. You could give me the old man, I'll leave and get my money, or you could fight me lose, and I won't just kill you. To the old man, if not also to your precious genin's Abusa released some of his killer instinct. Tazuna was almost fainting from the fear he felt. Sakura was trembling openly. Menma took a step back. Mito shivered a little. You're going to have to go over me. Zabusa came down from the tree, while lowering his sword and jumping back. He placed his sword on his back and passed through a series of seals. Kurigakure no jutsu, he whispered. The fog around everyone became a really thick fog. The fog was so abundant that you could barely see your hands. Zabusa began to release much more killing instinct. Jugular, throat, spine, stomach, arms, legs, torso, chest, so many places to go through and cut. The voice was heard in Zabusa through all the fog. What the hell is wrong with this guy? Said Menma. Does it not have a soul? Sakura asked. Oh, it's a pet peeve of mine, but tell me, why are you so shocked? Did you think that the world of shinobi is full of colors and joy? It's obvious that Konoha has softened reality. What have they taught you? Oh, even better, how was your graduation exam? You know, to graduate, I had to exterminate the entire class. Exterminate? Asked a scared Sakura. Kill them all. Zabusa's hoarse voice was heard, expelling even more of the murderous instinct. This is too much, thought Mito. I feel like I'm going to explode. No. You have to endure it, you have to be strong. Myth. The girl heard her mother's voice. Calm down, I won't let any of my genin die, she said smiling. I wouldn't be sure about that if I were you. Zabusa appeared in the middle of Mito, Menma and Sakura, who were surrounding Tazuna. He quickly swung his sword in a horizontal slash. He was about to cut the Tazuna when a red blur appeared in front of him and he felt how they were blocking his cut efficiently. I told you so, Kushina whispered to give a direct kick that Zabusa blocked, however he was sent a few meters back. He jumped and moved away from Kushina, who did not want to give him time, and advanced to face the ninja of the fog. The clashes of the swords came and went, sparks flew as a result of the clashes between the sharp metal. Kushina and Zabusa clashed their swords once again, entering into a combat of strength. You're very good, Havana, but are you able to keep up with me? Zabusa increased his strength and pushed with his sword, forcing Kushina to retreat. Zabusa had more physical strength. It was to be expected, after all he carries the Kubikira Bacho. It is a really big and thick sword, carrying it alone would be like exercising daily and without stopping. Kushina retreated from Zabusa's attacks. From one moment to the next, Zabusa disappeared into the fog. So now you're hiding, huh? I should use my techniques to my advantage, right? Mito was tired of the Zabusa technique, it was too dense a fog, but she had an idea, maybe that would make her mother's battle easier, passing through hand seals. Futen. Tatapa. Mito puffed out his cheeks and expelled a strong gust of wind from his mouth, the wind dispersed the fog showing the position of Zabusa, which was on the coast near the sea. How I hate wind users, the renegade muttered. He had to block a Kushina lunge that came towards him with a direct cut. Zabusa and Kushina engaged in an incredible Kenjutsu battle, at one point, Kushina's experience and flexibility gave him the advantage over Zabusa. I must find a way out of this, if I continue like this, it is very likely that he will kill me, I guess I must play dirty. Zabusa pushed again with his great sword, forcing Kushina to retreat. Zabusa made half a ram seal, suddenly, different clones of Zabusa came out of the water. Mizu Bunshin, water clone, Zabusa said. The clone swung towards Kushina and began to overwhelm her, one of the clones headed towards the genin with his sword ready to deliver a deadly slash. Just at that moment, Kushina watched as one of the Zabusas approached the genin threateningly, she had to do something to defend them. Kushina closed her eyes for a moment while she concentrated, suddenly, some sort of pale yellow chains emerged from Kushina's back, emitting a slight glow. The chains positioned themselves around Kushina and expanded, passing through the Zabusa clones. Which turned into water, one of the chains quickly went to attack clone, piercing him just as he raised his sword. Kushina gave a sigh and cast an annoyed glance forward, only to be shocked to realize that Zabusa was no longer there. Zabusa appeared behind Kushina in a blur of speed and landed a kick against Arikide's back. He didn't have time and started slashing with his sword, making Kushina retreat until they reached the water. Kushina saw an opening in Zabusa, and he landed a horizontal slash, however, it turned into water. A clone, Kushina thought. It is a pity. Zabusa appeared behind Kushina as he traced seals. Suiten. Suro no Jutsu. Water style. Water prison jutsu, the water around Kushina rose, enclosing her in a kind of dome of water that connected with Zabusa's arm, enclosing her. Unfortunate thing, I attacked the genin to distract myself, now the situation is worse, he thought. Well, I guess the hard part is done, now, I just have to take care of the old man and the brats. Mito, Menma, Sakura, please run, Kushina thought, she couldn't speak thanks to the water prison. Zabusa created 3 more clones, which advanced towards the genin. What are we supposed to do now? Sakura asked. We must prevent him from getting close to Tazuna-san, but what are we supposed to do? He's a jonin. The petal girl is right, blonde, they should have run while they could. I'm not going to abandon my mother, said Mito determinedly. I won't either, I'll beat you easily, you'll see. Menma shouted, much talk little. Nuts, Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. Menma shouted. In a ball of smoke, an exaggerated amount of shadow clones appeared, all of them launched themselves at Zabusa with a kunai in hand. The number of clones was so great that Zabusa was lost from sight, however, all the clones were thrown backwards. Thanks to a show of strength from Zabusa. Mito attacked Zabusa to involve him into jutsu, she used her father's style, which consisted of fast and flexible movements, trying to cause the greatest amount of damage in the shortest time possible. Zabusa tried a direct blow that Mito dodged and tried an upward hook in the renegade's stomach, however he stopped it and punched the girl's side. Mito was thrown somewhat away, however, he launched another time against Zabusa. Suiten. Miserapa. Violent wave of water, Mito shouted, puffed out his cheeks and threw a stream of water towards Zabusa. The Kiri ninja managed to dodge it, the jet of water hit a tree, destroying it in half. That was close, Zabusa thought. Menma launched himself against Zabusa using the same style of taijutsu, his sister accompanied him from behind, in the hope of landing a blow. Menma attempted a sweep at the jonin's legs who jumped away from the attack. Futen. Renkuden. Air bullet, Menma took a very deep breath and then expelled a bullet of pressurized air from his mouth, Zabusa jumped to the side dodging the projectile. Suiten. Teppadama. Water element. Shot. Mito puffed his cheeks again and fired a bullet of compressed water. The water clone received the shot, thus disappearing. 1 down 2 left, the original Zabusa growled from his position, he couldn't attack, if he took off his arm from the water prison, it would be destroyed. This time the 2 remaining clones launched themselves against Menma Mito in a more serious way, their objective was to separate the 2 brothers so that they would not form such a dangerous combo again. The 2 clones quickly engaged each of the brothers in a taijutsu battle. The Namikaze Uzumaki brothers were overwhelmed, Zabusa's movement suddenly leveled up, they were faster and came with more force, it was not pretty at all considering the physical strength that Zabusa possesses. Menma tried with all her might to try to defend herself from Zabusa, however, she didn't achieve much, the same was with Mito, but she was able to play along with Zabusa a little. Zabusa kicked Menma in his stomach, the genin could feel something crunch, he let out a moan that Mito heard. Mito was distracted in a moment of worry for her brother. Zabusa took advantage and bombarded Mito with stronger blows. Mito jumped back to escape Zabusa's combos. He took out a kunai with explosive paper tied to the handle and threw it against the Kirin. Zabusa carefully observed the explosive projectile. Simply he jumped, avoiding the kunai which stuck in the ground. The paper exploded, however the Zabusa clone was unharmed. Suiton. Miserapa Mito launched the jet of water. The Zabusa clone received the attack, dissipating. Only one left. Mito saw that Zabusa had his brother by the neck. Almost good, but they still have a long way to go, he said while landing a hard blow on Menma's stomach. Unfortunate, Menma muttered. Don't hold a grudge against me, brat, I'm afraid you'll beat me up after this, the renegade joked. Zabusa slammed Menma into the ground, causing him a large amount of damage. Now you, said Zabusa as he headed towards Mito. Kiri's ninja disappeared in a blur of speed, appearing in front of Myth and beginning to overwhelm her with rapid strikes. Mito defended himself as best he could, however, he was not able to do much. Zabusa kicked Mito directly, which was thrown backwards as she crawled on the ground. When she got up, she didn't even have time to blink when she saw that Zabusa was already in front of her with his sword in his hand preparing a horizontal cut. It's over, said Zabusa. Mito closed his eyes waiting for his imminent death. Is this how it ends? Zabusa was right, the shinobi world is macabre and difficult. Shunshin. Naruto's body flickered and then disappeared in a blur of speed. Zabusa was about to cut Mito when he noticed that a person stopped his cut with a straight sword, Chikudo. Mito, are you okay? Naruto asked. Mito opened her eyes to see her black-haired friend. Naruto. What are you doing here? We are reinforcements, he replied. From the trees, Kakashi, Kiyomi and Sasuke came out. Naruto took Mito's hand and Shunshin. They appeared next to the rest of the team. The Zabusa who was holding Kushina hostage frowned. This tips the balance towards them, a new genin team, and also that they have the copying ninja, Kakashi, as their sensei created new water clones. Kakashi observed the situation of Team 11, Kushina was trapped in a water prison, he knew her very well, she was a formidable kunoichi, Zabusa must have played dirty. Sakura was trembling however, now she seemed to have a really relieved look, without any scratch, she did not participate in the meeting, while Menma and Mito were injured, Zabusa must have played with them. They are lucky that he did not decide to kill them at once. Kakashi-sensei the Jonin heard a voice calling him, it was Naruto. We have to get Kushina-san out of Zabusa's prison, first we have to bypass the clones and force the original to release the prison, I'm sure you will face Zabusa, Sasuke, Kiyomi, and I will take care of the clones. Kakashi nodded, he trusted his genin a lot. After all, they managed to put him on the spot with their teamwork. I guess I should get serious, Kakashi whispered. Naruto could hear and looked at his sensei, who was raising his ninja band, revealing a completely mature Sharingan eye. The three younger Uchiha were surprised, their sensei had a Sharingan in his left eye, they would have to ask later, now the priority was to help Team 11. The remaining Zabusa clone wanted to surprise Kakashi by appearing behind him at high speed, however, Kakashi's Sharingan was able to easily follow him, thus Kakashi dodging the Kirin slash. The Konoha ninja took out a kunai, cutting the clone's throat, which dissipated. Kiyomi, Sasuke, Naruto, I entrust you with the clones and the protection of the client Izuna-san, I trust you, he said, giving them a smile. The three genin nodded, smiling in return. The Zabusa clones prepared to intercept Kakashi, as they had already noticed that the Konoha ninja would do everything possible to get closer to the original. Kakashi began to run at high speed towards the something where the Zabusa with Kushina was. It's good news that Kushina-san is still holding her breath. Kakashi focused his Sharingan for a moment, noticing how the Kushina chakra directed a small amount to his lungs, increasing his ability to hold his breath. I see, hold on a little longer. Kushina-san. The Zabusa clones rushed towards Kakashi, one of the clones tried to cut the silver-haired ninja in half, however, he agilely dodged the cut and cut the clone's arm, dispelling it. Kiyomi went through a series of hand seals. Kaiten. Kakaku no Jutsu. The large fireball was heading towards the Zabusa clones, the projectile hitting one of the clones, causing an explosion that dissipated a few more. Kakashi continued running towards Kushina until two more clones appeared in front of him. Naruto looked at the two clones with his Sharingan active, time to honor his brother's technique. Shunshin. Naruto disappeared and appeared behind the clones, cutting them with his Chikudo, dissipating them in the process, leaving the way clear for Kakashi. I deactivate his Sharingan, it was not necessary to spend that chakra. What the hell? The brat can use Shunshin in battle, thought the royal Zabusa. Sasuke ran until he was in Naruto's position tracing seals. Kaiten. Hasenka no Jutsu. A series of small fireballs were directed towards three Zabusa clones, which dodged the projectiles with great agility, however two of the clones were not skilled enough and dissipated. Good. Kakashi thought, finishing off the remaining clone. Kakashi went through hand seals. Suiton. Teppadama. The water bullet aimed at Zabusa. Damn, the renegade thought I can't let that happen to me, they give me no choice. Zabuza dodged the water bullet, in the process separating his hand from the water prison, freeing Kushina, who jumped away from him. Naruto ran until he was next to Kushina, who was leaning on one of her knees, taking deep breaths. Is Kushina-san okay? Yes, don't worry. By the way, Naruto, that technique you used to save Mito and with which you defeated the clones, was it Shunshin? That's right, my brother taught me how to use it and said that he would like to teach me how to use it in battle, however he never could, so I spent a good amount of time in my training perfecting and using it. In addition, I used the blink Shunshin and honor him. Kushina stood up and hugged Naruto. That's so sweet of you. Thank you Kushina-san, but I think this is not the time for hugs, we should help Kakashi-sensei. That's right, but I don't worry that much about Kakashi, it's not for nothing that he is one of the strongest jonin in the village, you know. Kakashi was born in times of war, and his excellent talent and preparation led him to become a chunin. I'm 6 years old, he said, releasing Naruto from the hug, who had his eyes slightly open. Chunin at 6 years old, that seems impossible, that's right, but Konoha needed the maximum shinobi possible to carry out the third war. After all, villages like Kumagakure and Iwagakure are recognized for the exuberant number of shinobi they have. Konoha is recognized for the individual talent of its shinobi and its excellent teamwork, I see. What I don't understand is why Kakashi-sensei has a Sharingan in his left eye. Kushina made a sad look that Naruto noticed. I guess I'm stepping on forbidden territory, said Naruto. No, don't worry, I would tell you, but I think it's better that he tells you himself. Understand, Kakashi kept his battle against Zabuza in a fight between a kunai and the Kubikirabacho. I didn't expect anything less from Kakashi of the Sharingan. It's an honor that you used that magical eye. As soon as the battle against me begins, don't think you're so important. I have to finish you once and for all. You've already caused too much trouble. TSK Zabuza growled. Kakashi managed to make a small cut on Zabuza's arm, which caused him to step back a little. Kakashi did not let him escape and punched him in the face, followed by a really strong kick in the stomach. Zabuza was thrown backwards but quickly recomposed himself by taking deep breaths. Damn, Kakashi is so good, I have to finish this. Zabuza began to perform a chain of hand seals while saying his name. What surprised him was seeing that Kakashi followed his hand seals at the same speed. It even seemed like he knew what Zabuza was going to do. I see, that's why they call him the copying ninja. He uses the Sharingan to copy the jutsus of his enemies and follow their movements, Naruto thought. The long chain of seals continued until a moment came when it seemed that Kakashi was one seal ahead. What the hell? What's wrong? It's like I know what I'm going to do. Zabuza was starting to panic, while Kakashi simply stared at Zabuza until the two finished the seals. Suiten. Suryudan no jutsu. Zabuza and Kakashi shouted. From the water where they were standing, two pillars of water rose and then turned into dragons made entirely of water, their eyes glowing yellow. The two giant masses of water collided with each other, starting a battle of jutsus until each dragon bit the other, dispersing. Kakashi and Zabuza lunged forward, Kakashi with a kunai and Zabuza with his greatsword, both weapons colliding, beginning a struggle of strength, each fighting for dominance. Something's not right, Zabuza thought. He jumped away from Kakashi. He placed his sword on his back. The renegade ninja made a half-ram seal with his left hand, while raising his right hand. Zabuza was surprised to realize that Kakashi had done the same thing as him at the same time, as if it were a mirror. It's like I know what am I going to do it later? Kakashi said out loud. Zabuza begins to move his hands and then join them together. He did not take his eyes off Kakashi, who did the same at the same time. He looks at me with that eye, Zabuza thought, referring to Kakashi's Sharingan. And that makes you angry, doesn't it? Kakashi said, again out loud. What ... can he also read my thoughts? Zabuza thought. He was starting to get nervous. Kakashi's Sharingan glowed a little. Zabuza performed the tiger seal. TSK, all you do is copy me, like a little monkey, said Zabuza. You won't be able to beat me with those cheap tricks. Zabuza and Kakashi shouted. Zabuza went through hand seals, however, Kakashi copied them with his Sharingan Suiten. Daibakufu no Jutsu. Water style. Giant vortex jutsu. The water around Kakashi rose up, forming a whirlpool around him. A giant ring of water rose up around Kakashi, quickly becoming a vortex of water that quickly headed towards Zabuza. Zabuza received the water vortex. He was dragged by the vortex, being hit hard by the currents. The attack continued to the forest, breaking some trees in the middle. How? I was about to do this jutsu. He copied my jutsu before I could do it. How is this possible? Zabuza hit hard against a last tree, being very hurt. Suddenly some kunai stuck in his arms. Zabuza let out a small cry of pain. Kakashi appeared sitting on one of the branches of the tree where Zabuza was. How? Can you even see the future? Zabuza managed to ask, his voice sounding fatigued and painful. Yes, I'm seeing your future right now, I guess it's your last battle, said Kakashi, taking out a kunai to finish off Zabuza. Kakashi heard the sound of the wind cutting until he saw that a series of senbon stabbed into Zabuza's neck, which fell forward, apparently dead. The genin and Kushina approached Kakashi and the inert Zabuza. What happened? Kushina asked. Well, it seems it was his last battle, a mysterious voice sounded around. The Konoha ninjas looked towards a branch of another tree that was higher. There was a figure. He was wearing a kind of short-sleeved battle haori of opaque blue with wide edges. It was tied with a forest green band. A fabric of the same color fell behind the haori, in addition to somewhat baggy pants of the same color, with dark blue ninja sandals. The haori was on top of a long-sleeved shirt of the same green color. The shirt was turtleneck. The figure was wearing a white mask with red details and the sign of rain on the forehead. His hair protruded from the mask. 2 strands of black hair went down to a little past his shoulders. It was tied to a small tomato which was covered by a white cloth. A small strand escaped from behind. Kakashi looked at the mysterious ninja for a moment, then placed his index and middle fingers on Zabuza's neck to check his pulse. He no longer has vital signs. From his mask, I can deduce that he is a hunted ninja from Kurigakure, isn't that right? Naruto asked. You are a very good observer, and you are also well informed, I thank you, Konoha ninja. I have been looking for Zabuza for a long time, and you have saved me the work. I don't understand, what is that ninja looking for? Asked Menma, who had already gotten up. When a renegade ninja escapes from his village, he takes many of their secrets with him. The hunter ninjas are trained precisely to pursue the renegade and kill him, Kiyomi explained. Something's not right, Kakashi thought. Because of his complexion, his figure and his voice, he must be the same age as Naruto, about 14 years old. TSK, who do you think you are? Menma shouted. Calm down, Menma, said Kushina, approaching her son. You didn't see what he did, he finished off with Zabuza in a single movement, as if it were nothing, said Menma. That's how things are, Menma. There may be people your same age, even younger, but they may be more powerful than you, even than me. Kushina placed her hand in her son's red hair. TSK, it's okay. The hunter ninja disappeared in a swirl of leaves, appearing next to Zabuza. He crouched down and grabbed his body. If you'll excuse me, I'll take his body to get rid of it. Naruto, Kushina and Kakashi stared at the hunter ninja. This is strange, Naruto thought. I'm sorry for the complications, said the hunter ninja, disappearing in another swirl of leaves, with the body of his Zabuza. He's gone, Menma growled. Okay guys, you have to calm down, Kakashi, I guess you're already aware of the situation because of the letter I sent, right? That's right, I guess we'll have to protect Tazuna-san while he finishes building the bridge, he said, nodding towards Tazuna, who bowed in gratitude. Excuse me, Tazuna-san, how long do we have to get to your house? Kakashi asked as he hid his Sharingan under his headband again. About 30 minutes if we continue at this pace. Very well, by the way, Naruto, he said while observing the aforementioned ya. Catch me please. Kakashi began to fall forward, however before he hit the ground, Naruto caught him on his back. What's wrong, Kakashi-sensei? Kiyomi asked, approaching. The question, Kakashi-sensei, said Naruto. That Sharingan is implanted, right? That's how it is. I see, no wonder he got so tired. Why? Kiyomi asked. You see, Kiyomi, when a Dojutsu is implanted, it will never be deactivated, which causes his Sharingan to constantly consume chakra. This wear and tear is multiplied, since Kakashi is not an Uchiha, by covering the Sharingan with his band. Let's say that in some way, it turns off your vision function, which reduces your chakra expenditure, even if just a little. I see, what a good observation, Naruto. I hope you can take me to Tazuna-san's house. Don't worry, I'll take you there. Thank you, Kakashi fainted. Sasuke, help me here, will you? Yes, Sasuke put Kakashi's other arm around his shoulder and helped Naruto carry him. Time skip. 30 minutes. Team 11 and 7 together with Tazuna arrived at the land of the waves, and not much could be said. The situation was too depressing. There were many people in the street, their clothes were torn, and the houses were in very bad condition. There were people lying in the alleys, entire families without food, and many more situations. Tazuna guided them to a 2-story house that was in a small port connected to another small wooden bridge. We're here, said Tazuna, relieved. Tazuna approached the door and knocked 3 times. A few seconds later the door opened, showing a young woman with dark blue hair with 2 strands that framed her face. Her hair reached her lower back. She was wearing a short-sleeved shirt. Pink color with red details and a high collar of the same color. She was wearing a long blue skirt. She was barefoot. The woman hugged Tazuna tightly. Dad. You're back. The woman said happily. Hello Tsunami, how are you? Look, let me introduce you to the Leaf Shinobi. They were the ones who helped me get there safely. They have been protecting me along the way, and they will help me protect the bridge. The girl turned and gave a smile. Thank you very much, Shinobi-san. I am Tsunami, Tazuna's daughter. It is a pleasure to meet you, he bowed. Taste is art, Tsunami-san, Kushina said, smiling. Come on in, don't just stand there, I'm about to serve dinner. Thank you, they all responded. Excuse me, Tsunami-san, is there a free room where we can leave our sensei? Sasuke asked. Yes, there is one on the second floor, you can leave it there, it's the last one in the hallway, thank you, Sasuke and Kiyomi and Naruto said, smiling. Sasuke and Naruto took Kakashi to the room, Kiyomi took off Kakashi's ninja vest, and Naruto laid him on the bed. Thank you guys, Kakashi whispered. Hey Kakashi-sensei, Naruto took out a small box from his seals, from which he took out 2 pills. They are soldier pills. These are pills that contain a small charge of chakra with a stimulant that helps replenish a ninja's chakra reserves. Oh thank you, I'll take them later, for now I want to rest, by the way, tomorrow I'll give everyone a notice, okay? Kakashi said with a serious voice. Okay, said the 3 genin. The Uchihas went down to the dining room, in which everyone was already seated. The only new thing was that of a small boy with a small fisherman hat that hid his gaze. He had a pale yellow shirt under a dark green overalls, but the boy didn't even look back at them. Oh, they're here, said Tsunami, isn't your sensei going to have dinner with us? Unfortunately not, but don't worry, he's just tired, said Kiyomi. Oh, I see. The 3 Uchihas sat down and thanked them for the food. Everyone devoured their food in a calm manner, giving slight glances at the Tsunami house. Sakura looked at a painting that was hanging on the wall. Apparently it was a painting of Tazuna, Tsunami, the child who was sitting with them, and one more person. Excuse me, Tsunami-san, who is the man in the painting? Sakura asked. At that moment everyone watched as Tazuna and Tsunami became tense. The boy simply got up from the table and went up. Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't think that. Don't worry, Tsunami interrupted. His name was Kaiza, he was like Inari's adoptive father. So the boy's name is Inari, they all thought. He was a very good and charismatic man, Tazuna continued. He always tried to encourage the people and move them forward. What happened to him? Sakura asked. Can't I kill him? Cold words that ran down everyone's backs like ice. He killed him in front of everyone. Kaiza was the only person who dared to stand up to him. He said he would protect this town with his 2 arms, however Geto cut them off, hung him on a cross and cut off his head, in front of our noses, and the worst thing is that we couldn't do anything. I see. I'm sorry, I asked. No, do not worry. Dinner continued in silence. Once everyone was finished, everyone washed their avocado and went to sleep. The girls slept separately from the boys, who slept on futons. The next day the warm sun rose over the land of the waves to begin a new day. The sun's rays surpassed the windows, landing on the faces of the people in the house. Each of the people got up at their own pace. Tsunami went down to the first floor and got ready to prepare breakfast. Naruto got up and greeted Tsunami, and the others went up to the second floor and went towards the room where his sensei was. He knocked on the door to hear a come in from Kakashi. Naruto opened the door and watched as his sensei was reading his book. He looked in better condition than yesterday and was breathing more easily. How is sensei? Naruto asked. Much better, I can now walk on my own. I see, Naruto, I guess you already know what I'm going to talk about down there. Naruto simply nodded. I've been thinking about it and I think it's most likely. After all, that hunter boy's movements were very strange. Well, I guess it's time everyone knows. Naruto helped Kakashi get out of bed and the two went down to the dining room where everyone was awake having breakfast. Hello, Kakashi-sensei. How are you? Kiyomi asked. Very good, thank you, Kiyomi. So you're Kakashi. Nice to meet you, I'm Tsunami. The pleasure is mine. Tsunami-san, come, sit down and have breakfast. Naruto and Kakashi thanked him for the food and began to eat breakfast. A few minutes passed until Kakashi caught everyone's attention. Listen everyone, I need to tell you something. What's wrong, Kakashi-sensei? Sakura asked. I need you to stay calm in front of what I am going to tell you. I want to tell you that it is very likely that Zabuza is still alive. A very deep silence fell in the room when Kakashi mentioned those words. What? Asked a very scared Tazuna. But Kakashi-sensei, we saw how the hunter ninja killed him, said Sakura just as scared. It's a little difficult to understand, but you have to analyze things more, said Kakashi seriously. Kakashi-sensei, you checked his pulse, right? How is it possible that he's still alive? Menma asked. You see, according to what I saw, Naruto interrupted, the hunter ninja used senbon. The senbon is a weapon that is not used primarily to kill, but to hit specific points on the body to achieve some effect. What does that have to do with it? Menma asked. The hunter ninja has great aim. He aimed at Zabuza's neck right on a nerve that stopped his heart for a few moments, so that's the reason why Kakashi-sensei didn't feel Zabuza's pulse, Kiyomi said. Sasuke just analyzed in silence. But the hunter ninja said he was going to get rid of Zabuza's body. I don't think so, Kushina interrupted. The hunter ninjas have the obligation to dispose of the renegade's body in the same place where he is murdered. But the masked ninja took Zabuza when his obligation was to finish off the body right there, so it can be insinuated that the hunter ninja was actually trying to rescue him, Sasuke said. That's right, Kakashi agreed. How much time do we have? Mito asked. Although the hunter ninja rescued Zabuza, he was not able to rescue him completely unharmed. I would say that it would take Zabuza about 2 or 3 weeks to recover, said Kakashi. Very well, there is no time to waste, we have to train them for Zabuza's return, but Kushina-sensei, how could a 2-week training help us face Zabuza? He's a jonin. I know that it is impossible for them to reach the level of Zabuza with such little time, but it is possible that at least it will be easier for them to act in battle. Okay, it's time to train, by the way, thanks for the food Tsunami-san, said Kakashi. Tsunami nodded with a smile. Team 7 and 11 left the cave to go to a small forest that was a few meters from Tazuna's house. Kushina and Kakashi each decided to go one way with their team so they could train them at ease. Kushina would help Myth and Menma with her speed and reaction capacity, as well as a bit of chakra control, due to her reserves increasing every day due to the Kyuubi, while she would try to get Sakura into shape and increase her strength. Her chakra control was an easy issue, since she was the one with the least chakra in the group, and as is already known, the less chakra you have, the easier it is to control it. Kakashi had a special lesson for his team, he was thinking about teaching them this for a while, and he thinks it's time, since they are strong enough and above all mature. Kakashi and his team were in a small clearing, he was about to teach his team a new jutsu, one very special to him. What are we going to do, Kakashi-sensei? Kiyomi asked. Well, you see, today I'm going to teach you a new jutsu, said Kakashi, smiling. Wow, really? That would be fantastic. Kiyomi jumped for joy. What is this jutsu about? Naruto asked, he couldn't deny that he was a little excited. First of all, it's a lightning-style jutsu. Naruto thanked the gods, even though Kushina had given him some lightning jutsus, there were not as many as he wanted, he had a large arsenal of fire, and also wind, lightning is his element with the fewest jutsus. Listen carefully guys, I have something to tell you, this jutsu is very special for me, because of all the jutsus I have, I did not copy this one, but rather I invented it, the genin listened attentively. I created this jutsu when I became a jonin at the age of 13. Kakashi raised his ninja band, revealing his Sharingan. It's about gathering a large amount of lightning chakra in the palm of your hand, as already you know, it's chakra transformation. Kakashi performed the following hand seals. Ox, hare, monkey. After that, Kakashi bent his knees and leaned his body forward a little, stretching his right arm down, while his left hand was positioned on the right wrist, he opened his right hand a little, then he began to gather chakra. In his hand, the chakra in Kakashi's hand began to transform into lightning chakra, causing a small sphere of lightning to appear in Kakashi's hand that then enveloped Kakashi's entire hand. The jonin's hand began to release too many rays, and a peculiar sound echoed throughout the clearing, it seemed like the sound of 1,000 birds, accompanied by electricity. https://yaudu.b/mi10ve4fhjw, beautiful sound, I love it, let's continue, the genin looked impressed at the large amount of lightning that came from Kakashi's hand. Gee great, Kiyomi managed to say. But there is something I don't understand, Kakashi-sensei, why do I uncover his Sharingan? Good question, and that is that at the time of creating the technique, it had a disadvantage, and that is that this technique seriously increases your speed when using it, that is thanks to the lightning chakra, however, the extreme speed that you reach, it makes normal vision blurry. At the time of my death, my fallen companion gave me his Sharingan as a gift. The improved vision of this helped me to see clearly when using the technique. As for all this, what is the name of the technique? Naruto asked. Kakashi smiled and started running towards a giant rock that was in the clearing. Naruto could barely see Kakashi's figure heading towards a rock. This is called Kakashi directed his Raiten chakra infused hand towards the rock. Chidori. Thousands of birds, Kakashi shouted as the sound of the birds chirping violently was repeated again. Kakashi's hand went cleanly through the rock, a small explosion of lightning shattered the rock, turning it into small pieces. The 3 Uchihas were surprised at the new technique they were going to learn. Keep in mind that I am entrusting you with my star technique, you must promise me that you will never use this technique against fellow Blade members, understood? The genin nodded. Time skip. 1 week. The first week before Zabuza's return passed quickly, the 3 genin of Kushina trained hard to become faster and stronger, Mito and Menma began to do special training to control their emotions, you will wonder why, oh no. Menma and Myth are the containers of Kyuubi, the most powerful tailed beast, but there was a peculiarity, the Kyuubi is the most manipulative and hate-filled tailed beast of the 9 that exist, it is the tailed beast that can manipulate you the easiest. For your negative emotions, any slip in your emotions can be taken advantage of by the demon fox, not only that, but he is also capable of influencing you through his negativity. Menma and Myth had to learn to control themselves, because if they didn't do it, they could get out of control and commit acts that they would regret. Kakashi's genin were advancing rapidly with a new technique. Naruto was already capable of making a Chidori, however, he had to get used to its use, while Sasuke and Kiyomi were capable of making a Chidori almost as good as Naruto's. The arduous training has caused the genin to return home with injuries. Sasuke and Kiyomi had one arm completely bandaged due to the damage they have done practicing Chidori. Naruto did not need so many bandages, he only bandaged his hand a little. His Senju blood made him more resistant than the others. Mito and Menma's Uzumaki blood helped them a lot with their stamina, plus the Kyuubi's chakra helped them regenerate even faster than Naruto. Sakura had several blessings covering some scratches and bruises, but nothing serious, she complained. She would rather see her Sasuke-kun's arduous training, see him sweaty and tired and fangirls. Currently all the shinobi were in Tazuna's house, waiting for dinner, but Naruto noticed Tsunami's worried look. "Tsunami-san, is something wrong?" And nothing, don't worry, he said, giving a fake smile. It had no effect, there's no food left for everyone, right? Naruto said. It didn't sound like a question, but more like a statement. Tsunami remained silent, that was enough to answer the question. "Don't worry, I won't eat," said Naruto, surprising Tsunami. But why? "Don't worry about me, I can last a few days without eating, until we get more, maybe I'll have to fish a little." "I won't eat Tsunami-san either," Kushina said. "Me neither," said Myth Tsk. "I guess the big Menma will have to sacrifice himself so the others have to eat," the Redeed murmured. "This, Mom?" "I call Myth. What happened, dear?" "I understand that we can last days without eating, because Uzumaki's but." "No, Naruto, he is in Uchiha, he doesn't have as much stamina as us," Mito whispered. Naruto heard her, but he didn't worry about that. It's about time he knew about his other half. Myth, you may not know this, but Naruto is half Senju. "That's right, so we're like cousins," Kushina smiled. Mito looked at Naruto. "It's good that you know that, cousin," he said, smiling. Myth, I sweat a little. "Hey, what about those wounds?" the blonde asked, observing the bandages on the Uchiha's hands. "Oh, are you? Kakashi is teaching us a new technique and well, you see," Naruto responded. "So difficult." "Yes, it's too difficult, but it's a good technique, as well as very powerful, but mastering it hurts a little." "Hey, and you guys are training too, right?" "That's right, we focus on reaction speed and chakra control." "I see, I should also practice my chakra control. Kiyomi has better control than me," the aforementioned felt flattered. "If you want, train chakra control with us," said Mito. "I would like to, but I think Sasuke should also train chakra control with us too. He told me that he would love to spend more time with you," Naruto joked. Sasuke opened his eyes wide as a small pink tone appeared on his cheeks. Mito stood paralyzed as her cheeks were flooded by a faint pink color. Menma burst into laughter, while Kiyomi only giggled lightly. Sakura didn't like that joke at all. How the hell you don't feel sorry for me at all?" Sasuke muttered angrily. "Nah, Naruto, why do you say that?" Mito said. "Daughter, I didn't know anything about that," Kushina said, amused. "Mom!" Myth shouted, more embarrassed. Naruto couldn't stand it and let out a soft laugh. The atmosphere seemed to be calm and warm, it seemed as if they were not on a high-ranking mission. This disconcerted Tsunami and Tazuna, but they did not complain. It was good to lighten the atmosphere from time to time, especially when it was always tense. The little Inari was strangely observing the interaction between everyone. He observed the bandages that were on the Uchiha's hands, and those that covered Sakura. He unconsciously clenched his fists and tears began to appear in his eyes. But why? Inari's words caused everyone at the table to look at him. What's wrong, kid?" Menma asked. Inari slammed his hands on the table, causing the plates to wobble. "All those stupid trainings, they're of no use. They're a waste of time. Gato has an entire army, he'll defeat them easily, then he's going to kill them, as if they were nothing more than ants." Inari's tears fell. "All those words of hope that you have said these days, they mean nothing. No matter what they do, the strong always wins, and the weak always loses. Ha. Speak for yourself, kid, those things don't suit me," Menma said arrogantly. "Hey, Inari." Naruto was about to speak, however he was interrupted by the boy. "Why don't you guys just shut up? You two are the ones that make me the most angry, just seeing you makes me sick. You don't know anything. You don't understand what we're going through, they are just nosy people. You the Redeed, you are always joking or you maintain an arrogant attitude, as if you were above everyone. Do you think you are so important? You're nothing more than a stupid tomato." You could tell for miles that Menma had gotten angry because of that. "And you, the black-haired one, you really make me angry. You are always calm and serene, as if you have everything under control, as if you don't worry about anything. I bet you don't know what it feels like to lose a loved one. You will never feel that pain." Naruto's gaze darkened. Kiyomi and Sasuke also lowered their gaze, even the black-haired girl began to shed small tears, which she quickly wiped away. Menma got up from his seat furious. He was really upset. He didn't like being humiliated, especially a little boy who thinks he knows a lot. He was Menma Uzumaki Namikaze, and no one teased him or called him tomato. Now you're going to listen to me, little boy, Menma said, his voice sounding a little hoarser. Shit, Kakashi and Kushina thought alarmed, but before they could take a step, Naruto disappeared and appeared in front of Menma. Calm down, Menma, said Naruto. Move away, Uchiha, said Menma. You want to hurt that child, right? You want to see him suffer. I wouldn't let anyone insult me. Oh, that's unacceptable. Kill him, hurt him. I know you want to, a really dark voice and horror sounded in Menma's head. I said move away, Menma whispered. Menma's nails began to grow, while his eyes turned red with a slanted pupil, like that of a feline. Menma looked carefully at Naruto, who was surprised to see Menma's eyes. I have to do something, if not. Naruto unconsciously activated his Sharingan and looked directly at Menma. I must stop him, he thought. From one moment to the next everything went black. Menma mind. Menma was in a kind of really gigantic room. The height of the room was so high that you couldn't even see the ceiling. Behind him was a large cage, made up of 2 doors with bars that had a roll in the center. Stuck with the kanji for seal. From the cage, a kind of bubbling liquid began to overflow and head towards Menma. The liquid began to take on color and look thicker each time. The strange substance began to group together and gain volume and height. The liquid continued to gather until it took the shape of the head of an orange fox. The head was large, however, the bubbly texture still did not disappear. The head of the fox grew 2 blood-red eyes with a slit pupil, while a mouth with sharp teeth appeared, transforming in a macabre smile. Haha, laughed his head. I see you're angry. I like that. Menma didn't say a single word. It seems that in this situation you don't have anything to say either, huh? How about you continue advancing and kill the little brat who insulted you? Menma still didn't say anything. And by the way, I will give you power so that you can surpass that Uchiha child. Menma opened his eyes slightly. You like that, don't you? Since you were little you have been envious of him, envious of his power and talent. Well, what do you think of the idea of finally surpassing him by far? Menma nodded softly, almost motorized. Well, you just have to accept me, take my power, and we will do what we want. After all, there will be no one who can beat us. Menma started to turn around. You are already mine. I will soon get my freedom. Menma was about to join his hand with the tip of the fox's head, however a hand stopped him. I wouldn't do that if I were you, said Naruto. What are you doing here? Menma shouted. He dot ha 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 ha. The Kyuubi started to laugh. I really hate Uchihas, said the Kyuubi. So you are the Kyuubi, said Naruto. That's how it is. I guess it's nice to meet you. Hey, how the hell are you on my mind? Menma said. Isn't he obvious, idiot? Said the Kyuubi, annoyed. It's all the fault of those damn eyes. The Kyuubi exuded some contempt. You mean the Sharingan? What else would I mean by cursed eyes? I see, after all, you hate them because they controlled you with them. I'm sure of that. After all, the one who is locked up for so long would appreciate his freedom more than anything. It must be frustrating, the fact that not being free, no living being deserves that. You said it, but I don't understand. What are you doing here? I don't know. I just appeared here when I looked into Menma's eyes. I just wanted to stop him. I see, your eyes gave you access to enter Menma's mental space. Ha, really, that Sharingan is the worst. I know you hold a grudge against him, but it's my family's bloodline. I don't like it when you insult it left and right, said Naruto, somewhat annoyed. Ha. And what are you supposed to do to me? I don't know, maybe you can control yourself, the Kyuubi growled. Or what would you say if I started insulting your dear brothers, those war machines? You better watch your mouth, you damn brat. That's the problem, Kyuubi. You insult my family and I put up with it. I insult yours, and you think you have the right to yell at me that way? Maybe you've never heard the phrase, the one who gives receives. Damn you, how dare you talk to me that way? Don't you know that I can destroy you just by stepping on you, said the Kyuubi, annoyed. And I can control you with a look. Naruto's Sharingan shines. Kyuubi growled. Listen, Kyuubi, I know very well that you must feel bad. After all, I know that you also have feelings. DSK, I only feel hatred and disgust for you. There is no other feeling that a tailed beast can feel, Kyuubi. You're not fooling me. I can see. Naruto focused his Sharingan on the Kyuubi's eyes. I can see all the hate, fury and resentment you feel, but I can also see the sadness, but you don't just feel feelings. Negative, or at least, you have not always felt them. Yin and yang are always present. Where there is something specific, the opposite also exists. The fox opened his eyes. You too, you can feel happiness. There is something in you besides hate. The Kyuubi couldn't stop his jaw from opening a little, but he closed it slowly and managed to listen to the boy in front of him. Haven't you considered the idea of? Naruto finally let go of Menma's hand, feeling more emotions for the first time in so many years. The Kyuubi began to look the boy in the eyes. For the first time, he could see a Sharingan without hunger for power and without willingness to control it, although of course, very few Sharingan users can control it. It takes great willpower. Unlike the others, I don't see the Bijuas as dangerous or beasts for no reason. You are alive, you can talk, from what I can deduce that you have a conscience, and also, you feel hatred, from what I can deduce. Deduce that you can also feel love, said Naruto, remembering the lesson his mother gave him before she died. Where are the other humans like you?" the Kyuubi murmured. "That? Nothing really," said the Kyuubi. "I can't imagine that you're so different from the others." Meanwhile, Menma couldn't fit into the conversation. He was still in shock because Naruto was able to enter his mind. Naruto reached out his hand, touching the tip of the Kyuubi's nose while deactivating his Sharingan. "I am not going to control you, even though I have suffered in my life. I cannot understand the pain that you had, being separated from your family and seeing how they used them as weapons against their will and being locked up by so long. I know you're immortal, but even anyone gets bored when they're locked up without having fun, right?" The Kyuubi and Naruto laughed. Suddenly, the mass of liquid that made up the Kyuubi's head began to retreat until it returned to the darkness of the cage. Suddenly, in the darkness, the Kyuubi's red eyes appeared, which were approaching. The Kyuubi approached the end of the cell and showed his true form. It was a giant dark red fox. It seemed to have a human torso, however its hind legs did look like those of a fox, its front legs also looked like human arms, even its hands were almost human, but the large claws distinguished it. Behind him, 9 tails swayed from side to side. "Wow, you really are amazing." Enough of the flattery. I am the yin half of the Kyuubi, and you are the first human in my life with whom I have engaged in a civilized conversation, and I want to thank you with something. You can really show more emotions, you've earned some of my trust, so tell me, do you have a summoning contract? Well, being an Uchiha I can use the crows, however it is not a summoning contract itself, so no. Very well. The Kyuubi put his hands together and suddenly, chakra began to materialize. In front of the Kyuubi a large scroll appeared, which was directed towards Naruto. "What's your name, boy?" "Naruto Uchiha." "Very well, Naruto Uchiha, you have earned some of my trust, and also, you have shown me that there are more things that humans can give, so, I give you the honor of signing the Fox contract." What? Are you serious? That's how it is, don't you think you're giving me too much for just one conversation? Don't worry, some will say it's pointless, but for me, it's like trying something different after years and years of monotony. Well, if you agree. Naruto picked up the Royo that was in front of him and then opened it. He realized that there were many blank spaces. He went to the first blank space. What to do? Write your name and blood in the first blank space. After writing it, spread blood on each of your fingers on your right hand and simply put them under your name. Naruto bit his right finger, causing blood to flow from it. He wrote his name and then spread his blood over the tips of his fingers. Then he placed his fingers on the palm, causing the blood to stay there. "Alright, Naruto Uchiha, you are officially the first summoner of the foxes. Use them wisely and treat them like family." "I can't help but feel excited," Naruto said happily. "Now, copy these seals with your Sharingan," said the Kyuubi. Naruto activated his Sharingan and copied the seals that the Kyuubi made. Wild boar, dog, monkey, bird, ram. I imagine those are the seals of the summoning jutsu. "Yes, but you have to go now, believe it or not, in reality only a few seconds have passed. You still have to teach that little brat a lesson." "Yes, but I will do it in a more subtle way. You have to admit, he suffered a tragedy at such a young age. He is not that different from me." "Yes it is, unlike you, he just stood crying without even trying to change. You are completely different. And I have to admit, you are a pretty interesting human. I can't believe that stupid Yondaime decided to seal me in that idiot. Redeed instead of you," the Kyuubi growled. "Hey, I'm listening to you, you stupid furball. And I wanted you to listen to me, stupid tomato." It is an honor to hear that the Kyuubi would have liked to be sealed in me, one moment to be sealed in me. Naruto thought. "Kyuubi, can I tell you something?" Naruto said. Forward Naruto began to approach the Kyuubi's cage. After that, he entered the cage and approached the figure of the giant fox. "It's a secret, it's so that Menma doesn't hear us." The Kyuubi understood and lowered his head to put his ear next to Naruto. "I am level 10 of Fuinjutsu, and now I have a new idea. The only thing I will tell you is that you may go from being sealed in Menma to being sealed in me." The Kyuubi opened his eyes wide. "Are you sure you can do that?" "Of course, I'm a Fuinjutsu master, and when you're at level 10, the only limit is your imagination, and it's not to be arrogant, but I'm a prodigy, I'm sure I can do it." I guess." Naruto began to walk away from the Kyuubi until he left the cage. Suddenly Naruto's body began to lose clarity. "I guess it's time for me to go. After all, this is not my mind." By the way, Kyuubi Kyuubi is just a nickname that humans gave you. Could you tell me your real name?" "Haha, you are a clever boy, but don't think so, I still don't have enough confidence to give you my name, and even if I wanted to give it to you, the redeeded fool is still here, you know." Menma growled. "Okay, I guess that's fair, it's time to go. I hope one day we'll meet again." "Yeah." Naruto's vision went black until suddenly. Everyone at the table was too surprised, even Kakashi's only visible eye was wide open. The Kyuubi's chakra began to manifest in Menma when suddenly Naruto appeared in front of him and looked Menma in the eyes with her Sharingan. The two remained paralyzed for a few seconds until the Kyuubi's chakra began to recede. Did Naruto restrict the Kyuubi's chakra? Mito asked. So it seems, Kushina said. Everyone watched as Naruto began to blink while Menma began to stagger. When Menma recovered, she screamed. You were on my mind. This is not the time to shout, Menma said. Naruto. All of you are very strange, Inari said when she began to leave the room, wiping away her tears. Naruto grabbed Inari by the shoulder. I would like to talk to you for a moment, said Naruto when he disappeared into Shunshin with Inari. He disappeared, said Tazuna, worried about his grandson. He won't do anything to Inari, right? Tsunami asked, worried about her son. Don't worry, the last thing Naruto would do to Inari would be hit him, Kakashi reassured the family. With Naruto and Inari. Naruto and Inari appeared on a small hill from which they could see the Wave Village. What are you going to do to me? Inari asked. Naruto just sat down and looked carefully at the town. Inari, a little suspicious, sat next to Naruto. I'm so sorry for what you've had to go through, Naruto said. You would never understand, Inari said with revulsion. Inari, you must understand something, the ninja world is not a soft and pretty world. Day by day, many ninjas lose their loved ones due to different circumstances, even the ninjas themselves die to protect them. Inari listened attentively. Let me tell you something, in Konoha I am part of a clan, the Uchiha clan, and when I refer to clan, I love to refer to it as a family, although of course, I had my father, my mother and my brother, you understand. Why are you telling me that? Because like you, I lost many loved ones at the age of 5, I discovered that my father had died on a difficult mission. My mother died in front of me when I was only 6 years old, and finally at the age of 7 my brother and my clan were murdered by one of my best friends, and if that were not enough, he put me in an illusion where I saw how he murdered them. For 3 days in a row, Naruto Sharingan activated for a moment, but then deactivated. Inari looked at Naruto in amazement. How did you get over that? Well, I knew that my family wouldn't have liked to see me like this, well, my brother would have beaten me, plus I had my friends who survived, they are the boy and the black-haired girl. Oh really? That's right, Sasuke became my best friend forever, he understands me better than anyone, and we always train together, it's like a relationship of friendship and rivalry, but very good. Kiyomi was always a very sweet and active girl, the opposite to the two of us, she always supported me in everything, and was always there for me, honestly. I don't know what would have happened to me without her. Naruto's cheeks turned a little red, Inari noticed this, Naruto noticed it. Well, you know. I don't know what would have happened to me without them too, but what I want to tell you is that your grandfather, Tazuna, told me what happened. Kaiser really was a hero, and you can't tell me that heroes they don't exist. After all, anyone who does good for others without asking for anything in return is a hero. Tell me something, do you think Kaiser would like to see you as you are now? And no, not at all, Inari said crestfallen. Inari, you must open your eyes, have a little empathy, many people have suffered, you are not the only one who suffers in this world, and if you love this town so much, then protect it and fight for it, I know you can go further. Beyond staying silent and crying, you have to be strong, after all you are Kaiser's son, the hero of the wave, right? Inari opened her eyes wide, tears began to appear again. Hey, don't cry, I already told you, you have to be strong. Yes, thank you Naruto Naiha. No one has ever called me that before. That's wrong. No, don't worry, call me whatever you want. That's how you felt, right? Shisui. Come, you have to apologize to the others, yeah, in the house of Tazuna. They're taking a little while, don't worry. Tsunami-san. Naruto and Inari appeared in Shunshin. Hello, said Naruto with a smile. Before you say anything, Inari has something to tell us. Inari looked uncertainly at Naruto, who gave him a serene smile to reassure him. I am very sorry Shinobi-san, I let myself be carried away by my emotions, but now I have learned that I must control myself and think about things better. I am sorry for having told you that you do not understand the pain, now I know that you more than anyone can endure it. I humbly ask you, please help our people and defeat Gato, please. Inari bowed. Everyone at the table stared at Inari, who looked up timidly, but calmed down when she saw that everyone was giving her a smile. Don't worry Inari, we forgive you, Kushina said. Thank you very much, really, said Inari, holding back tears. Kiyomi and Mito approached the little boy to hug him and tell him that they would take care of him. Tsunami approached Naruto. Thank you very much, Naruto, I haven't seen it like that in a while, Tsunami said very happily. It's no big deal, I didn't know you were good with kids, Sasuke said. Every day one discovers more, said Naruto. Naruto looked at Menma, who was looking directly at him. Menma's eyes turned into the Kyuubi's for a moment and then returned to normal in less than a second. At that moment Naruto remembered the Kyuubi's gift. I guess it's time to discover my new family, Naruto thought. Also we have to be ready for Zabuza's return. Things in the land of waves were going well. First of all, Naruto, Sasuke and Kiyomi had already mastered the Chidori. The thing is that the Chidori was a murder technique and Sasuke and Kiyomi had not yet killed someone. Which means that the first time they use the technique, it will be to kill someone. However, Naruto was confident that they would be ready. Mito and Menma had been training as well, however Menma still had problems with Naruto's entry into his mind, it had baffled him to the core of himself. Meanwhile, Mito had had contact with his part of the Kyuubi, the yang half. The half of myth was less patient than the yin half, in addition to being more aggressive and holding much more hatred. However, this half learned of the conversation that the yin half had with Naruto, which made him calm down a little, so he contacted its bearer to tell her about the conversation. Now with Sakura, well, it's improved somewhat, or at least that's what it's supposed to be. It wouldn't be such a hindrance anymore. I think location. Country of waves, house of Tazuna sunrise. The sun is too annoying, but thanks to it we are alive. The dawn star rose over the dawn to usher in a new day. The sun's rays surpassed the blinds on the windows of Tazuna's house. A certain black-haired man received the extension of the direct sun on his face, causing him to grimace and then open his eyes. You really are annoying, but since Naruto murmured. The sun's rays crashed into the faces of the other people in the house, causing each one to wake up and start a new day. Good morning, Sasuke said, catching Naruto's attention. Good morning, he returned the greeting. The boys slept in the living room with different sleeping bags, which came sealed in rolls. Good morning, Menma said Naruto. Whatever, the redhead murmured. Well, I guess it's time to start the day. Naruto touched his sleeping bag so that it disappeared in an explosion of smoke, indicating that it was sealed again. Sasuke jumped up while stretching. Naruto touched Sasuke's sack, which also resealed itself. Menma, get up so I can seal your bag, said Naruto. I want you to force me, said Menma challenger. You see. Naruto sighed and touched Menma's sack, which sealed, making Menma hit the ground. Hey. Calm down now, we have to get up. It took a while until everyone was awake and ready to have breakfast. Well, almost everyone, after all Naruto, Mito, Menma and Kushina wouldn't eat to save food. After eating, Naruto went outside to stretch a little. After a while, Sasuke and Kiyomi came out to find a sitting Naruto. The two brothers sat next to him. How much do you think? The girl asked. Guys, you know about the myth and Menma condition, right? Yes, the two brothers responded. When Menma lost control against Inari, I had the opportunity to talk to the Kyuubi. After a conversation, let's say I gained some of his trust, and he gave me a gift. Really? Receiving a gift from the Kyuubi must be great, Kiyomi said. That's right, but I can't use this gift in a bad way. It's the first time I'm going to use it, so I'm going to head towards the forest to avoid problems. So what do you say, will you accompany me? Sure, let's go, Sasuke said. Naruto, Sasuke and Kiyomi headed towards the forest. They found a small clearing in which they settled. Alright, show us your new gift, said Sasuke. Naruto bit his thumb, causing blood to flow. He spread the blood over his right hand and performed the hand seals. Ninpo. Uchiha no Jutsu. A small explosion of smoke appeared next to Naruto. The smoke dispersed, showing the figure of a small light gray fox. Its small ears had small silver sparkles, green eyes. Behind it, a small tail swung. It had the same gray color with a silver tip. The little fox shook his head and then scratched his little ear and looked around. I'm sure I shouldn't be here, said the little fox. The fox looked around, realizing that he was surrounded by three people who were looking at him with different expressions. There were two boys who looked at him with their eyes somewhat open, as if they were surprised, while there was a girl who looked at him with eyes that were too bright, it almost seemed like she was throwing stars. Who are you? Said the little fox. Naruto snapped out of his stupor to look at the little fox in front of him. Hello little friend, I'm Naruto, he said, pointing. Wait a minute, I appeared here out of nowhere, that means did you summon me? The little fox asked, he seemed to be a little excited. Yes, I'm the new summoner of the foxes, he said with a friendly smile. Great. The fox jumped with happiness. This is the first time you have summoned me, or at least, I am the first fox that has been summoned. This is a great honor. The fox sounded very excited. Hey, could you tell me your name? Naruto asked. Ah, that's right, my name is Kairon, the second son of the chief of the foxes, said the little boy, introducing himself. Wait, fox boss. That's right, each summoning race has a boss, who could be said to be the strongest and most qualified member of all, Kairon explained. I see. Hey. Could you tell me what functions you foxes have? Well, you see, we can help you in many ways, except for one-tailed foxes like me, because as you see, I am still too small to help you with anything. With two tails, foxes get different professions. You could call them that. Two-tailed foxes are messenger foxes. They are fast, and I guess you already know what they do. Three-tailed foxes are medical foxes. They specialize in medical ninjutsu. They can heal minor wounds to serious, but they cannot help you with diseases. The four- and five-tailed foxes are spy foxes. They are generally smaller and are super stealthy. They can help you with espionage missions. The 6 and 7-tailed foxes are assault foxes and accompaniment. These foxes can help you in battles, they know ninjutsu, and are usually a little smaller than you. Wow, they're big, Naruto pressed. Finally there are the 8-tailed foxes, they are very few, I think there are only 3, the strongest of them is my father, the leader of the foxes. I must admit that I am surprised, foxes are very good at helping. Wait a minute, Naruto, you have the contract with the foxes, that means that Kairon stopped short when he remembered that Naruto was accompanied. Don't worry, they know about the Kyuubi, they are trustworthy, Naruto reassured Kairon. Well then it means that the Kyuubi gave you his permission, that's how it is. Great, although I don't understand how you could have talked to him, I'll tell you later. Old man, what the hell, Sasuke whispered. Oh wow, I had forgotten for a moment that he was here. Well you see, he is Kairon, and apparently it was my first summon, said Naruto, moving away so that they could see the little fox better. Hello, I'm Kairon, said the fox with a smile. Oh. You're so cute. Kiyomi couldn't take it anymore and hugged the little fox. Hey, what are you doing? Asked the fox. You're like a little stuffed animal, said the girl. I am not a stuffed animal, I am the future head of the Fox clan. Oh, how beautiful, what a great dream you have. Oh, Naruto looked at the scene in front of him with amusement. Well Kairon, it's time you have to go and warn the other foxes about the new summoner. I'm sorry, but before that you must gain the trust of the fox chief, so you will have to summon him. Okay, I can summon him now. I don't think so, my father is the size of more or less a Biju, that's too much, said Naruto surprised. It's great, I'm excited to be as strong as him, surely you will achieve it, but remember that it is not achieved just by wanting it, you also have to put effort into it. Kairon completed Naruto's sentence. You use the same phrases as my father. He said something funny. It's good to know that your father has such thought, said Naruto smiling. I have no time to waste, I will summon the chief of the foxes when it is night, Naruto thought. Well, it's time to go, I'll tell father about you, I hope you can summon him soon, it will be sooner than you think, Naruto whispered to Kairon, who smiled. Alright, goodbye. Said Kairon, who disappeared in a small explosion of smoke. That was so cool. You say it, now you have a great summon, Sasuke said. Hey, don't complain, I was the one who stood in front of the strongest Biju of all, said Naruto. Yes, I imagine you were too scared, Kiyomi said mockingly. Hey, the mere presence of the Kyuubi would send any Chunin running, it's a great achievement that I didn't wet myself with him in front of me, said Naruto. Haha. Yes, you're right, brave man, Kiyomi said. The 3 Uchihas returned to Tazuna's house, where today they would have to accompany him to build the bridge, while Team 7 would stay in the house protecting Inari and Tsunami. Time. 11:53, at night. Currently everyone in Tazuna's house was asleep, except for a certain Uchiha boy, who was getting up from his sleeping bag slowly, as usual, he was sleeping in the living room with the other Genin boys, because there was not enough space in the room. The Tazuna house for everyone. Naruto approached a window and opened it carefully. The window opened without making any noise, allowing Naruto to exit through it without anyone noticing. Once outside the house, he closed the window outside and then did a shunshin, teleporting to a place in the forest. Naruto deduced that he was still a relatively close distance from Tazuna's house, so he went much further into the forest. After a certainly long walk, Naruto was already really far from the house and the town, so he prepared for what he was going to do. Naruto bit his thumb and then spread the blood over his right hand, tracing the seals of the summoning jutsu. Naruto slammed his hand into the ground, causing kanji to spread across the ground. This time Naruto applied more chakra to the jutsu. A gigantic explosion of smoke appeared in the middle of the forest. The smoke began to disperse, showing the figure of a gigantic light gray fox. It had blue eyes, behind it, 8 tails moved calmly, the tips of its tails they maintained a white color. At his waist he wore a belt from which hung a large katana. He was wearing a battle haori which was open, it was blue. The fox looked around, remaining calm when he saw that there was no danger. His son had warned him that there was a new bearer of the fox contract, so someone had earned some of the Kyuubi's trust. The fox felt someone who was above his head, he deduced that it was his summoner. Naruto was taken by surprise thanks to the large explosion of smoke. After it dispersed he would realize that he was in the head of a large fox with characteristics similar to Kairon, due to its gray fur, although Kairon's was darker. Before my eyes, summoner, Naruto heard the fox. Naruto jumped off his head and landed on the tip of the fox's snout. The great chief of the foxes would observe his new summoner. A boy of about 14 years old, but tall for his age. Apparently he was not wearing a battle suit, he was wearing a black short-sleeved shirt with gray pants that reached his ankles, and he was barefoot. Black hair with faint hints of blue at the ends, coal black eyes. Nice to meet you, head of the foxes, I am Naruto, candidate for summoner. Naruto congratulated himself for quickly improvising a presentation. I see, I'll be direct with you, what do you think about the summoning of the foxes? Your son told me a lot about the clan, and I must admit that I am impressed. You foxes are great company. Stop there, huh, did I say something wrong? Did you say company? Yeah, tell me the reason for considering us a company. I cannot observe anyone as if they were a tool to increase my power or my arsenal. You foxes are living beings. I cannot treat you as objects that I can use to my advantage. You are not tools. You are fellow shinobis, great and peculiar shinobi companions, comrades tell. Your name boy, Naruto Uchiha sir and Uchiha, and he is not hungry for power, just as the Kyuubi painted them, thought the great fox. The fox looked into Naruto's eyes, searching for signs of lying, to no avail. Naruto Uchiha, you have proven to have the thoughts of someone worthy, there is only the last test left, look straight into my eyes. The Kyuubi has granted me the ability to see your worst memories. If you are able to endure the test and stay firm in the face of your fears and continue with determination, you will be completely worthy. Naruto would not back down, he would prove that he was strong, and if this was the way, he would do it. Naruto would look into the eyes of the great fox, he would be trapped by the ability granted by the Kyuubi. Naruto would go through his worst memories, the death of his mother, the death of the clan, the torture by Itachi, the thousands of times he saw his brother die. He would go through a series of illusions, he would see Itachi killing Sasuke and Kiyomi without being able to do anything. Would see all his loved ones die in front of him without him being able to do anything, just like what happened with Shisui. Shit, Naruto would whisper. That was his worst fear, not being able to protect what he wants, feeling helpless, feeling useless, feeling that he is not able to do anything for those he loves, feeling the pain of losing someone another time. Naruto's Sharingan activated, it shone bright red, suddenly, the tomos began to spin aggressively, showing the pattern of Naruto's Manjikyu. Naruto's mind was about to cease due to mental fatigue, however, Naruto remembered something. I'm so proud of you, I've seen what you're capable of, see through deception, see through things, be a great shinobi, trust yourself. Oka-san, Naruto whispered, he had remembered the sweet words that his mother recited to him. Nai-san and Oka-san, trust me, I can't let them down. Odo-san also trusted me, even before I was born, I'm not going to let them down. I am Naruto Uchiha Senju. Naruto's Manjikyu turned off, while the illusions disappeared, Naruto found himself in a completely black space. Nara, the word echoed throughout the space, suddenly everything turned white, showing the figure of Tanjiro Senju, Itomi Uchiha and Shisui Uchiha. Oka-san, Nai-san, Odo-san. Naruto was about to say something else, well done, said Tanjiro. That's my little brother, Shisui said with a smile. Itomi would approach Naruto, placing her hands on the little Uchiha's cheeks. Keep it up, Naru. Naruto only managed to nod. After that, Naruto was suddenly transported back to reality. The giant fox would see a small tear come out of Naruto's eye, however, it showed no signs of breaking, but rather, it was as if it was keeping itself under control. Naruto Uchiha, you have proven yourself worthy enough to take the Fox clan to your side. Any person would have broken down at the worst memories that their mind holds, even most would have fainted, but you have demonstrated that you can go further and that you are capable of moving forward despite the darkness that you keep. Thank you very much. This core, that's my name, sure, thanks. Very well, from now on you can summon the foxes with confidence. I suppose Kyron told you about us. To summon the fox you need, you just have to think about the type of fox you want, while summoning core clarified. I see, said Naruto. Well, I'm leaving. Core disappeared in an explosion of smoke that quickly dissipated. Naruto fell from a great height but was able to land on his feet. Maybe I can stay and train a little, but I'll go closer to the house, so you don't worry. After that, Naruto went back to the forest near the house, and there he trained all night. Well, this experience had kept him awake. Time: 6:02 in the morning. The sun was rising once again over the horizon. Naruto was lying on the ground somewhat tired, after training a little, sleep had returned to his body, and he decided to rest. However, around him there were burned trees, and some they had holes, it shows that he had trained his Kaiten jutsus, in addition to performing the Chidori a few more times. A thin figure was walking near Naruto. When he appeared, neither of them had realized his proximity. The new presence was wearing a pink kimono, with red details and a print of small black spirals. He was wearing a colored band, white, tying his waist. The figure's skin was light, and in simple clothes it seemed very soft, long, straight black hair that reached down to her back, two strands framing her face, chocolate-colored eyes. She was carrying a basket where you could see plants and flowers. The figure looked at the boy who was lying on the ground, he looked at the destruction that surrounded him, and sensed that the boy had been training. He approached him and crouched down next to him, stretching out his hand to place it on his face. However, the boy grabbed her hand even with his eyes closed. Naruto felt the presence of someone, he immediately put his body on the defensive and was able to grab the hand of that presence. He opened his eyes, seeing what seemed to be a girl who looked at him with curiosity and surprise. "Hey, what were you planning?" Naruto asked a question. "Oh, nothing in particular, I just wanted to wake you up. If you keep sleeping on the floor you might catch a cold." "I see, who are you? Isn't it rude to ask someone's name without giving yours?" "Okay, I'm Naruto, and you?" I'm Haku, nice to meet you, he said with a smile. I see you've been training, if so, I want to become stronger. What is your reason for becoming strong? Well, you see, there are certain people I want to protect, and I also have a goal, but it's something personal. I see, after all you are a shinobi, you know I also have a person to protect, in fact she is currently somewhat injured, that's why I am collecting medicinal plants, he said, pointing to his basket. I believe that people take their maximum power when they have to protect those they love. I agree, Naruto and Haku stayed talking a little more. Along the way he helped Haku collect more plants until Naruto decided to leave because he had to get home, he just hoped they were still asleep. Well Haku, I have to go now, me too, oh and by the way, I'm a man, he said with a smile. Anyone who knows how to notice the beauty that you carry would know that you are a woman. In addition, you wear bandages on your breast so that they are not noticeable. You discovered me, he said with a very small blush, it was just out of shame. Well goodbye, I hope to see you again, by the way, tell Zabuza to get better. Haku tensed upon hearing those words, quickly took out senbon from a pocket and got into a battle pose. How did you discover me? She asked seriously. Your presence is equal to that of the ninja hunter who saved Zabuza. My intuition led me to think that you are the one who saved him. After all, you have a friend to heal, so I decided to throw the bomb and well, judging by your reaction I think I got it right. Haku prepared to throw the senbon towards Naruto, however she was paralyzed thanks to the boy's red eyes with Tomos. I wouldn't do that if I were you, said Naruto with his Sharingan active. For now I will leave in peace, since it is not the time to fight, however I will be waiting for our battle, and listen to something, if it is necessary to kill Zabuza, I will do it, understood? Haku didn't respond. See you later, said Naruto, disappearing in a shunshin. At home. Naruto entered through the same window, realizing that Menma and Sasuke were still sleeping, he entered quietly and closed the window. Ugh, thank goodness, I thought someone had noticed. Where were you, Naruto-kun? A female voice rang, it was Kiyomi. Shit, Naruto whispered. Well look, remember how I said I had to summon the head of the foxes? Don't tell me you summoned him near the town. No, I went too far away. How far away did you go? I think it's very nice that you care so much about me, Naruto said, amused. There was a somewhat awkward silence. Naruto watched with amusement as a blush grew on Kiyomi's face. I idiot, said Kiyomi turning her head. Hey lovebird, Sasuke had gotten up, will you stop that already? He said irritated. It's okay, said Naruto. It took a while until everyone was awake. This time it was Team 11's turn to watch over Tazuna, so Team 7 would have time to train. Meanwhile, the bridge is advancing rapidly, even though many people had given up because of it. Afraid that Gato would chase them, however, Mito and Menma, who had the ability to create too many clones, helped Tazuna to build it quickly. Naruto this time decided to go to the town to see how things are going. He was accompanied by Sasuke, who decided to accompany him in case something happened. Kiyomi had stayed with Team 11. Naruto and Sasuke observed the deplorable state of the town. It was somewhat depressing. There were many people in the streets, the homes were worn out, there were people begging for alms, and hungry children lying in alleys. Naruto felt his pants being pulled. He turned his head, realizing that the one calling him was a little girl holding the hand of an even smaller boy. The girl stretched out her hand towards Naruto. This sir, could you help us, we are hungry. Naruto had a sad look. Normally he didn't carry food with him. This was really hitting him right in the heart. He saw a store in the distance. Wait for me here, little ones, Naruto said, disappearing in a blur. Only Sasuke was able to follow him. After a while, Naruto reappeared, this time with a bag of bread. Here, Naruto said with a smile. Thank you, sir, said the girl with a smile. That was very good, Sasuke said with a smile, placing his hand on Naruto's shoulder. Yes, do you know something, that bag of bread was worth too much more than normal. That man scammed you, Sasuke said. Yes, but because he was desperate, he also has a daughter to take care of. When you have to protect someone, you go to certain extremes that you never thought you would go to. I guess you're right. Naruto and Sasuke continued walking until they ran into a situation. Please leave him alone. The woman screamed. Shut up now, said a man hitting the woman. The man who hit the woman turned his gaze towards two men who looked like thugs who hit a third pinned to the ground. So do you already have the money for the cat? Said one of the thugs who hit his foot on the man's head. And no, but it's because I can't pay it, it's too much money, and Gato has done nothing but take away our chances of winning it. What's the point of that? Said the man desperately. Well, if you don't have the money to pay us, I guess Cat would like us to bring your wife to him, said another thug, crouching down to the height of the man on the ground. Don't you dare touch her. Said the man with all his strength. Oh yeah? And what are you supposed to do, huh? Said the bully mockingly. Hey, pick up the woman, maybe Cat will let us have fun with her too, said the bully, speaking to his partner, the one who hit the woman. The man approached the woman who was getting up, grabbing her cheek. Gee, get away from me. Said the terrified woman. Come, don't. Make this more difficult, said the bully with a macabre smile. Please someone help. The woman screamed, breaking into tears. The thug was about to touch the woman when a strong kick landed on the thug's stomach, which doubled over from the blow. Naruto grabbed his head and hit his face with his knee, breaking his nose. The two thugs who had the man on the ground stood up. Hey, what do you think, you're a brat? The two bullies addressed Naruto, however Sasuke appeared in the middle of the two. The black-haired man jumped and kicked the two bullies in the face, who grabbed his face in pain. Naruto did not give them time to rest as he landed a fist on the stomach of one of the bullies who spat saliva. Sasuke dodged a blow of the missing bully by landing a blow on his chin, knocking him out. Hey, leave these people alone, Naruto said with a serious tone. Sasuke stood next to him. DSK, insolent boy, said the bully, picking up his two companions. You'll see, they will regret having done this, they will bring out the cat's anger. You better get out, you're exhausting my patience, said Naruto, activating his Sharingan. Sasuke also activated his. He was starting to hate these people. The bully left there scared, however Naruto had an idea. Naruto bit his thumb, making the seals of the summoning jutsu. UCHIHA no jutsu. Please give me a spy fox. A very small explosion of smoke from which a small black fox with whitish tips appeared. The fox kept a small scarf around his neck, he had dark blue eyes. Behind him, 5 tails swung calmly. The fox looked around, finding his new summoner. So it's you, nice to meet you, Naruto-sama. I'm Kuro, a spy fox, said the little fox, introducing himself. Oh hello, Naruto said, extending his arm, making the fox jump and land on it. Well Kuro, I have a job for you, the fox nodded. Do you see those 3 guys over there? Said Naruto, pointing to the 3 thugs. I need you to follow them and find out things about our enemy, a man they call Cat. I understand that he is a short man, and he's always wearing sunglasses, and if possible, collect information about our next opponents, a man named Zabuza and a girl named Haku, understand? If you follow those 3 guys, I'm sure you'll reach the cat's lair. Understood Naruto-sama, Kuro said. The little fox disappeared in a blur of speed. I see, you plan to find out more about our enemy, said Sasuke. I need to find out when Zabuza will attack, so we can anticipate it, Naruto answered. Thank you very much for helping us, Shinobi-san, said the woman whom they defended. Thank you very much guys, I really appreciate it, said the man. Yes, don't worry, Sasuke responded with a smile. 1 week later. Naruto's spy fox had returned about 2 days ago, and Naruto had to admit that he did a really splendid job. Kuro had discovered when Zabuza would attack, and if that were not enough, he discovered that Haku had a bloodline, the element ice, Hyoten, and that she was very good with that element. Another thing she discovered was that Zabuza and Haku would be accompanied by another renegade ninja. It was Aoi Rakusho, a former leaf ninja who had stolen a great treasure of the village, the Raijin no Ken, Sword of the Thunder God, a creation of the Nidaime Hokage, UCHIHA Senju. But perhaps the biggest revelation was that Cat planned to betray Zabuza once he completed his job or not. However, they could not say if they would be able to convince Zabuza, after all they had no evidence other than their words. Naruto congratulated Kuro and sent him back to the foxes. Now they had to prepare for the final battle against Zabuza, who would attack today. Izuna, Tsunami and Inari had to admit that watching a ninja prepare was a somewhat gloomy landscape. There were kunai and shurikens organized. Naruto and Kushina sharpened their swords, while the others stretched a little. After that, Team 7 and 11 along with Tazuna would leave for the bridge, which was almost finished. Tazuna only had to defeat Zabuza one more time, and thus Tazuna would finish his bridge. Naruto had left a shadow clone hidden in case something happened to Inari and Tsunami, who would be left defenseless in his house. After a walk, the Konoha teams arrived at the bridge, which was infested by fog, a sign that Zabuza was lurking. Haha, we meet again, Konoha ninja, Zabuza's voice echoed throughout the bridge. The figure of the renegade came into view. He was still wearing his leg and arm warmers, however, he was now wearing a sleeveless black full bodysuit, in addition to the bandages that covered half of his face now falling towards him. His shoulders. At his side, the hunter ninja who had saved him appeared with his mask on. The fog dispersed a little more, showing a thin man with green hair that fell to both sides, purple eyes, wearing a sleeveless full bodysuit. Dark blue with lilac edges, he wore a kind of glove on his left hand, while on his right he wore a longer fingerless glove. On his back he carried a kind of umbrella, while on his waist, he wore a colored handle. Black with a strange shape, it was Aoi Rakusho, the ninja who stole the lightning sword. 3 more people appeared next to him. They were young people who do not appreciate being over 14 or 15 years old. They wore Omegakure ninja bands, just like Aoi. Apparently they were genin who also escaped from their village. So those are the ninjas that Konoha commanded, said Aoi, sounding confident. You shouldn't trust yourself, everyone is very skilled, including the genin, said the hunter ninja who everyone already knew was Haku. Ha. Please, I'm sure my genin could handle them easily, said Aoi laughing, accompanied by his genin. The Konoha ninjas were just silent. From the fog, 6 Zabuza clones appeared surrounding everyone. I guess they weren't expecting that, Zabuza said amused. Kakashi looked at the clones impassively. Naruto activated his Sharingan and looked at his sensei, who nodded at him. Naruto disappeared in a blur, appearing in the same place after a second. Suddenly, all the Zabuza clones turned into water, signifying that they had been defeated. Oh wow, it looks like we have a speedster. I think you have a rival, right? Haku. Zabuza said to the hunter ninja, who nodded. PFFFF, Aoi snorted. He didn't think what Naruto did was impressive. Okay, Team 7, Team 11, I hope you are ready. I will go for Zabuza. Kushina could serve as support to fight against Zabuza and Aoi at the same time. Sasuke, Kiyomi, I know you can handle yourself against a hunter ninja. Myth and Menma, they will also help against the hunter ninja, while Naruto, I trust that you can against Aoi. You will have Kushina's support anyway. Aoi's genin are not a big problem, so let's show what we are capable of. I finish with an eye smile. Yes. All the Konohinin responded. Kakashi raised his ninja headband, showing his Sharingan. Another look with that eye from the beginning, said Zabuza. You should be proud, you are the first enemy to see it twice, said Kakashi. Kushina unsheathed her katana and launched herself at Zabuza next to Kakashi. Zabuza blocked Kushina's thrust, then jumped back to dodge Kakashi's attack. While Zabuza, Kakashi and Kushina began their fight, Haku was lost in the fog. Kiyomi and Sasuke activated their Sharingan, nodded towards Naruto, and then he made hand seals. Futen. Tatapa. Naruto expelled a strong current of air from his mouth that dispersed the fog and sent Aoi and her team back. Haku's position was discovered and Menma, along with Mito and Sasuke, attacked him. Kiyomi stayed next to Naruto and Sakura. Kiyomi, why don't you go with the others? Naruto asked. I think Mito and Menma together with Sasuke will be enough, besides, you will need some help, right? He responded. Could it be Sakura, can you stay and take care of Tazuna-san? The pink-haired girl nodded. How about we go and kick some ass? Kiyomi said, smiling. Yes, said Naruto. Kiyomi and Naruto launched themselves against Aoi and her team. Heh, how deluded, go. Said Aoi. Aoi's genin headed towards Naruto, who jumped and kicked one of the genin's chests, sending him to the ground. Kiyomi appeared behind him and landed a strong blow on the stomach of one of the genin, who doubled over. The third genin tried to hit Kiyomi in the face, however, she crouched down and gave a roundhouse kick to the genin's side. Naruto finished it off by hitting his face. The genin fell almost fainting to the ground. Naruto directed the kicking genin, who was getting up, starting a taijutsu battle. Kiyomi had her own battle with the other genin. Aoi watched in surprise as her genin were easily beaten. The genin who was fighting with Kiyomi was beginning to get desperate. He was not able to land a blow. While Kiyomi connected all the ones he threw, the genin, tense, began to launch attacks left and right. However, the Sharingan predicted them. Without problem, Kiyomi used his flexibility to his advantage and dodged each blow with grace. The rival genin took out a kunai and launched cut after cut. Kiyomi took out his own kunai and blocked each of the genin's attacks, which attempted a lunge. Kiyomi dodged and grabbed the arm with a weapon. With his other arm, he elbowed the genin in the face, which loosened his grip on his weapon. Kiyomi took advantage and disarmed the genin. This attempted another direct hit. Kiyomi stepped back, dodging. He stepped forward and kicked his side, concentrating chakra in his fist, and smashed it against the stomach of his rival, who screamed in pain and was thrown back, spitting blood. Finally, the genin fainted from the pain. The Uchiha sighed and watched her friends battle. What could be said about Naruto's rival? He was being used as a punching bag. The genin attempted a blow to the stomach. Naruto stopped him and began the counterattack. Blow to the liver, kick to the knee, blow to the face, left blow, right hook. Each blow hurt like hell for the poor genin, who fell unconscious after an uppercut from Naruto. The genin, who was knocked down, first began to get up and wanted to attack Naruto. However, a direct blow landed on his face, causing him to faint. Naruto watched Kiyomi for a moment, who was approaching him. However, the two had to dodge a yellow lightning bolt. Apparently the lightning came from Aoi's sword. Heh, looks like they managed to defeat those useless people, said Aoi. A few moments ago you claimed that they could easily defeat us, Kiyomi replied. Maybe, but that doesn't matter now. What's going to happen next is that I will beat them up until they beg for mercy, said Aoi with a smile. Naruto took his shakudo out of its seal, unsheathing it, while Kiyomi firmly gripped her kunai. The Uchiha attacked Aoi, who received him with his sword. The blades of the tools collided with each other, starting a battle of physical strength. Anyone who knew the basics of the clans would know that it is very difficult to beat a senju in a fight of physical strength. Naruto began to gain ground on Aoi, who noticed it and jumped back. He jumped forward to try a horizontal cut. Naruto crouched down, avoiding the cut. Kiyomi took advantage and tried an aerial kick towards Aoi, which managed to block it with his arm. However, it was dragged backwards. He was able to remain standing. Naruto attacked with a downward slash. Now that he had completely overcome his first kill, He was not afraid to make killer moves. Aoi blocked the slash and began an addictive kenjutsu battle. Slashes came and went, while small sparks came out of the clash. Due to the contact with the lightning sword, Naruto jumped back and passed through hand seals. Kaiten. Kakaku no Jutsu. Naruto spat out the large sphere of flames that Aoi narrowly avoided, burning his arm a little in the process. I shouldn't have launched a jutsu of that magnitude, it could damage Tazuna-sen's bridge. I think lower rank jutsus are better, Naruto thought. Kiyomi launched herself at Aoi, clashing kunai with sword. While Kiyomi kept Aoi at bay, Naruto thought about what to do. The Raijin no Ken is very powerful, I must think of a way to counter it. Also, I will see if I can defeat it without breaking it. It would be good for Konoha to recover one of its treasures. Naruto continued thinking until he had an idea. Kiyomi. Get away. Naruto shouted at Kiyomi, who jumped away from Aoi. The Uchiha passed through hand seals. Raiden. Jibashi. Naruto extended his hand, sending a burst of electricity towards Aoi, who could not dodge it. However, Naruto was surprised to see that the Raijin no Ken absorbed part of the attack, reducing the damage. Certainly the Raijin no Ken is an incredible weapon, said Naruto, making Aoi smile. Hahaha, I told you, little boy. With this sword I am invincible. Aoi rejoiced, however he was still somewhat sore. Well, I have 3 things to tell you, Naruto interrupted, making Aoi raise an eyebrow. The first, you are not invincible. Aoi frowned. The second is that I can say that without that sword, you are just a poor talker. Naruto lowered his thumb, making Aoi growl, and Kiyomi giggle. And the third, Naruto continued, is that you forget that the weakness of lightning is the wind futon. Shinkijin, wind release. Void blade. Naruto brought the blade of his sword towards his mouth. As it was close, the Uchiha blew gently past the blade, which was being covered by a kind of layer of seeing pale yellow. After finishing, the result was Naruto's Shakudo, infused by a second layer which was made entirely of wind. Okay, I'm ready, said Naruto. The Uchiha launched himself at great speed against Aoi, who received him with his sword. The clash of the swords produced a slight gust of wind. The force that the two put into their attacks. Naruto's wind sword slowly began to gain ground. Making Aoi angry, the renegade ninja moved away and launched a beam from the sword which Naruto dodged, then made a downward slash seemingly into the air. Futon. Nami. A wave of cutting wind in the shape of a waning wave quickly headed towards Aoi, who narrowly avoided it. Aoi watched in surprise as a cut appeared on his cheek while a larger one appeared on his shoulder. Aoi cursed under his breath as he grabbed his wound. Naruto quickly ran towards him and introduced him into another battle. Every time Aoi defended himself, another small wound appeared on his skin, this due to the second layer of wind that covered Naruto's Shakudo. Damn you. Aoi shouted, trying to give a horizontal cut that Naruto dodged by crouching and sweeping the renegade's feet, who became unstable. Naruto gave an upward kick to the hilt of the sword, snatching it from Aoi's hands. Naruto quickly got up and kicked Aoi, who spit out blood. Kiyomi, go help the others, I can take care of this guy, said Naruto. Okay Naruto-kun, don't lose, said Kiyomi, heading towards the fight against Haku, which was going steady. Naruto began to fight hand to hand with Aoi, and as Naruto predicted, Aoi was very inefficient in Taijutsu. Aoi stepped back and took a big jump, taking out the umbrella she had on her back. Ninpo. Jaro Senbon. Senbon rain. Aoi opened the umbrella from which hundreds of Senbon shot towards Naruto. Futon. Tatapa. The gust of wind scattered the projectiles. Aoi was still floating due to the umbrella. When she landed, she began to receive blows from Naruto. When she tried to defend herself, Naruto disappeared and appeared somewhere else. What the hell? It's like it hits me and disappears instantly. Aoi thought, frustrated. Shunshin level 2, slow but precise teleportations. Unlike level 1, this one not only attacks directly, it constantly attacks any part of the body. Unlike level 3, it is less fast and less aggressive. Naruto gave an uppercut to the renegade, sending him to the ground a few meters away from him. You can surrender and turn yourself in to be imprisoned in the leaf. Maybe if you return the Raijin no Ken, your sentence will be less long, Naruto explained to Aoi, who got angry. Never, I, Aoi Rakusho, will not return to the blade, much less will I return the sword. A brat like you cannot force me, Aoi shouted, barely getting up. I guess I'll have to finish you off then, Naruto said with a calm voice as his Sharingan glowed, passing through hand seals, ox, hare, monkey, Chidori. Naruto said softly, until a large amount of Raiten chakra was concentrated in his hand. The sound of birds chirping was heard throughout the bridge. Kakashi, Zabuza and Kushina turned to see where the sound was coming from, realizing that it was Naruto preparing a Chidori, while in front of him, there was a really bad Aoi just getting up. What? How is it possible that that brat could beat Aoi? He's supposed to be a Jonin. Zabuza said angrily. Zabuza, Naruto is much more talented than you think, said Kakashi. Of course, I Databane trained him. Kushina said smiling. You Kushina-san, you only trained him in Fuinjutsu and some wind technique, said Kakashi. Shut up, Kushina said. Wait, that technique is going to kill Aoi, is the boy. Yes, Kakashi interrupted. Zabuza. Naruto has already committed his first murder, unfortunately it was at the age of 8, it is admirable that he did not give up being shinobi 8 years, Who was the unlucky one? Zabuza asked. A Jonin from Kumagakure. What? Zabuza was startled. He trusted himself and lost to Naruto's intelligence and strength, said Kakashi. Shit, I guess Aoi, well, he got too confident anyway, he already believed himself a lot just because of that lightning sword, Zabuza thought. Kiyomi watched as Naruto charged a Chidori to finish off Aoi. Is he going to kill him? Is that the best solution? Kiyomi thought for a moment Naruto wouldn't kill without a good reason, besides, I too will have to kill someone one day, and I'm going to back off, not now, Kiyomi thought determined. It's time, said Naruto, and then started running accompanied by the sound of 1,000 birds. Aoi stood up completely watching as Naruto approached with a jutsu. He desperately tried to escape, but it was too late. Naruto approached him at an amazing speed and then stretched out his arm and directed the Chidori at his chest. Chidori, thousand of birds. The technique easily pierced Aoi's chest that she didn't even manage to scream in pain. Naruto felt the renegade's body weaken until he saw how he simply hung on his arm, removing his hand, letting Aoi's dead body fall. He closed his eyes for a moment, assimilating the act he had just done, breathing deeply as he thought it's for the greater good. He opened his eyes looking at the battle of the genin against Haku. Sasuke had to give credit to the hunter ninja, he was very good, so much so that he could hold his own against 4 genin, who despite being genin, they were too good as high-level chunin or more. During the battle he was attentive to what Naruto and Kiyomi were doing, he saw how the two had practically wiped out the genin. Finally he saw how Naruto faced Aoi and defeated him. He was shocked to see that Naruto had killed Aoi. That did him. I thought it was very likely that they would have to kill the hunter ninja for the sake of the wave, so I wasn't going to hesitate. Haku's water attacks were countered by jutsus of the same element from Menma and Mito, which were overwhelming her. Suiton. Mizurappa. Menma sent a jet of pressurized water towards Haku, who dodged it. The water spread across the floor of the bridge. Mito tried a direct hit that Haku stopped. At that moment, Mito was surprised to see how the hunter ninja made seals with one hand. Suiton. Sensatsu Susho. Water style. 1,000 flying needles of death. The water irrigated thanks to Menma's jutsu rose, taking the shape of small needles that quickly headed towards Mito. However, Sasuke pushed Mito with his body, causing the needles to stab. On the ground, Sasuke received one or another cut. Are you okay? Mito asked. Yes, don't worry, but you have to be more careful, apparently he knows how to make hand seals with just one, Sasuke said. You really are a nuisance. Everyone heard the voice of Haku, who was drawing seals. It's time to show him my most powerful technique, maybe then you'll die once and for all. Hyoten. Makyo Hyoso, ice crystal demonic mirrors. The water that was all over the battlefield rose and began to settle around Haku. The water began to turn into ice, taking the shape of a mirror. You could even see your reflection. The mirrors surrounded all the genin, except Naruto, who was at a great distance. Haku got into one of the mirrors, surprising the genin. Suddenly, in all the mirrors the figure of Haku appeared, which I take senbon in each hand. Let's see how they deal with this, said Haku, and then each Haku that was in the mirror launched the senbon. A shower of senbon went towards the genin. Kiyomi and Sasuke followed them with their sharingan and managed to dodge, while Mito and Menma had problems. Another shower of senbon headed towards them, this time Menma passed through hand seals. Futen. Rapusho. Menma clashed his hands and a gust of strong wind came out of him, deflecting all the senbon or making them lose their strength. Haku began to move from mirror to mirror. Sasuke and Kiyomi were surprised. Haku was going at a surprising speed, his sharingan could follow him, but they could still know that he was too fast. Haku began to throw senbon from many directions, making it increasingly difficult to dodge them. Some senbon hit the target, however, they were able to endure it. Kaiten. Kikaku no Jutsu. Sasuke spat a large fireball towards the mirrors, however they did not suffer any damage. You're going to have to do better, my mirrors don't melt that easily, said Haku. The battle developed between Haku's senbon and the genin's attempts to avoid them. Naruto was trying to enter the dome, however, as a Buza clone appeared and introduced him into another battle. I have to think of something, at this rate we are going to end badly, we have to overcome his speed, or melt his mirrors. Naruto's Shunshin would be the most effective, but Sasuke looked at Naruto's battle with the clone by Zabuza. He's not here now, so I'll have to make my fire hotter. Wait, I have it. Mito, Menma, do it to Toppa. Kiyomi, follow my signal, Sasuke indicated to his team. And since when are you the boss? Menma said. Mito hit his brother. This is not the time, idiot, just do it. They all went through hand seals. Kaiten. Ryuken no Jutsu. The two Uchihas expelled a large flare of fire that began to melt the mirrors a little, but nothing more than that. Futen. To Toppa. The two Uzumakas expelled a large wave of wind towards the flames, which fanned and began to melt the ice quickly. Damn, they are melting them, and if I reinforce them with my chakra I will be completely exhausted. I can't do anything, Haku thought, frustrated. Haku was trying to move, the fire was starting to affect her, so she was suffering from slight burns. The atmosphere was so hot that some steam and some smoke were already beginning to show. The combination of jutsu ended and the panorama was disastrous. There were ice mirrors in half, and some were simply no longer there. The floor of the bridge was somewhat charred, but nothing serious. Sasuke and Kiyomi let out some smoke from their mouths as they breathed heavily. They had been blowing for a long time. Haku materialized in a mirror with slight burns. "Well, he's defenseless," said Menma. "Not so fast, he can still move to the other mirrors, even if they are halfway," Sasuke said, dodging other senmen. "I have to move faster, but I'm not as fast as Sasuke or Kiyomi." Mito was thinking, "I can be faster, if only, I know what you're thinking and no." A thick voice sounded in Myth's mind. "Hey please Kyuubi, it'll just be a moment, why should I lend my power to someone like you?" The Kyuubi roared. "Well look." Mito sighed, "I know about the conversation you had with Naruto, well at least your other half. I know how badly the humans have treated you, but please understand that they don't. We are all like that, a clear example of that is Naruto, please, just please, it's to help my friends." The Kyuubi was silent for a moment, "Don't waste the opportunity." The Kyuubi set and sent some chakra towards Mito. All the genin including Haku were surprised to see how Mito was surrounded by a red chakra. Mito's fangs grew, her nails lengthened, her hair became wilder, and her eyes became those of the Kyuubi, red with a torn pupil. The myth wounds healed quickly by releasing some steam. Haku cast Senbon, however, Mito let out a roar that sent a strong current of red chakra that rendered the projectiles useless. "Sasuke, please, I need you to track the ninja and tell me where he will appear, but quickly, I don't have much time," Mito said, preparing for the attack. Haku began to rotate in the few mirrors she had left, Sasuke tracking her with his Sharingan. "Mito to your left." Sasuke notices Mito good. Haku appeared in a mirror to the girl's right, however, Mito charged at full speed and prepared a fist. Sasuke and Kiyomi were surprised by the new speed of Mito, who punched the renegade ninja in the face, and he flew out of the mirror. Haku was thrown away from his technique, losing control. The mirrors disintegrated by themselves, the mask broke showing Haku's face. "I'm sorry Zabuza-sama, I have failed you, I am a useless tool." The Kyuubi's chakra aspects disappeared from Mito, who let out a sigh. "Thank you Kyuubi," Mito said in his mind. Whatever, the Kyuubi responded indifferently. "He what? The grumpy little fox, grrrr, you inept brat." The Kyuubi cut the connection. The other boys quickly approached Mito, observing the state of Haku, who was lying on the ground. Haku got up slowly and staggering. He had maintained his technique for a long time, so he was tired, but the blow and burns, he was in bad condition. "Please, Shinobi, kill me, why don't you defend yourself anymore?" Menma said. "You have defeated me, so today I realize that I am a useless tool. I am no longer of any use to Zabuza. I am not worthy of continuing with him," said Haku, crestfallen, waiting for his death. "Zabuza? If it's about you wanting it, that's the most pathetic way I've ever heard it. Not only did I love Zabuza, but also my father and my mother. My parents were so kind to me, we were happy sometimes, but then everything changed." "What do you mean?" Mito asked. "Well, it's a blood thing, hey? My father was the one who changed, he killed my mother and almost killed me. The people in my land began to hate anyone who had Kikei Genkai in their blood. It was after that that my clan began to hiding her abilities. My mother managed to hide her abilities for years. She met and fell in love with a farmer, from there I was born. One day when I discovered my abilities, I began to control the water of a small pond until it turned into ice. My mother scolded me, and I tried to hide my ability, but it was too late. My father had seen everything, so in the afternoon my father pierced my mother with a knife, and when he was about to kill me, you killed him," said Naruto, arriving. He had defeated the Zabuza clone. Haku just nodded. "After that I ran away from my house, and soon after I fainted. When I regained consciousness, my father and mother were dead. That was when I became desperate. No one in the world needed me. I was useless, one more nuisance. It is only through the eyes of others that our little lives have meaning." Then Zabuza came and looked at me. His eyes were not filled with hate or fear, he gave me meaning. He made me useful, I as his tool. "That's bullshit," Naruto said. Haku looked up in surprise. "I said it, I will never be able to see someone as an object or something like that. People who even think of it seeing someone as an object can't help but be labeled as something worse than trash. Zabuza, either he really feels something for you more than a blacksmith feels with a hammer, or simply, he is an idiot who doesn't deserve to live. I won't let you insult Zabuza like that." Haku moved as best he could and tried to hit Naruto, but Naruto stopped him easily. That's the reaction of someone who insults a loved one you really love Zabuza like a father after all he's taken care of you since you were small, so to speak, and if Zabuza treats you like a tool he doesn't deserve you. Naruto showed his Sharingan, turning to Haku, who by mistake stared at him. "Meijin." Kasugi. Demonic illusion binding of pillars, Naruto's Sharingan shined as it slowly rotated. Haku felt as if stakes were stuck in his entire body. He screamed in pain as she crouched on the ground, holding her body, then she felt like she was paralyzed. I'm sorry, but this time we have a mission to fulfill. We can't allow Zabuza to kill Tazuna-san. That ninjutsu will leave you paralyzed. You are an innocent girl. Well, more or less. I just hope you have time to reflect. If you are lucky, Zabuza will simply be imprisoned. If you are unlucky, Zabuza will suffer today at the hands of our senseis. Things for Zabuza were not going well at all. First Aoi fell at the hands of the Uchiha brat, then Haku lost against the genin, and now, he was losing outright against the copy ninja and the bloody habanera. They had been against this battle from the beginning. She was able to use her fog to escape a couple of times, however Kushina was a Futon user. Kami, as she hated wind users, she had cuts from the body courtesy of Kushina, and if that were not enough, bruises from Kakashi's blows. Very well, Kushina-san, we're almost there. We just have to immobilize him and we'll finish him off, said Kakashi, who this time didn't look so tired anymore. You plan to use the Chidori, right? Yes, but this time it will be my version, he said, smiling. Kakashi launched himself against Zabuza, dodging the defensive slash that the renegade launched. He quickly began to hit. Left punch, right hook, punch, elbow to the stomach, low leg and high kick. Zabuza crawled back, getting a little lost in the fog. Well, now I can attack them by surprise. Zabuza was interrupted when some golden chakra chains began to chase him. He jumped away, but received a punch from Kakashi, who appeared next to him. I'm sorry, but I haven't lost sight of you, said Kakashi as his Sharingan spun. The chains imprisoned Zabuza, who was left at Kakashi's mercy. Look at you now, is that what your ambition led you to? There you have your failed assassination of the Mizukage and your attempted coup d'etat. You became a renegade with an easy-to-learn name. I don't know if I should feel sorry for you, but now, enough talking, it's time to finish this. I won't kill you with a copy jutsu, I'll kill you with my own jutsu. Ox, hare, monkey. Kakashi gathered chakra in his hand, however this time it was different. The electricity spread throughout his hand, and the lightning intensified. A small circle of lightning appeared below Kakashi as he bent his knees. All the lightning that danced around seemed to come together in his hand. Rikiri. Lightning cutter. Kakashi stood up straight and stared at Zabuza. I won't let you kill Tazuna-san. He is a noble man with a big dream. Those little people and their little dreams, why should I care? I have my own dream, Zabuza said with a hoarse voice. But to have a dream you have to have a future. You don't have one, Kakashi responded. Your future, it ends now. Kakashi started running towards Zabuza. All the other genin next to Haku on the ground watched the scene. Haku couldn't blink. She was so scared. She didn't want Zabuza to be killed. The one who didn't look at her with hatred. The one who took care of her. She didn't know I was going to let them kill him. I must be useful, even if it is one last time, he said. Well, with all his strength, he made half a ram seal. Naruto turned to see Haku, who was no longer there. In her place there was a small trail of fog and some brightness. Shit, Naruto thought. An ice mirror materialized in front of Zabuza before Kakashi arrived. The characteristic red color of blood completely stained Kakashi's hand and some of his clothes and face. The ground was bathed in blood. He had hit his technique, but on the wrong target. The Anbu girl had suddenly appeared in front of him, just when he could no longer stop. Another mistake, Kakashi, Zabuza said mockingly. Kushina had retracted the chains from her. Kakashi literally had his hand inside Haku's body, the limb protruding from the girl's back. The girl put herself in the middle of my attack, saving your useless life even if it cost her hers, said Kakashi, somewhat bewildered. Well done, Haku, thought Zabuza, who began to raise his sword. He interfered with my attack so that Zabuza could attack me, Kakashi thought, now surprised. I knew I had found a treasure when I saw you. Girl. Zabuza was about to make a horizontal cut to cut Kakashi next to Haku, but the kick landed on Zabuza's face, who lost his trajectory. Kakashi disappeared in a blur with Haku in his hands. Naruto, who had kicked, landed quickly, took out a kunai and stuck it in Zabuza's left arm, who grunted but couldn't do anything as a kick landed on his stomach, sending him backwards. Naruto, don't interfere, this is my fight, Zabuza is my prey, understood? Kakashi said with a stern voice. Naruto didn't reply and walked away, but now Zabuza's left arm was useless. Zabuza launched himself at Kakashi even though his arm was disabled. He attempted a cut but received a direct punch in the face. Why? Why can't I beat him? Zabuza took another punch and then a spinning kick that sent him backwards. He attempted a downward slash, but Kakashi disappeared and appeared behind him, his hand on Zabuza's neck. I knew that you don't have the level to move forward, you don't know what true strength is, said Kakashi. He stuck another kunai into Zabuza's other arm, disabling him as well. It's time to die. Kakashi was about to finish Zabuza until applause was heard on the other side of the bridge. My, who knew that the fearsome Miss Demon would end up like this? I must say you did a terrible job. I'm disappointed." The man who spoke was Cat, who was in front of a bunch of bullies. Beto and his gang were a few meters from Haku's body, where a few meters further away were Zabuza and the others. "I suppose that you three are not capable of doing a job well, and look, you charge a lot, huh? Zabuza. But look, for the same price that I bought you, I could buy all these gentlemen. Doesn't that seem extraordinary to you?" said Cat, referring to the army of thugs behind him. Beto began to walk until he reached Haku's body. "That reminds me, you broke my wrist defending that Zabuza. I think it's time to get revenge," said Cat, and then kicked Haku's body. "Hey, get away from her, you bastard," Mito said, advancing, but Sasuke grabbed her. "Hey Myth, calm down, stay calm," said Sasuke, although he couldn't deny that it made him angry, he knew how to hide his feelings. "And what are you going to do, Zabuza? Are you going to stand there watching them kick her?" Mito shouted angrily. "Calm down girl, Haku is dead, what does it matter?" "What? You mean you can stand there and watch them treat her like trash? You and her were together for years, that doesn't mean anything to you?" Sasuke tried to calm Mito down, but she continued. "You still don't understand the shinobi way. I only used her as a cat, I used myself, now it's over, her uselessness is over, the loss of her strength and her abilities, I do care about that, but about the girl." Nothing, Mito growled at Zabuza's words. "I can't believe you feel that way, but what can you expect from someone like you?" Naruto said, walking past Zabuza and standing in front of him, turning his back to him. "Zabuza, you are ungrateful, Haku literally gave everything for you, she spent almost her entire life by your side, you were the most important to her, and that didn't mean anything to you? Come on, it wasn't even her. I want to be a shinobi, however he decided to become one, just to fulfill your dream. Hey, he gave his life to save you, doesn't that mean anything either?" Zabuza remained silent. "You know something, I'm not going to give you a speech about why you should stop being the way you are, I'm not trying to take your side either, she never had a dream of her own, but she doesn't care in the slightest, you just push her aside, you don't deserve her." Naruto gripped his sword firmly while Kakashi stood next to him. "You talk too much, brat." Naruto turned his gaze to Zabuza, who was crying. "Your words cut me more than any knife." While Haku was fighting, her heart was breaking, she was always so soft and gentle, she felt sorrow and pain, and now I'm feeling it. Zabuza began to bite his, ripping off the bandages, showing for the first time his mouth, which had sharp teeth. "What's wrong? Did the mouse eat your tongue? Are you surprised to see that I'm also human? Even shinobi are human, no matter how much we try to escape that fact, we always fail, or at least I failed." There was a long silence after that. "Child, lend me a kunai," said Zabuza. "So you're going for the midget, huh?" "Yes, if you don't mind, I want to do it alone, after all, my time has come, if you can, protect the people, I have already caused them too much damage," Zabuza said. Naruto gently threw a kunai which Zabuza caught in his mouth. Zabuza started running towards Cat, who hid behind all the bullies. "Listen, I want you to finish it now," said the scared Cat. Zabuza started fighting all the bullies by cutting them with the kunai in his mouth. Cut in the chest, cut in the neck, in the head, he kicked them, he used their movements to his advantage. A thug managed to bury a sword in his back, but he did not give up, he kept going, his goal was so close, no. Was going to fail now. Zabuza continued running, cutting the thugs in his path who fell dead. He made a big jump and landed in front of a thug whose neck he cut. He continued running, making his way through the thugs until he finally reached Cat. Zabuza crouched as low as he could and buried the kunai in the cat's chest, which screamed in pain. However, 8 thugs buried their weapons in Zabuza's back, who did not even scream, but separated himself from the cat. If you were so desperate to go to the same place as that girl, go ahead, but don't touch me, no more," said Cat, holding on in pain. "Oh no, I don't think I'm worthy of going to the same place Haku goes, but you and I." Zabuza approached Cat. "Gee, get away from me." "Get away? No friend, it's somewhere else we're going to go, you and me together, Cat, down there are so many demons of all sizes and shapes, oh yes, I fit perfectly in that place. But your Cat, I'm afraid you will have a very long and painful eternity." Zabuza moved his head, cutting another time on the cat's chest. He moved his body to the opposite side, making another cut. The cat let out screams of agony, and finally, he made a cut near the cat's neck, who was left lying on the railing of the bridge. A really badly injured Zabuza and a cat slowly dying was the result. The renegade ninja Volt directing a fierce look at the thugs who separated, creating a clear path towards Haku's dead body. I want you to kill those ninjas who frustrated my plans, and also destroy that damn town. If you do, all the money will be yours." Were the cat's last words, who fell towards the water due to the weight of his body. The thugs listened attentively. "You heard that? We can keep the money. But first." All the thugs turned their gaze towards the ninjas, and behind them was the town. Cat's last wish must be fulfilled. All the thugs began to run towards the ninjas who were waiting for them impassively. Zabuza walked as best he could, however he was very slow. I guess we have to finish them, if we don't they'll wipe out the town, Sasuke said. Yes, said Kakashi, well, we'll have to teach them a lesson, they have quantity, it doesn't matter, we have quality, Konoha has always stood out for that, said Kushina, standing next to Kakashi and Naruto. Sasuke, Kiyomi, Menma, Mito, do you think they're ready? Kakashi asked worriedly. I knew this day would come, after all, Naruto had his first murder at age 8, that's the world of shinobi, said Sasuke. Naruto walked over to his friends and grabbed them by the shoulders. Sasuke, Kiyomi, Menma, I know it's painful, but keep in mind that if we let these guys pass, they will kill innocent people who only want the best for their family, those thugs, they simply want the money, who knows so, but from what we have seen, it is not good at all, this country needs to be saved, just think that if they killed someone it was for the greater good. The four genin nodded. Naruto, my sword, Sasuke said. Naruto smiled and took out a sealing scroll which he handed to Sasuke. Sasuke opened the scroll and conducted chakra, in a small explosion of smoke, a Chikudo similar to Naruto's appeared, Sasuke grabbed it firmly. Kiyomi took out 2 kunai and took them in a reverse grip, Menma and Mito did the same. Kakashi and Kushina smiled sadly, then grabbed their own weapons. The bullies came closer and closer until they reached the Konoha ninjas. A thug tried to stab Sasuke, but Sasuke cut his neck with a clean cut from his sword. It's for the greater good, Sasuke thought with all his strength. A thug tried to cut Kiyomi in half, but she buried her kunai in the thug's chest. It's for the greater good, he thought. Mito and Menma took out 2 thugs at the same time. It's for the greater good, they thought. Team 7 and 11 destroyed all the thugs they could, however, some managed to get past them and headed towards the town. Naruto was about to do something until he received the memories of the clone he left in the care of Inari and Tsunami. The Nari and Tsunami had been attacked by 2 cat thugs, they were easily defeated by the clone, however, Inari had convinced the people to fight for their village, a lot of villagers were heading in a group towards the bridge, until there the clone's memories arrive. Apparently Inari has become very brave, Naruto smiled, I guess we have to endure until they arrive, although I don't think it will be that difficult, these guys don't reach high genin. The thugs who managed to overtake the ninjas were heading towards the village, however, they were stopped by a large group of villagers led by Inari. Who was wearing a small helmet along with a crossbow with small arrows. The villagers carried rakes, sticks, some carried knives or improvised weapons. Look, those are the cat bullies, said one of the villagers. What are we waiting for? Let's fight for our land. Shouted another of the villagers. Yes. The others shouted. The villagers fought and managed to make the thugs retreat. There are too many. Said one of the thugs. And to finish it off, there are also those shinobis. Another complained desperately. Fuck the money, I'm going to save my life, said an escaping thug. Little by little, the thugs withdrew until there were none left, there were no casualties on the part of the villagers, Cat was dead, and no one would miss him, finally after so many years, they were free. The genin were in another world, Sasuke kept a blank stare as he looked at a dead thug at his feet, Kiyomi and Mito were on their knees, while Menma was completely sitting with a look at nothing. Everyone began to shed small tears, they had killed for the first time, the weight of their actions fell like a bucket of cold water on their shoulders. Naruto approached Sasuke who was looking at his hand stained with blood, Naruto placed his hand on Sasuke's shoulder, staining Sasuke's shirt a red tone, he also had blood on his hands. Don't worry, Sasuke, we saved the wave, all our efforts were not in vain, said Naruto. Why yes, Sasuke said, passing his arm over his eyes to wipe away the tears. Sasuke and Naruto watched the others, they approached Menma. Come on, aren't you supposed to be stronger? This is one more step towards that, said Sasuke. DSK, shut up, I'm fine, I don't need you to comfort me, said Menma wiping away her tears. It's fine if you say so. Sasuke and Naruto approached Kiyomi and Mito. Sasuke crouched down next to Mito. If only you could see yourself, Sasuke said amused. Shut up, said Myth, you know something, this reminds me of the time I saw you cry in the middle of the street, Sasuke laughed a little. I don't need you to make fun of me now, said Myth. Hey, seriously, stop crying, I know you're strong, we have to get over this, you know. Where's the stubborn Myth I know? The Myth that calls you stupid emo? Sasuke stopped his smile. Yes, that's exactly it, but that Myth always has a nice smile, Sasuke said without realizing what he said. Mito said, blushing. At that moment Sasuke realized. A slight blush appeared on his cheeks. This I mean a nice smile like any girl's, you know. Like Sakura's. Mito said amused. Sasuke didn't say anything. Mito started laughing. He's stupid emo, there it is, Sasuke said smiling. Sasuke helped Myth rise. Kushina watched the interaction with a mischievous smile. Hee, Kushina laughed. Kushina-san, said Kakashi with a drop of sweat. Oh please, don't deny that they look cute together, Kushina said in Kakashi's ear. Naruto crouched down in front of Kiyomi. So this is how I looked when I killed for the first time, we can't compare, you killed when you were 8 years old. Kiyomi said. The blow is still just as strong. The important thing is that we resisted, I suppose, do you know something? You're pretty when you cry. Naruto wiped away Kiyomi's tears with a finger that wasn't dirty with blood, but you look prettier when you stop crying and smile. Naruto extended his hand to Kiyomi. How about you give me a smile? Kiyomi looked up, a sweet shade of pink adorning her porcelain skin, she smiled and grabbed Naruto's hand. Naruto helped Kiyomi up, as he tried to release his hand Kiyomi tightened his grip. Thank you, he said. Naruto smiled. It was then that between the cheering of the people and the strength of the moment, they turned their gaze to the front, where Zabuza was still trying to reach Haku's body, however, due to weakness, Zabuza fell face first to the ground. Kakashi and Naruto approached Zabuza. It's admirable that you're still alive, said Naruto. Yes, however it sounds like it's the end. Zabuza said weakly. Yes, said Kakashi. I want to ask you a favor, what do you want? Kakashi answered again. Take me to her, please, I need to see her one more time before I leave. Kakashi covered his Sharingan with his band and responded with a sad look. Yes, sure, Naruto, help me with this. The Uchiha deactivated his Sharingan and nodded. Naruto and Kakashi removed the weapon stuck in Zabuza's back. Kakashi placed Zabuza face up and then carried him in a bridal manner. Kakashi carried the dying Zabuza accompanied by Naruto. Everyone watched the scene in silence. In the middle of the journey it began to snow strangely. Hey. Impossible, said one of the villagers, surprised. Snow? This time of year? Another villager expressed his confusion. It's your Haku, it's your tears, Zabuza thought. Kakashi and Naruto arrived next to Haku's body. The copying ninja left Zabuza lying next to Haku. Thank you, Kakashi, child, Zabuza said, getting weaker. Naruto and Kakashi nodded as they walked away. You were always by my side, the least I can do is be with you in the end. Zabuza with great effort brought his hand up to Haku's face. The tips of his fingers managed to touch the girl's soft skin, cold, but so warm at the same time. I know it can't be, but I would like to be able to go where you are going, as I would like to accompany you. Haku strangely. The sun's rays managed to surpass the clouds that covered the sky, illuminating Haku's face. The tiny snowflake rested under Haku's eye, melting instantly thanks to the sun, making him assimilate a tear. The sun's rays spread out to cover the place where Zabuza and Haku had finally died, while all around it was still snowing. She told me that where she came from, it was always snowing, Naruto said softly. Of course, his spirit was as pure as snow, said Kakashi. Naruto stared at Haku and Zabuza's body. Perhaps was it pain that he felt? This is what he thought when he was younger, the lives of those affected by the hatred of the shinobi. He closed his eyes, opening them to show his manjikyu that was slowly spinning. He closed his eyes again, and then opened them again, showing his infinite black emptiness. Rest in peace, Evenir. Zabuza, he thought, and then turned towards the others. 3 days later, Tazuna had finally finished his bridge. He no longer had to worry. With the help of the people and the hundreds of Menma and Mito clones, the bridge was finished in 2 days. Currently, Team 11 and 7 were at the end of the bridge. Behind him, Tsunami, Inari and Tazuna along with the entire town, who were there to say goodbye to their heroes. Inari was in front of Naruto, holding back the urge to sob. Calm down, Inari, sometimes it's okay to cry, said Naruto, rubbing Inari's head, who couldn't take it anymore, and hugged Naruto. Promise me that one day you will visit us, said Inari between tears. Sure, someday, said Naruto, crouching down to Inari's height. You have to promise me that you will continue to be brave. Remember that you have to protect your mother and from time to time your grandfather, who sometimes gets a little drunk. Inari nodded, laughing. Naruto, come on. We have to go. Naruto heard Kiyomi's voice calling him. Well, I have to go. Naruto got up and looked at Tsunami, Tazuna and Inari. Well, Inari, keep being so brave. Tsunami-san, keep being a good mother, and Tazuna-san, try not to get so drunk, okay? I don't promise anything, kid, said Tazuna, laughing. Papa, said Tsunami. See you soon, said Naruto, walking towards his team. The Konoha teams disappeared from everyone's sight. Come to think of it, we haven't named the bridge, a random villager opined. I say we name it Tazuna's Super Bridge. Yes. That would be the name, Tazuna said proudly. Tsunami hit his father on the head. Oh, why is that? Tazuna said, rubbing his head. Don't be stupid, Dad. We're not going to call him like that, said Tsunami. Inari was thinking about a name until he had an idea and expressed it. How about we call it Leaf 18? After all, it was teams 11 and 7 of the Leaf that saved us. They are from the village of the Leaf, and 11 plus 7 equals 18. I think. Tsunami rubbed his son's head. That's an amazing name, said a villager. Yes. That would be the name, shouted another. Not bad, said Tazuna. Listen everyone, the name of the bridge will be Sheet 18. In honor of our saviors. Tazuna shouted. Yes. The villagers shouted. The sun of the land of waves shone happily. After all, the era of cat terror had passed. From now on, they would be happy and peaceful days. Have you heard the rumors? What? No. Tell me what it is about. They say that the Hokage's son's first C-rank mission rose from rank to A rank. Oh god, are they okay? Yes, Hokage-sama sent the team of the last Uchihas as support. They say that today they finally arrived from their mission. What bad luck that your first mission outside the village happened this way. Yes, I just hope something hasn't happened to them. Rumors always spread like a plague. There is always someone who obtains the information and then passes it on, and the information continues rotating through the mouths until it reaches everyone's ears, and then all the mouths do it. They talk over and over again. Finally, the gates of Konoha became visible to the two teams returning from their long mission. Teams 7 and 11 were returning from the mission to the country of waves, which, unfortunately, had escalated from rank C to rank A. Without, however, he had managed to overcome adversity, and without casualties, the country of the waves was now free from the tyranny of the cat magnate, who, by the way, had been murdered by the person who once worked for him. Zabuza and Haku had been buried near the Great Bridge Leaf 18. In honor of them, they left Haku's belt and Zabuza's great sword, which was stuck in the ground. The two teams reached the gates and approached the position of the Eternal Guardians Chunin, Izumo and Kitetsu. Izumo is a Chunin with brown hair who is hidden under a ninja band in the form of a scarf that covers his entire head. His hair falls to the sides, and a lock covers his right eye. He wore the standard Chunin suit. Kitetsu was a man with messy hair that spread everywhere, dark blue. He had strange bandages covering the bridge of his nose extending across his face. He wore the standard Chunin outfit, and they both have black eyes. Hello. Team 7, Team 11. Kitetsu said. Hello guys, how have things been today? Kakashi asked. Well, the same as always, boring and boring, replied Izumo, who had his feet on the observation post. Yeah, but you have to be attentive, more awake, said Kakashi. You're not the one to tell us that, Kakashi-senpai, said Kitetsu, amused, as he registered the entry of Team 7 and 11. Hey, you're right, well we'll go report to the Hokage, see you around, said Kakashi approaching his team. By the way, Kakashi-senpai, are you going to register your team for the Chunin exams? Izumo asked. Yes, although there is still time for that, said Kakashi. Okay, bye. Okay guys, go rest, we're going to report the mission to Sensei, said Kakashi, and then disappeared in Shunshin. See you? Kushina said, disappearing in another Shunshin. What will you do? Mito asked. Sasu-kun, do you want to go out with me for a while? Not 2 seconds passed before Sakura dreamed about the black-haired man again. Thanks but no thanks, Sakura. Sasuke said. It's okay, it will be another day, he said as he left and blew Sasuke a kiss. How come he still doesn't give up? Kiyomi asked. I don't know, Sasuke said, sighing. Well, I'm leaving, you see losers there, Menma said, leaving. Ash, he's never going to change that fool, Mito said annoyed. Maybe I will, Naruto thought. Naruto had read since he was very little. There was a time when he read about the Bijuus and also about the Jinchuriki. It turns out that when a Bijuu and his jailer have a hell of a relationship, like the one between Menma and the Kyuubi, Jinchurikis tend to change their attitude without realizing it. This effect is multiplied by Menma being the Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi, the creature with the most evil chakra in the world. The ease with which Menma gets angry can be a danger. The imbalance in his emotions leads him to be easily consumed by the chakra and the hatred of the Kyuubi, which causes me to sometimes lose my mind and act very aggressively and without control. Naruto had witnessed this when he saw how with a few simple words, Inari had made Menma angry. The ease with which the Kyuubi's chakra managed to almost consume him completely was terrifying. The worst of all is that it is not known if there is some solution to this problem. Due to the Jinchuriki's change of attitude, it is very difficult for him to mend his relationship with his Bijuu, which makes him increasingly dangerous. And to top it off, Menma was envious of him. Any action that Naruto does is seen as a challenge that Menma cannot overcome. That frustrates Menma, so if you ever see Menma get out of control against Naruto, it could mean a really strong battle that Naruto doubted if he would win, although of course, he never fought against a Jinchuriki before. How had he come to this conclusion? Not even he knew. The only thing that the books about the Jinchuriki said was the part from the bad relationship between the jailer and the prisoner to the Jinchuriki's changes in attitude. The rest was pure analysis of Naruto, and if he got it right, Naruto had a trick up his sleeve which he planned to do. I have an idea, I think I can make you go from being sealed in Menma to being sealed in me, were the words that Naruto said to the Kyuubi in Menma's mind. That sounded so selfish, he thought. Anyone who had heard him would think he was another power-hungry Uchiha. However, this was no longer just because of him. With Menma and Kyuubi being a bad combination, they have been hurting each other mutually all the years in which Menma knew about what was inside. That's why Naruto had a new project on his hands, a seal capable of moving a Bijuu from one seal to another, difficult to explain and also difficult to do, however. Naruto was already a seal master, since he has completed level 10, well, at least he plans to complete it today. He will do the final test of the level 10 Fuinjutsu book, once completed, he will begin with his seal, although of course, he still plans to continue with the Hiraishin, this nowhere near completing it, even though he has already been working on it for about 5 years. Naruto was taken out of his thoughts when he saw Kiyomi and Sasuke staring at him. "What's wrong?" Naruto asked. "Well, you just stood there for about 5 minutes while muttering nonsensical things," said Sasuke. "Is something wrong?" Kiyomi asked. "No, don't worry, I was just thinking," Naruto responded. "It's okay, I just wasn't worried," Sasuke said with a shrug. "Hey, myth?" Naruto asked. "He left when you started mumbling things," Kiyomi said. "Now how about we go eat something?" "Dango," answered the two brothers. "Okay," Naruto laughed. Skip time. 2 months. 2 months have passed since the mission in the country of waves. Team 7 continued doing missions, this time without Team 11. Naruto had started working on the seal that would transfer the Kyuubi, and to tell the truth, it was not going bad at all. Somehow many clones and sleepless nights have helped, there was no sweat or tears. However, there was a problem. When I completed it, in what situation would I use it? Would it attack Menma off guard? No way, first he should have Minato and Kushina's approval, after all, it was Minato who sealed the Kyuubi in Menma, and the moment he uses it, it will be a battle someday. Another thing that he was developing was his Hiraishin finally after so long his own Hiraishin formula was complete. However, there were still things missing to be able to use it, plus he didn't have a place to test the Hiraishin. Those are the advances in Fuinjutsu. Another thing that developed was with the help of Kiyomi and Sasuke, they discovered that the energy of the Chidori can change shape, that helped them create their own jutsus with the help of the Chidori, which will be explained later. Finally he found out that the Chunin exams would begin in 4 months, so by that time, he would have already turned 15, Sasuke and Kiyomi would turn 1 month after him, while Menma and Mito would turn 2 months after him. But that's not the point, he had found out that ninjas from other villages would come to take the exams, that would give him the opportunity to meet more people from different places. But anyway, the only thing left to say is that Naruto, although he did not show it, was extremely excitedly waiting for the beginning of the Chunin exams. Little did he know that it would be one of the most extreme and tense stages of his life. Skip time. 4 months later. Celebrating a birthday was never something that Naruto loved, but he didn't complain about spending time with his friends. He had gone to the Akimichi barbecue with Kiyomi, Sasuke, Mito, Shikamaru and Choji. Menma didn't want to come, but Naruto, he had a great time. It wasn't anything spectacular, but for him, it was the best. But where is he now? 2 weeks had passed since he became 15 years old. Our beloved Uchiha was in his apartment, dressed in his usual clothes. Next to him, a small gray fox was sitting while swinging his only tail happily. Naruto had met with Kairon many times to get to know him better. In the course of the meetings, he met Kairon's older brother, who was an assault fox, and thus, he got to know the other foxes. It fits to say, the invocations like their new bear. They seemed to them, to say the least, very friendly, and from what they had heard, he had passed the test that the chief gave him, so they insinuated that he was strong, at least spiritually. Naruto and Kairon were in a random conversation until they heard a knock on the door. "Come in," said Naruto. Kiyomi walked through the door. "Hello, Naruto-kun. You see, we have to go, Kakashi-sensei called us to a meeting," he said calmly. "Sure, you go ahead, I'll catch up with you, okay?" Kiyomi nodded, leaving. "Well, you see, I have to go," said Naruto, getting up from his bed. "Okay, see you later," Kairon said, extending a paw, closing it into a kind of fist. Naruto bumped his fist with Kairon's, who then smiled, disappearing in a small explosion of smoke. Naruto shunshined and appeared next to Kiyomi and Sasuke, who were with the Uzumaki twins. "Hello," he said simply. "Hello, Naruto," Mito said. Menma just grunted. "Say hello, idiot." Mito hit his brother. "Hey now." "Hello. Happy?" said Menma, irritated. "Better," answered the blonde. "No offense, but what are you doing here?" Naruto said. Mom also called us to training camp 7, answered Mito. "I see the genin went to the aforementioned field. Upon arriving they observed that there was no one. It was normal, Kushina should be looking for Kakashi." Once they sat down, they watched as Kakashi appeared in an explosion of smoke, who was being grabbed by the ear by Kushina. "Ready? We're here, now please give me my book," said Kakashi, somewhat scared. "Okay, but don't repeat it again," said Kushina, handing an orange-covered book to Kakashi, who received it and put it in his pocket. "Good morning, guys," Kushina said happily. "Good morning, Kushina-san. Mom, I suppose you're wondering why we gathered you here, right?" "Silence if you ask them, right?" "We actually have an idea why we're here," Kiyomi said. "Oh, okay, well, then." Kushina didn't know what to say. "Anyway guys," Kakashi continued, "you are here because we are going to apply for the Chunin exams, which will be held here in the Leaf Village." The genin nodded. Very well. Kakashi and Kushina took out some papers from a roll. Each one has to come to the academy in a week, where the first phase will be done. These papers are documents that they have to fill out. Oh, and by the way, if anyone on the team decides not to take the exam, no member of the team will take some. Could see how Sakura tensed. Well, I hope everyone goes to the exams, don't disappoint us, after all, we trust you, Mito and Menma, I'll wait for you for dinner, don't be too late, okay? Kushina said and then disappeared in a whirlpool of leaves. Goodbye, said Kakashi, disappearing into another whirlpool. Well, I guess we have to prepare, said Kiyomi. I'll go train, said Myth. I'm going with you, I could use some training, said Kiyomi. We could train here. Oh, it's fine, I'm staying, Sasuke said. Well, there you go, I'm not going to train with you losers, Menma said, leaving. Mito sighed. What are you going to do, Naruto? Sasuke said. Naruto directed his gaze toward Sakura, who had her head lowered with a thoughtful expression as she unconsciously clenched the paper in her hand. I'll catch up with you later, he said as he approached Sakura. He touched her shoulder, calling her attention. The pink-haired girl looked up. You know something, Sakura, I haven't had lunch, would you like to go with me? Naruto said. Me? She said, surprised. Yes, come, he said, grabbing her shoulder and then disappearing in a blink of his body. Location: UCHIHA Ramen Restaurant. Naruto and Sakura appeared outside the small ramen stand. The Uchiha invited the Haruno in, who entered completely surprised. Sakura didn't expect Naruto to invite her to lunch. She liked Sasuke, but she wasn't going to deny that Naruto was just as handsome. However, she doubted that the reason he invited her was something related to love or things like that. Hello, Mr. Tucci, said Naruto, entering the stall. Oh, hello, Naruto. How are you feeling? Come sit down. I guess you're coming with Mito and the others, right? Tucci said while preparing the things to cook. It was good, Mr. Tucci, and no, this time I come with another partner, he said while Sakura entered the stall. Hey, hello. My name is Sakura Haruno, nice to meet you, said the pink-haired girl. Hello girl, come sit down. Could you please help me? Tucci shouted the last part. From behind the stall a girl with light brown hair appeared. She had infinite black eyes like Naruto's, and she had light skin. She was wearing a white cook's outfit, along with a blue apron. The girl approached Naruto. Hello, Naruto. How are you? Said with a smile. It was good, Naruto responded. Anyway, what are you going to order? Said. Hey, can I have a vegetarian ramen please? Sakura said. You give me a miso ramen, said Naruto. Okay, a miso and a vegetarian, come out, dad. Shouted. On my way. Tucci answered from the kitchen. After a few minutes of silence in which Sakura occasionally observed Naruto, who seemed thoughtful, she also entered into her thoughts until brought both of their plates. Enjoy it, said smiling. Naruto and Sakura began to eat their lunches calmly. This time, it was Naruto who gave some glances to Sakura, who now looked more thoughtful. Sakura, you're worried, right? Naruto began. Of course not, how do you think? He responded. I think you should know that you can't fool me, the Uchiha said calmly. Sakura was silent. I can deduce that you are worried about the news that Kakashi-sensei gave about the Chunin exams, Naruto continued. Why yes, said Sakura quietly. I guess you can't help it, I know, I'm very weak, I'm just not at the level of any of you. Mito and Kiyomi are a perfect example of a kunoichi, they are strong and beautiful. Menma and Sasuke are also very strong and not. Even talk about you managed to face a Jonin by yourself, what am I saying, you literally defeated him. I didn't do anything, I just stayed behind and didn't help at all. Sakura sounded very sad. I can't deny that. Sakura looked down further as her eyes became moist. But you have to understand something, none of us are different from you at least sometimes we feel useless. Sakura looked impressed at Naruto, who continued, you see, there were many times when I felt like a complete useless person, but I always tried harder. That's what you failed at. Sasuke, Mito, Menma and Kiyomi, they trained and worked hard since they were little. To be strong, you only cared about your appearance and reputation, hoping that Sasuke would notice you. You went on unnecessary diets, you cared about the softness of your hair and your figure. That's not bad, no matter what. However, what is wrong is that you have dedicated yourself only to that. Sakura didn't continue because Naruto continued. You can't excuse yourself, you know well that you could have done more, however, you didn't, and now that you realize that the shinobi world is cruel, you really think about the consequences of not having trained in your life. You know that you are afraid, the Chunin exams are seen as a challenge, you don't feel ready, and you have the idea of not participating. But now you know that if you don't participate, Mito and Menma will be harmed. In addition to disappointing Kushina-san, Sakura was impressed. Naruto just deciphered everything she felt. But you Should also know that it is not too late. I know that there is little left before the exams begin, but you can train as much as you can this week. In 1 week you can increase the level that you now have. You must understand in one, you see for all that you must become strong, not only to pass the exams, but to save your life and the lives of those you love, because now you are a shinobi. Protecting is your responsibility. First things first Sakura, boost your confidence, it's time to change. Also, I'm sorry to tell you this, but you have to forget about Sasuke. Sakura opened her eyes. Because you have ignored your training because of wanting to look good so that Sasuke sees you, and your behavior towards him makes him uncomfortable. He has been very gentle with you, but you have to understand that he does not see you with love. You really plan to pass the time. Have you spent most of your life asking Sasuke on dates, knowing that he'll most likely reject them all? Silence. I'm telling you this now, because it's going to be more painful when he tells you directly. Sakura, I'm just telling you something, show who you are, train, let yourself know that you are more than what you think of yourself, change for the better, and you will see. Like life will also change, everything starts with yourself. Naruto finished his ramen and handed his plate to AM, while he took out a few ryos and paid for his and Sakura's food. I trusted you, yes. Was the last thing Naruto said before disappearing. Sakura opened her green eyes at the dark-haired boy's last statement. Did he trust her? The statement Naruto made about her and Sasuke had hurt her, more than anything. Naruto had been hard. He told her the truth. Hell, even. He was able to guess everything she felt. How can someone be that accurate about what others feel? Sakura stopped for a moment and thought about her teammates. Menma was somewhat distant with her, but he had helped her a couple of times, and Mito was the closest to her. He had helped her a lot on some occasions of C-rank missions. Her sensei, Kishino, also helped her and gave her some training regimens, but at that moment I preferred to watch Sasuke train. Gucci and AM watched a pink-haired girl who had her gaze on her empty ramen bowl. AM walked over and picked up the bowl, approaching her father again. Did you hear what Naruto said? AM whispered in her father's ear. Tucci nodded and continued looking at the girl, who seemed like she hadn't even noticed that the bowl was gone. It's time to change, it's time to change, it's time to change. That phrase sounded in Sakura's mind, it echoed and hit her head hard. He's right, it's time to change. Sakura got up and thanked for the food. She left the restaurant and headed to training field 7, where everyone was training. She would go with them, I would train. From the top of a roof, Naruto watched as Sakura left the ramen stand. She had a determined face. Finally, she made her way to the training field. Naruto smiled and disappeared in the blink of an eye towards his house. He had a seal to advance. 2 days later. Things were going well for everyone. In fact, everything was completely normal. Naruto used shadow clones to advance with a bridge seal. That's what he called his first creation. His name will be explained later, while Naruto original practiced with others. Naruto, along with Kiyomi and Mito, were walking through the streets of Konoha. Menma had separated from them, and Sasuke decided to stay and train a little more. So you're training Dad's jutsu? Mito said, surprised. Yes, but the truth is it cost me too much. I have been working on that seal since I reached level 9 of Fuinjutsu 3 years ago. If it weren't for the shadow clones, it would have taken even longer to even create my own formula. Now I have it ready, I just need to train it, which is not easy either. I guess I'll ask your father for some advice. Alright, the three continued walking until suddenly, Naruto noticed a box that was supposedly following them stealthily. The Uchiha touched his friend's shoulders and pointed out the small box. Kiyomi made a confused face while Mito patted his face. Konohamaru, get out of there, that can't even be called a costume. Wow, you discovered me, just as I would expect from my teacher. A voice came out of the box suddenly, the box exploded in a cloud of smoke of different colors. Damn Yuden. You put too much smoke. Another voice came out of the colorful cloud. I'm sorry, another voice rang. Naruto looked impassively at the large cloud of colors in front of him. Finally it dissipated, showing 3 boys no more than 9 years old. Hello Konohamaru, who are your friends? Said Mito. I'm Yuden and I like numbers. Said a boy with glasses. I'm Ogi, the strongest and cutest kunoichi in the village. Said a little girl. And I am Konohamaru, grandson of the Sandaime and future Hokage. He finished. You already know how they are. The 3 boys performed a kind of group pose. Well, stop that. Hey Mito ni-chan, who are they? Konohamaru asked, pointing at the boys. I'm Kiyomi and I like dangos, said the Uchiha, imitating the children. The girl looked at Naruto, telling him with her eyes to introduce himself. This I'm Naruto and I like training. Said Naruto. Pfffff. Kiyomi held back her laughter. Okay, hey Mito ni-chan, do you want to play ninjas? Konohamaru asked. It's okay just for now that I'm free, said Mito. The 3 boys began to run, being chased by Myth. Naruto and Kiyomi watched this scene with amusement. They followed the group, walking calmly. In the middle of the game, Konohamaru made a sharp turn in a corner. As he turned he collided with someone, falling to the ground. Damn kid, that hurt. a voice sounded from behind the corner. Mito and Konohamaru's friends approached the corner, realizing that there was a boy a little taller than Mito who was holding Konohamaru by his scarf. "Hey Kankuro, leave the child alone, we don't want any problems," a female voice sounded behind Kankuro. "But Temari, this brat bumped into me and hasn't apologized, I think I should teach him manners the hard way," Kankuro responded. "Ash, do what you want, but I hope you face the consequences," the girl responded. Kankuro was a boy who wore a complete black suit, he wore a hat of the same color that fell to the sides of his face, the hat had a kind of pointed ears, speaking of his face, it was painted with some kind of stripes. Purple ones that formed patterns, black eyes, he had black ninja shoes. The hat had the ninja band integrated with the symbol of the Sand Village, the most significant feature of it was the kind of bundle wrapped in bandages that it carries on its back. Temari was a white-skinned girl with blonde hair tied in 4 short pigtails, captivating dark green eyes, she wore a tight lilac dress with chainmail lace that reached her thighs, and she wore a red band at her waist. Adjusting the dress, black ninja shoes, she wore the Sand Ninja band as a kind of band on her neck, basically the same as Kiyomi, on her back, she wore a kind of giant fan that was closed. "Meh, I'm bad with descriptions." "Hey, what do you think you're doing?" Mito said angrily as they were mistreating her little friend. "Hey, who are you girl?" "Ah, it doesn't matter, you better get out, I'm busy teaching this kid a lesson," Kankuro said raising his fist. Kankuro brought his fist to Konohamaru's face who closed his eyes, however the pain never came, the little boy opened his eyes, seeing how the fist that was aimed at him had been stopped by a hand. Kankuro watched as a black-haired boy with black eyes stopped his blow as if it were nothing, suddenly he felt his hand being crushed. "I didn't know there could be people so cowardly as to hit a little child," Naruto said, squeezing Kankuro's hand. "Hey." Kankuro said, but he couldn't continue as he felt the pain of his hand being squeezed. "Wow, a handsome boy, apparently Konoha has good matches," Temari thought with a very small blush. "What are you waiting for? Let go of the child." "You let go of my hand, you bastard," said Kankuro. "You already know what to do to get him to let go, so do it." Kankuro's hand cracked, indicating the bone damage. Kankuro let go of Konohamaru who sat down but got up immediately, Naruto let go of Kankuro's hand who grabbed it with his other hand enduring the pain. "Are you going to explain to me why you were going to hit the 3rd Hokage's grandson?" Everyone in the village knew that Konohamaru was Hiruzen Sarutobi's grandson, the 3rd Hokage's grandson. Kankuro gulped. "That's right, now explain to me the reason," said Naruto passively. "He collided with me," Kankuro said, lowering his head. Naruto had his eyes blank. "Really? Why did he collide with you?" "That's pathetic," said a voice coming from a tree, it was Sasuke who was on the tree branch, playing with a stone. "Until you finally speak," said Naruto. "Wow. Another handsome boy. Konoha surprises me more and more," Temari thought with another blush. "TSK, and who are you?" Kankuro asked, still holding his hand. "I would tell you my name but I think you should apologize to the boy first," Sasuke said, grabbing a rock and squeezing it. "Screw it, I'm not going to do that," Kankuro said trying to maintain his pride. "Get lost," Sasuke said, opening his hand, letting some dust fall from it, a sign that the stone was shattered. Kankuro growled. Sasuke threw a small stone that hit Kankuro's head. "Oh. Hey, what the hell?" Kankuro tried to look at Sasuke, but he was no longer on the branch, but was next to Naruto. "Well, I guess we're leaving," said Naruto. "Oh no, you're not leaving," said Kankuro. "Now Kankuro, stop looking for problems," said Temari. "Just wait Temari, I have a few things to fix, now what do you want?" Naruto asked. "I think you owe me a handshake, friend," said Kankuro. "I don't have time for that, I'm going to train with my friends," said Naruto turning around. "Hey, you're not going to escape." Kankuro grabbed Naruto's shoulder, turned him around and grabbed him by the collar of his shirt, pulling him towards him, facing him. "You're going to pay for what you did to me, did you hear me?" Kankuro said angrily. "I don't owe anything to a sissy cat," said Naruto. Silence. BFFFF Kiyomi covered her mouth from behind everyone, she had been watching the situation from behind, she was holding in her laughter as best she could. "How effeminate," Kankuro said, getting angrier. "You have makeup on your face," said Naruto. Kankuro growled, "It's not makeup, it's war paint and I'm not a cat." "Whatever you say." Naruto hit Kankuro's hand, removing him, he was about to leave when he felt a presence that had been bothering him for a while. "Hey, when are you going to get down from there?" "You're making me uncomfortable," Naruto said looking towards the tree where Sasuke was previously. It was then that everyone turned their gaze towards the tree, behind it was a figure that seemed to be carrying a large pumpkin on its back. The figure disappeared in a swirl of sand and appeared in front of Kankuro. "Georgia Gagara," Kankuro said with a broken voice. Silence. "You are a shame to our village," said the one known as Gaara. Gaara was a figure somewhat smaller than the myth itself. He wore a black full bodysuit with bandages on the ankles, black sneakers, a type of white cloth passed over his shoulder, traveling through his torso and reaching the other part of his waist and went down the middle of his legs. The large pumpkin that he had on his back was supported by a really thick brown belt that went over Gaara's other shoulder. His skin was a really pale color with empty green eyes. He had no eyebrows, spiky and somewhat disheveled red hair. He had a kind of black shadow that was around his eyes, resembling dark circles. Or rather the marks of a raccoon. Above her left eye was the kanji for love marked in deep red. Tsunagakur's ninja band was tied to her belt. "I'm sorry for the scandal my brother has caused," Gaara said, his voice sounding like a whisper. "Okay, calm down," said Naruto. Inside Myth's mind, the Kyuubi opened his eyes somewhat surprised. "This presence so you're there, right?" "You stupid raccoon," the Kyuubi thought. I'm interested, tell me your name," Gaara said, pointing to Naruto. "I think you should introduce yourself first," said Naruto. "True, my name is Sabaku no Gaara-san Gaara. These are my brothers Sabaku no Tamari and Sabaku no Kankuro. Well, my name is Naruto Uchiha." Gaara gave a somewhat murky smile. So Naruto Uchiha mother asks for your noble blood." Gaara released a killer instinct that made his brothers retreat. The three little children got scared and ran after Mito. His mother? Naruto thought. Naruto expanded his sensor sense and noticed that Gaara had a second chakra. What the hell? The only ones who have two chakras are supposed to be Jinchurikis. Naruto looked into Myth's eyes, the bright purples turning to slit red for a second before returning to normal. "So you want to talk?" Naruto thought. "Tell your mother that she will have to wait." "Okay, but he's not very patient. Let's go." Kankuro Tamari. Gaara turned around and left with his brothers. "You're okay," Naruto said, crouching down to Konohamaru's height. "Yes, boss," said the boy. "Boss," said Naruto. "Yes. You're very strong. I didn't even feel when you showed up and you broke that guy's wrist effortlessly. That was so cool." "I guess," Naruto said before getting up and addressing Mito. "Hey brat, I want to talk to you and the Uchiha brat, with Naruto." Myth asked in his mind. "Yes," the Kyuubi responded. "Alright." Mito's eyes turned red. Naruto activated his Sharingan and looked into Mito's eyes. At that moment they all turned black. Water, but rarely is it not wet. Naruto was in the same room where he had met the Kyuubi for the first time. "Okay, I'll be quick brats." Mito and Naruto were in front of the yang half of the Kyuubi. This half was equal to the yin, with the difference that its fur was a bright orange color. "Well, as you may have realized, Uchiha, if you used your sensory ability, that the boy without eyebrows contains a second source of chakra, specifically a denser one. I could feel the other chakra, but not if it was denser," said Naruto. "Okay, what happens in the end?" asked Mito. "That boy, he is the Jinchuriki of the one-tailed Biju, Shukaku. I see. Wait, Shukaku. Is that his real name?" Naruto asked. "Yes. Why? You still don't tell me your real name. I already told you the conditions. Don't be impatient," the Kyuubi responded, grunting. "What I'm saying is that it is very strange that they have brought the Jinchuriki of the village here. They may be confident, after all Konoha and Tsuna are in alliance, yes, but still, the Jinchurikis are unfortunately considered the most important weapon. I'm just saying that it is somewhat out of place. Be more attentive," said the Kyuubi. The two boys nodded. "Well, get out now, I want to sleep," said the Kyuubi, lying down. Mito touched Naruto's cheek with a finger. "Pup." Touching Naruto's cheek, he suddenly disappeared. Were you able to expel it from your mind?" said the Kyuubi, somewhat surprised. "Yep, apparently it's easy to control once he doesn't resist." "That's very strange, you better explain it to me later." "Oh, how sweet. Do you want to talk to me? Don't make me sorry brat now don't be angry little fox." Inept brat out of connection. I can only assume they were talking to the Kyuubi. Sasuke whispered. They were still on the street. "Yes," said Naruto. "What did he tell you?" Kiyomi asked. "Well. Don't worry, I'll tell you later. It's very dangerous here. They could hear us. Okay, see you at the exams. I want to rest a little," Mito said, leaving. "Goodbye," the three responded. 5 days later. "Alright, time to start with the good stuff." Teams 7 and 11 were at the entrance to the academy. The 6 genin were calm until suddenly an explosion of smoke appeared, showing Kushina and Kakashi. "Hello," Kushina said. "Yo," said Kakashi, raising his hand. "I see everyone came, even your Sakura." "Very good," the retreat gave Sakura a thumbs up. Sakura nodded. "Very well, don't be afraid to say much, just that you have to go to room 307. See you." Kushina and Kakashi disappeared in a swirl of leaves. "That Shunshin is very pretty," said Kiyomi before entering the room with her companions. The two teams moved forward until they climbed to the second floor until they saw a room with a lot of genins in front of it. At the door of the room, there were 2 other genin who did not let anyone enter. Naruto and the others approached the room and realized that their number was 307. Naruto and the others felt a small interception in their chakra. Naruto activated his Sharingan, verifying their suspicions. It's a genjutsu, I guess they do it to eliminate once and for all those who can't dispel it, said Naruto in a whisper. The genin listened to what he said except for one, who well, ruined everything. Ha ha ha. That genjutsu is pathetic, come on dispel it once and for all. Mito slapped Menma. Idiot. That genjutsu was to eliminate the weak, now you gave us more unnecessary competition, Naruto sighed. Menma's attitude is getting worse, he thought. The teams were about to go up to the third floor until someone interrupted them. Hey. Are you Naruto Uchiha? A voice called to our protagonist. Naruto turned around looking at who was calling him. It was a boy who wore a completely green spandex suit. He wore orange leg warmers from his ankles to his knees. He had bandages that reached from his elbow to his hands, leaving his fingers free. His hair was shaped like a bowl, and he had bulging black eyes. The most striking thing about him is possibly the large masses of hair he calls eyebrows. He wore the Konoha ninja band tied around his waist. Yes, who's asking? My name is Rock Lee. I see a lot of pleasure, said Naruto friendly. It's still a pleasure to meet you. I have a proposal to make you, said Rock Lee. Yeah, what's wrong? Vera, I heard that you are a great prodigy. I wonder who spread that rumor, Naruto thought. So I wanted to know if would you please grant me a friendly duel? Rock Lee bowed a little. Hey, you don't have to bow down, look, I would like to have a fight with you, but I think it's more efficient for us to save our skills for the exam, who knows, we might have to face each other, said Naruto. Oh, I understand, next time. Unlike other prodigies, you're not arrogant, I like that, Rock Lee said, smiling openly. Yes, by the way, one more thing. Rock Lee turned around while standing in front of Sakura. You're Sakura Haruno, right? Rock Lee asked. Why yes, why? Said Sakura. Please be my girlfriend, I will protect you with my life. Rock Lee said, raising a thumb while smiling and winking. Naruto swore he watched Rock Lee's teeth shine. What? No, absolutely not, said Sakura. Oh, okay, Rock reads under his head. Lee, what are you supposed to do? A female voice called out to Rock Lee. I'm sorry Tenten, I have to go, see you later Naruto. Rock Lee said and then went with his team. Naruto looked at Lee's team, it was him, the girl who called him and a Hyuga, a very serious Hyuga. I've seen him before, Naruto thought. It's Neji Hyuga, the prodigy of the Hyuga clan. Neji looked at Naruto. So those are the last Uchihas, they don't look like much, Neji thought, and then walked past them with his team. We have to go up, let's go, Sasuke said, so that everyone went to the third floor. Upon reaching the third floor, after walking for a while, everyone found room 307, which they entered. They were greeted with waves of murderous intent. And what's wrong with these? Kiyomi asked. They are sending us murderous intent like crazy, said Myth. What is the killing intent itself supposed to be? Sakura asked. Basically they are negative feelings that make you direct your hostility towards someone, Naruto explained. You're supposed to cause fear with murderous intent, but I don't feel anything, Sasuke said. Ha. It's because we're stronger than all these losers, Menma said with his ego rising. Maybe, but how do we stop them from sending that? Mito asked. Easy, if we want them to stop sending it after a while, we simply have to show that it doesn't affect us, but if we want them to stop now, the air around everyone became heavy, you must show them that yours is superior, said Naruto seriously. What the hell, Menma thought. Because I feel like it's cold, Sasuke and Kiyomi thought. The genin who cast instinct first began to sweat, even though they felt cold. I feel like it's hard to breathe, said a random genin. He is powerful, said a genin in a whisper. Heh, I want your blood more and more, Uchiha, certain Redeed thought. Naruto changed his look to a calm one, at that moment everything returned to normal. What was that? Menma asked. That was my killing intention, said Naruto. What the hell? Menma shouted. How come your murderous intent is like this? Myth asked. Sometimes I felt a lot of pain, Naruto responded. Oh, I'm sorry, Myth said. Don't worry, how about we go inside now? Naruto said with a smile. Upon entering the genin they met Team 10. Wow, so you guys are here too, this is so troublesome. Hello, Naruto, said a certain broad-boned boy. Hello Chaoji, Shika said Naruto as he approached with Sasuke. Do you want? Chaoji offered them his parents. Each one took one of the Chaoji potatoes. Sasuke was eating quietly until he felt a weight fall on top of him. Hello, Sasuke-kun. Did you miss me? Ino Yamanaka had jumped on top of Sasuke with a smiling voice. Sakura watched this scene with anger until she remembered Naruto's words. The pink-haired girl took a deep breath and calmed down, waiting for things to take the obvious direction. Ino, get off now, will you? Sasuke said. Hey Sasuke-kun, why are you so mean? Ino said with a playful voice, although she was surprised that Sakura didn't start fighting. Wow, looks like the whole gang is here, said another voice. Ah, them too, how problematic, Shikamaru murmured. Teammate had arrived. Hello, me Menma-kun, said Hinata blushing. Hello, Menma murmured disinterestedly. Hinata gave a sigh and approached her friends. Shino went next to Naruto and the others. The team with a ninja band that had a musical note looked attentively towards the Konoha teams. Are they the ones he talks about all the time? Asked a boy with blue hair. Apparently yes, he really wants his bloodline, said a boy with a bandaged face. I don't think that Sharingan guy is a big deal, said a girl with black hair. Who knows, that snake loves her for a reason, answered the one with the bandaged face again. The Konoha genin continued living together until a white-haired boy approached them. SHHHH, you should shut up, you're drawing a lot of attention, said the boy. And who are you? Menma asked. Sorry for not introducing myself, my name is Kabuto Yakushi, and like you I'm going to take the Chunin exams, even if it's my 7th time. He 7th time? Myth asked. Wow, you must be very weak, Menma said jokingly. Don't believe it, these exams are actually difficult, said Kabuto, adjusting his glasses. But I have a help for you. Kabuto took out some letters from his pocket. See these letters, well, these are linked to my chakra, I can give you information about the participants of the Chunin exams. Naruto hesitated. Can you give me information about Rock Lee? Naruto asked. You gave me the name, don't you make it fun. Kabuto led chakra towards the card and suddenly, Rock Lee's information appeared next to a photo of himself. Rock Lee, apparently he is a year older than you, however he did not take last year's Chunin exam. His team is made up of Might Guy, the green beast of Konoha as Jonin Sensei, Tenten and Niji Hyuga. His experience in missions is 40 D rank and 23 C rank. In recent months, his Taijutsu skills have grown exponentially, but his other branches, such as ninjutsu and jinjutsu, are low. Naruto thought critically, he heard Rock Lee's information, but more so, he was trying to decipher Kabuto. Can you give us information about Sabaku no Gaara? Mito asked. Okay, Sabaku no Gaara, here he is, he comes from the Sand Village, his team is made up of his brother Sabaku no Kankuro and Sabaku no Tamari. Jonin Sensei is Baki, with no last name apparently. It is not known, it is very clear what his abilities are, unfortunately we do not have information about that, however, we know that he has something he calls perfect defense. There is no record of his D rank missions, but he has 20 C rank and 3 rank B, but I found something else, apparently he returned from each of his missions without a scratch. The genin were surprised at that. That guy has returned from his missions without a scratch. TSK, troublesome, Shikamaru murmured. Give me information about Naruto Uchiha. Menma said, even Naruto was a little surprised. Naruto Uchiha, here he is, his team is made up of the other 2 last Uchihas, the brothers Sasuke and Kiyomi Uchiha, his Jonin Sensei is Kakashi the ninja who copies, his skills are Kabuto. Swallowed, everyone realized that his Taijutsu is of a high level, like his ninjutsu as it contains 3 natures of chakra. His jinjutsu is very powerful and is enhanced by his bloodline. He has carried out a total of 35 rank missions D, 25 rank C, 2 rank B and 1 rank A. Everyone turned their gaze to Naruto. Naruto snatched a letter from Kabuto and tore it up. I'm sorry, but I won't let you reveal any more information about me, Naruto said with a serious look. Yes, suddenly, a really tall man entered the room followed by men shorter than him. Very well, you vermin, you better listen to me, I want everyone to sit according to the number that these idiots will give you, understood? All the men who came behind the Jonin handed out numbers, so, after a while, all the genin were sitting in their places. Naruto was sitting almost in the middle of the room, next to him there were filler genin, behind him a few Sasuke was standing there, and in front of him was Kiyomi. Very well, I'm going to introduce myself, said the tall man. My name is Ibiki Marino. Ibiki was wearing the standard Konoha Jonin outfit underneath a sleeveless black trench coat, his ninja headband was in bandana style covering his entire head. Most notable feature, possibly the 2 giant scars that ran across his face. Now, I will explain to you what you are going to do, each of you will receive an exam, there are 10 questions. If you are wondering why the exam sheet has only 9 questions, from now on I warn you that the 10th question will be dictated at the end, each one will start with 100 points, each failed question is minus 10 points, if they lose all their points, they are out, if they try to copy. They are out along with their entire team, for that, all these idiots next to me will be watching them, the genin listened attentively. You only have 45 minutes to complete the exam, so you better start as soon as you receive the exam, now go ahead. All the participants received their exam. Naruto looked at the exam sheet only to be surprised. These questions are too advanced. He thought at least they are of Jonin level or whatever, I can answer most of them, all those years of study have been of some use. Naruto turned his gaze, realizing that Menma was sweating profusely. Wait a moment, Naruto began to analyze, these questions are too advanced for a normal genin to be able to answer. Naruto moved his gaze until he saw how a very small group of genins were answering the questions no problem. That's it. Those are not genin, they are chunin in disguise, so if they already know the answers the objective of the exam is to copy. Sasuke had the same thoughts as Naruto. Heh, I already have this ready. Sasuke stared at one of the hidden chunin and activated his Sharingan. I'll copy that guy's hand movements. Sasuke moved the chunin's hand in the same way and speed. A piece of cake. Kiyomi began to do the same. Naruto smiled, his team was doing well. The other genin of Naruto's generation also advanced. Kiba helped himself with Akamaru, who saw the others' responses from Kiba's head. Shino did it with his insects. Apparently Lee helped himself with his ninja band and some mirrors that were on the roof which were managed by Tenten. Neji and Hinata used their Byakugan to see through people. Ino used the mind transfer jutsu to copy Sakura. Shikamaru was already intelligent by nature and Chaoji waited for his answers. Companions Mito was smart so he was handling it well. So, should I throw the kunai at an angle of 45 degrees or 60 degrees Oh, this question is getting complicated. It's 45 degrees. The Kyuubi's voice resonated in Myth's head. Are you helping me? The blonde asked in her mind. On this question alone, I'm surprised that someone as stubborn and annoying as you has intelligence in that brain. Oh, you're flattering me. I'm also surprised by the power you have to make me regret helping you every time I do, you inept brat. Ijiji Gaara made hand seals. Strangely, sand began to gather around him. Gaara closed one of his eyes and opened his hand. The sand gathered in his hand and formed a kind of eye that began to float. Opening of the third eye. The sand that was previously floating got into the eyes of one of the chunin, causing him to clean them. The eye was positioned in front of his exam. Gaara was able to see everything that was written. Naruto and Ibiki noticed how he copied. He has an interesting power, Naruto thought. Just look at the tranquility with which it passes it. Seems that this generation has promised. Naruto observed how Ibiki did not scold Gaara despite having seen him. That works for me. Naruto activated his Sharingan and looked into the eyes of some chunin who happened to be looking at him. The chunin watched as the Uchiha boy looked at him with those magical eyes. He felt a little dizzy before returning to reality. The crow crashed into the window where he was lying. He turned around quickly thanks to the scare it gave him. What's wrong with you? Asked a chunin next to him. Didn't you see how that bird crashed? Asked the first one. No, you must be going crazy, said the other, returning to watch. Naruto continued putting Jinjutsu on every chunin he saw in the eyes, but you might wonder, what was he doing? Well, basically with the Jinjutsu he threw, he made the chunin believe that he was taking the exam calmly. However, he could move as much as he wants, and the chunin wouldn't notice. Basically he could stop whenever he wanted to give the answers to Kiyomi and talk to her in the process. And the chunin wouldn't say anything to him. Menma received help from Hinata, who gave him the answers taking advantage of the fact that they were next to each other. There were 10 minutes left until the test was over. Now Naruto had managed to pass some answers to Kiyomi and Sasuke, although they didn't need them at all. Now Naruto had something else in mind, which was Kabuto. He didn't know why, but it seemed too suspicious. Kabuto had too much information, as much as that of a cage except for Gaara, but nevertheless he had information about ninjas from the villages. That was too suspicious. Added to the fact that he had repeated the exam 7 times, Kabuto may be supposedly bad. But not enough to fail so many times, right? The 10 minutes passed and Ibiki finished the test. In the end, there were fewer genins in the room than before, since they had been caught cheating. Very well, Vermin, the time has come for the 10th question. But before dictating it, I need to tell you something. You have 2 options. You can go now. Blocking the 10th question. You will be disqualified, but you will be able to try the exams again in 6 months. Then we choose to answer it, some genin shouted. That's the fun part. If you choose to answer them, but you answer them wrong, you will be disqualified, and not only that, but you will no longer be able to take the chunin exams in your life, which means you will never advance as a ninja. More said Ibiki smiling. All the genin remained silent. It is as if a bucket of cold water had fallen on their shoulders. What? No, they can't do that. A genin shouted. Oh, of course we can do it. Ibiki responded, don't worry, if you prefer the first option, just raise your hand. The bad thing is that your entire team will be disqualified. Now I remember this guy, thought Naruto. Ibiki Marino, head of the Konoha torture and interrogation squad. Really knows how to play with minds. A few minutes passed where many teams were disqualified because one of their members gave up. There were even teams that gave up at the discretion of everyone. Menma was about to raise his hand but he stood up from his seat and then gave a speech about how he wasn't going to go back on his word and become a great shinobi and the next ninja god. Ego sky high. The thing is that Menma's speech motivated more genins to stay on the last question. Naruto knew what this test was for. First, they would force the genin to cheat on the exam. It is an information gathering test. And finally, Ibiki would play with the minds of the genin to make them get into tension. The situation created by Ibiki was similar to the situation in which you have a difficult mission ahead of you, to be Chunin you have to face the missions no matter how difficult they are, like this what Naruto supposed, to pass the test, you just had to stay in the classroom. But now, Menma had increased the competition, again. All the genin motivated by Menma's speech had stayed, Ibiki observed this before saying the next words. Very well, to all those who stayed for the last question I only have this to say you passed what? Shouted all the genin except Naruto, Sasuke and Kiyomi. Heh, it seems like the Uchiha's already knew Ibiki thought, those in the sand don't look that surprised either. After that, Ibiki would explain the real reason for the test, which turned out to be the one that Naruto had proposed. When Ibiki was about to let them go, the window suddenly broke, and a kind of figure wrapped in a sign entered. The figure turned around, and the sign spread. Two kunai came out from the center and stuck the sign to the ceiling. The sign said something like, the second phase of the Chunin exams with Anko Mitarashi. Or something like that. Anko was a young girl with a slim build, a very well-defined body covered only by a Mayan suit that was under a brown miniskirt, on top of everything, a beige trench coat, knee pads that reached to her heels, and ninja shoes. Standard, purple hair tied up in a tomato, empty light brown eyes, in his mouth, he carried a toothpick that seemed to be a dango. Hello little leeches. My name is Anko Mitarashi, and I am the promoter of the second test of the Chunin exams. You got ahead of yourself, as always said Ibiki, coming out from behind the sign, leaving Anko embarrassed. Well, it's time to go to the second test site. I want you all at training ground 44 in 1 hour, whoever arrives late will be disqualified, understand? Anko disappeared in an explosion of smoke. All the genin got up from their seats and headed to training ground 44, better known as the Forest of Death. Naruto stayed a little longer in the living room. Ibiki noticed this. What is it, boy? Ibiki asked. Mr. Ibiki, I am not one to give orders or anything like that, but this situation is somewhat strange. I would like you to notify the Hokage to keep an eye on a participant called Kabuto Yakushi, since he handles relevant information about the participants that normally only Kages should have. Okay, I'll tell the Hokage your request. Thank you. Naruto disappeared in a shunshin. Heh, that kid, Ibiki thought. Use a Jinjutsu to make himself practically invisible to the Chunin, really ingenious. We'll see what you're capable of doing in this second test. I think it won't be as easy as this. Ibiki left the room and headed to the Hokage's office to pass on the information provided by Naruto. Location: Fire Country, Konohagakure no Sado, Training Ground 44. Training Camp 44, better known as the Forest of Death, is an area of land covered by trees of truly gigantic size. Inside the forest, the light was scarce, and worst of all, wild animals resided within it. More than animals, they were monsters shaped like these, but as dangerous as it is, this was the place to which all the genin who were able to pass the second phase of the Chunin exams went, the Forest of Death, place of the second phase of the exams. Anko Mitarashi was eating dango at the entrance to the Forest of Death. It was surrounded by a metal fence that covered the entire perimeter, so to speak. In the distance, the Jonin managed to see how all the genin were coming in a disorganized manner, trying to arrive on time, because after all, whoever arrived 1 minute after the agreed time would be disqualified, according to the words of Anko Mitarashi herself. The genins arrived in front of her with great fury. They were talking about trivial things. Some took a breath because they had run from the academy to here, others simply remained silent, and others stared at her. A bunch of perverts. Just at that moment, Naruto appeared in a shunshin next to Kiyomi and Sasuke. Hello, said Naruto, appearing behind the boys. Kaya? Kiyomi gave a small scream. Hey, don't scream, Naruto said. What's wrong with you? You were the one who scared me, said Kiyomi. Never let your guard down, said Naruto. HMPH, Kiyomi groaned. Hey, was that an Uchiha growl? Naruto asked. Yeah, said Kiyomi curtly. He's really angry, Naruto whispered to Sasuke. Yes, apparently yes, you're going to have to apologize or he's going to ignore you all day, Sasuke responded. Kiyomi, I don't think it's time for that, we're in the Chunin exam, said Naruto. Kiyomi turned around and didn't respond. It can't be, Naruto facepumped. Please forgive me? Naruto asked. Kiyomi didn't respond. I think you said it reluctantly, she notices it, Sasuke said. Naruto thought for a moment until he smiled. The Uchiha hugged the girl from behind. Now you can't ignore me, can you? Naruto asked Kiyomi, who became nervous, and a slight red tone appeared on her face. Could you please forgive me? I didn't mean to scare you, Naruto said in Kiyomi's ear. Of course I forgive you, but you'll have to pay me something. Let me guess, dangos. Naruto's smile disappeared. You know me well, Kiyomi smiled victoriously. Okay, I'll buy you dangos, said Naruto. His wallet started to cry. Thank you, Naruto-kun, said Kiyomi. Yes, yeah, how about we pay attention? Alright. Listen to me, my pretty and destroyable genin. Anko called everyone's attention. Get ready because the second test is about to begin. As you can see, this beautiful training field is easily the largest in Konoha. Now, I will explain to you what the test is about. Anko took out 2 scrolls from her pocket, one was of a whitish blue color, while the other was a dark blue color. This scroll, he said, pointing to the lighter one, it's the scroll of heaven. And this other one, he pointed to the other scroll, it is the scroll of the earth. The genin watched attentively. The test consists of the following, each team will have one of these scrolls, whether from the earth or the sky, they will enter the forest of death, and will have to snatch the opposing scroll from one team. In easy words, if your team has the earth scroll, you will have to look for a team that has the sky scroll, defeat it, and get the 2 scrolls. Once you have the 2 scrolls, you will have to go to a tower that is in the center of the forest, there you will know what to do on your own. One more thing, you are prohibited from opening the scrolls before reaching the tower, even if you have both. Many genins were preparing. By the way, I almost forgot, please sign these papers. Anko took out a stack of papers from a seal that she began to distribute to the genin. What is this for? Asked a random genin. Oh, it's so I don't take responsibility for their very possible deaths, Anko said with a sweet smile. Many genins began to sweat. As if this forest were so dangerous. Menma's ego was present, he was going to continue mocking until a kunai passed next to his cheek, generating a cut. Anko appeared from behind him. Be careful, people like you are the first to die in there, you know. Monsters love the taste of a loser, Anko said while licking Menma's wound, who swallowed saliva. Oh, excuse me, miss, but I think you dropped this. A kunoichi from Kusagakure, country of grass, approached Anko and handed her kunai, but in a strange way, the woman's tongue extended too far where the kunai was coiled at its tip. Thank you, girl, Anko said smiling, but then she put on a very serious face. Naruto watched as the Kusa ninja handed the weapon to Anko, he felt the ringing in his head resonate strongly, indicating great danger. The Uchiha turned on his sensory ability and became a little more alarmed. He could feel how that girl was restricting a large amount of chakra, but it didn't escape him. A hand rested on his shoulder. When he turned around, he saw Mito, but this one had the Kyuubi's features highlighted. Myth? Naruto asked. The girl shook her head, leaned close to his ear and whispered. I am the Kyuubi, I have taken possession of your body for a moment, I have to tell you something important. What's wrong? Naruto asked. I don't have much time, so I'd better tell you in code that Kusa girl smells like snakes. It was the last thing the Kyuubi said before Mito took possession of his body again. UCA, what am I doing here? Asked Mito. It smells like snakes. Naruto repeated that phrase in his head, he was taken out of his thoughts as Anko screamed again. Okay brats, gather with your teams, let's give you the scrolls. One more thing, you only have 5 days to reach the tower with the 2 scrolls, if you don't make it, you're out. Each genin met with their team. Anko and a few more chunin who arrived began to distribute the scrolls to the different teams. Naruto's team got the scroll of heaven. So we have to get the earth scroll, said Naruto. Yeah, each chunin began to call the different genin teams and they distributed them through the different doors of the forest of death. Naruto, Sasuke and Kiyomi were at the south entrance of the forest. Well, the second phase of the Chunin exams begins in 3, all the genin became attentive too, the breathing of many was short, the saliva went down towards the throat indicating fear and concern, there are few calm glances. 1, the doors began to open. Now. At the moment Anko shouted, the genin began to enter training ground 44. Team 7 was jumping from branch to branch, from inside, the forest was much more terrifying. The Kusagakure ninja was jumping with her team between the branches. They know who we're looking for, said the girl, to which one of her colleagues nodded. Yes, to those 3 brats. The soundtrack team was in the same situation. You already know what our objective is, we must look for those 3 Uchihas, said the one with a bandaged face, taking advantage. Naruto and the brothers stopped at a very small clearing in the forest. Good, now we have to come up with a plan, in case an opposing team attacks us or tries to trick us. Yes, how about? Kiyomi was about to continue speaking when she heard the unmistakable sound of air cutting. He moved, avoiding the kunai that was aimed at his neck. Other kunai were directed towards Team 7 who jumped away from each one. Suddenly a ninja jumped against Sasuke. The Uchiha took out a kunai and inserted it into the chest of the ninja, who grunted but didn't seem to care much. Well, I want you to tell us where your scroll is or we will finish you off without fear, said a new ninja behind Kiyomi, pointing a kunai directly at his neck. Another ninja appeared behind Naruto, placing his kunai on the back of Naruto's head. When are you idiots going to respond? Said the ninja. Naruto looked carefully at the ninjas, they seemed to have the same uniform, one had spiky black hair with bandages on his face, each of the ninjas had some kind of breathing mask. They had the village's ninja band hiding in the rain, a Megakure no Sato. Okay, but before I die, said Naruto looking at his companions, winking at them. His companions smiled. What scroll do you have? Naruto asked. Well, how are you about to die? I'll tell you, we have the earth scroll, answered the genin. Very well, we have the one from heaven, Naruto responded. Great, I guess we're lucky today, right? Comrades. The ninja asked his companions, who nodded with a kind of evil smile. I guess, but I think it's the other way around. What do you mean? Asked the American ninja. They have bad luck, ha. And why do you think that? Asked the ninja. Because of all the teams they could come across, Sasuke interrupted. He went with us, Kiyomi said. Then the girl gave a strong elbow to the stomach of the genin who was holding her captive. Naruto and Sasuke crouched down, sweeping their legs at their attackers. Kiyomi hit the aim ninja hard in the face, who grabbed his face. His mask had broken a little. The Uchiha girl continued with her assault. Blows fell incessantly on the body of the poor rain ninja. It was until then that he was able to defend himself a little. A taijutsu battle began between the ninja and Kiyomi, who could defend himself quite well. Sasuke hit his attacker in the stomach, then he gave a low kick to the ninja's leg, who bent. He tried another blow, but the ninja blocked it. I don't think you should hit the jackpot after all, if you're hurt. Left hook, and the ninja doubled up again. After the sweep, Naruto had no mercy and completely destroyed the ninja. The aim nin tried to defend himself. He attempted a straight blow towards Naruto, who crouched down and gave an uppercut to his stomach. He kicked directly in the stomach, and the aim ninja was hit. Pushed back, however, Naruto grabbed his arm and pulled him towards him, elbowing him in the chest. The combo. He gave a right kick to the genin's side. With the same leg he gave a high paw, turned on his axis, and gave a spinning kick with his left leg. Kiyomi pushed his opponent against a tree, threw some kunai and shuriken which buried themselves in the skin of the genin, who screamed, although his pain was reciprocated by another blow to the stomach that embedded him further into the tree. Kiyomi grabbed the genin's arm and lifted him up, passing it over his body, and gravity continued with the work. The genin fell hard against the ground, creating a small crater. Sasuke grabbed the genin's arm and bent it in a lock that fractured the genin's arm, kneed him in the stomach, and that's it. The genin fell to the ground. What the hell, said the genin on the ground. I guess they got too trusting, Sasuke said, taking a small breath. Okay, now, tell me where the earth scroll is, said Naruto. Fuck you, I won't tell you, the genin shouted. Well, you see, you didn't need to tell me anyway. Naruto looked in the pockets of the genin on the ground, who tried to move, but Naruto quickly pulled out a kunai and pointed it at the genin's neck. I don't think you want to do that, Sasuke, and Kiyomi began to search through the clothes of the other genin who were passed out. Here it is, Kiyomi said, finding the scroll in one of the boys. Well, I guess now we have two other kunai headed towards the boys. Another team, really? Sasuke said, somewhat annoyed. Naruto looked at the ninja band. Apparently they are ninjas from AIM 2, how many of those ninjas came to this exam? Kiyomi asked, annoyed. Since, we will have to defend ourselves. Naruto took out a scroll from which he unsealed his sword and Sasuke's. At the same time. East area of the Forest of Death. Konoha's teammate was not always very efficient. Kiba and Hinata were good at taijutsu, especially Hinata, who came from the Hyuga clan of Konoha. However, Kiba is blinded by his attitude of being the alpha, while Hinata, she was very gentle, she wouldn't be able to hurt even an ant. Shino was the cool head, he was the most intelligent and the calmest, he was a good strategist and was also very skilled with his insects. Kurenai helped her team as best he could, he dealt with Kiba's attitude and helped Hinata to have more tenacity when it came to fighting. Shino was fine, but something she was undoubtedly proud of was the tracking ability that her team. Kiba and Akamaru with his sense of smell, Shino with his insects, and Hinata with his Byakugan. Currently the team was jumping from branch to branch. It was already very common at this time, however, the three stopped in some bushes in front of a clearing in the immense forest. The reason? Easy, there were two teams in confrontation, or so they were led to believe, since they were only seeing each other directly. One team was the rain team, and the other team was the sand team. Well, said one of the rain team, how about you give us some parchment? So we can save ourselves the trouble of having to beat them up. Arrogance flying around him. I'm not interested in you, Gaara said, turning around. Hey. I'm not done with you, you'll regret underestimating us. The three rain ninjas threw their umbrellas into the sky. Ninpo. Jaro Senbin, said the lead ninja. The three umbrellas began to spin rapidly, where suddenly Senbin began to emerge from the umbrellas, a strange current of wind making them spin around their target, which was currently Gaara. You're finished, left, right, up and down, no matter where you move the needles will catch you, there is no blind spot in this jutsu. Gaara closed his eyes, no expression on his face. Now. The ninja shouted, all the Senbin headed at high speed towards Gaara. A cloud of dust rose up covering the impact point. Hehehe, laughed the ninja. The dust cloud dissipated, revealing a shocking scene. Gaara was being protected by a kind of sand dome, it was raised behind and to the sides of Gaara, the Senbin were firmly embedded in the sand walls. The rain ninja picked up his umbrella again, however he had a shocked face, he couldn't believe what he was seeing. TSK, this is not over. The ninja pointed his open umbrella towards Gaara. Senbin headed towards Gaara in a threatening manner. A wall of sand quickly rose in front of Gaara, protecting him from the projectiles. What the hell is that? Kiba whispered in the bushes. I don't know, Hinata said, totally surprised. Apparently Gaara has the ability to control the sand, Shino said in another whisper. The three genin continued to watch the interaction. But what's happening? The ninja shouted. Don't you see it, silly? Kankuro said mockingly. It's Gaara's sand jutsu, it's a perfect defense that acts whenever Gaara is in danger, even when he doesn't realize it, an impenetrable defense. Kankuro boasted about his brother's jutsu. Yoda, the sand comes from the gourd on his back, he can control it with the power of his chakra, although strangely, the sand protects him even without his consent, it can't be, said the ninja. You're annoying, said Gaara. Oh, that guy is a dead man, Kankuro thought. Wow, we should have warned him not to fight, Gaara, Temari thought. Gaara put his hands together, the ninja started running towards him. Sabaku Kai. Sand coffin, said Gaara, extending his hand towards the ninja. The sand that had protected Gaara went against the ninja, trapping his leg. All the sand began to cover the ninja's body, until which was completely surrounded by sand. I can't move, said the desperate ninja. The other thrown umbrellas fell in front of Gaara, who grabbed one. The only thing I need is to cover your big mouth, and you would be dead, said Gaara. He opened the umbrella, covering himself with it. But that would be slow and boring, said the redeed. While his hand flexed his fingers, Gaara raised his hand, making the sand rise into the air next to the ninja who was desperately trying to escape. Let me go, said the ninja. I don't think so, Gaara responded. Gaara closed his fist. Sabaku Sasu, sand burial. The sand that held the ninja captive began to press against itself. Only the man's final scream was heard before his body was completely crushed by the sand. A bloody rain fell on Gaara, who covered himself with the umbrella. The ninja's companions had a scared face as their friend's blood covered them. Teammate looked disturbed at the scene before their eyes. To take the scroll, said one of the rain ninjas, releasing the scroll from the sky, leaving it on the ground. Forgive us, said the other. Gaara extended his hands towards the ninjas. The poor people suffered the same fate as their partner. Hinata covered her eyes with her hands, she couldn't bear to see that massacre again. We have to get out of here, Kiba said, turning around surreptitiously. Where do you think you're going? Gaara said, he had noticed the boy's presence. Damn, Kiba thought. Gaara extended his hand towards teammate who couldn't move due to fear. Very well, Gaara. That's enough, said Kankuro, standing in front of Gaara. They are already innocent, they have nothing to do here, said Kankuro seriously. Don't tell me what to do, Gaara said. Kankuro growled and grabbed Gaara by the belt where the pumpkin was tied. Sometimes you have to pay attention to what your older brother says, you hear me? Kankuro said, annoyed. It's a shame that I don't see you as a brother, if you get in my way I'll kill you, Gaara said without emotion. Gaara let go of Kankuro and extended his hand towards where teammate was. Listen, Gaara, and you don't have to treat us as if we were your enemies, let this go, okay? Do it as a favor for your older sister, okay? Temari said, putting his hands together. Gaara stretched out his hand, closed his fingers a little, sand began to accumulate little by little. Teammate and Kankuro were holding their breath, they were one step away from death. Gaara. Temari shouted. The cork of the gourd materialized in Gaara's hand, which covered the hole in the gourd with it. It will only be this once, Gaara said, turning around and starting to walk. Kankuro let out the breath he was holding and began to walk behind his brother, Temari, following them with a worried face. Teammate collapsed on their legs, they were nowhere near kissing eternal rest, and to think that they couldn't even move, they were paralyzed by fear. This is bullshit, Kiba said. You could tell that Team 11 was taking it easy, they were already one of the strongest teams in Konoha, or at least that's what they wanted to believe. Mito and Menma were strong, as if that were not enough. Mito received occasional help from her bitter fox friend, as she sometimes called her nine-tailed tenant. Menma was in awe of his half of the Kyuubi. He saw the fox as a source of power that he would have to dominate by force, that was the Kyuubi. It made him angry, but that's not the case now, and of course Akura, who now looked focused, but was unable to hide the fear escaping her jade-colored orbs. They had faced one or another genin team, and finally they got the Sky Scroll, it was the one they needed. Mito wondered how her friends from Team 7 were doing, not that she was worried, after all she knew that that team was easily the best of these exams, yes. She believed that her friends were better than those conceited people from the arena, although she was still not clear about the abilities of those mentioned, they were somewhat mysterious in her opinion. They had been advancing near the southern area for a while, this was because the original route where they were placed had become infested with wild animals that they preferred to avoid, since they were a nuisance, and unlike a human, they would not hesitate. Not even for a second to kill them. Mito continued to advance calmly, followed by her team. Good. Now we have to find the tower in the center and that's it, we have finished this test, if I'm not wrong, now we must find ourselves in the southern area of the forest, the tower is in the center, so we just have to continue heading north and naturally we will find it. Ha. Piece of cake, this test wasn't that difficult. Said Menma. "Yeah," said Sakura happily. "Well, let's move forward," Mito said motivated. Team 11 began to advance towards the north, where sooner or later they would find the tower. They were jumping from tree to tree for a long time. In truth, the forest was too extensive. There were good things and bad things. The good thing is that the trees were tremendously big and thick. The bad thing was that they had to stop occasionally for Sakura to rest. Unfortunately, she had great Uzumaki resistance, but for a civilian, she was doing well. Mito stopped dead when she felt something collide with the tree trunk on which she was leaning. She looked down, realizing that it was a genin who was dying and beaten. It was then that she heard the noises of a conflict, metal colliding against metal and the occasional blow and jutsu. Kaiten Hasenka no Jutsu was heard in the forest. Myth recognized that voice. It was Sasuke's. Sasuke jumped towards the trunk of a tree and stuck himself to it with his chakra, followed by blowing a large number of small fireballs that were directed towards a group of genins on the ground. Most of them were caught in the projectiles, while some managed to avoid them with some skill. The outstanding genin threw kunai and shurikens towards Sasuke, who jumped and dodged the sharp objects. He landed gracefully on the ground. "Why are there so many people?" Sasuke said, annoyed. "Remember that Menma increased the competition twice," said Naruto, finishing off another genin. "But why are they coming for us?" Kiyomi said, sweeping her legs to two genins. "I don't know about that," Naruto said. He had been noticing that some of those who came had a band with a musical note, a village that he had never heard of. Team 7 heard a voice familiar to them. "Guys, are you okay?" Mito called Team 7. "Mito. What are you doing here?" Kiyomi asked, happy to see her best friend. "Well, I was jumping from tree to tree until an unfortunate crash against the trunk," he said. "My fault," said Naruto. The blonde girl looked at all the unconscious bodies. "What the hell happened here?" asked Mito. "Well, these unfortunates didn't stop attacking us, so we defended ourselves," said Kiyomi. "And for some reason they only come for us," Sasuke said. "And now we have a pile of scrolls of both forms," said Naruto, pointing to a pile of scrolls of heaven and earth. Wow, those from Team 11 were surprised. "Well, but now we can go towards the tower together. After all, both teams have the scrolls we need," said Myth. "Yes. We should go together," said Kiyomi, starting to jump from a tree with her friend. "I don't see the problem," said Sasuke, starting to jump. Menma growled and began to move too. Sakura and Naruto started jumping. They were jumping for a long time. Naruto was thinking meanwhile about the words that the Kyuubi said to him. "It smells like snakes, it smells like snakes, what do you mean by that?" Naruto thought. "I don't see the point. Generally the smell comes from something we normally relate to. A blacksmith smells like iron, a cook smells like food, although of course, there are also perfumes to hide the smell, but that's not the point. Case, it could be that the smell of snakes has to do with something you relate to, that has to be it. It could be." Wait, Naruto almost crashed into a tree. "Hey, are you okay?" Sasuke asked, looking back. "Yes, don't worry, I'm just thinking," he responded with a smile. "PFFF, well, I never worried," Menma said, avoiding her sister's annoyed look. Continuing with Naruto's thoughts. "If I'm not wrong, I once read about the contract of the snakes. It is a powerful contract on the level of the contract of the toads and slugs. Now that I think about it, each of those contracts belongs to a Sannin. The one of the toads belongs to Jiraiya, the wise toad, the one with the slugs belongs to Princess Tsunade, and the one with the snakes belongs to Wait." Naruto's heart started to race. It can't be he's not here, is he? He escaped from the village, why would he come back? Naruto rarely got nervous about something. He just hoped that his thoughts were not true, although life doesn't always listen to your pleas. He smells like snakes, that means he's. Naruto's danger instinct activated. The ringing in his head was frequent and loud, warning him of something really bad. That's when he felt a large amount of chakra heading towards them. "Everyone, get out of the way. Now!" Naruto shouted agitatedly. Everyone heard Naruto's scream and did not hesitate to get out of the way. Just as they did, a large gust of aggressive wind passed through their midst. A part of the gust hit them, sending them back a little, but nothing more than that. The gale continued for a few seconds until it stopped. The trees behind them were destroyed, some were split in half, others were torn to pieces, and some were left without leaves. "What the hell was that?" Sasuke said, rubbing his back. He had hit it with a branch. I don't know," Kiyomi said. Naruto gulped. He could feel it, the same chakra of the girl who helped Anko with her kunai, a large amount of chakra being repressed to resemble that of a genin, but the power of that jutsu was out of the ordinary, too out of the ordinary. The normal. A few meters ahead of the Konoha genins, there was the grass team again. The girl in the middle seemed to have launched the jutsu due to the position of her hands. Cubic. "Ha, I found them," he said in a playful voice, while licking his lips with his out of proportions tongue. "Damn," said Menma, as he stood up in pain. "What the hell, that gust was too strong," said Mito. Naruto was sure what was happening. There is no doubt that chakra, the clue of the Kyuubi or Orochimaru, the Sannin of the snakes, is infiltrated in Konoha, Naruto thought. Just at that moment, two snakes of gigantic size went against Naruto. Naruto. Sasuke shouted shit, said Naruto, backing away from the two animals. Sasuke and Kiyomi tried to help, however, a kick landed on Sasuke, then, the same figure turned around and landed a blow on Kiyomi, who managed to anticipate and block the blow, however, the blow was so strong that it sent Kiyomi flying. To crawl back, the two snakes made Naruto retreat to the point of getting lost in the forest. Hehehe. Well, I'll deal with that boy in a moment, but now, I guess I'll have to face you guys, hehehe. Oh, my name doesn't matter, but if you two, Sasuke and Kiyomi Uchiha, the Kusa girl pointed to the two brothers. How the fuck do you know our names? Kiyomi said. Well, it's a strange reason. It doesn't matter either, but if you want, you can blame the guy with the glasses, said the girl. Damn, said Sasuke, finally getting up. That kick hurt too much, he thought. Ha. What a weakling, you couldn't withstand a simple kick, you're pathetic, step aside, the big Menma will take care of this, nobody, Menma said, walking forward. How arrogant you are. Son of the Yondaime, that arrogance will one day be your downfall, who knows, it may be today. The girl's voice became somewhat dark. The temperature of the environment began to drop, the girl was releasing large amounts of killer instinct, instantly everyone was paralyzed. No, I can't move, Menma thought, the others thought the same. Well, I guess I'll keep this too, said the girl, showing the earth scroll. Sasuke managed to move his hand a little, realizing that none of his pockets had the scroll, only the one from heaven. Shit, when do I take it from me? This girl is extremely fast, Sasuke thought. The girl proceeded to eat the parchment, it was a bizarre landscape for everyone, the woman licked her lips again, her tongue looked like that of a snake. One of us is left with the scrolls, I guess that's me, said the girl, putting her hand on her face, and the others, he said as he lowered his hand a little, moving his eyelids away a little, revealing his dark gaze. They would be dead. All the boys opened their eyes wide as they saw their deaths in front of them, their agonizing screams echoed in their minds, blood was spread everywhere, kunai buried themselves in their skin again and again, until one of the projectiles stabbed hard into them. Her forehead, although everything was an illusion, felt very real, that girl's killer instinct was out of range, it was worse than Naruto's. Damn, Sasuke, move. He shouted in his mind. A shame you can't resist that, maybe I expected a lot from you, Uchiha children, move Sasuke, move. Sasuke's hand began to move little by little to his kunai bag. I can't unseal a kunai, I'd drop it and the girl would notice, it's better to take it out by hand. Sasuke thought, his hand finally reached his kunai holder on his leg and began to pull out a weapon. Well, I guess I'll start with you, said the girl, throwing some kunai toward Sasuke. Sasuke grabbed the kunai and blocked the projectiles as best he could. Oh, it seems like you can move a little, I'm surprised by your willpower, said the girl. Damn, I can't move at all, this can't stay like this, Sasuke thought until an idea occurred to him. Sasuke grabbed the kunai firmly and stabbed it hard into his leg, he let out a grunt, however, the pain took him out of the killed instinct and he managed to move at great speed, he grabbed Kiyomi, Mito and Menma and disappeared in a quick shunshin. Oh wow, looks like we're going to play hide and seek, huh? Well, I think I can have some fun, he said to the girl, disappearing in a blur. Damn, Sasuke said as he sat up and grabbed his leg, stopping the bleeding a little. Sasuke. Kiyomi, who could finally move, crouched down to check on her brother. I need something to cover the wound, said Sasuke. Kiyomi nodded and took out a handkerchief from her seal, Sasuke grabbed it and tied it to the wound tightly to stop the blood. Well now, what the hell with that girl? Menma shouted, Mito covered her mouth. Shut up, idiot, he could hear us, said Myth. Very late, the playful voice of the Kusagakure ninja sounded behind the Genins. I found them, said the girl, licking her lips again. Futen. Renkiden. Mito passed through hand seals quickly and expelled an air bullet that hit the ninja squarely, however, it turned into mud. A mud clone. It's a Doton technique. Sasuke said, surprised. The girl appeared from behind the Myth, kicking her and sending her away. Hey. Menma tried a blow that was easily stopped by the ninja. Sasuke got up as best he could and began to fight the girl accompanied by his sister, the two had already awakened their Sharingan. So they already have the Sharingan with 3 tomos. Delicious. The girl thought as she counterattacked, however, the two brothers were already able to dodge the blows a little. The Kusa girl gave a direct blow that Sasuke dodged, Kiyomi tried to hit the girl, however, she moved too strangely, she seemed to be even more flexible than Kiyomi, it was as if she were a noodle, her movements resembled those of a snake. The girl kicked, Sasuke dodged and swept, the girl backed away, but Kiyomi followed her and landed a blow, the girl received it and gave a small grunt. Just as I expected, you two are a great combination. The girl grabbed Kiyomi's arm, pulled her towards her and delivered a punch to her stomach, followed by a kick that sent Kiyomi backwards. Sasuke entered into individual combat against the girl, punches and kicks came and went, the girl was able to block her blows, but he was able to see all of her movements. Sasuke hit the girl who hit him back even harder. The girl was going to finish him off, but she had to dodge a water bullet. Mito approached and began to fight with the girl. She did not possess the Sharingan, but was able to keep up with her. Menma joined her. Wow, another formidable combination of siblings, interesting, said the girl. Unlike the others, these were easier according to the Kusa ninja, but they were not far behind, they were very good at teamwork and did not give up for a second. Well, with Naruto, this is bad, Naruto thought, dodging the snake's attacks. The animals did not seem to have any kind of mercy, they came to kill and only to kill. I have to finish this, the boys are left with that crazy Kusa, thought Naruto, unsealing his Shakudo ready to fight. I just hope I left Sasuke his Shakudo. He thought before jumping to avoid the attack of one of the snakes that tried to eat him. Naruto stuck his sword in a branch, propelling himself to turn around and lean on his sword a little. Just below him, the large snake tried to eat him again. Naruto took out his sword and climbed on the snake that tried to get rid of him. But Naruto, he stuck his sword in the snake, which gave a great hiss of pain. The other snake realized this and jumped on the other to try to finish off Naruto, who took out his sword and used Shunshin to disappear. The two snakes collided. Kaiten. Kakakyu no Jutsu. Naruto spat a large fireball that collided with the two snakes, causing them great damage, as well as making them mature. Yes, they are hard, said Naruto, jumping again. The two snakes collided again, one looked up and rose upwards to try to engulf Naruto, who was in the air. I have a plan to kill them. Normally it would be a lot of chakra, but thanks to my chakra control, my affinity will be easier than normal, he thought to make his move. The snake tried to eat Naruto, who made a turn in the air to avoid it. Naruto landed on the snake's head, and from there he jumped towards the other one who was not expecting it. Naruto grabbed his sword, two hands on the hilt. Without any remorse, he buried the blade in the snake's eye, which hissed in pain. He took out his weapon, and, taking advantage of the snake's daze, he made hand seals. Gyuten. Kazekiri no Jutsu. Naruto extended his hands with a dragon seal. Suddenly a large gust of sharp wind was directed towards the other sapient, who was injured with large cuts. Once the jutsu finished, the animal surprisingly disappeared in an explosion of smoke. Their invocations. That means he's close, oh shit. Naruto thought, getting tense. The snake where he was standing was still hissing in pain, and between the sudden movements he made, he managed to free himself from Naruto. Naruto landed on the ground, stuck his sword into the ground, and passed through hand seals. Raiten. Friend. Naruto placed his hands on the ground. From these, a large number of threads of lightning came out, taking the appearance of a spiderweb that was heading towards the snake that could not dodge it. As soon as the rays touched the scaly skin of the animal, it was suddenly electrocuted. It was then that she fainted and disappeared in another explosion of smoke. Naruto took out a soldier's pill from his seal, which he ingested, immediately recovering part of his chakra. Well, now I have to help my friends, I've already wasted too much time here. Naruto disappeared into the trees with Sasuke, Mito, Kiyomi and Menma a few minutes before. Sasuke was now surprised. They had fought against that crazy girl for a long time, and they only managed to hit her a couple of times and make some scratches. The girl's clothes were somewhat torn due to the fight, but she didn't seem to care about the blows she took. It was as if they didn't hurt. Sasuke observed the situation. Next to him was a panting Kiyomi, on the other side, an unconscious Menma, and further to the left, Mito, who was trying to get up. I must admit that they made it difficult for me. Besides, this was a lot of fun. The girl's sadistic voice sounded, drawing the black-haired boy's attention. This is not over. Sasuke said to himself, however the girl heard him. I'm sorry to tell you that for you, yes they're already finished, their line of blood will be mine, this time, the girl thought. She was about to finish Sasuke off when a very strong blow collided with her face, the blow sending her dragging backwards. That fist really hurt, more than normal, said the girl, adjusting her jaw as it had been damaged. The sight he had of her surprised her. Now you're going to pay. Mito's harsh and wild voice was heard. Her blonde hair was now more messy, her body trembled, while a kind of uncontrolled red chakra surrounded her. Her mustache marks were more prominent. Interesting, said the girl, looking at the mythical state. Mito looked up, revealing her red eyes with slits, resembling those of a fox. At a high speed, Mito appeared in front of the girl, who barely stopped her blow. Mito began to throw a large number of fists and kicks at high speed that could be seen from the distance that they were going too aggressively. Sasuke could keep up with the speed with his Sharingan. He was really impressed. Mito was giving the Kusa girl a fight. The Kunoichi dodged a blow from Mito, tried a kick that connected, but Mito didn't seem to care and responded with a punch that the girl blocked. He has great resistance, thought the Kusanin. Kiyomi, get up, we have to help Mito, Sasuke said. I'm coming, Kiyomi said. I have a plan, go prepare a Chidori, Sasuke said. It's okay, said Kiyomi, gathering a little chakra. Mito managed to make the girl retreat. It looks like I'm going to have to raise the level a little, thought the girl, increasing her speed. Brat tries to push the girl back further. It seems that the emo boy has a plan, said the Kyuubi. It's okay, although now it's costing me more, Myth said in his thoughts. Well, here I go, Sasuke said, accompanying Mito to the fight. Chidori, Kiyomi whispered, beginning to gather lightning chakra in her hand discreetly between Myth and Sasuke. They were keeping the Kusa girl who seemed to be having fun at bay. This is so exciting. He said to the girl, licking his lips with his extraordinary tongue. Crazy bitch. Myth shouted with rage. Sasuke stopped sending blows, leaving Mito alone again. Okay, time to put these eyes to work, Sasuke said as his Sharingan glowed. Mito managed to push back the Kusa girl, who, due to the euphoria of the moment, did not notice Kiyomi. Good. Sasuke took out many kunai from his seal, which he began to tangle with ninja wire that he also took out from his seal. Mito. Back away. Sasuke said, launching the projectiles. Mito backed away enough to dodge the kunai. The Kusa girl also dodged them while mocking. Ha ha ha, that's serious, the girl mocked. Sasuke moved his fingers surreptitiously. Suddenly, all the kunai began to return towards the girl. Some collided with bulls, changing their trajectory, along with the threads which surprisingly they surrounded the girl. Sasuke began to fully move his arms. What the hell? Said the girl while she was tangled in the ninja wires, watching Sasuke's eyes which were spinning and shining. Heh, those eyes so precious, thought the girl. Raiden. Jibashi. Said Sasuke, sending an electric discharge that spread through the ninja wires. The discharge reached the girl, severely damaging her. The Kusa girl growled. Now Kiyomi. Sasuke said. It's time, said the Uchiha, starting to run at high speed. This is bad, I got too confident, thought the girl, apparently desperate. Chidori. Kiyomi shouted. The thousand birds echoed in the forest. The Uchiha pierced the Kunoichi's stomach, who didn't even scream in pain. The Uchiha removed her hand quickly. The girl's body fell limply to the ground. We did it, said Myth. Yes, although Menma is still passed out, Kiyomi said. I guess I'll have to wait, you can come out, Sakura, the danger is over. The blonde shouted. The pink-haired girl came out of some bushes trembling. It's good that this is over, said the girl. I don't think they should celebrate, the girl's voice sounded, but this time it was deeper. The Kusa woman stood up weakly, however, when she was upright, she opened her mouth in bizarre proportions. Very strangely, hands came out of the mouth, which grabbed the lips and opened the orifice further the body of the woman. The girl was apparently deflating while another figure came out of the mouth, the same girl, but when she turned around, she showed paler skin, in addition to her face appearing to be torn, while showing that one of her eyes was yellow with pupils slit and thin, like a snake. In addition, a liquid was slipping from his body that at first glance looked sticky and disgusting. What the hell? Sasuke was dismayed. He had never seen or imagined anything like it. The least he could compare it to was a snake shedding its skin. That was disgusting, said Kiyomi, who was once again paralyzed. Mito had no room for his surprise. Menma was still fainted. Well, I guess I have to finish them now. The girl's voice sounded too deep and dark, but at the same time playful. The girl disappeared and suddenly kicked Myth. Those characteristics of yours, you are using the chakra of your tailed beast, that is a problem for my plans, so, it wouldn't hurt if you had no connection with that fox. The Kusa girl went through hand seals. Suddenly the girl's tongue came out and grabbed Mito, lifting her up. The Kusa nin finished the seals. Fuinjutsu. Gajo Fuin, said the girl, opening the palm of her hand. At the tip of the 5 fingers appeared 5 different kanji that were surrounded by a kind of purple fire. The girl slammed her fingers together with great force. Against Myth, who screamed in pain immediately. The Kyuubi's features disappeared. The girl threw away a fainted Myth, unhappy. Kiyomi shouted, trying to hit the woman, but she received her with a kick that sent her away. What's the point, you guys are already very tired, said the girl with her man's voice. Only you are left. The boy Naruto is busy with my pets, besides marking them would be too difficult, so I will stay with you, an Uchiha with great potential, just like Naruto, said the Kusa-nin, who made a strange hand seal crossing his index fingers behind his middle fingers. Sealing art. Cursed seal of heaven, said the girl, her neck extended to incredible levels. She grew some fangs. Damn, I can't move. Sasuke thought. Accept your destiny, Sasuke. Uchiha, said the girl, about to bite Sasuke, however a kick landed on the girl's face. Who, when flying Sasuke, are you okay? Naruto's serious voice reached Sasuke's ears. Naruto? Sasuke said. Naruto just nodded and approached Kiyomi. Sasuke followed him. Naruto knelt next to Kiyomi and helped her up. Guys, I need you to take Menma and Mito with Sakura to a safe place, said the black-haired man with blue tips. What? Are you crazy? And leave you alone with this maniac? Said Kiyomi. Kiyomi, from the last thing I saw, the girl wants something from us. Besides, you and the others are tired and hurt. I'm sorry to tell you this, but you would be another burden. Leave this to me, okay? Said Naruto. Don't worry. But Kiyomi, he's right, that girl wants something from us. It's clear that she's not the Royo, otherwise she would have left or killed us. It's dangerous. Besides, you know, we're a burden. Now, he said, Sasuke clutching an injured arm. Kiyomi hesitated for a moment, her body trembling, her mouth twitching. Kiyomi, said Naruto, who did not finish as he was hugged by the girl. Just come back, okay, okay. "That girl is very dangerous," said the girl, holding back the urge to cry. "Don't worry, I promise you that I will return, I will not go back on my word, that is my ninja way," said the boy, reassuring Kiyomi. Kiyomi nodded and broke the hug for a moment, wiping away some of the blood that Naruto had on his face with his thumb. It was the blood of the sapients he defeated. "Take good care of yourself, Naru," said Kiyomi, and then turned around and went to pick up the others with Sasuke and Sakura. "It's been a long time since no one told me like that, hey. Yes, I'm very special to you, although you are also special to me, all of you are," Naruto thought, watching as Sasuke carried Menma and Sakura helped Kiyomi. With myth, the group disappeared among the trees. "I promised him I'm going to protect them even with my life, wow, until." "Naruto-kun appears," said the girl, although she no longer knew exactly what it was. Anyway, she was getting up. "That blow was very strong, worthy of a prodigy like you," the girl licked her lips. "You don't have to hide anymore, I know very well who you are," said Naruto seriously. I should have expected it from you, Naruto-kun. Kyukyuku. "What do you want? Orochimaru," said Naruto. "Kyukyuku, I just want those little eyes of yours, or well, they could also be those of your black-haired friends. I won't let you lay a single finger on them," said Naruto, annoyed, preparing for what was to come. "Although you are very special, come fight with me. Show me the power of the Senju and Uchiha blood in one." Senju Uchiha Naruto. Orochimaru was overflowing with happiness and ecstasy. He was about to taste the perfect specimen, or at least that's what he called it. "You will eat your words," said Naruto, taking out a kunai and placing it in his mouth. The time has come to fight seriously, he thought, preparing for what would be one of his greatest challenges. "Come. Fight with me. Show me the power of the blood of Uchiha and Senju in one." Naruto Uchiha Senju. "You will eat your words, it's time to fight seriously," Naruto thought, and then placed a kunai in his mouth. "Sharingan active." That look, so tenacious and confident, I like it," said Orochimaru. "Confident, The black-haired man couldn't say if he was confident, his hand was trembling, perhaps it was fear. "Come on, Naruto, you can't fail now. If you let it happen, he will go after Sasuke or Kiyomi, even who knows what he would do to you. You shouldn't let that happen." Orochimaru bent his posture slightly as he opened his arms. "I'm waiting," he said anxiously, his out-of-proportion tongue passing over his lips. "You can't stay paralyzed now, you promised you would protect them, you promised him." The image of Itachi passed through Naruto's mind. "I know you have become strong, Itachi. My goal is to find you and know the truth about what happened that night." But Naruto got into a battle pose. "How will I be able to face you if I'm not able to face this guy?" Naruto closed his eyes and took a long breath. "It's time," Naruto thought as he opened his eyes and showed his Sharingan shining. A leaf from a tree swayed gently. A strong breeze passed, making it sway faster until it finally fell from its place. It fell softly and patiently as the breeze played with it. It continued falling until it reached to a small lake where he finally rested. At the moment of touching the crystalline water, different slingshots spread through the liquid, starting the combat. Naruto launched himself at high speed against Orochimaru, who received him with a blow that Naruto dodged. This attempted an uppercut that the snake Sannin blocked. The two stared at each other for a moment until they began to quickly exchange blows. Naruto grabbed the Sannin's fist and then landed a right hook on Orochimaru's side, who grunted. "Yes, it is more effective, plus its physical strength is incredible." Orochimaru tried a blow that Naruto dodged by crouching down, trying to sweep his legs at the snake, who managed to dodge it by stepping back. However, gaining momentum from the ground, the Uchiha jumped, giving a great flurry of kicks to Orochimaru, who blocked them all, or so I believed until he tried a direct hit. Naruto turned in the air and grabbed Orochimaru's arm. He supported himself on the ground and, taking another jump, he kicked another kick in the Sannin's chest. The black-haired man opened his eyes wide when he saw that the blow did not seem to have affected the snake, who gave a merciless blow to the poor exposed stomach of the Uchiha. However, Naruto endured the pain as best he could, and with great force he kicked with his another leg. The kick was so strong that it seemed that Naruto was propelled against a wall. Orochimaru stepped back while Naruto, being in the air, unsealed several kunai and threw them at great speed with deadly precision. Among them was the kunai that before it rested in his mouth. "It's different," Orochimaru thought as he dodged the projectiles quite easily and gracefully. Naruto pushed himself between the trees. There came a point where he leaned heavily on one and took a big jump, directing a kick at Orochimaru, who blocked it. Naruto was deflected, but by turning in the air he managed to recover, although he had to move quickly. Orochimaru went through hand seals. Futen. Shinkajoku. Orochimaru launched the air projectiles that cut everything in their path. Naruto performed evasive maneuvers by jumping and retreating, doing acrobatic somersaults. Between his evasion, Naruto leaned on his arms and took a big jump. One of the projectiles hit his leg, causing a cut. The Uchiha landed as best he could, but he didn't wait for Orochimaru's attack that sent him crashing into the ground. Trunk of the tree they were fighting on. Orochimaru tried to finish off with another blow, but Shunshin. Naruto disappeared from his sight for a moment. So Elusive, but don't think I'm that stupid, said Orochimaru, stepping back, dodging Naruto's axe kick, which upon impact with the branch broke the bark. Orochimaru attempted a spinning kick, Naruto bent his trunk dodging the attack, he jumped back while performing hand seals Kaiten. Hasenka no Jutsu. Naruto launched multiple fireballs from his mouth. Now it was Orochimaru's turn to dodge. The Saiyan snake dodged with great skill, the fireballs that crashed and generated small explosions. After finishing dodging, Orochimaru launched himself at Naruto, starting another Taijutsu battle. The snake had to applaud the boy's battle style, it was truly formidable, he had great attack and defense techniques, he even had a hard time dodging attacks with his snake style, which was for very flexible people, just for that was useful, to dodge effectively, but it was costing him against Naruto, it was as if his battle style adapted to any confrontation. The battle between the two was becoming faster and faster, there was a point where in the sight of a civilian, they disappeared and appeared somewhere else. Orochimaru increased his speed, connecting a blow to Naruto's stomach, then he gave another one. And ended with a kick that sent Naruto against another tree, however he managed to turn around and recover by supporting himself with chakra on the tree, but Orochimaru suddenly appeared in front of him, so he had to defend himself from another flurry of blows, each one more faster than the previous one. Naruto and Orochimaru were fighting invertedly attached to the branch of a tree. The Uchiha managed to land a blow that sent the Sannin into the air. He recovered easily, but had to move because a gigantic fireball was heading towards him, the tree. In which impact the jutsu was destroyed, causing it to fall, and Naruto appeared on the fallen log, dodging several blows from Orochimaru. I can see them, each of their blows. Naruto thought, bending down to try a sweep, the snake retreated. The Uchiha quickly stood up and sent a spinning kick, the Sannin jumped spinning past Naruto, upon landing he disappeared in a blur, although for Naruto's Sharingan that was nothing more than increased speed. I can see it, but Naruto went through hand seals Hasenka. He shot the different fire projectiles, Orochimaru dodged them with his great speed. Running, the Sannin began to move around Naruto to confuse him, from one moment to the next, he began to send attacks while moving again, that won't help. Naruto's Sharingan shines. Analyzing the Sannin's movements, Naruto turned on his axis, avoiding Orochimaru. The Uchiha jumped, avoiding a low kick from the snake, Naruto turned and rested his hand on the ground. He turned his wrist, turning his body, stretching his leg, he managed to connect a difficult kick that the Sannin managed to block, however he was thrown backwards somewhat. Kyukyuku, let's increase the level a little, said Orochimaru, who disappeared in speed. Naruto opened his eyes in surprise. He saw Orochimaru, he tried to block, but his body was not fast enough as his eyes. Orochimaru's fist connected strongly with Naruto's stomach, who let out saliva from the blow. Orochimaru kicked that sent Naruto back. Please don't tell me that's all you have, said the Sannin. I'm having a lot of fun. I said I was going to fight with everything, and that's what I'll do, said Naruto, getting up. The Uchiha made half a ram seal. The black-haired man's body glowed for a moment until he returned to normal. Orochimaru raised an eyebrow. He didn't know what was happening. Time to return the favor, said Naruto. Disappearing in a blur of speed, Orochimaru opened his eyes wide. He had no time to react when a strong blow from the Uchiha landed powerfully on his stomach. Naruto jumped and gave a left kick to Orochimaru's chin. In the jump he turned backwards, connecting with the right kick. Naruto completed the backflip and finished his combo. Raiden. Jinraken. Naruto gave a big punch infected with lightning chakra to Orochimaru's stomach, who was thrown backwards. Orochimaru took a deep breath as he wiped away some of the blood that rested on his lips. Good, pretty good, Naruto-kun. Orochimaru started laughing madly. This is what I wanted. You are the perfect specimen. Just look at the level you have at such a young age. Not even Kakashi Haddock was that good at that age. You are someone with great potential, and if that were not enough, your Sharingan, fully mature and trained, you are truly amazing. Should I feel flattered? Naruto said, taking his battle stance again. Maybe yes, maybe not, that's up to you, I'm just saying what's on my mind, said Orochimaru, also taking a position. Your mind, eh? At this point I wonder if you're really right in the head, answered the Uchiha. Oh Naruto-kun, you're forgetting something. People who are called crazy are able to see more perspectives than others, that makes them special. In this world, he who doesn't think like others do is called crazy, but why? Isn't he who stands out above the rest called a prodigy? Why are those who are different called crazy if they also stand out? It's all a matter of perspective. For some you can be a prodigy, for others a crazy person, for others a very lucky person, or for a few, you are someone who tried harder. People, as you know, have different points of perspective, your whole world changes, depending on the way you see it. Interesting, but we're not here to discuss philosophy, are we? Orochimaru disappeared in a blur of speed, it's true, although I guess we're both right about something. Naruto disappeared too. The Sannin and Genin clashed their forearms once more, before beginning to exchange punches and kicks. The speed at which they were going was truly amazing. Naruto without seals and Orochimaru with his speed that he has gained over the years as one of the most fearsome ninjas. Naruto dodged a direct blow from Orochimaru and tried to parry to the side. Orochimaru took his leg and began to rotate on his own axis, lifting Naruto, who was trying to get away, but it was useless. Orochimaru released his grip, causing the Uchiha to be thrown towards a branch. From the tree, the Uchiha spun in the air and led chakra to the soles of his feet to stick to the wood. Naruto jumped, leaning on the branch, and made half a ram seal cage bunshin. 3 Naruto clones appeared. The original Naruto grabbed their hands and with great force threw them towards Orochimaru. The clones were heading at high speed towards Orochimaru, who made lateral jumps to avoid the human projectiles. The clones failed but immediately got up and began to attack the Sannin. Orochimaru expertly dodged the clones' blows, which increased his speed. Orochimaru swept, dispelling 2 of the clones. The last clone gave everything he could to not be dispelled so easily. The Sannin hit the clone, who before dissipating, managed to make another clone that grabbed Orochimaru from behind. Said Orochimaru Kaiten. Gakakyu no Jutsu. Original Naruto made a large fireball with a little more chakra. The fireball was a darker orange color, almost red. Oh, this is bad. Orochimaru thought the fireball crashed, causing a large explosion that made a large screen of smoke. When the smoke dissipated, a burned Orochimaru could be seen. However, he turned into mud. What? But when was he replaced with a clone? Naruto said. You forget that I'm a Sannin. I have more tricks up my sleeve. Orochimaru's voice sounded. Suddenly, the Uchiha felt how he was hit hard in the face. Naruto was thrown backwards, crashing into the trunk of a large tree. Naruto stood up, his bell on his head rang loudly. The Uchiha lowered his head, dodging a blow from Orochimaru. The Sannin's hand got stuck in the wood. Naruto took advantage and gave Orochimaru a big kick, but he didn't even flinch. And he took out his hand, performing a roundhouse kick. Naruto blocked it, but the force sent him backwards. Orochimaru passed through hand seals. Kaiten. Gakakyu no Jutsu. Orochimaru spat a fireball that was heading towards Naruto. What are their natures? Naruto thought, jumping to avoid the fire projectile. However, the shock wave of the explosion sent him higher into the air. Orochimaru appeared behind him. However, Naruto's Sharingan followed him. It was broken in its axis, and with his fist he blocked Orochimaru's blow. The two were thrown somewhat backwards. In the air, Naruto took out different kunai from his bag. Kunai and shuriken, which he threw at Orochimaru. The snake took out a kunai and blocked the weapons. Still in the air, Naruto made a clone that did shunshin and appeared stuck on another branch. The original once again threw a single kunai, but this time he made hand seals. Kunai cage bunshin no jutsu. The single kunai split into several others. Orochimaru tried to block them, but was easily overwhelmed by the number. Some kunai buried themselves in his skin. However, he made a substitution. I knew you would do that, Naruto thought. His Sharingan shining. Orochimaru appeared somewhere a little further away, but he had to dodge other projectiles. What the hell, how do you know where I am? She asked herself. He looked up and found a clone. He threw shurikens. Shuriken cage bunshin no jutsu. He said. The same thing happened as with the other kunai. Orochimaru blocked some, but had to jump away from them. The Naruto appeared behind the clone. He jumped and attempted an axe kick at Orochimaru, who narrowly dodged it. The kick was so strong that Naruto's foot buried itself in the ground. The snake took advantage and hit him hard, but suddenly it disappeared in an explosion of smoke. A clone. The Sannin thought. Naruto appeared in front of the Sannin and attempted an uppercut, but the Sannin blocked it. Heh, another clone, huh? Orochimaru hit Naruto, but he didn't disappear. Instead he smiled. Wait, this is the original. Orochimaru thought. Another Naruto appeared in the air. This one quickly went down, joined his hands, and gave a hammer blow to Orochimaru's head, who bent forward. That's the real clone. Thought the Naruto he had grabbed turned and kicked him in the stomach. Orochimaru stepped back. He was about to compose himself when in a blink of an eye, Naruto appeared in front of him. Shunshin, damn it, the snake thought again. Naruto gathered chakra in his foot and gave a high kick towards the back of Orochimaru's head, which he tried to block but was not so fast. The Sannin shot upwards. Naruto jumped and prepared a blow. Not this time, said the snake, who put his arms in an X to block the blow, but he didn't expect another blow to go directly to his face. It was the Naruto clone. Orochimaru landed heavily on the ground. The Naruto clone did shunshin and appeared in front of Orochimaru with a blow. The snake blocked it. The original came out behind him and attempted another blow but was also blocked. You're very smart, said Orochimaru, who elbowed the two Narutos, dispelling the clone and sending the original away. Yes, they've already told me, said Naruto, swallowing another soldier pill. He had used jutsu after jutsu, and his senju chakra was not enough. Maybe it would be better if he were in Uzumaki. He would have lasted much longer. And what do you have now? You're going to limit yourself to ninjutsu and taijutsu. Show me what that Sharingan has. Hehehe. I hope that tongue of yours can taste your words. Besides, don't worry, I will use everything in my favor so that you don't do anything. It's time for me to show you something that if Nai-san saw me he Would be hugging me like a fool while crying with pride. Naruto put on a sad smile. To tell the truth, he really missed that thing about Shisui. I shouldn't trust myself. This brat is really making it difficult for me. I'm not fighting seriously, that would be boring. Plus it would attract a lot of attention. But even with the level I'm using, many jonins would be defeated. The Sannin thought, preparing himself. Shunshin no jutsu, said Naruto. He began to run towards the Sannin. Are you going to come forward like this? You're brave, said Orochimaru, who tried to hit, but when he almost connected his fist, Naruto disappeared. The snake opened his eyes a little, looked around, and saw how Naruto was running, staring at him. However, he opened his eyes wide when he saw that on the other side, there was another Naruto. The snake widened his eyes as he saw how the two Narutos seemed to divide into more copies of the Uchiha. In the end, there were too many Narutos revolving around Orochimaru's shadow clones. The snake asked himself, no, I don't think so, they must be after images. Orochimaru tried to locate the real Naruto, but he couldn't. What? I can't locate the real one, so they must be clones, said Orochimaru. However, before he could do anything, a Naruto punched his face. Suddenly, another Naruto punched him in the face, his side, and another struck his sword. This will be enough, Futen. Rapusho. Orochimaru high-fived his hands and sent a great gust of wind everywhere. However, the Narutos did not disappear. It was then that he saw it. All of Naruto's bodies were blinking. Wait a minute, they're not clones or after images. There's just one Naruto. A blow landed on the snake's face, another blow landed on his stomach, a kick on his leg, another blow to his face, and so Orochimaru was bombarded with blows by the different Narutos. Shunshin level 3. This Shunshin, unlike the other levels, this one uses teleportations continuously, almost like a spam. The different Naruto that appear are only an illusion created by the different teleportations that Naruto uses. The amount there are so many Shunshins that it uses that it seems like they are hitting you from different places without stopping. Furthermore, when trying to land a blow, it is almost impossible to hit it because it can be easily dodged. Orochimaru tried to block the different attacks as best he could, however the blows fell on his body like rocks. It was almost impossible to defend himself. When he tried to strike forward, Naruto appeared behind him and struck his back. Now you're really making me angry, thought Orochimaru, and then increased his speed. Surprisingly, he managed to hit Naruto, who was thrown backwards. However, he had already managed to do too much damage to Orochimaru, who spit out blood. I have many bruises and some fractures. That child's strength is no joke, thought Orochimaru. However, he was alarmed by the sound of burning paper bomb. Orochimaru thought, Naruto made half a ram seal. He had managed to place a paper bomb he made himself. Orochimaru jumped to a branch. Behind him was the trunk of the large tree. Right where I wanted you, Naruto whispered as his Sharingan shone and spun intensely. Naruto threw many kunai and shurikens at Orochimaru, who prepared to block them. However, they surprisingly deflected. Ninja wire could be seen from Naruto's mouth and fingers, which he conducted as if the shurikens and kunai were puppets. The projectiles rotated around the trunk of the tree, passing in front of Orochimaru again before passing behind him again. From the tree, incredible, a triple Sharingan windmill attack. Orochimaru thought, dumbfounded. Naruto pulled tightly on the ninja wires which tied Orochimaru against the trunk. The wires squeezed tightly, hurting the Sannin skin. Naruto prepared himself. He had the Sannin ride in his trap. He would do a lot of damage with the next jutsu. This is bad, very bad, Orochimaru thought, alarmed. Naruto planted his feet strongly on the branch where he was standing. He was a few meters above Orochimaru. He tightly squeezed the wire that he had in his mouth, which was connected to the other wires that had tied the Sannin as best he could. He performed hand seals. Kaiten. Naruto gritted his teeth as a bit of smoke came out of his mouth. Ryuken no Jutsu, Naruto thought. A strong burst of fire escaped from Naruto's mouth, which was conducted through the ninja wires to Orochimaru. The fire was aggressively directed towards Orochimaru, that the only thing he could do was wait for the attack. The really hot fire collided strongly with Orochimaru, who screamed in pain. The tree trunk was charred as the fire surpassed him. With the others, a few minutes before, Kiyomi, Sasuke, and Sakura had been jumping for a long time, Sakura helping Kiyomi with the fainted myth. While Sasuke carried Menma, Sakura couldn't ignore the worried face of the Uchihas. Kiyomi's was more prominent. She seemed scared. She couldn't do much other than give comforting words. Guys, calm down. Naruto is very strong. I'm sure he can beat that crazy woman. Sakura didn't hear a response from Kiyomi. She looked ahead, where she saw Sasuke smiling at her. Thank you, Sakura. Really, Sasuke said. He had caught Sakura's intention. He turned his head. Although beating her, that is very unlikely, Sasuke. The group of boys stopped for a moment when they saw a clearing in the forest. There was a giant tree that seemed to have a giant hole, which at the same time seemed like a comfortable place in this shitty forest. Words from Sasuke. The boys approached the place and left Mito and Menma lying down. Menma seemed to be fainted, but Mito seemed to suffer while she was fainted. Sasuke opened the myth clothes a little in the stomach area. What are you planning to do, Sasuke? Kiyomi asked. I'm just going to check something. It seems that crazy Kusa did something to the myth seal. I may not know much about Fuinjutsu like Naruto, but at least I want to see if I can see something in plain sight. Sasuke looked at the myth seal. It seemed to have 5 kanji engraved around it. In addition, the part where the Kusa girl had placed her fingers was red, indicating the force with which the technique was executed. I don't know what it is, but that one looks bad, said Sasuke. We'll have to wait for Naruto to arrive, he's a Fuinjutsu master, Kiyomi said. For now we have to rest. I'm going to have to bandage this arm, it's hurt, Sasuke said, while Kiyomi helped him bandage his limb. Sakura, help me with this, Kiyomi. Yes, said the girl, tending to another wound. I just hope you're okay, Kiyomi thought with concern with Naruto. Naruto had finally stopped shooting fire from his mouth. A few flames rested around him, but they quickly went out. Naruto took a long breath, and to think that this is not over, yet he said while making hand seals and biting his left thumb, spreading blood down his right hand, "UCHIHA no Jutsu," said Naruto, slamming his hand against the ground. From the cloud of smoke, formed a white fox with 3 well-kept tails, came out. It was a messenger fox. "Oh, it's you, Naruto-sama, tell me what I can do for you," said the little fox. The Uchiha crouched down to the fox's height. "I need you to go to the exit of this forest. I assure you that if you go down that straight path, you will be able to find one of the entrances. I need you to find a woman named Anko Mitarashi. She has purple hair and is dressed in a trench coat, and finally, I need you to tell him that the snake Sannin, Orochimaru, is infiltrating the Chunin exams and that he is on the southern path to the forest tower. I need him to come with an ambush team, if necessary," he said. Naruto, the fox, memorized the information, nodded and got lost in the forest at high speed. "Well said." Naruto, looking at the place where Orochimaru was, who broke the ninja wires, his body was completely burned. It seemed like he was about to crumble into ashes. "I have to admit, that hurt," he said with a wrinkled voice. Orochimaru opened his big mouth from which he took out another body, just as he did with the other genins. This time, the body that came out was that of the real Orochimaru. Orochimaru has really white skin, some kind of purple marks around his eyes, which were yellow with slanted pupils. His hair was still really long and straight black. "You really are impressive, but..." Naruto opened his eyes when he saw Orochimaru disappear. He tried to block the blow that was coming towards him, however it landed hard on his stomach. "It's still not enough to beat me," said Orochimaru, starting to fight hand to hand with Naruto. Naruto began to feel cornered against Orochimaru. He began to use Shunshin to be able to even the balance. There came a time when Orochimaru's speed increased, landing several blows on Naruto. Naruto tried to dodge as best he could, matched his speed, and the battle began to escalate to another level. Naruto made shadow clones which began to fight alongside him, and using Shunshin, they gave the Sannin problems. "Tsk." Orochimaru bit his finger. "UCHIHA no Jutsu," said Orochimaru, summoning a snake that began to fight against Naruto. The snake dispelled the clones and took Naruto away, making Orochimaru lose sight of him for a moment. "Ugh, I must admit that I've gotten a little tired. I don't have as many chakra reserves as in Uzumaki or Senju, but the years of training have helped me," said Orochimaru. However, he was surprised at having to dodge an attack from the snake he summoned. "What? Why is it attacking me? Even if it were blind, it would recognize me by my smell," thought Orochimaru, but he saw the eyes of the snakes, which were not normal. They were red eyes with 3 atoms. "Now you use Genjutsu, huh?" Orochimaru said, dodging the snake's attacks. Naruto was breathing a little. "I have a plan that might end him. I haven't used this in a while. I guess it's time after all," I said. "I would use it to protect the ones I love, no matter how harmful it may be," the Uchiha thought. Orochimaru had no choice but to dispel the snake. Eventually the Genjutsu would be removed, although it was quite annoying. The Sannin dodged a kick from Naruto. The Uchiha introduced him into a Taijutsu battle. In the middle of the battle, the Uchiha threw some dirt that he had in his hand into Orochimaru's eyes, who was unable to react and received the dust in his eyes. He grabbed them in clear annoyance and received a kick from Naruto. Orochimaru rubbed his eyes and opened them slowly. He looked a little irritated at Naruto, however he made a mistake. He looked directly into the boy's red orbs. "Majin. Jigokui no Tabi, demonic illusion. Journey to hell," whispered Naruto, who in Orochimaru's eyes turned into crows. Orochimaru's world turned 360 degrees. Everything around him turned red with a kind of dark mist around Orochimaru. Many copies of him were dead on the ground, giving off a bad smell. The puddle was blood was directed towards one last copy of him, which was standing. However, his face was covered by a veil that did not allow him to see it. "This is just a Genjutsu," he said to himself as he exploded his chakra to free himself from it. The world flickered a little, but nothing else happened. "What? Why doesn't it work?" Orochimaru exploded his chakra again. The same thing happened with the same result. Orochimaru's copy grabbed a hammer and some really big nails and then proceeded to bury the nails in his legs. The real Orochimaru felt the pain as if it were really stabbing. This hurt," said Orochimaru. He tried to leave again, but the same thing happened. "Why doesn't it work?" he said, a little alarmed. The other Orochimaru continued driving nails throughout his body. Orochimaru himself felt pain, as if he were a voodoo doll. Orochimaru didn't know what to do, the pain he felt was almost real, the landscape around him was gloomy, and the smell that the bodies seemed to give off was really unpleasant. Everything in that world was made to make him want to get out of there. DSK, I'm going to get out of here. Damn. Orochimaru exploded his chakra one last time, managing to get out of the illusion. When he freed himself, he didn't feel any physical pain. However, his head hurt, too. That his body seemed not to respond to him and he was shaking too much. What was that? Orochimaru asked, watching as some crows gathered together, allowing Naruto's figure to be seen. It is a genjutsu created by me, it uses the principles of Tsukiyomi for torture, however time passes normally, and I cannot control everything, and as if that were not enough, if I had used Tsukiyomi, you would not have come out of the genjutsu, Naruto said calmly. Really impressive, at such a young age and creating a genjutsu of that magnitude, what else can you do? Orochimaru said, slowly recovering. You really are persistent, but don't worry. Naruto closed his eyes. I'll show you what I'm capable of. Naruto opened his eyes. The tomos of his Sharingan were spinning strongly. What is happening? Orochimaru asked himself. The tomos of Naruto's Sharingan joined together, giving way to a black background. However, there was a strange pattern in his eyes, a pinwheel, shaped like a four-pointed vortex, and it can't be those eyes, Orochimaru said, paralyzed. He had a little trauma with those eyes thanks to a certain Uchiha deserter. Naruto closed his left eye, gathering a large amount of chakra in that same eye. I will show you the power of Naruto Uchiha, said Naruto, opening his eye. A small tear of blood came out of it. His manjikyu shone too bright. Amaterasu, Naruto whispered softly. Not a second later, Orochimaru was consumed by strange black flames. The snake screamed in pain as the flames quickly burned its body. What is this? Asked Orochimaru, who was almost dying. It burns too much, he thought desperately, starting to turn to try to extinguish the flames, which did not stop and became stronger. Rot in hell, literally, said Naruto, watching as Orochimaru was dying. Although, I doubt I'll finish you off that easily, Naruto thought. I have no choice, thought Orochimaru. The snake opened its large mouth from which another Orochimaru crawled out. Not even the ashes of Orochimaru's old body remained. I almost didn't tell it, said Orochimaru, surprised. He even had some burns, even though he had changed bodies. That's the power I want. Orochimaru shouted. He needed that power. He had researched so much about the Sharingan, but despite all his efforts, he never knew more than the name of the next one. The evolution of the aforementioned Jutsu, the Manjikyu Sharingan, all he could know was that it had an impressive power. Knowing that Itachi had achieved such power, he could not stand the temptation and had tried to take over the body of the Uchiha boy. However, not a second had passed when he was at the mercy of the Sharingan prodigy. Now that he had the opportunity to keep a Sharingan, he never thought that his new target was possessing the power of the Manjikyu. Now he really needed to take over Naruto's body. He has to. Naruto grabbed his left eye in clear pain. It really hurt, however, he had to dodge a blow from Orochimaru. Now that you've shown me what you're capable of, I think it's time to stop playing games for a bit, Orochimaru said somewhat seriously. Even though Orochimaru had increased his speed a little, Naruto still had his Manjikyu activated, which helped him with his perception ability. The Uchiha was able to see all the Sanin's movements. It seemed like he was moving in slow motion. However, his body continued to move at the same speed. Orochimaru gave a big kick to Naruto's stomach, which sent him flying backwards. Ninpo. Mandara no Jin. Formation of the 10,000 snakes. Orochimaru lay down on the ground and opened his mouth, from which too many snakes came out with the aim of attacking Naruto, who took out his Shakudo from its seal. He grabbed it and began to advance. He cut each snake that lunged at him in half. Damn, there are too many. Keen Senpu. Whirlwind of fire. A large mass of fire surrounded Naruto, which began to rotate and expand rapidly, generating a small explosion of flames that incinerated all the snakes. Orochimaru had suddenly replaced himself. From above Naruto 4, Orochimaru rushed towards him. The Uchiha passed through hand seals again. Futen. Shinkuha. Vacuum wave. Naruto took a breath from his mouth and blowing he created a kind of wind blade. Giving a rotation he expanded the wave of vacuum, cutting the chest of the 4 Orochimaru, which dissolved into mud. The real Orochimaru appeared in front of Naruto and hit a combo of blows. Naruto defended himself as best he could. Naruto started using Shunshin to try to match Orochimaru. The battle between the two had already taken a completely different level. They were on another level. Naruto sent cuts that Orochimaru countered with a kunai. Orochimaru landed a blow on Naruto's face, who retreated. The snake began to throw too many kunai and shurikens. Naruto began to climb the branch of a tree with his feet, dodging the projectiles. The Uchiha gave a great Sado. Orochimaru extended his arm towards Naruto. Some snakes shot out of his sleeve towards Naruto. The genin spun in the air, dodging the animals while tracing hand seals. Pain. Dikakyu no Jutsu. Naruto threw a large fireball at Orochimaru, who jumped back and dodged it. Naruto landed on the ground taking big breaths. He was getting tired. Orochimaru appeared in front of him and hit an upward kick that Naruto could not block. The kick sent him towards the trunk of a tree. Orochimaru followed him, and they began to battle with Taijutsu. Naruto's sword had fallen with a blow. Orochimaru towards retreating to the Uchiha, taking him further and further towards the top of the tree. The Sannin was finally able to land a big kick that made Naruto spit out blood. The kick was so strong that it sent Naruto flying over the tops of the trees. The Uchiha kept his eyes closed due to the pain. When he opened them, he noticed how Orochimaru's neck had stretched a little. His fangs had grown a little more, and he was with his mouth open pointing at his neck. Damn, I can't block that. Plus I can't dodge it, it's too close. Damn, Naruto watched helplessly as Orochimaru's fangs approached his neck. It can't end like this. I don't want this. Naruto was getting more and more desperate. The fact that his Manjikyu showed him this in slow motion didn't help. No. Naruto's Manjikyu began to spin aggressively. It glowed red hot. Orochimaru opened his eyes in great surprise. He felt confused and amazed. He was literally going through Naruto's neck, and when he says go through, it was literally that, as if Naruto was not there, but he could see it. This was not an illusion. It was real. Naruto opened his eyes. He could see how Orochimaru was going through him, but he didn't feel any pain. Orochimaru's body went through Naruto, as if it were an image falling from a great height. Naruto took out a kunai and buried it hard in the tree branch, slowing down his fall. Although due to the force of the fall, he still hit himself a little. He stopped and looked at his hands in disbelief. What's going on? He asked. I check his neck, completely clean without any wound. What was that? Orochimaru asked himself, standing up. The snake threw a kunai with great speed towards Naruto's forehead. The Uchiha noticed the projectile. He couldn't dodge it. However, Naruto noticed how his Manjikyu was burning too much. The kunai passed through his forehead without hurting him. Naruto looked at his left hand. He tried to take his right wrist. However, it went through his own hand. It was like Naruto was a hologram or something, like he was intangible. Wait, that was Kamui. Naruto whispered, impressed. He remembered the description of the ability that was on the Uchiha rock. Kamui, authority of the gods. Kamui is a really strange ability even among Manjikyu users. It is a space-time jutsu capable of giving you access to a pocket dimension which has too many uses. You can send parts of your body to that dimension to become intangible. You can even directly access it to teleport anywhere in the world. The rest of this ability is a mystery. I see, so that was, Naruto said to himself in his mind, and how do I deactivate it? He asked himself, maybe if I think deactivate. Naruto thought that word. He touched a branch of the tree. It didn't go through it. Activate Kamui. Naruto tried to touch the branch again. His body went through the branch completely. This is great, he said to himself, but instantly grabbed his eyes in clear pain as he growled, you shouldn't lose focus, this isn't over yet. I had a great stroke of luck. If it weren't for the Kamui, right now I would be marked by that guy, Naruto said to himself. You just have to win time until Anko and the possible ambush come. Naruto hit his cheeks with his palms, focused his Manjikyu on Orochimaru, who looked at him in amazement. What other secrets do your eyes keep? Naruto-kun, said the Sannin. I can only tell you one thing, I don't even know. Naruto and Orochimaru lunged at each other. Orochimaru tried a blow that Naruto easily dodged to his surprise. Naruto countered with an uppercut that he blocked. The taijutsu began to show itself, an exhibition of training and improvisation versus experience and power. Naruto gave a kick that Orochimaru blocked. The Sannin grabbed the Uchiha's leg, lifted the genin into the air and slammed him to the ground. Naruto grunted, but Naruto rested his hands on the ground and attempted another kick at Orochimaru, who moved his head. Dodging the attack, Naruto managed to free himself. He made a few turns and sent a series of leg sweeps. Orochimaru backed away to dodge them. Naruto continued spinning, gave a big jump, and attempted a roundhouse kick at Orochimaru, who received it all over the face. Naruto landed on the ground and hit Orochimaru in the stomach. The Sannin resisted him without problems. He grabbed Naruto's arm so he couldn't escape and gave a big knee. Naruto doubled over holding his stomach. Orochimaru attempted a roundhouse kick. However, his leg pierced Naruto. He turned intangible to dodge my attack. Orochimaru was taken out of his surprise by a brutal blow to his stomach. The blow was reinforced with chakra. He knew it because he heard something inside him creak, and if it wasn't reinforced with chakra, he would be really impressed by the brute strength of Naruto. Orochimaru stepped back and looked at Naruto for the first time with a serious look. I guess I can't take you as a game anymore, said Orochimaru, who disappeared. Naruto managed to see it. He tried to block the blow, but it was connected. I'm already wasting too much time here. Orochimaru began to beat Naruto, who was defending himself as best he could. He was even becoming intangible for a few seconds, avoiding most of the attacks, but the excessive use of his Manjikyu was collecting bill. Damn, Naruto thought. Just a little more. A few minutes passed. Naruto defended himself as best he could. He was getting really tired. The worst of all was that he knew that Orochimaru had not fought seriously, but he was proud of something. He put one of them in trouble. The Sannin, but that was the least important thing to him. Naruto was pushed against a tree branch, the landscape around him was catastrophic, broken branches, and some fire. There were also cut snakes and charred earth. Naruto was breathing very heavily, he had one eye closed, some blood was dripping from his left eye from the shadows, and almost unharmed Orochimaru appeared. I have to admit that you are really strong, but I won this battle. I may not have fought seriously, but the level I used was enough to defeat any Jonin. Well, to be specific, any Jonin. Who am I kidding? You really gave me problems, Naruto-kun. Hehehe, what are you laughing at? Orochimaru said, confused. Haven't you wondered why I haven't done so much ninjutsu? Naruto said. Orochimaru raised an eyebrow. I've been gathering chakra. For one last attempt, Orochimaru opened his eyes wide. He tried to dodge, but it was too late. Naruto opened his left eye, his manjutsu glowing AMATERASU. Orochimaru was once again enveloped in black flames. There was no other way. Orochimaru changed his body again. Now he had really used up a lot of chakra. He had replaced himself many times, and that jutsu costs him too much. Chakra MMMTSK. Orochimaru frowned for the first time. And that face, are you angry? Naruto said mockingly. It may be, sometimes you can be very annoying, Orochimaru said, but well, in the end I won. Orochimaru made the strange seal that he did before against Sasuke, without however, it was interrupted by Naruto. You're wrong, I won, said Naruto. It was then that Orochimaru heard someone's voice. Anko-san, look. It's destroyed here, they must be here. Some Anbu shouted, what are we waiting for? Let's go now. Anko's voice resonated, she sounded upset and worried. Orochimaru growled. Wow, it seems like I'm out of time, plus I don't have that much chakra. Well, you win for now, but rest assured this is only the first round. Naruto-kun. Kyukyuku. Orochimaru traced seals. Reverse summon. Orochimaru disappeared in a burst of smoke. Naruto stared at that place with a lost look. My god, what happened here? Anko said. Let's just say it got out of control, Naruto said weakly. Oh my god, boy, are you okay? Anko knelt down to Naruto's height. Not to be rude, Anko-san, but do you think I'm okay? Well no, but you look good for someone who fought. Orochimaru. We received the message from your furry friend, Anko said, amused. Well, I guess I should take you out of the exam. We'll look for your team. And Anko was interrupted by Naruto. And no, I can continue. Naruto got up with great effort. But what are you saying? Don't you see how you are? Anko shouted at Naruto. Believe me, I can continue, Naruto said, smiling at her. Also, if I die, you won't be responsible, will you? Anko laughed at Naruto's statement. I have 5 days left to rest. Besides, look, I was able to stand up to a Sannin. Do you think any genin can stand up to me? Naruto let out some UCHIHA arrogance. How superb. Well, I guess I'll leave you. Anyway, I don't care if you die. You are in the forest of death after all said. Anko, I'm going to tell Hokage-sama, by the way. If you discover more, don't hesitate to report it, Anko said, disappearing with the Anbus. Naruto sighed. Just hold on a little longer, you have to get to them, he said, while turning on his sensor sense to find his friends. 36 minutes later, location. Forest of Death. Clearing in the forest. Kiyomi was starting to worry. Sasuke was resting with his shoulder bandaged. Mito seemed to be sick. Well, she was basically passed out with a fever. Well, Menma seemed to be passed out. Nothing more. Sakura was curled up in a ball with a thoughtful face. Kiyomi didn't like any of this. At what point did everything change? That didn't matter now, it had already happened, and Naruto was left fighting against that powerful crazy woman. Kiyomi turned on her senses. When she saw how a bush moved, she came out of the tree with a battle pose, ready for any danger. However, her eyes widened when she saw the person who had her worried. Naruto-kun. She said, surprised. She observed Naruto's deplorable state. Blood was dripping from his left eye. He had bruises and some cuts, one deep on his leg in addition. He also had his clothes dirty and was clutching his stomach. Hello, Kiyomi, said Naruto, smiling weakly. I finally found them. You don't know how much I wanted to get there. Naruto-kun, you survived, Kiyomi said happily. Yes, but please, son, I just want to rest. Naruto began to fall forward. Kiyomi moved at great speed and caught Naruto. The boy's head rested on Kiyomi's chest. You really are very strong. Kiyomi carried Naruto with effort and laid him on the ground. Kiyomi responded with regret, as Naruto had sacrificed himself for them to escape. Unlike us, Kiyomi heard Naruto's weak voice. Don't even think about saying that you are weak. You are very strong. Remember that we will always need help. But if you stop believing in yourself, your strength will be worthless. Kiyomi, have I never told you that you're very pretty? Naruto said weakly. Kiyomi blushed. Apparently Naruto no longer meant what he was saying. I guess I'm really tired. I trusted you to protect me while I take a nap. Naruto's head lowered, indicating that he had fainted. You trust me, huh? Besides, I'm very pretty too. Kiyomi leaned a little, placing a soft kiss on the UCHIHA's forehead. I promise you that I will protect you too. Besides, you are also very handsome. Kiyomi stood up, observing that Sakura was staring at her. You didn't see anything, okay? Kiyomi said threateningly. Why yes. said Sakura sitting down again, will you help me set up some traps, yeah? Sakura nodded. Who knew these exams would get so difficult? Well, I guess we have to keep going. Ugh, we're finally done, yeah. Kiyomi and Sakura lay down on the walls of the large hollow of the tree somewhat exhausted. They had been setting traps around their location in case any team dared to attack them in the terrible state they were in. Mito and Menma completely fainted, Sasuke injured and at the same time asleep, and to top things off, and Naruto in a deplorable state after having fought hand-to-hand against the Sannin of the Snakes. Kiyomi approached his fainted companions. Menma seemed to be fine, Mito was shaking while he was unconscious, Sasuke was simply breathing, and his wound was no longer bleeding. Naruto had a bandage on his left leg, covering a somewhat deep cut, some small bandages covering wounds on his arms and some bruises. They had finally dared to bandage the Uchiha's torso, as it had been brutally damaged by Orochimaru's blows. Well, apparently they are better than before, at least a little, said Kiyomi, looking at her companions. And now what do we do? Sakura asked. Well, rest too, today has been a busy day, first that written exam, well that wasn't that difficult, but this forest has treated us like shit. If you want you can stay up watching for a bit, I really need a nap. If you need anything, wake me up with confidence. Kiyomi approached her brother and laid down next to him. Sakura sighed tiredly and looked at the clearing in the forest. It seemed to be calm, she could see some small squirrels moving through the branches. The pink-haired girl smiled. It seemed that there was a little beauty in this damn forest. They had already forgotten completely that this was a training ground. 3 hours later, Sakura had lost track of time. Was it day or was it night? She didn't know what to think. They had started this exam at 9 in the morning. The exam took approximately 1 hour, so at that time they shouldn't be longer. At 10, then it took them half an hour to reach the Forest of Death. After the explanation, they entered the forest itself at approximately 11 in the morning. After that, nothing. I no longer knew how to locate myself, and I had everything. His mind on surviving in the damn forest. Kiyomi was probably taking the biggest nap of her life. Apparently she was very tired. Sasuke had woken up a couple of times and had talked to her a little before going to sleep again. Another person who had woken up was Naruto, although he hardly lasted anything before fainting again. Menma seemed to be asleep forever instead of fainting, and Mito continued complaining unconsciously. It was then that he asked himself a question, how the other Konoha teams were doing. His friend Ino's team, her Hinata's, he didn't know much about Team 9, other than the boy with the bushy eyebrows, who asked him to be his team girlfriend. She shook her head at that memory. She looked at a small squirrel that was coming towards her. She looked at it tenderly, however she remembered that she had set traps. He threw a kunai near the animal, causing it to get scared and run away from there. Whew, almost, if it hadn't exploded into pieces, said the Haruno. Wow, I thought that would work. A voice whispered from the shadows. Do you think he saw the paper bomb we left on the squirrel? Asked again. No, I don't think it was that. I think we should go closer and find out for ourselves, answered another voice. The sound team was lurking. The boy with a bandaged face, along with his two companions in another part of the Forest of Death. A green spot passed from tree to tree at high speed. It fell hard on a branch, causing the leaves of the tree to begin to fall. If I can catch those 10 leaves before they fall to the ground, then Sakura will fall in love with me. A certain boy in green spandex and unusual eyebrows thought with euphoria. The boy began to jump from branch to branch, grabbing the leaves, hitting himself a little in the process, but for him it was worth it. Finally he fell to the ground, realizing that he was only missing 1 leaf. It can't be. Why? The boy lamented in his mind while he cried comically. Rock Lee left his thoughts when he heard the moans of a small squirrel which was running in circles while fire seemed to come out of its back. The genin jumped against the squirrel, separating it from the paper bomb that it had on its back. You're lucky, little friend, the paper bomb only explodes after a certain time. Rock Lee said, squeezing the paper bomb to put out the fire, preventing its detonation. Who would be capable of doing something so evil? With Sakura, the pink-haired girl, was nodding off. Was she really getting sleepy? No. She had to be alert, she couldn't fall asleep. Oh, but suddenly the walls of the tree looked so comfortable. There's someone watching you. Shouldn't fall asleep now. A voice caught Sakura's attention. She directed her gaze outside the hiding place where she could see a team with a soundtrack, but these were something unique. I saved myself from having to describe them. There you have them. Dosu, the one with the bandaged face, Zaku the other boy, and Kin the girl. Dosu continued his talk. At least you won't have to keep watching. There's no point if we already find them. Now wake up Sasuke, or that Naruto guy. We want to fight them. You could never beat them. Sakura took her trembling hand to her kunai bag. What are they looking for here? But what are they really looking for? I already know that Orochimaru is behind them, said Sakura. The sound team opened his eyes wide. Why are you chasing them? You're after them too, and now that they can't defend themselves, you're going to fight them? The sound people got irritated at that statement. I can't allow you to stay alive after talking to us like that, said Zaku. It's already decided. First I'll kill her, then Sasuke, and finally I'll go after that Naruto. Wait a moment, look at this grass, it seems too strange, besides, these grasses here I speak, pointing to a kind of green mass, they don't grow in this type of land, look girl, if you're going to put some traps, at least make an effort to do them well now, we can kill her. The three sound ninjas took a big jump, avoiding Sakura's traps, however she smiled and with a kunai cut a ninja wire that was at a distance. On its side, this wire detached another one which had a giant log tied to it, a neat trunk. Said Zaku somewhat alarmed, you're going to have to try it some other way. Dosu placed his hand on the trunk, suddenly pulling up a sleeve of his sweater, revealing some kind of machinery tied to his wrist. The trunk suddenly broke into pieces, as if nothing had happened. That was nothing, it's not obvious that you don't have ninja talent, someone should try harder, don't you think? The sound ninjas were getting closer to Sakura, who saw them with a terrified face. She was about to call Kiyomi when Hurricane Leaf. A green spot appeared in the middle of the ninjas. Rock Lee appeared and kicked the ninjas, which sent them backwards. What? Sakura asked. I didn't tell you I told you I would protect you to the death. Rock Lee appeared in his battle pose, completely upright, one hand behind his waist clenched tightly into a fist, while his right hand passed through the front completely straight and with the palm open and facing inward. The little squirrel he had helped rested on his shoulder and the wind moved his hair, everything it seemed that Rock Lee was a handsome hero, or those princes who they saved the girl in fairy tales, although in these situations not so much, but it doesn't matter now. Thank you Rock Lee. Sakura thanked. Yes. I look so cool appearing like that, I'm sure I captivated her. Rock Lee thought. It was then that Rock Lee turned his gaze and was surprised at the sight he saw. Sakura didn't seem to have that many injuries, but behind the trunk she could see Menma passed out next to an equally fainted Mita. Was Sasuke also unconscious? Kiyomi was asleep, although she was moving. She looked at the other side where she opened her eyes wide. Naruto was very hurt. What had happened to him? He thought he was strong. Hey Sakura, what happened to Naruto? Why is he like this? Let's say he had a very difficult fight, believe me, much more than you imagine. Dosu, who was getting up, heard what Sakura said. Apparently he already fought against Orochimaru. We should take advantage now that he must be tired. I'm surprised he's not in worse condition, he must be too strong, just like the description that white-haired boy gave at the beginning. Dosu took out his scroll, which was from the earth, and gave it to Zaku. Okay Zaku, I'll let you take care of Sasuke or Naruto, I'll take care of these two. Sakura doesn't seem in a position to fight, I guess I'll go alone, I'll have fun with you. Dosu began to run towards Rock Lee, who put his fist into the ground. When he raised his arm, everyone was surprised to see how he pulled out one of the roots of the large tree with apparent ease, blocking a kind of shock wave generated by the machinery of Zaku's arm. Your attack has already been seen once, so I won't waste time blocking it in every possible way. I find myself at a disadvantage since they are 3 against 1, but that doesn't matter, I will have to go one by one, I will defeat them with my power, let the flames of youth burn. Rock Lee began to unwrap the bandages that were tied to his arms. Sorry Guy Sensei, but I think it's time to use this jutsu. Time to. Dosu started running towards Rock Lee, the time to protect someone precious. Rock Lee disappeared just when Dosu was in front of him. What? He disappeared, Dosu said. However, not a second later Rock Lee appeared, giving him an upward kick that made Dosu rise into the air. Rock Lee made a big leap, quickly appearing after Dosu. It's not over yet. Rock Lee said. Did the bandages on his arms start to move on their own? They were positioning themselves around Dosu until they tied themselves tightly to the ninja of sound. Having him completely subdued, Rock Lee began to spin very quickly as he descended Amit Range. Primary Lotus. Rock Lee shouted as Tasina. Oh no, this looks bad for Dosu. Zaku buried his hands in the dirt, while strangely sending a kind of pulse under this. The pulse reached what seemed to be the point of impact of the technique. A small explosion in the earth interrupted Rock Lee's technique, separating the two ninjas abruptly. Zaku fell on a kind of really soft earth, while Rock Lee was thrown backwards. I noticed breathing heavily, that jutsu is terrifying, it almost defeated me despite falling on this soft earth, Dosu said, coming out of the mound of earth with some injuries, but it's time for this to end, he said, directing chakra to the machinery in his arm, from which an annoying squeak was heard. Lee's vision began to distort as he saw less and less. What's happening? He asked himself in alarm, clutching his ears due to extraordinary pain. Maybe you can avoid my blows, but you can't escape this. Rock Lee knelt in pain while putting his hands on the ground. Surprisingly, his ears began to bleed. Lee began to complain and almost cry from the pain he felt in his ears. It's all thanks to this little artifact here. Dosu pointed to the artifact on his sleeve. I don't need to hit you with my fists when I can hit you with sound. Tell me, does anyone here know what it really is? Sound. Vibration, Sakura responded with a frown. Give the bubblegum girl a prize. You're right, the vibration of the molecules in the air creates a sound wave that enters your ears. It travels through the external auditory canal until it reaches your eardrums. The rest, as they say, is pure anatomy. But what interests me are your inner ear organs, the ones that control your sense of balance, your ability to move. Don't even try to get up for a while, you see, little friend, Zaku interrupted. That old-fashioned taijutsu won't help you against us. I'm not saying you're not good, just what do you gain? We're more advanced. Zaku took his hands out of the ground, showing the holes. In his palms you see, I can handle ultrasonic waves and air pressure. What you saw now was a demonstration. I was able to spread the rocks, making the earth soft like a pillow. Face it, you're defeated against the jutsu of the future. Now little girl, said Dosu, referring to Sakura. It's your turn. Dosu began to run at high speed toward Sakura, who remained paralyzed. I won't allow it, thought Rock Lee. Leaf Hurricane, Rock Lee shouted, launching a spinning kick towards Dosu. However, he stopped a little midway due to a sharp pain throughout his body, thus letting Dosu block his attack easily. It's not as easy as it was at the beginning, right? Dosu asked, throwing a blow at Rock Lee, who barely blocked it. However, a really high-pitched and annoying sound came out of Dosu's gauntlet, damaging his ears even more. By Rock Lee. What do you think? This device can also amplify the vibrations of the impact and convert them into sound waves. Rock Lee fell to the ground. Let's finish this, said Dosu. I don't think so, said Sakura, throwing some kunai at the ninja who blocked them with his device. Team 10 had been watching the fight from some nearby bushes. Wow, it seems that Sakura is completely alone against those guys. What do you want to do, Ino? Shikamaru asked his partner, who seemed very thoughtful. Sakura threw shurikens at her opponents. However, Zaku stood in front of her companions, extended her hands and launched a strong gust of wind, dispersing the projectiles and heading dangerously toward Sakura, who jumped to the side, avoiding the attack. However, he was surprised to receive a kick on his leg, causing him to kneel, a hand aggressively placed on his hair. You know, your hair is much brighter and silkier than mine. If you have so much time to take care of it, how come you don't train? Said Kim, who was the one holding Sakura. Sakura tried to move. Don't move. Kim shouted. You know, Zaku, I have a funny idea. How about we kill Naruto and Sasuke in front of their little friend, right? Sakura opened her eyes. Naruto and Sasuke were now vulnerable. Come on, Sakura, move. Useless attempt. It can't be just look at yourself again, you're a nuisance, Sakura said to herself in her mind, while some tears were about to come out. Again, I can't do anything. After all, I was always behind, while they were ahead. The memories were beginning to overwhelm his mind. The fight between Menma and Mito versus Abusa. You see how Team 7 rescued them. Naruto versus Aoi, Sasuke and the others versus Ice Girl. How they all fought against the cat bullies. Kiyomi and the others versus Orochimaru, and finally Naruto staying to fight that crazy man just to save them. I knew it, I'm useless, Sakura said to herself in her mind while crying openly. Finally, one last memory came to her, just the one she needed. But you should also know that it is not too late. I know that there is little left before the exams begin, but you can train as much as you can this week. In 1 week you can increase the level that you now have. You must understand, in 1, you see clearly that you must become strong, not only to pass the exams, but to save your life and the lives of those you love, because now you are a shinobi, protecting is your responsibility. Sakura, I'm just telling you something. Show who you are, train, let yourself know that you are more than what you think of yourself, change for the better, and you will see how life will also change. It all starts with yourself. I trusted you, okay? They were the words that Naruto said to him before the exams. That's it, I'm more than I think. Sakura managed to pull out a kunai. She quickly buried the weapon in Kim's leg, who let it go. Immediately Sakura stood up and gave a shake. Kick the girl, taking advantage of her pain. Wow, even I was surprised by what I just wrote. The time has come to change, Sakura said to herself. TSK, damn bubblegum hair. Kim roared, yes, at least my hair is made of gum and not waste, Sakura responded without turning to see her. What did you damn said? Kim, calm down and finish her off, said Zaku. Kim got up and went to Sakura, who was drawing seals. The sound Kunoichi tackled the Konoha girl, however she disappeared in an explosion of smoke, showing a log substitution. Thought the girl. Surprised, Sakura appeared in some bushes and punched Kim's face hard. Sakura started running towards Zaku. The girl took out a bunch of kunai and threw them at the ninja. Heh, you're going to need more than that. Zaku extended his hands and sent another burst of vision, causing the kunai to bury themselves in the girl, who replaced herself again. Wow, it seems like someone got serious, but you're not going to take me by surprise. Zaku apparently threw kunai into the sky, however they buried themselves in a Sakura that was descending. Now where will you appear? Zaku said, expecting the girl to appear somewhere else. However, he was surprised to see that Sakura did not disappear. What? It's not a substitution, he said, alarmed. Sakura took out one of the kunai she had buried, and with the same kunai she pointed it at Zaku. The least she could do was change the impact zone by putting her arm in front of him. The kunai buried itself tightly, drawing blood from his arm. Gravity made his own, and due to the momentum, Zaku fell to the ground with a Sakura on top. TSK. You'll regret that. Zaku moved his other arm to try to send a blast of air to Sakura, however in a crazy act, he bit the boy's arm so hard that he drew blood. Zaku screamed for him. Pain. Everyone was surprised by Sakura's performance. Hey, leave me already. Zaku began to mercilessly hit Sakura on the head, making her bleed. Zaku managed to free himself from the bite, got Sakura off of him, and jumped towards his companions. Unfortunate. Zaku pointed his hands towards Sakura. However, a strong punch landed on his face. The blow was so strong that he was thrown backwards, crashing into a tree. What the hell? Zaku asked himself, pulling out a broken tooth. I see you managed to get past the traps. After all, it was foolproof. I guess you guys aren't, are you? Everyone opened their eyes. Sakura, what did I tell you what to do if there were problems? The girl scolded Sakura, I should call you, but you look so sleepy. I thought you were very tired. Sakura defended herself. Okay, I appreciate it. I was really tired, but now I have to take care of the garbage. Ego Uchiha going up. Kiyomi prepared to fight the Sound 3. Who is she? Kim asked. She is Naruto and Sasuke's partner. Be careful, said Dosu. So you're the partner of those guys? Well, you don't look too bad, huh? Said Zaku, wiping away some blood. Zaku. Kim shouted, well, are you jealous? Zaku asked, of course not, it's just not the time for your nonsense. I shout back. Are you guys going to fight or what? Kiyomi shouted, interrupting the Sound guys. The girl did not wait and launched herself against the Uchiha. The Taijutsu battle did not take long, blows came and went for the Uchiha. It was too easy to dodge the blows. After the Sound girl had a deep wound in her leg, the Sharingan was able to see each one of them. His blows. Kiyomi delivered a direct blow to Kim's stomach, who doubled over. The Uchiha dodged a kind of gust of air. Don't get rid of us, said Zaku. Kiyomi began to dodge the different blasts that Zaku sent. Kaiten. Kakakyu no Jutsu. Kiyomi spit out a large fireball. Zaku extended his hands and sent a very strong blast. Seeing that he barely dispersed the fire og, that almost didn't work, he said. Kiyomi appeared behind him and gave a big kick, but suddenly the Uchiha grabbed her ear in pain. It was Dosu with her strange jutsu. Kim took advantage and tried to hit the girl, however Hurricane Leaf. Rock Lee appeared kicking the girl. The genin quickly crouched down and gave after series of kicks and then jumped and gave one last kick to the girl's face. The attack left her almost out of combat. Kiyomi-san, we have to finish with the bandage boy, apparently the machinery he has, I think I can get an idea of what it does. Thank you for saving me, said Kiyomi. No problem, said the boy, although he grabbed his ears in pain. I think you should still rest, said the girl. Don't worry about my Kiyomi-san, I can always get by. So we have to finish with the device. Kiyomi launched himself against Dosu, starting a Taijutsu battle. The Dosu device did its job, making the vibration of the blows turn into that horrible sound. Even if your device makes that sound, you can't help but hurt yourself, although it seems like you're already very used to it, said Kiyomi. Zaku approached Kiyomi from behind, however Rock Lee intercepted him. You're going with me? Said Lee. Tsk, move away. Let's see how good you are at hand-to-hand. Lee began to fight against Zaku, who could not defend himself from Lee's great taijutsu. Lee. Grab Zaku. Lee heard the Konoha girl scream. Lee nodded, and in a quick movement he stood behind Zaku and grabbed him tightly. The force he used was so much that the crunching of Zaku's bones could be heard, who screamed a little. Dosu attempted a blow to Kiyomi's head. She crouched down and moving quickly grabbed Dosu from behind. The girl focused her eyes on Zaku, who was staring at her Majin. Kasugi, Kiyomi thought. Zaku felt 5 giant stakes stick into his body. The boy screamed as his body weakened. Lee felt the loss of resistance, so he let go of the boy, who fell to the ground, paralyzed. Lee, without wasting time, advanced and punched Dosu's stomach hard. The bandages on Dosu's face were stained with blood. That punch was very strong. The ninja felt great pain in his back. Kiyomi had buried a kunai. Just then a noise was heard coming from the tree. What the hell happened here? Sasuke asked, next to a Naruto looking at his body. Wow, until they finally got up. Kiyomi said happily, I'm glad you're okay, Naruto-san and Sasuke-san. Come on, old man, no suffixes, just call me Naruto, said the aforementioned. And these guys? Sasuke said, they are ninjas of sound. Sakura responded. It was then that Naruto and Sasuke realized their state. Wow, Sakura, are you okay? Sasuke said. He was fighting against the sound people. You should have seen him, he was great. He hit that girl and also injured her leg, and he also managed to bury a kunai in that guy's arm, and he bit his other arm too. Lee began to furiously recount the previous events. Naruto directed his gaze towards Sakura, who seemed embarrassed. The girl directed her gaze towards them, as if seeking acceptance. The two Uchiha smiled at him. Well done, Sakura, said Naruto. Hey, and when were you planning to go out? Sasuke looked towards the bush where Team 10 was. Well said. Taiji coming out of the bush, scratching the back of his neck. Troublesome. Shikamaru murmured. Sasuke-kun. Ino went into fangirl mode. Oh no, Sasuke whispered. Ignore that, there are more important things, said Naruto. Well, I want you to tell me, what are you looking for besides the Royo? Said Naruto. Well, they must also be with Orochimaru, said Sakura. The mere fact that they are allied with him is reason enough to kill them, said Naruto. The three of the sound opened their eyes. Ha. As if they were capable of doing it, said Zaku, finally getting up although with difficulty. You won't be able to defeat my jutsu, said Zaku, extending his hands. How annoying. Kim appeared next to Zaku. Dosu managed to free himself and jumped towards his companions. These guys still want to fight, Lee said. HMPH, Naruto grunted, and that growling Uchiha. Kiyomi said, amused. I'm already starting to get pissed off with this fucking forest, said Naruto softly, although his words showed what he really felt. Hahaha. Me too, Kiyomi laughed. These guys are very annoying apparently, said Naruto, and that you say it. Sakura and Lee agreed on words. We will finish you off, said Zaku, getting ready. Naruto made half a ram seal. Instantly a clone appeared. What are you going to do with that? Kim asked mockingly. Oh, you'll see, said Naruto. The Naruto clone performed Shunshin and appeared behind the sound ones, who opened their eyes. What? Zaku said. Naruto kept his ram seal. Bunshin Daibakuha, Naruto whispered. The Naruto clone glowed a little before exploding loudly. Everyone was shocked at what they had just seen. Naruto had created a clone that disappeared and appeared behind the sound ones, and then exploded. The smoke from the explosion dispersed, showing those in the sound completely injured and on the ground unable to move. That was great. Rock Lee shouted. Hey, that jutsu, Sasuke said. Yes, Itachi showed it to me, said Naruto as he approached the sound people. What scroll do you have? We won't give it to you, you bastard, said Zaku. You really are annoying, said Naruto. I'm going to finish you off, said the one with the sound again. You don't see yourself in a position to achieve anything more than complaining like an idiot, Naruto said coldly. He approached Kim, crouched down and put a kunai very close to her neck. I won't repeat it, give me your scroll or the girl'll die, said Naruto, releasing his killer instinct. The air dropped in temperature, and he felt great heaviness. Dosu put his hand in his pocket and took out a scroll from the ground, giving it to Naruto. Well, just the one we need, the Uchiha thought. Well, now could you let us go? It seems that we underestimated you, said Dosu. It's okay, there's no point in killing them. Now Naruto left Kim and stood up, addressing his companions. Dosu grabbed his companions, took one last look at Naruto before jumping into the trees with great difficulty. Okay, now what? Naruto asked. I wanted to know if you can help me with some myth, said Kiyomi, grabbing Naruto's hand and leading him to the tree. Everyone followed them. Upon entering, they realized that Menma was awake. Until you wake up, you moron, said Sakura, annoyed. What? Don't bother me, said Menma. Hey. Don't talk to Sakura-san like that, Lee said, somewhat annoyed. And what are you doing? Stop bothering too, my eyebrows are normal. Read now. If I was angry. Naruto approached the unconscious myth. What's wrong? The Uchiha asked. Well, Orochimaru did something to his seal, Sasuke said. Naruto opened the myth clothes in the stomach part and looked at his seal. The 5 kanji around the original seal. Naruto opened his eyes wide. What do you have? Kiyomi asked. Well, this is the Gajo Fuin, seal of the 5 elements. It is a seal created to destabilize a person's chakra, however it also serves to separate the chakra of a Biju from its Jinchuriki. That is why the myth looks so wrong. With this seal he surely cannot communicate with the Kyuubi, nor use his chakra, and furthermore, he cannot control his own chakra well, Naruto explained. Is there a way to counter it? Sasuke said. Yes, I need you to hold myth, said Naruto. Okay. Sasuke positioned himself behind Mito and grabbed her, making her straighten up a little. That's when the girl woke up. What's happening? The girl asked. She could see her team, her friends and the boy with big eyebrows from the other time. They were all hurt. What happened to them? What are they doing to me? Myth said. Don't worry, Myth, you see that you can't communicate with the Kyuubi, said Naruto. What? Of course I can. Mito closed his eyes concentrating, but nothing happened. Oh, I can't, he said sadly. Well, it's all thanks to that seal you have around your original seal. Right now I'm going to counter it, so I need you to prepare, said Naruto. Alright. Naruto went through hand seals. Fuinjutsu. Gajukein, unsealing of the 5 elements. Naruto opened his hand a little with his fingers somewhat closed. Suddenly, the tips of his fingers lit up in a kind of blue fire. Well, that kanji could be seen from the fire. This is going to hurt, said Naruto, making Mito swallow, but not good. Without further ado, Naruto slammed his 5 fingers into Mito's stomach, who gave a small scream from the pain. The girl let out small tears while the 5 kanji around her seal disappeared. Finally. That seal is really a nuisance. Mito heard the Kyuubi roar. Hey, I hear you, little fox. She thought happily. I already told you not to call me that. The Kyuubi roared. I'm glad to be with you again. The girl thought. HMPH, me too I guess, said the Kyuubi. Oh, how cute. Thought happy. Myth, once again you make me regret it. The Kyuubi cut the connection. In theory you should already talk to him, said Naruto. If I can talk to him now. The wounds of Myth began to heal quickly. You can already see that his chakra is flowing again, said Mito, recovering energy. Wow, those are the advantages of a Jinchuriki. I can feel how your chakra is replenished quickly, said Naruto. Yes. Said Myth happily. Menma was also cured, but his reserves were not filled. Hey, why don't I recover chakra? Menma said. It's obvious, your half doesn't like you, Myth said. And who said I like you? The Kyuubi Yang growled. Don't worry, I know that deep down you love me, Myth thought. Inept brat, of course not. What halves are you talking about? Do they communicate with the Kyuubi? Everyone had forgotten that Rock Lee was there. Shit, everyone whispered after an explanation. Please promise us you won't say anything you heard here, okay? Sure, my mouth is a safe. Said Rock Lee. The two teams and Rock Lee came out meeting Team 10. Hello guys, said Chaoji, what are you doing here? Sakura asked. Well, even if you don't believe it, we were going to help until Kiyomi came forward, said Inoha. Were you really going to help? Sakura said. Ash, be thankful that at least I was the one with the stupid idea. Said. Ino annoyed. Who are you calling a pighead? Sakura responded angrily. The two girls started arguing. Well, now what do? We already recovered the scroll we were missing, Sasuke said. I think we should rest, it's already night, and the truth is I'm still a little tired, said Naruto. Well, I guess I'll go back with my team, we still need a scroll, anyway we left a meeting point, said Lee. We also lack parchment, said Shikamaru. Well I don't know what to tell you, Sasuke said. Well, we could show you the big pile of scrolls we left in that place, said Kiyomi. Really? But do you remember where it is? Lee said. Yes, I had my Sharingan on so I remember perfectly where it is, you just have to follow me. Well come on, if possible, let's have the Sharingan on to remember this place, just in case, Sasuke said. A few minutes later. Here it is, Kiyomi said, pointing to a large pile of scrolls from the earth and sky. There were few left, it shows that some teams had taken advantage. Well, you should take advantage, there are few scrolls left, Sasuke said. Yes, although I have a feeling that with our luck, they won't let us have it easy, said Naruto. Guys look. I see a lot of scrolls. Over here, idiots. There are scrolls. A lot of teams appeared from the trees heading towards the scrolls, but there were no longer enough of them, so they started a pitched battle. Kiyomi hit Naruto on the head. You had to open your mouth. Kiyomi said. I knew, you don't have to hit me. Well, the only thing left to do is fight for ours, said Lee, launching into action. I just hope they help us, because this is problematic, said Shikamaru, launching with his team. Damn, said Team 7 and 11, launching into a fight 1 hour later. Well, I already have the scroll that my team needs. Thank you for this, I hope to see you soon, said Lee, jumping into the trees. We will return to rest. Good luck, said Shikamaru, disappearing with his team. Kiyomi fell on Naruto's back. Naruto asked silently. I'm tired, can you carry me? I asked, making puppy eyes. It's okay, just don't make those eyes, Naruto said, turning around so they wouldn't see his little blush. Thank you, Naru-kun. Kiyomi said happily, climbing onto Naruto's back. This is like old times, Kiyomi said, remembering the time Naruto carried her like that when they were children. Yes, Naruto said softly, it wouldn't be bad if you carried me, Mito said to Sasuke. Don't fuck with me, you literally have much more chakra than a high-ranking jonin. I would say you have the reserves of a cage. You're not even tired, Sasuke said. Grumpy Emo Myth said. I may have too much chakra, but my body hurts a lot. Are you serious? Sasuke said. Sasuke crouched down a little. Do it before I regret it, Sasuke said. Thank you. Sasuke-kun. Mito said, almost laughing. No, don't tell me like that again, Sasuke whispered, somewhat blushing. Sakura looked at Menma. Don't even think about it, Menma said. Please, Menma-sama, said Sakura. She hoped that would work. Well, if you ask like that, the great Menma-sama will take you. Menma said. Thank you, Menma-sama, said Sakura with a victorious smile. There is no Menma x Sakura, the two don't even like each other. Sakura is just tired. What a smart girl, Myth thought on Sasuke's back. Okay, let's go, said Naruto, jumping, followed by Menma and Sasuke. After a few minutes they arrived at the big tree and lay down to sleep. 12 hours later. It's been a long dream. I feel like new. Sasuke said. Yes. We must continue our way towards the tower. Naruto climbed to the top of a tall tree and then came down. The tower is over there, let's go. Wait a minute, and Sakura? Mito asked. This way, guys, said Sakura, coming out of the bushes with a small change of look. Her hair had been cut to her shoulders and her band was still resting on her head like a kind of diadem. Wow, that's closing cycles, huh? Said Sasuke. Yes, but is this for the best? How do I look? Said the girl, walking around. Good, said everyone except Menma. Menma received a hit from his sister. Oh, you look good, Sakura. Menma said in pain. A little later. Girl, exceptional red eyes, straight and shiny red hair, light skin and glasses that were on her face. The thing is that this girl was not in the best situation. A gigantic bear had killed her team and now she was its target. The girl stumbled. No, it can't be. Is it going to end like this? The girl thought. She closed her eyes waiting for her death when a loud knock sounded in the forest of death. Sasuke now, said Naruto, who had hit the great beast in the face. Katen. Kakaku no jutsu, Sasuke spat the great fireball at the great bear who had become dizzy after Naruto's blow. The bear fell fainting and burned. "Wow girl, are you okay?" Sasuke said, offering the girl his glasses, since he had dropped them. "Why yes, thank you," said the girl, adjusting her glasses. "Come, let me help you." Naruto extended his hand to the girl, who tremblingly took it. Finally, the girl had adjusted her glasses, watching the two boys blushing in the process. "Where is your team?" Sasuke said. "That monster killed them," said the girl. "I see, it's a shame. Well, I guess you don't want to die, so we'll just tell you that the exit is right over there," said Naruto, pointing in front of them. The girl nodded. "By the way, I'm Karen Uzumaki," said the girl. The two Uchiha opened their eyes wide. "This guys, is something wrong with you?" said Karen. "And nothing," Sasuke said. "There are more," Uzumaki's thought. "Naruto, if it's not too much trouble, what are your names?" said the girl. "Uchiha Sasuke, Uchiha Naruto." "See you," the two said before jumping. "Why yeah," said the girl, still blushing. "And then jump into the trees." Sasuke and Naruto arrived with their teams. "Where were they?" Kiyomi asked. "Helping a badly injured genin," said Naruto. "Wow, now they are good Samaritans," said Myth. "It's not funny, let's keep moving," Sasuke said. Mito and Kiyomi returned to Naruto and Sasuke's backs. 1 hour later. "Did you really have to rest so many times?" Menma said. "Hey, I'm sorry I don't have as much stamina as you guys," Sakura said, annoyed. "Leave it alone," said Myth. "Well, we've arrived at the tower," Sasuke said. "Finally." Kiyomi shouted. "SHHHH, can they hear us?" said Sasuke. "Oh, okay," Kiyomi pouted. "Now what do we do?" Myth asked. "Well, let's go in," Sasuke said. "And the scrolls for what?" said Menma. "I don't know," Sasuke responded again. The two teams entered the tower, where they found a kind of battlefield. At the end of it, there was an inscription. "If the qualities of heaven are your desire, acquire wisdom to elevate your mind. If the earthly qualities are lacking, train your body and prepare it to attack. When heaven and earth come together, the dangerous path will become straight forever." Here, Sasuke said. "What does that mean?" said Myth. "I think I know what we have to do," said Naruto. "What?" Kiyomi asked. "Let's open the scrolls," said Naruto. "Are you sure?" Kiyomi asked. Naruto nodded. Naruto took out the scrolls of earth and sky, while Mito took out hers. The two threw their scrolls to the ground, opening them in the shape of an X. Two explosions of smoke came out of the scrolls, showing Kakashi reading his book and Kushina with eyes closed. "Now," Kiyomi said. "Wow, looks like our cute genins did it right, Kakashi." Silence. "No, Kakashi." Kushina hit the silver-haired boy. "Yes, they did it," said Kakashi, although it was obvious he thought. "Well, I guess you'll tell us what's going on now." "Yes, well," Kakashi was interrupted. "Wait, Kakashi, first we have to give them the explanation," Kushina said. "This, Kushina-san, I don't think that's necessary there. Why do I ask you? You are always so lazy. I don't know why I put in the effort. Anyway, look, this Serbian test, so that you would realize what a real mission is. If someone opened the parchment before time, we had orders to knock him out. We punished the stubborn ninjas. Already, and now what?" "Well, go rest. You have 4 days of rest left. You were the second and third team to arrive," said Kakashi. "Who were the first?" Menma asked. "Those from the sand arrived 3 hours after the test started," Kushina said. Everyone was surprised by that. "Well, that's enough, go rest. There are rooms on the 3rd and 4th floor. On the 2nd floor there are a few tables with food," Kushina said, disappearing in an explosion of smoke with Kakashi. "Well, we should go to the rooms. I want to sleep in a bed," Sasuke said. "Yes," they all responded. Time skip. 3 days. Naruto opened his eyes slowly, sat on the bed and gave a big yawn. He got up from the bed and looked at the other bed in his room. In that bed Sasuke and Kiyomi were asleep. They decided to sleep together to leave the other bed to Naruto, who would have slept on the floor if it weren't for that offer. Naruto looked a little through the window in his room. He was shirtless. He had left his clothes neatly folded in a corner. They were already washed. This tower fortunately had a laundry, old, but it worked anyway. Who was only wearing his usual dark gray pants with the usual black bandages tied to his ankles. He opened the window of the room. The sinister air of the forest of death greeted him. However, it was air, so it was enough for him. "It smells like wet earth, metal, and leaves," he said in almost a whisper. I take a big breath. "Yes, it's a very strong smell," he said. Without further ado, Naruto sat on the floor and started doing sit-ups. It was a routine that he did every day. After the sit-ups, a number of 150, he started doing squats. 148, 149, 150, he said before taking position to do push-ups. 27, 28, 29, 30. Naruto stopped counting when he felt a weight on his back. "Good morning," Kiyomi said. Naruto before continuing the push-ups. 31, 32, 33, "Good morning, Naru-kun," said the happy girl on top of Naruto's back. "How did you sleep?" Naruto asked. "Good, pretty good despite having to share the space. I see, that's good." 57, 58, 59, 60. "This is fun," Kiyomi said. "Oh yeah? Why don't you do it with me on top?" Naruto said. "Are you complaining?" he said. "No, I'm just saying it's not like you're light, you know." "Are you calling me fat?" Kiyomi's gaze darkened and not at all. You have a nice figure, said Naruto somewhat nervously. Oh, thank you. Kiyomi caressed Naruto's face, who at that moment stopped doing push-ups. What's wrong? Do you like him? Kiyomi continued caressing Naruto's face. I think so. Naruto was not used to this type of contact, after all he spent training, and the only one who caressed him that way was his mother. Besides, Life Shinobi was receiving hits, not receiving caresses. These moments are special, especially when it comes from someone you love very much. The Uchiha lost concentration, falling to the ground. Ugh, Naruto grunted. He had Kiyomi on his back. The girl just started laughing. Oh yeah. We'll see. Naruto placed his hands on the ground and got up quickly, getting rid of the girl who fell and hit herself. Ow. The girl complained. Naruto let out a light laugh. Hey, said Kiyomi, quickly grabbed a pillow and threw it at Naruto's face. Hey, stop that. Naruto picked up the same pillow and threw it in Kiyomi's face. No. You stop, said the girl, throwing the pillow with great force that fell heavily on Naruto's face. His head hit the floor, the pillow rested on his face, covering his face. Hey Naruto. Are you okay? I'm sorry, said the girl when she realized that she threw the pillow with a lot of force. The girl approached Naruto. Naruto. The boy got up quickly. Boo, said the boy near Kiyomi, scaring her, who jumped back. Kaya. The girl screamed. Naruto started laughing a little harder. Hey, that wasn't funny, said the girl with a pout. Maybe, but you should have seen your face. Naruto laughed. The girl looked furious at Naruto, however after a while she also started laughing. These moments were so cute. Relaxing a little after. What was the hell of the forest? Naruto stopped laughing to look at the girl laughing in front of him. How can someone who fights so formidable and so dangerously look like this? Such clear and soft skin, silky hair, features and a well-groomed body. What else can I say? His attitude contrasts with mine, but it looks so good on her, Naruto said to himself in his mind that without realizing it, he began to blush a little. Kiyomi stopped laughing and looked directly at Naruto. Wow, I have such a good time with him. So many years have passed and I still don't get tired of spending time with him. He's so nice, and if that weren't enough, he takes care of me and understands me. Kiyomi looked straight into Naruto's eyes. I must admit that I'm getting lost in them. They are black like mine, but they look so enigmatic. Her face is very pretty, it's clear, and it doesn't seem to have any imperfection. How crazy. And to think that it takes hits fighting so often. It's not normal. Kiyomi looked deeper at Naruto. What can I say? Just look at that. He has an incredible body. Well, that can be explained by his arduous training. The eyes of the two met again. They're black, but why do they shine so much to me? Naruto wondered. It's like being in a void that you don't want to leave. Kiyomi thought. Wait, why do I think this? They both asked themselves. Maybe I. Naruto thought. I'm. Kiyomi thought. In love with you? They both asked themselves. A pillow hit their faces hard. Could you at least let me sleep a little more, please? I have one day left before the second test ends and I want to rest as much as I can, said Sasuke. Sure, said Kiyomi, getting up. Whatever you say, Naruto said, also stuttering. What's wrong with you two? Sasuke said. Nah, nothing. They both shouted. What's wrong with you? They said to each other at the same time. Nothing. They synchronized again. Sasuke raised an eyebrow. Are they okay? They're red. Sasuke said. Roha, me? I don't believe it. Kiyomi said. It must be your imagination, said Naruto, calming down a little. Well, I have to go to the bathroom. Kiyomi quickly left the room. Naruto started doing the push-ups he needed. How strange, Sasuke said, settling down on the bed in the bathroom. What the hell was that? Kiyomi looked at herself in the mirror, her face blushing, but the strangest thing was, her Sharingan was active. She didn't know when it had activated, but why? He said. Was it a bad feeling or was it a good one? Sharingan, I have feelings. 30 minutes later. Naruto went up to the 4th floor. It was the last floor of the tower. He was wearing his black long-sleeved shirt. He was not going to fight. He was going to a small meeting with the Hokage and certain other people. Naruto reached the floor and walked down a small hallway to a door, which he knocked 3 times forward. Naruto opened the door, finding the Hokage behind a desk. Next to him was Kushina, Kakashi, Anko, and also Ibiki. I'm ready, Hokage-sama, said Naruto, bowing slightly. Well, Naruto, you are here to tell me about your meeting with Orochimaru. Naruto nodded and began to relate the facts in great detail. I see, so I separate you from your team. I attack my children and your teammates. I managed to seal the Chakra of Myth and the Kyuubi, and you also say that he is looking for something from you or Sasuke or Kiyomi. Naruto nodded. But what is he looking for? Kushina asked himself. Well, I have an idea, said Naruto. Me too, Anko said to herself. I've been with him, after all he was my teacher. He seems to have a kind of obsession with power. Maybe he wants the Sharingan, but how is he going to get it? Said Ibiki. That's right, besides he said something about me being the perfect specimen or something. Minato opened his eyes. According to what you told me, he had another face and another body before fighting you, didn't he? Naruto nodded. And if Orochimaru is capable of changing bodies, I don't know, we know almost nothing about him, besides we don't know where his hiding places are, yes, in addition, he wanted to place a kind of seal on my neck, don't let me do that to you. Anko shouted. Obviously I wouldn't let him mark me, but why are you so upset? Naruto asked trying to calm the Jonin, because he also marked me, however, then he threw me away like garbage he said, while Anko moved the raincoat away from his shoulder, lowering his Mayan shirt a little, showing a kind of mark in the part between his back and his neck. The mark was like a kind of 3-volume pattern similar to the Sharingan enclosed in a circle. He said something about me not being compatible with the seal or something, Anko said however, this seal has caused me too much pain, it hurts my body, and also every time I see it, it reminds me of that disgusting being that is Anko finished with venom in her voice. Let me examine it, said Naruto asking permission, why would I leave you? You're a child, you don't understand that. I don't think you're right Anko, after all, Naruto is better at Jutsu than me said Minato, laughing a little what? Are you telling me that this brat is better than the yandere at something? Well yes that said Minato well, if you say so. Anko approached Naruto showing him her seal. This seal really is a mystery, I don't know what it will be able to do, I really can't do anything without knowing what the seal is supposed to do. Well for some reason, I hear Orochimaru's voice sometimes Anko said, it may be that this seal unites you to him in some way, said Naruto. Naruto touched the seal and activated his sensing sense, feeling slight signatures of Orochimaru's chakra, apparently it's like a part of him is stuck to you said Naruto, and can you remove it? Anko asked somewhat hopefully I could but not now said Naruto Anko hung her head in disappointment, hey don't worry, I promise that one day I will remove that seal from you okay? You better not give me false hope or I will break your bones, do you understand? Anko responded. Got it Naruto said swallowing hard. But for now I can do this Naruto went through hand seals. Uzumaki Funjutsu. Fujinbutsu no Kasaten, intersection of impurity, Naruto placed his hand on the Anko seal, on Naruto's hand, kanji began to extend until he placed it under it, when he removed his hand, it could be seen that Anko's seal had a kind of circle of kanji surrounding it. Well, with that seal, Orochimaru's seal will not be able to interfere with your chakra, and also, you will no longer feel the pain you felt before, said Naruto smiling thank you, thank you, thank you. Anko said, almost shouting hugging Naruto it's okay, Naruto said somewhat awkwardly Anko separated from Naruto. Well, that would be all for today Naruto, it would be best if you rest, tomorrow the second test is over, and I have an announcement to make said Minato. Naruto said goodbye to everyone in the room with a bow, and then disappeared in a shuncheon of leaves which were subsequently burned wow. How pretty. Anko said looking at the leaves burning in the air. A swirl of leaves appeared showing Naruto who went down to the first floor in the large combat arena in which basically all the teams met to talk, oh well, the teams that arrived or survived. When he arrived he could see how there was almost no one, there was only one person who was doing push-ups relying only on his fingers, Naruto would recognize those eyebrows anywhere, yo. Rock Lee how are you? Said Naruto Rock looked away to see Naruto, oh hello Naruto-kun. What's up? Do you want to join me to increase your flames of youth? Asked the boy flames of youth. Naruto asked himself in his mind. No Rock Lee, I already exercised today said Naruto oh, okay. Said Rock Lee going back to doing push-ups. Naruto stayed for a moment watching Rock Lee, why do you train so much? I haven't seen a person try too hard Naruto asked himself. Well, I don't have the right to say that, I also kill myself training, it was then that I realized something I hadn't thought of, now that I think about it I never felt a chakra signature coming from Lee. Naruto closed his eyes, expanding his sensory sense, but what? Lee's chakra is almost zero. He feels almost nothing. Discreetly activated his Sharingan Lee's chakra barely ran through his chakra network, which apparently had never been used because it was very thin, and the chakra didn't pass as fast as it normally does. But what the hell happened to his chakra network, it's like it was a baby's, even worse, Naruto said to himself. Is something wrong Naruto-kun? Lee asked, seeing how Naruto was staring at him with his Sharingan, it honestly scared him a little. Then no, nothing's wrong, said Naruto, reassuring Lee who went back to doing push-ups. It was then that Naruto and Lee heard someone enter the apartment, screaming Naruto looked at the person who had entered and was very surprised. Bold hair, big eyebrows, green spandex with orange legwarmers, basically a big version of Lee, they even had the ninja band in the same place, tied around the waist, the only difference was the Jonin vest, and that the person wearing just entered he was obviously older than the two of them ha. I finally found you Lee, said the person Gai-sensei. Lee said, getting up, the two began to run towards each other, as if they were going to hug each other, however, Naruto was surprised to see how Gai punched Lee hard in the face, you little fool. Said Gai-sensei watching Lee fall to the ground with a little blood on his nose. I found out that you used the primary lotus in the second test of the Chunin exams. What were you thinking that I told you about the conditions to use that technique? Guy said, reprimanding Lee B. But Guy-sensei, it was to protect a loved one, I swear. Lee said, crying comically, you mean the bubblegum girl you told me about? Said Guy. Naruto assumed they were talking about Sakura. Oh, Lee, if that's the case I'm sorry I didn't know what the situation was, forgive me. Guy knelt down to the height where Lee was leaning on the ground. No, Guy-sensei, it's my fault too, I was very irresponsible to use that technique so hastily. Lee and Guy started to cry. Naruto watched everything with a face of massive confusion. Guy-sensei or eat Guy-sensei. Read. The two began to hug each other, while from Naruto's view, the landscape changed from the combat arena to the edge of a small cliff of rocks, on which the sea waves crashed furiously, while Guy-sensei and Lee were still hugging. But what kind of genjutsu is this? Naruto felt a wet sensation on his face. He ran his hand over his face, realizing that he was crying. But what? Naruto said to himself, surprised, how was it possible that he was crying? If he didn't feel sad, it was then that the pair of eyebrows noticed the presence of the third, who was looking at them with wide eyes. Oh, wow, looks like we have company. Said Guy, separating himself from Lee. Oh, that's right. Look, Guy-sensei, this is Naruto Uchiha, a friend of mine. Lee said. So Naruto Uchiha, huh? Apparently he's a student of Kakashi. Heh, I'd like to see what he's capable of. Guy thought. Well, very well, I introduce myself. I am the great green beast of Konoha, the handsome and always young Guy-sensei. Said Guy, making a kind of pose. Uchiha Naruto. Nice to meet you. Naruto was still stunned. From what I see you are a student of my eternal rival. Kakashi. Eternal rival? Asked Naruto. That's right, throughout our career we have competed in different incredible challenges, currently we are 50-49, and I am winning. Said Guy. Guy-sensei is so cool. I would love to have my eternal rival too. Lee shouted. Don't worry little pupil, you will have your eternal rival, he may be closer than you think. Said. Do you really believe that? Lee said. That's right. Said Guy. Great, I'm very excited. Well, how about now we are going to do another 1,000 push-ups, whoever can't do them will have to do 1,000 more. Said Guy. Yes, Guy-sensei. The two got down on the ground and started doing push-ups. Wow, just wow. Naruto thought before disappearing in his shunshin of burnt leaves. The two in spandex had not noticed Naruto appeared in his room, noticing that Sasuke was looking at the window while Kiyomi was sitting on the bed with a small blush. Yo, said Naruto. Kiyomi turned her head and said in a soft tone, hello. What's wrong, Naruto? What are we going to do today? Said Sasuke. Well, I don't know, I guess it's the same, training or maybe resting. After all, tomorrow the second test ends and there may be preliminaries. I have a sneaking suspicion that too many teams qualified thanks to our little mistake, Naruto said. Yes, you're right. Sasuke remembered the pile of scrolls they had left lying around. Well, time passes by itself, said Naruto. Skip time. One day. All the genin teams that qualified were currently in the combat arena on the first floor. Everyone was on the battlefield while the Hokage was in the observation box. All eyes were watching him. Well, everyone listen to me. Minato shouted. First of all, I want to congratulate all the teams that managed to pass the second test of the exams. Naruto was on the battlefield watching and to tell the truth he was surprised. There were many fewer teams than he thought. He recognized a sound team. They surely got their scroll from some team of failed genins. There was also Team 11, Team 8, Team 9 and Team 10. There were also those from the arena, a team of random ninjas. And at the end, a strange team made up of two guys in purple clothes and the silver-haired boy from the first test, Kabuto. Surely the other teams that had obtained the scroll had been killed by the beasts of the forest, just as happened with the team of the girl he had met, Karen. The Hokage continued with his talk. Well, I want to let you know that despite the small number of teams that passed, we still consider that there are too many teams, so, before the final test of the exams, there will be some preliminaries. Naruto was right, he knew something like this would happen. This is what it's about, they will be one-on-one battles, so from now on, you will go on your own. The combatants who manage to win will go directly to the final test of the Chunin exams. I wish you good luck and give it your all. Best of itself, yes. The shout of the genins was heard. Hokage-sama, allow me to conduct this test. A sickly-looking jonin spoke up. Go ahead, Hate, said Minato. Hate Gekko was a jonin with the normal Konoha clothing. His ninja band was shaped like a scarf that covered his head. His hair passed slightly under his ninja band, falling a few strands on his forehead. Under his eyes there were serious dark circles, a symptom of continuous illness. Well. Listen carefully. Do you see that screen? Hate pointed to a type of screen on a high part of the walls of the arena. All the genin directed their gaze there. Well, random names will appear on the screen. The names that appear will be those of the genin who will face each other, while the others will go to the box. However, before starting, we give the opportunity for those who do not. If you feel fit to compete, you can retire. Don't worry, you can try again next year. I'm not going to continue, I just arrived today and I have no chakra left, Kabuto raised his hand, scratching his head. Okay, you can go. Naruto was suspicious, he activated his sensor sense, he realized that Kabuto had his chakra reserves almost full, that made him a little suspicious. Excuse Hate-san, I'm not going to get out of the exam, but I would like to go pee before the battles. Naruto raised his hand. Well, I think you can, Hate said. Okay. I won't be long. Naruto went up to the second floor. Already on the second floor, Naruto passed through hand seals. UCHIHA no Jutsu. Naruto crashed his hand against the ground, and a ball of smoke. 4 small foxes appeared, 2 with 4 tails and 2 with 5 tails. One of them already knew Naruto, a small black fox with white tips, a small handkerchief rested in his neck. Oh, it's you, Naruto-sama. Kuro realized that he was summoned with 3 more foxes. Oh wow, it's Kiza, Zoro and Giyu, said the little fox, surprised. That's right, said a small red fox with 5 tails. It was Giyu. Zoro was white with 4 tails, while Kiza was light orange with red tips. 4 tails to Naruto-sama. Meet Kiza, Zoro and Giyu. They are also spy foxes. They are a small part of my squad. Kiza, Zoro, Giyu. This is Naruto-sama, our summoner. Nice to meet you, Naruto-sama, said the 3 foxes, making a small bow. Nice to meet you guys, but no bows, Naruto said, smiling. The 3 little foxes smiled. What can we do for you, Naruto-sama? Said Kuro. Follow me. Naruto opened a window next to him and went out there, starting to walk along the wall, followed by his foxes. Naruto arrived at the entrance from which Kabuto was just leaving. Well, see that white-haired boy with glasses? Said Naruto. Yes, the 4 foxes responded. I need you to follow them to their lair. I have many suspicions about him. I want him not to discover them and to collect the information they can, said Naruto. Okay, Naruto-sama, the 4 foxes responded. Come back to me when you have good information. Good luck. The foxes nodded and disappeared in a jump. I didn't know that foxes had squads. This is interesting. Naruto returned to where he came from and returned with the genins to the test. Sorry for the wait, said Naruto. Don't worry, you urinate fast in a way, Hate said, laughing lightly. Do you believe that? Naruto laughed a little, he had a small blush that no one noticed. Okay, everyone pay attention to the screen. All the genins directed their gaze towards the screen, names began to rotate until 2 were chosen. The screen showed the following. Sasuke UCHIHA Yoroi aka Do well Sasuke. I couldn't ask for anything else, Yoroi thought. This was a member of Kabuto's team. He had a purple sleeveless shirt under a white shirt, purple pants with black ninja sandals. He had a scarf covering his face from the side. Nose down, and he had dark glasses. The 2 selected, come forward, 8 said. Sasuke and Yoroi came forward. The other genins, please go up to the box. The other genins went up to the balcony where they met their senses. Well, you 2 were selected for the first battle, prepare yourselves. Sasuke and Yoroi stood in front of each other. Both of you ready? The 2 genins nodded. Well, begin. They cut the air with his arm and jumped back, leaving room for battle. Yoroi without thinking launched himself against Sasuke, who was waiting patiently for him. I'm not here to play, I have to become a Chunin, 1 step closer to Unai-san, Sasuke thought, preparing for the attack. Yoroi attempted a direct punch that was blocked by Sasuke. Not a second later, a left hand landed on Yoroi's face, followed by a right hand to his stomach. Sasuke finished his combo with a big kick to the side of Yoroi, who was thrown backwards. Yoroi woke up spitting blood, unfortunate, he said, and attacked Sasuke again. Yoroi tried a great combination of punches and kicks which were countered by Sasuke. It was then that Sasuke began to counter Yoroi's attacks with his own punches. From one moment to the next, Sasuke began to beat up Yoroi. In the box. What the hell? From one moment to the next, Sasuke was the one who started attacking, said Shikamaru. That's right, it's the style of Taijutsu that Sasuke invented, said Kiyomi. Your own style of Taijutsu? Sakura asked. That's right, it's based mostly on counter-attacking. You start attacking, however Sasuke starts to counter your attacks with faster and more precise ones. The way he does it is so subtle that you almost don't even notice when you start losing. Kiyomi explained. Incredible. It was something to expect from Sasuke-kun. Ino said excitedly, starting to encourage Sasuke. Ugh, they all thought. On the combat field. Punch to the chest, kick to the knee to the stomach, left punch, right palm to the face, right kick. He turned and gave a big roundhouse kick to the side of Yoroi, who fell to the ground trembling. For Sasuke, his movement was slow, even without the Sharingan. Damn, it's very good, I have no choice but to use it that way. Yoroi stood up for the last time and approached Sasuke, who was waiting for him. Does he want more? Sasuke asked himself mentally as he lowered his guard a little. From one moment to the next, Yoroi jumped toward Sasuke, who received him with a blow to the stomach. However, Yoroi grabbed Sasuke's arm with his left hand. "TSK, let me go." Sasuke started hitting Yoroi, however he didn't give up. If I can't get close with Taijutsu, I'll have to resist and end this by stealing your chakra. Yoroi grabbed Sasuke's head with his other arm and his hand glowed blue. Sasuke felt his chakra go down. Damn, he's literally stealing my chakra. Sasuke hit Yoroi many times who resisted the attacks. At one point he released some blood staining Sasuke's shirt, however he didn't release his grip. Sasuke's blows little by little decreased in strength due to great fatigue, while Yoroi gained more strength every time. In the box, it seems that Sasuke is in trouble now, said Mito. That's right, he was overconfident because he had won the battle in Taijutsu, but he let his guard down, and now the enemy has him at their mercy, Kakashi said for the first time, taking his eyes off his book with a serious look. It seems that your genin is not as strong as it seemed, said Asuma somewhat mockingly, the sensei of Team 10. You shouldn't underestimate him, after all, Sasuke is the second best in the academy, a prodigy, and besides, I am his sensei, said Kakashi, grinning. PSSSS, how arrogant, said Asuma, looking at the battle. On the battlefield grrrr, get away from me. Sasuke gave a big kick to Yoroi's stomach, sending him away. He got up with some difficulty while breathing deeply. This guy stole at least half of my chakra, Sasuke said to himself. Haha, I'm stuffed, said Yoroi, launching himself against Sasuke again, trying to hit his face, but Sasuke dodged it. I'm sorry, but I'm not defeated yet. Sasuke gave Yoroi a big kick, sending him away. The Uchiha passed through hand seals. Kaiten. Hasenketsu no Beni. Sasuke took out several shurikens from his seal. He blew a little, launching a small sphere of flames. Simultaneously he launched the shurikens. The projectiles lit up on fire, heading dangerously towards Yoroi, who tried to dodge them all. However, due to the speed of one of the projectiles, it stuck in his leg and the other in his shoulder, causing too much damage. The cut plus first degree burns quickly becoming second degree if he didn't remove the shurikens. Yoroi screamed in pain and tried to remove the shurikens, however, Sasuke appeared in front of him. The Uchiha crouched back and gave a big upward kick, sending Yoroi into the air. The Uchiha jumped quickly and reached the height of his opponent. He gave a big blow to his face. Turned in the air and punched with his other arm while finally giving a big kick that sent Yoroi hard to the ground. The ninja spit out blood, and finally, he received the final blow. Raken. Sasuke's fist released lightning bolts, falling on top of Yoroi, giving a big punch to his stomach. The ninja screamed in pain, while small cracks formed under his body. Sasuke jumped back as he took a deep breath. Hayate approached Yoroi to see if he responded, however he did not respond anymore. He approached his body and checked his pulse. He was still alive, but unconscious. The winner of the fight is Sasuke Uchiha. Hayate announced the winner, who smiled satisfied. Sasuke went up to the participants' box. Well done, Sasuke. Naomi said, congratulating her brother, who nodded. You were overconfident, but you responded well, said Naruto. Yes, I get it, Sasuke said. He looked towards Kakashi, who smiled and gave him a thumbs up. Well, pay attention to the next fight. Hayate caught everyone's attention. The names began to rotate again on the screen. Shino Aburame Zaku Abmi. Who is that loser? Zaku said confidently. Shino alone went down to the battle arena slowly and silently. The two contestants positioned themselves in front of each other. Well, you have been selected for the second battle, are you ready? Sure, Zaku said confidently. Shino just nodded. Okay, start. Hayate jumped back. I will make small summaries of the battles that are not those of the protagonists. At the beginning of the battle, Zaku tried to compete with Shino and Taijutsu, which although he was not so good in this area, he managed to defend himself decently. After a while, Zaku finally attacked with his air blasts, sending Shino to the ground. Crawling on the ground, however, Shino got up with relative ease. However, he had small wounds, but Zaku was surprised to see that quite a few insects were coming out of Shino's body. Shino explained that they were rare species of beetles that attacked his prey in packs, in addition to the fact that they are capable of absorbing people's chakra and that he has the ability to control them. The insects had absorbed part of Zaku's chakra, reducing the strength of his jutsu. Zaku looked back, realizing that hundreds, if not thousands of insects were coming. Shino gave him the option to surrender. Zaku extended his hands and prepared his biggest blast. However, his arms began to bleed and hurt too strongly. Zaku looked at his hands, realizing that of too many insects came out of the holes in his palm. Zaku cursed and tried one last move. Damn you. Zaku tried to hit Shino, however he disappeared in incest. The real Shino appeared behind Zaku. If one beam up your sleeve is good, two is better. Shino punched Zaku hard in the face, who fell to the ground in pain, complaining about the great pain he felt. Hayate approached Zaku, who did not get up and just complained of pain. It was a somewhat disgusting landscape. Zaku had holes in his arms from which insects came out. I guess I can call this battle over. The winner of the fight is Shino Aburame. Hayate announced the winner. Shino silently climbed onto the box, while Zaku was taken on a stretcher to a nursing room. Congratulations, Shino, you had the fight in your favor, Naruto said, congratulating his friend. Shino just nodded. Shino was congratulated by his classmates, and his sensei, Menma, was the only one who did not congratulate him, besides those from Sand and Sound. Okay, let's continue with the third fight. The names began to swirl. Sabaku no Kankuro vs Misumi Tsugurihe. It's finally my turn. Kankuro went down to the field, Misumi went down without saying anything. Summary. The battle was somewhat quick. Kankuro had untied his bundle of bandages, warning Misumi to surrender. He did not listen and attacked Kankuro with a strange jutsu that allowed him to dislocate his joints and caught Kankuro, threatening to break his neck if he did. He did not give up. Kankuro refused, and Misumi broke his neck. However, he was surprised to see how Kankuro's head bent until he was staring at him. It turned out that the Kankuro he had caught was a puppet that the real Kankuro who was wrapped in the bandages controlled. With chakra threads. The puppet took out 6 arms and hugged Misumi tightly until breaking his bones. He finally gave up. That was very easy, said Kankuro. The winner of the third battle is Sabaku no Kankuro. Hayate announced the winner. Kankuro went up to the box and Misumi was taken to the infirmary. Okay, let's continue with the fourth battle. Everyone turned their attention to the screen where the names rotated, stopping at Sakura Haruno vs. Ino Yamanaka. Sakura Haruno and Ino Yamanaka come down to the battlefield, please. The two Kunoichis went down to the battlefield and prepared for combat. Super summary. I'm too lazy to summarize this battle, understand its author Sama. The battle was summarized into jutsu combats, in which the two demonstrated their lack of training and opted for a kind of street combat. There were moments in which the two would stare, as if they were remembering things. It remains to say that it's not almost she wins the fight. If it weren't for Sakura's great renewed spirit, the battle was a draw, the only significant thing. Sakura was no longer fighting to impress Sasuke, she was fighting to surpass herself. And Ino also cut her hair. Well, since the two shinobi cannot continue, I declare this a tie, so both of them are disqualified. Hayate announced the result. Wow, what a shame, Kiyomi said. At least Sakura is getting over herself, said Naruto. Troublesome, I was betting that Ino would win, said Shikamaru, receiving a nod from Choji. Well, it's obvious that you're not good at betting, you lazy person, Mito said, and Shikamaru growled. Shut up, you troublesome blonde, said Shikamaru. Repeat that. Problematic blonde, you're going to find out lazily. Now, Myth, leave him alone, Kiyomi stopped her friend. Okay, now let's go to the fifth fight. Hayate announced. Shikamaru Nara vs Kim Tsuchihi. Both contestants please come down to the battle arena. Shikamaru came down sighing, while Kim came down with a confident look. This battle is short and I love it, so I will tell it more or less. Well, Kintsuchi and Shikamaru Nara, are you ready? The two nodded. Come on, you can do it, Shikamaru. Ino shouted. When did he become so enthusiastic? Choji thought. Begin. Hayate jumped back. Shikamaru knelt while making a seal similar to that of the rat. Shadow possession jutsu, he said, so that then his shadow extended towards Kin, who mocked. Do you only know how to do that? Kin jumped away from the shadow, at the same time he threw a kind of senbon with bells attached. Shikamaru dodged them and they stuck into a wall far away from him. However, he realized that he kept them tied with small threads. The girl gently pulled the threads, making the bells ring. Shikamaru heard the sound while his body seemed to paralyze. What the hell? Shikamaru said, trying to move. It's already late. Kin shouted and threw senbon that luckily stuck in Shikamaru's shoulder due to his attempted movement. It was close, a little higher, and it seemed like a fatal blow. As best he could, he moved his hand and removed the senbon from his shoulder. However, his body turned dark again. He began to feel dizzy. What's wrong? Shika fell to his knees while clutching his ears. In the box, what's wrong with him? Ino said, almost shouting. Whatever it is has something to do with those bells, said. Naruto, what makes you sad? Choji asked. Well, they are sound ninjas, it would be normal for them to use techniques related to that. What kind of things could sound make? Choji, sound are vibrations that reach your brain. With the help of sound you could even blind a person's senses and even confuse the brain, like a jinjutsu, Naruto explained. I see. Everyone continued to watch the battle. Are you feeling good, little man? Kim said mockingly, I see that you are confused. You see, this bell sends a peculiar sound vibration that travels through your external and internal ear directly to your brain. First comes the paralysis, and then you will see illusions. Shikamaru looked up, seeing how Kim seemed to multiply. But because of the explanation, he knew that they were illusions created by his confused brain. Admit it, you're toast. Kim threw senbon. In Shikamaru's view, it seemed that all the Kim were throwing senbon, however only 3 stuck in his body. It was then that he realized the Kim was still holding the strings in his hand. That had to be the real one. Suddenly, Kim felt like she couldn't move her hand. What the hell is wrong with me? I can't move. Kim's illusions disappeared. Shikamaru stood up with a smile. I guess my useless shadow jutsu was effective, huh? Shikamaru's shadow had somehow connected with Kin's. How? Don't you see something strange in the shadow of that thread? Doesn't it seem too thick? Kim watched in alarm as the shadow began to expand. I used the shadow of the thread to extend mine and catch yours. It was too easy. Now you have control of my body. What are you supposed to do? Shikamaru put his hand to the shuriken bag on his leg. Kim imitated his movement, trying to resist. The two took out a shuriken. You must be crazy. If you throw that shuriken at me, we're both going to end up hurt. Well, like the game of ducks, let's see who joins first. You're crazy. The two threw the shurikens at the same time. Shikamaru dodged the shuriken by bending backwards. Kin irremediably imitated their movement, but as Kin leaned back, her head hit hard against the wall, leaving her unconscious. That I say, use your head. Shikamaru finished mockingly. He was in the bow pose, gymnastics. Watch the feat with his mouth open. Everyone is impressed. Wow, who knew that lazy man was so skilled? Said Mithino cheered loudly for Shikamaru. It's no big deal, I just made him pay too much attention to me and forgot about the fact that I was behind the wall. He said, yawning. Since contestant Kim cannot continue, the winner is Shikamaru Nara. Announced the winner, again. Troublesome, now I will have to participate in the final round, Shikamaru complained. He went up to the box while they took Kim to the infirmary. Okay, now, let's move on to the next fight. Names spinning again. Namikaze MYTH vs Kiba INUZ UCHIHA. It's my turn. Let's go. Akamaru. Kiba came down from the box accompanied by his euphoric canine companion. Well, it's my turn. Myth also came down animatedly. The two opponents met face to face on the battlefield. You should give up, blonde, you don't stand a chance against me. Kiba was brimming with pride. You won't say the same thing when the flea dog Tarsier kicks you. Mito defended himself. DRRRR. Kiba growled at Akamaru. Well, let the fight begin. Jumped back. Kiba did not waste time and involved Mito into jutsu. She defended herself correctly. She did not have any dojutsu like the Sharingan, but she was able to stay one step ahead of Kiba. Her father had taught her into jutsu since she was little. Kiba on the other hand, he was starting to get frustrated. Mito began to attack. The blonde landed a strong blow on Kiba, followed by a big kick to the stomach that sent Kiba backwards. Kiba wiped away some blood. That was luck. Not how lucky you are to that. This time it was Myth that attacked Kiba. The Inyazuka tried to defend himself from the girl's assault, however the key word was try. Myth, she was faster than he believed. Mito stopped her assault when she felt a bite on her ankle. This distracted her, and she realized that it was Akamaru. The girl turned around just to hit a strong blow from Kiba. Well done, Akamaru. I don't think attacking from behind is of much use to them. Mito launched himself against Kiba again. He began to hit hard. Akamaru jumped and tried to bite Mito, however he turned around, avoiding the puppy. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. Mito quickly created a clone that moved at high speed towards Kiba, hitting the Inyazuka in the stomach. The second Mito appeared in front and hit Kiba hard on the chin, sending him upwards. The clone simply jumped and, spinning around, gave a big kick. Axe to Kiba, who was thrown towards the ground, hitting himself hard. The clone disappeared into the air. Is that all you can take? Mito said, smiling. Kiba got up with difficulty, jumped back quickly. Akamaru followed him. Let's see how you're doing with this. Kiba took out smoke bombs from his ninja bag and threw them around Mito. Now try to block my vision. Mito received a blow to his leg. He was barely able to block a blow that came from the front. Futen. Rapusho. Mito applauded and a great gust of wind came out of his body, dispersing the smoke. Kiba and Akamaru's positions were discovered. Both of them were next to each other. Wow, it seems that strategy didn't work. Mito knows elemental ninjutsu, said Hinata. Yes, it seems that Kiba has it difficult. Shino gave his contribution. TSK, I guess I have to use that. Kiba took out a kind of brown sphere from his ninja bag and fed it to Akamaru. The little dog ate the sphere and suddenly turned a reddish color, while it seemed to growl more aggressively. That was a food pill. Is that allowed? Mito asked. Well, food pills are tools like kunai and shuriken, so I guess so. You don't help at all, Myth murmured. Okay, let's go, Akamaru. Kiba crossed his hands in a strange tiger-like seal as he hunched his figure. Akamaru positioned himself on his back. Animal mimicry. Kiba's features became a little wilder while Akamaru was covered by an explosion of smoke. When the curtain dissipated, it was possible to see how Akamaru had become another Kiba. Beastman clone. Said the two Kibas. Mito opened her eyes a little. Well, let's go, maximum Taijutsu technique. Kitsuga. Fang on Fang. The two Kibas began to run and suddenly jumped, starting to turn laterally. The speed was so much that they took the form of two giant drills. Mito jumped at the last moment, dodging the devastating attack. Don't escape. Kibas. Voice was heard from one of the drills, the two began to return towards Mito trying to reach her. The speed of the attack surprised Mito, who did not react in time and was hit by the two drills. He could only put his arms and X. The girl was pushed back as the two kibas stopped spinning. Heh, this is over, said Kiba when he saw Mito on the ground. I don't think so. Mito jumped up, leaning on his arms. I have to admit that hurt. What? Impossible. Kiba shouted. Wow, Mito was able to withstand that attack. Kiyomi said in surprise. Yes, it's very strong, Naruto said smiling. Okay, it's my turn. Mito ran at a great speed that Kiba couldn't continue, giving Kiba a big blow in the stomach. The Inyazuka spit out blood and was thrown back. Kiba crashed into the wall creating small cracks. Incredible, how he has that strength. Sakura said surprised. Hey, I think Mito reinforced his fist with chakra, said Sasuke. Where he learned that, you must have great chakra control to be able to handle it that way, and counting on the great reserves of myth it seems impossible. Haha, Kushina laughed proudly. Working so hard on chakra control pays off, I told you, myth. Kushina thought. I guess working so much on chakra control wasn't that bad, wow. Des mom is laughing at me now for saying that was useless. Mito turned to look at her. Kushina, who was looking at her with a mocking smile. Why do I even doubt it? That's my mother, Mito said with a sigh. The other Kiba, who was actually Akamaru, tried to hit Mito, however she quickly turned around, grabbed his arm, and slammed him to the ground. Akamaru's transformation vanished. Kiba stood up rubbing his stomach. That really hurt, he said to himself. He could feel like something had broken. What are you saying, do you give up, puppy? Mito said. This angered Kiba. TSK, motherfucker. I would never give up on someone like you. Kiba began to run despite the pain. Akamaru was out of combat, so only he and his Taijutsu remained, since he had no Jinjutsu and no elemental ninjutsu. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, Mito whispered. 4 clones of her appeared. What are you saying, stupid emo, would you let me copy your style a little? Mito thought, anticipating what he was going to do. Ah. Kiba tried to hit Mito, but she stopped his blow as if it were nothing. Let's go. Mito gave a big blow to Kiba's face. A clone took a big jump waiting for the movements of his companions. The original hit Kiba's chin, raising him a little. A clone of her appeared below of Kiba and gave a kick on the back that raised the Inyazuka higher. Another clone appeared below Kiba and gave another kick raising the boy higher. Finally the other clone on the ground performed the same movement. The last clone that was in the air completely the movement. Namikaze Renden. Namikaze burst. The clone shouted while giving a big kick to Kiba's head, who fell hard to the ground spitting blood. The clones dissipated, leaving the original alone. Hayate approached Kiba, who was complaining without being able to continue. The winner of the fight is Mito Namikaze. Hayate said. Wait a minute, said Sasuke. Don't tell me I copied Sasuke's movement a little. Well, at least I changed his name, said Kakashi. Mito climbed up victorious, jumping with happiness. Congratulations, Mito, said Kiyomi. Thank you. Thank goodness you beat that brat, he was very unbearable, said the Kyuubi. Right. Mito laughed. Well, let's continue with the next battle. Name spinning. Hinata Hyuga vs Neji. Hyuga, please. Both opponents go down to the arena. Hinata and Neji came down from the box. This is bad, Kurenai said. Why? What's wrong? Kakashi asked. Well, I don't know if Hinata can do anything. I don't doubt her strength, but she would never be able to hurt a person, especially if it is someone in her family. Kakashi didn't say anything and just watched the fight. Summary. At first, the pearl-eyed girl wanted to refuse to fight with Neji, with whom it had been discovered that they were cousins. Neji, however, decided to attack without remorse. Hinata was only trying to defend herself, without attacking. The battle was summarized in incessant attacks by Neji, who seemed to hold a certain grudge towards Hinata due to the conflicts between the main and secondary branches of the Hyuga. It will be explained later. Hinata seemed to feel bad about it, which lowered his defense and allowed Neji to do more damage. The worst thing is that the Hyuga used one of the most lethal styles of Taijutsu, the Juken, soft fist, a style that goes in conjunction with their Taijutsu. Byakugan, this Taijutsu allowed them to see through things and at long distances, but its most lethal function was to see the enemy's chakra network in great detail. Being able to see the 361 chakra points that make up the body, the Juken, was a type of blow with great force, capable of closing the chakra points. The Hyuga are the only ones capable of doing this, thanks to the ability of their eyes. The two cousins separated. Neji took advantage of the moment to tell Hinata that she was not fit to be a genin, or even a ninja, due to her gentle and kind personality. She would not be able to kill a fly in the box. That unfortunate man, how dare he talk to you like that? Myth shouted. I can't help it if he makes me angry. Sasuke said he had been in interactions with Hinata and had to admit that he liked her. He doesn't have the right to say those things to her, Kiyomi said. But no matter how much you reply, you can't deny that he's right, said Naruto, earning everyone's gaze. Hey, why are you saying that? Mito said, somewhat angry with Naruto. Neji is right, Hinata is very gentle and kind, she can't stand hurting anyone, and the fact that her family practices a posture that causes so much harm fills her with insecurities. Ninjas, we have the obligation to hurt if necessary. Necessary, for the good of the village, and I just can't imagine how Hinata will feel when yes I know what you're referring to. Sasuke's gaze darkened at the memory of his first death. Mito and Kiyomi, even Menma were quiet and serious, however, in a strange way the deeds seemed restless. Admit it, you will never be able to surpass yourself, Hinata. Neji sentenced his words. Hinata's look was painful just to describe, she seemed shocked and sad under her gaze, and small tears began to appear from her sweet pearl eyes, but suddenly, something that no one expected happened. Hey, are you seriously going to let me talk to you like that? Don't fuck with me. You're getting on my nerves. You don't know how angry it makes me to admit that he's right. Why are you here then? Show him that you can do more. Stop standing there. I know you've trained. Show it. Menma stood up and screamed angrily. The contestants' box remained silent. Maybe this must be a joke. I think something is wrong with the world. Brat myth was interrupted by her nine-tailed tenant. You must be joking, Kiyomi said. Something tells me that. Our time has come. Sasuke gave his opinion. Naruto just smiled strangely, it seemed like Menma didn't just show negative emotions. Hinata widened her eyes in surprise. Is he supporting me? Hinata went through a series of memories. Mini flashback. Naruto, Uchiha and Menma Namikaze come forward. Hinata watched an 8-year-old Naruto and Menma in front after that, she watched the quick way the battle ended. The winner is Uchiha Naruto. Naruto-kun is so cool. The girl's usual chorus sounded. TSK, next time I'll beat you, you'll see. He said. A year passed. Uchiha Naruto and Namikaze Menma come forward. The battle between Menma and Naruto was repeated, with the Uchiha winning. Naruto-kun is amazing. Hinata watched as a stoic Uchiha retreated from the arena while an angry Menma stood up. I'm sure I'll beat you next time. Menma stood up and pointed at Naruto, who turned around and gave him a smile. After that day of school, Hinata followed Menma, who seemed to be training hard. I'm sure next time that Uchiha will be at my feet crying out for mercy. I just have to be stronger so I can overcome myself and eventually I will overcome him. Dadabeo. He had forgotten the suffix for so long. Hinata looked at Menma in amazement. Didn't he give up? He had already lost a few times against Naruto. Why didn't he just give up? Did he really believe he could beat him? She knew that Naruto also trained very hard. After all, he had saved him from his kidnapping attempt. Hey. I know you're there. Get out already. Oh, he discovered me. A shy Hinata came out from her hiding place. What were you doing spying on me? Menma said somewhat angrily. Hinata was cut off. Come on, answer at once. Menma shouted. Hinata lowered her head. Menma realized that his attitude made her more nervous, she had to calm down if she wanted answers. The Redeed took a breath. Hey, I'm sorry for yelling at you, but could you please tell me why you were spying on me? Menma asked, now calmer. What happens is that whenever you lose against Naruto-kun, you leave angry and I wanted to know where you were going. I see, but why? I already answered you, I was just curious, huh? Well, you know where I'm going, so I guess you're going to go praise that Uchiha again, right? And no, I'm not like that, you know. He's just my friend, I don't like him. Then, what are you going to do? Do you mind if I stay here? It's a nice place. Menma doubted if the place where she was nice, it was just a part of the forest, but she saw no problem in the girl staying. It's okay, but don't bother me. Hinata nodded. The girl watched as the Redeed trained hard, doing push-ups and basic exercises, but apparently his stamina was not enough to do a 1.5-minute plank. Menma fell to the ground without moving. Menma, are you okay? Hinata approached the boy worried, she had trained non-stop. Why yes, don't worry about anything, I'm very resilient. Menma said, standing up. Why do you train so hard? Is it just to beat Naruto? Well, yes, basically it's one of the reasons, not all of them, but one that I have very much in mind. I want that Uchiha to realize that I'm better than him. Menma's eyes shone with anger. Everyone in the academy always idolizes him. I even hear the people in the village talk about him as if he were a prodigy born every I don't know how many years. Ridiculous. But people also praise you, Menma, I would say even more than Naruto, said Hinata. Yes, but it's partly because I'm the Hokage's son and also because Menma stopped. I don't think she has to know that I keep the Kyuubi under control. That was Menma's thought. I want them to see me as someone with their own strength. They only see me because I am the son of the Hokage. I am more than that. I am Menma Namikaze. And I will overcome my limits as many times as I need to let them see who I am. Dadabeo. Hinata looked at Menma in surprise. She was also recognized for being the heir of the honorable Hyuga clan, but was she really suitable for that? Why could she be recognized? But for her that did not matter now, she had someone so determined in front of her, he liked that, he blushed without realizing it. Well, I would like to be there when you are very strong and everyone recognizes you. Hinata said softly, Menma barely heard her. Oh, thank you Menma mentally scolded himself for stuttering. But hey. You should go home Menma said, getting up. Do you think you could come with me? And no I don't think I'm busy and yes, okay, I understand, busy getting strong good luck, Menma-kun Hinata said goodbye with a soft voice. I don't need it, I'll be the strongest, but thank you wow, I've never said that word said Menma. This is without a doubt one of my favorite scenes, and flashback. He is supporting me, even if I try to hide it, so I Hinata started going through hand seals I will also fight to prove, I will not back down from what I say that. Is also my ninja path, moving forward without looking back, is the best way to show who you are. Hinata stopped making seals with the tiger seal held up by Akugan the veins around Hinata's eyes stood out, while her eyes seemed to gain a slight almost invisible pupil. So you're going to get serious, I don't think it will help you much, but since Niji made the tiger seal alone. Byakugan the same thing happened to their eyes, the two took the Jukin stance, right leg a little in front of the left, which was slightly bent, the right hand extended forward with the fingers together and the palm open, while the left hand would be slightly at waist level with the same position of the right hand, only a little inverted. I can't believe it, Menma's words helped her. Mito was lost. Well, that's good, yes, that is well Naruto also had no words. To everyone's surprise, Hinata was the one who attacked Niji, the blows they gave were incredibly strong, large bursts of chakra came out of the collisions of their palms, the blocks of Niji and Hinata, their movements, everything. It was spectacular, we just had to see how it ended. Niji was impressed, he didn't know that Hinata could be so tenacious, well, after all, she had been trained too, maybe she was just afraid to show her skills, but now, she seemed free, so to speak. The battle seemed even, however, things were leaning towards Niji, who while blocking the blows, blocked Hinata's chakra points, making her movements more rigid and easier to see, while Hinata was barely able to block a few. No problem for Niji. Finally, they saw how Hinata seemed to be spitting blood alarmingly, which worried many, however she continued to fight. Naruto explained that the chakra network, being so extensive and leafy, certainly became entangled with important organs such as the heart, therefore, when the chakra network receives damage, these organs are also damaged. Niji decided to stop playing games and began to beat up Hinata, who defended herself as best she could, however, she was pushed back by her cousin, she spat blood and fell to the ground, it was about to stop the match, but suddenly Hinata got up. You're stupid, if you keep fighting you'll die. You have a long way to go to defeat me, besides, I know you're venting to me and that's fine, you don't have to worry about that, what are you taking about? I know how frustrated you are, after all you have suffered more than me, I know you are the one who has done the most damage, with the main and secondary branches TSK, shut up you don't know anything. I can't understand you but I can give you comfort, because I do love you, be quiet. Niji ran towards Hinata ready to finish her however. The Jonins appeared in front of Niji, Guy seemed to be holding him from behind, with his arm around his neck, Hayate seemed to be in front of him with his finger extended right on his forehead, Kakashi was holding onto his right arm, while Kurenai was holding onto his left. This fight is over, Niji, you're the winner Hayate said. Niji, you told me you wouldn't get out of hand with that topic Guy said, scolding his student. Why do you interfere, I find the main family so despicable Niji growled. Hinata's heart gave a soft beat as the girl spat out blood and passed out. Hinata. Mito, Kurenai and Kiyomi shouted. Naruto appeared behind Hinata before she fell, Sasuke appeared and measured the girl's pulse. She's alive Sasuke said calming down. Nah Naruto Hinata whispered. What's wrong? Naruto said, somewhat worried, the girl was shaking and he could see all the bruises she had. Do you really think he changed? Naruto smiled. Yes I'm sure so Naruto picked up Hinata and left her lying on a stretcher that some nurses brought. Thank you, Naruto said Hinata. No, you don't have to thank me said the Uchiha. I'll take you to Menma, I'll make her visit you at least once said Naruto, Hinata blushed, but finally she gave a sweet smile before she was taken away. Naruto turned with his active Sharingan towards Niji, who looked at him with disinterest, Naruto didn't like his loved ones being hurt. Record this, Uchiha, he who is a loser will always be a loser, that is his destiny, and it cannot be avoided, Naruto's Sharingan glowed as his Tomo rotated strongly, this intimidated Niji. Record this, Hyuga we were all losers at one time, but that can be overcome, and destiny cannot be avoided it can be changed, do you hear me? So you better change your thinking, you are too smart as to think stupid things Naruto turned around and appeared in a shunshin in the box, Niji stayed thinking, gave a grunt and finally went up to the box. Cough cough, well, now that the tension is over, I think it's time to continue with the fighting. Names swirled as things calmed down. Sabaku no Tamari vs. Tenten summary. What can you say, Tenten had the battle against her from the beginning, after all she uses ninja weapons, and Tamari was a great wind user, thanks to her large fan that she carried on her back, all the weapons Tenten tried to hit. They were repelled by the large gusts of wind that Tamari launched, which at the same time cut the skin of the Konoha ninja. Finally, they tried to attack with their twin dragon technique, but every attempt was useless, Tamari's fan was too much strong, and that it was not completely open. Finally, Tamari finished with a deadly wind technique. Gyuden. Kamitachi the ninja from Suna launched a gust of wind that lifted Tenten, as if she were in a tornado, the wind pinked her skin, cutting it in the process. The girl began to fall with too many wounds. As she fell, Tamari placed her fan vertically, causing the girl to hit her back with the fan, spitting blood. Tenten can't continue, the winner is Sabaku no Tamari Hate said, pointing to the winner who was holding Tenten on her fan. The sand girl abruptly threw Tenten to the ground. Lee was quick and picked up her teammate. Hey. What's wrong with you? Get rid of your eyebrows and take that sack of trash with you. Tamari sounded arrogant. Hey, even if I lost, that's no way to treat someone who fought with everything. Yes, whatever. Tamari responded indifferently. Lee growled and ran towards Tamari. He doesn't read. Niji shouted. Read. Rock jumped towards Fear. Konoha Senpu. She was about to kick Tamari, but she blocked it with her fan. Tamari could feel her bones rumbling from the force, but she did not let herself be intimidated. Guy appeared behind his student. Come on, Reed, calm down now. But Guy-sensei. Tamari Gaara's voice was heard from the box. Stop wasting your time with that loser and his ridiculous mentor, go up, you've won, Gaara said seriously. Guy smiled. Ha. Calm down, Genins of the arena, you don't know what Lee is capable of, after all he hasn't fought yet, said Guy with a smile. Lee went up to the box along with his sensei and Tamari. Okay, time for the next battle. I don't think it's worth narrating Kiyomi and Menma's battle against some random ninjas. Kiyomi could defeat his enemy just by looking into his eyes. Menma was superior to the boy in everything, in chakra, in jutsus, and in taijutsu. Finally he was the battle of Gaara versus the random ninja who seemed nervous. Gaara was in front of his opponent who looked very scared. Very well, Sabaku no Gaara vs Yusuke Tenko, random ninja, excuse me Hate-san, I give up said Tenko. He didn't want to fight the boy who had arrived 3 hours after starting the test and who had also arrived from all his missions without a scratch. He could try it next year, with less crazy people. Okay, winner by surrender, Sabaku no Gaara. Tenko began to leave the arena when. Where do you think you're going, coward? Gaara said in a serious voice while narrowing his eyes. Well, you're not going anywhere. Gaara's sand came out of his pumpkin, starting to go against a boy who got scared. Hei tried to interfere, but a wall of sand rose in front of him, preventing his passage. Oh, that boy is dead, said Kankuro somewhat nervously. Gaara, stop it. Tamari shouted. Gaara's sand was about to rush at the boy, however, when he thought it was his end, a blur of passage, Gaara felt that he hadn't caught anything. You shouldn't do that, the boy had already given up. Naruto said behind Gaara. He had the boy by the shoulders. What? When did he get there? Kankuro asked himself, surprised. Wow, I had to drop some of my resistant seals to get there in time, Naruto said, making half a ram seal. The missing seals came back. Gaara opened his eyes in surprise, he had not realized Uchiha's presence. Come on old man, you can go now, Naruto said to Tenko. Why yes, thank you. The boy left the arena. Well, come to the box so we can continue with the next battle. Hate was also disoriented, he had not seen the boy move. Naruto and Gaara returned to the box, a bewildered Gaara and a calm Naruto. The names began to spin, everyone watched the next battle with some surprise. Naruto Uchiha vs Rock Lee. Okay, Rock Lee and Naruto Uchiha, come down to the arena please. Yes. It's my turn, Guy-sensei, said Rock Lee. Well Reed, show him your flames of youth. Yes Guy-sensei. Red Guy-sensei. Reed, please don't do that, Tenten said. What do you think of your fight, Naruto-kun? Kiyomi asked. Well I think it will be exciting but what? But I have too many advantages, like which? The Sharingan, my jutsus. What do you mean by jutsus? Rock Lee does not have the ability to do jutsus. What? How is that possible? I don't know, it seems his chakra network is not developed or it is simply a symptom of some strange disease, said Naruto. Well, then what do you plan to do? Well Naruto started to think until I have an idea. Naruto smiled and went towards Rock Lee. Hey Lee, said Naruto. What's wrong Naruto-kun? What do you think? Today I woke up hungry for challenges so I propose something to you. What is it? How about I fight with only taijutsu, no ninjutsu, jinjutsu or bloodline, do you think? Lee opened his eyes like everyone else who heard Naruto's proposal. What are you saying? It's a fair fight, without tricks as you say, said Naruto. What? Seriously of course. Lee said, raising his fist. Hahaha. Lee, it seems that you have found someone with a fiery spirit like yours, you finally have your eternal rival. Why you think Guy-sensei? Of course. Brilliant. Cough cough, please, participants are asked to come down to the arena, okay let's go there, good luck Naruto Sasuke said. Yes, we have to meet in the finals, right? Naruto said. Sasuke smiled. Good luck Naruto-kun. Kiyomi shouted. Naruto blushed from embarrassment. Hey, that's not fair, he has the support of a girl, Lee said with a cloud of depression. Don't be stupid, you know you have my support. Tenten shouted angrily. With the support of a pretty girl whisper reads, don't think I don't listen to you, you moron. Tenten shouted. Cough cough, annoying cough, please pay attention once and for all. Hey said, it was obvious that he was upset. Good. Lee took his battle stance. It's time Naruto took his battle stance. Guy-sensei grabbed his chin. How strange, I don't know that battle position, he said. Well, Naruto invented that one, it's his own battle style said Kakashi. Wow, that's amazing. Guy said. Okay, Rock Lee vs UCHIHA Naruto, start. Hey said jumping back. Rock Lee decided to attack first here and towards Naruto at high speed. UCHIHA Senju. Lee jumped up, spun and gave a big kick that Naruto blocked with his forearm, a small gust of wind came out from the clash of the blows. Naruto opened his eyes at Lee's strength, he felt like his forearm was shaking, Lee continued giving a series of kicks that Naruto blocked, once the spandex boy placed his feet on the ground, Naruto began to counterattack with a series of blows. That Lee blocked, it was then that Lee tried to throw punches too. Wow, Lee is keeping up with Naruto in Taijutsu. Hahaha. I didn't expect anything less. Said Guy. Lee tried a direct blow at Naruto, he crouched down and tried an uppercut that was blocked, Lee's other arm tried to give a backhand blow to the UCHIHA who easily blocked it, the two raised their knees at the same time causing them to collide. The two separated and looked into each other's eyes, they smiled. Lee advanced forward again, he was not surprised to see that Naruto was waiting for him, he attempted a blow, Naruto tilted his head to the side dodging the blow, he quickly punched Lee in the stomach, who did not seem to have been affected that much. Lee continued attacking without remorse, Naruto dodged them all thanks to his great speed, Lee gave spinning kicks that Naruto blocked or dodged, Naruto grabbed Lee's kick and pushed him making him spin, this time it was Naruto who attacked, he gave a hook Lee evaded by crouching and trying to sweep, Naruto lost his balance however, managed to stay on his two hands and sent a great combo of kicks. He bent his wrists making his body spin, Lee took steps backwards while he grabbed with his palms the heels of his feet, Naruto lowered his arms in such a way that his back collided with the ground, Naruto turned and rested his palm on the ground, stretching his arm with great force, his foot gave a big kick to Lee's chin, he gave another spin, and a kick landed on his side. With a great acrobatic movement, Naruto finally stood up and tried a big blow to Lee's face, but he recovered in a great way and blocked the blow, there was a small they exchanged blows before Lee managed to land a blow on Naruto's shin, this opened Naruto's defense a bit, or at least that's what Lee thought. The spandex boy ducked and attempted an upward kick. Great rise of the blade. However, Lee was surprised to see that Naruto blocked him with ease. Don't think I let my guard down so easily Naruto grabbed Lee's foot and began to spin around, Naruto grunted as he picked up Lee, the spandex boy closed his eyes to avoid getting dizzy, finally the UCHIHA let go of Lee who came out. Shot towards a wall, Lee managed to stabilize himself in the air while spinning, he rested his feet on the wall, he started to run a little on the wall, and took a big jump directed towards Naruto, he directed a strong kick with the help of gravity, Naruto put his arms in X, Lee's kick hit Naruto's arms hard and he closed his eyes growling. However he did not allow himself to be controlled by the pain and grabbed the boy's leg again and threw him into the air again. The strength he has is incredible, plus his resistance is amazing, he takes my blows like it was nothing thought Naruto. Lee took out a bunch of kunai and shurikens from his ninja bag, which he threw at Naruto from the air. Naruto unsealed a kunai and blocked the projectiles while doing acrobatic spins. Lee landed and headed at high speed towards Naruto, who dropped the kunai and waited for the boy. Lee gave a right blow that Naruto blocked with his left hand, he attempted a right blow blocked by Lee's left hand, the two began to measure the strength of the other, it's amazing how they fight. Sakura said openly. Yes, it's amazing. Said Ino. The others watched the battle in silence, but they were quite surprised to see how Lee kept up with Naruto. Naruto released his fist and attempted an elbow, Lee crouched down and gave Naruto a big elbow, the UCHIHA endured the pain and kicked Lee, he also endured the pain, they began to exchange blows in a frantic manner, Lee crouched and he tried a series of sweeping kicks, Naruto retreated with backward twists, the two stood up, Lee extended his arm to hit. Naruto turned sideways and grabbed Lee's arm, he pushed him over him and slammed him into the ground, Lee he was not left behind due to the pain, he tried to kick Naruto even on the ground, Naruto barely blocked the kicks, Lee turned back and got up easily, he tried another blow, Naruto again grabbed his arm, but this time he jumped, wrapping himself around him. Of Lee's body, he performed a lock with his arm, pulling Lee, causing him to crash against the ground again, finishing off with another blow to Lee's stomach. This time the boy released a little saliva. Lee defended himself with a blow to Naruto's face. Naruto blocked it, but it was only a distraction, so that his knee landed hard on Naruto's stomach. He managed to kick Naruto away from him. Naruto gave a couple of acrobatic moves backwards. Lee is very good, he manages to keep up with Naruto-kun, said Kiyomi. That's right, Lee has concentrated too much on his strength and endurance, giving him a great ability to ignore pain, but Naruto-kun is also very good. I see that his taijutsu style adapts quickly and has a great variation of movement, even acrobatics. He knocked Lee down a couple of times, said Guy, excited by the great battle. I knew that Uchiha was strong, but that boy, Gaara thought. Lee was surprised to see that Naruto took the lead. Naruto sent a blow to Lee, who dodged it. However, Naruto fell forward and rested his hands on the ground, grabbed Lee's head between his 2 feet, and with great force, pulled him forward to collapse him. However, Lee noticed the movement in time and managed to stand firmly on his feet. The spandex boy grabbed Naruto's feet and in a great demonstration of strength, he lifted Naruto up next to him and he threw the Uchiha into the air. Naruto took out a kunai and threw it towards Lee's side. No one understood that, but they did not notice the second projectile that hit the kunai that changed its course directly towards Lee, who blocked it with his own kunai just right. On time. Wow, he has great skill with weapons, said Asuma, surprised by what he had just seen. I haven't seen anything, Jiji, Kiyomi thought. Naruto landed on the ground. He was surprised to see how Rock Lee suddenly appeared in front of him. Quickly. Naruto thought, barely blocking the blow, Lee continued hitting, trying to break the Uchiha's defense. This concludes our story, and I trust you enjoyed it. If you're interested in more content from this channel, activate the notification bell to stay updated. I'll see you in my next video. Until then, everyone.